I told y'all that they were going to 25th Amendment Trump, and I told you that about a month ago. I'm going to show you what's in it. Just keep that in mind. You've heard it here first.
Y'all heard me say Mike Johnson yesterday. I don't think it's a joke. But no, seriously. I hope the Republicans do take opportunity, if they can verify he's on there, to initiate to get him the fuck out of office. But
They will.
Did they just do a vote and the Republicans blocked it?
Don't go by Mike Johnson. He said something.
They talk all this bullshit anyway. Like even before the big beautiful bill, they were talking bullshit about not cutting the fucking Medicaid, but they still voted the way they're voting.
Come on, Jeremy. It was ever the judge they weren't going to do exactly what they did in 2018. That's ridiculous. But if we just, that's legislation. This is real politics. If we zoom out there, right, I think that we can see. I'm not saying that anything's going to happen like right now, but there is a sustained momentum that is now growing. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw Joe Rogan recently. He was he's done the news, taking it back that Cash Patel came on, pretty much lied on his show, big surprise. This is gonna it's a slow roll, slow burn, right? Brooklyn and I know you can't just go and smoke the entire joint in one breath. You gotta go and let that shit you gotta enjoy it. It's gonna build up.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that, but anyway.
What else am I talking about?
Enjoy this feeling. You're gonna let it build up. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. You can't just make it happen.
But listen, Mike Johnson said that on public, but you know what he did behind doors, right? He voted no. The 2011 Republicans, including Mike Johnson, voted not to release those Epstein documents. So don't go by what they tell you in public. And Thomas Massey, exactly. Thomas Massey, Will O'Connor, whatever his name is, and I think there's another Republican have sponsored a bill put on the floor to release everything Epstein in 30 days with total transparency, with no redactions. We'll see. I expect it to be a party line vote. And I will tell you, these big influencers, they talk a big game, but when Daddy Trump called, they all kissed his ring. What's his name? Charlie Kirk had that big conference with Turning Point talking smack, had people on stage talking smack about things, and guess what? He got the call, and then he went on to say, I trust the people in the office, I trust that they know what they're doing. So he's a simp. Same thing that, now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling for the release, and a couple other ones, but we'll see. But I just hope the Democrats don't let this go.
Well, the thing is, they set up, so Trump set up this whole thing where he allowed QAnon to be the let's say the litmus test or the route in which people wanted you wanted people to adhere to. So all the crazy conspiracy stuff and all that actually transcends Trump. This is why so many people, even if this damages Trump, they're more interested in being able to expose the conspiracy than worry about what would happen if Trump gets exposed. So they are more about the QAnon shit and being able to expose all of that than they care about Trump or MAGA. But this is what Trump built. This is what he set up for himself. So karma is a bit.
Just wait. We got a whole long track here. We don't want can't ask for immediate gratification, but what we can ask for is slow build. really scrambling. Just imagine right now, you are BP Nation, yeah. You are at a Oval Office press conference with the President of the United States, and you have to sit there while the President of the United States fields questions about his involvement in a pedophilia ring. I mean, like, you have to sit there while the President of the United States fields these questions. Not just one, but several of these questions. Just imagine how that looks to everybody.
Well, did you see them trying to deflect and start a new rumor today talking about what you should be investigating and is Biden in the what do you call it, the pen? The auto pen. Like, all of a sudden now you starting a new rumor. See what I'm saying? Like, he ain't never gonna stop with this bullshit, and I don't understand how people don't see that.
But real quick though, he also started the shit on Jerome Powell, saying that Jerome Powell might even be under investigation as we speak. You guys hear that part?
I mean, they've been trying to find out ways to get rid of Trump.
Yeah, we know that, but I'm saying he was talking shit as of today. He was talking shit saying that, Powell has the easiest job in America, boys do show once a month, and either lower the rates or increase the rates, blah, blah, blah. And then they asked him some shit about this budget spending that Powell had, and Trump trying to say he spent all this extra money. It's a lot of bullshit, bottom line. And he also says that Republicans, most of them told him that he should fire Powell as of yesterday.
Yeah, they're gonna wait. They're not gonna cause any more issues. I mean, they're trying to distract from this in any way possible. Any way possible. And I think, they've been looking for ways. If they could have gotten Jerome Powell out on day one, they would have. The fact that we're now 6 months in, and they still haven't found a way. They've been looking for ways the entire time.
Before January kicked happened.
Exactly, right? Like, they're not going to find such. They're going to, he's going to go out, but they're just trying. They're throwing it out. It's like, oh my God, it's the President of the United States going to throw out the Fed chair. It's a distraction. They're trying anything. I mean, you'll have these maggots come in here, or as I like to now call them, pedophilia defenders, come in here and they're like, oh well, it was, Obama and Biden and Hillary that had all come up with this scam, that they didn't use in 2016 against Trump. They didn't use it in 2020 against Trump. They didn't use it in the last election against Trump, but yet it is a scam that they themselves came up with. They're getting desperate here. They're getting desperate, and the desperation, I think, is only going to get worse as this bitch. It is. You're 100% correct. And this is this is the bed that they made for them. Jesus. This is the whole bed that they made.
But look, furthermore, with all of this pedophilia going on the planet, with all of these people that allegedly are relatives and shit, I want nothing to do with it, to be honest with you. And they need to be focusing on why that 7-Eleven sign melted, and because all this heat, we got a new sun, y'all. The motherfucking sun is melted. 7-Eleven signs ain't about a bitch. What else can it melt? You feel me? But back to y'all, ain't that about a bitch.
Well, Trump is calling it a Democratic hoax. And Elon tweeted today, he said, amazing that Epstein killed himself in quotes, and Ghislaine is in federal prison for a hoax. Elon is trolling him.
I mean, buddy, I need to shut the fuck up.
No,
Go ahead, Elon.
Spill all the tea, Elon.
I only say that because I put a down payment on the Cybertruck. Anybody that put $100 down or more on refills, that means that you're a founding member to get bills. We're responsible for the refill, right? I can send my refill check to China. I've never been to China. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep talking to you. My bad. Hey, Devon.
You can buy that crazy truck.
I thought black men had style. What's going on?
What you talking
Because
about?
that truck is a good tail.
Steering.
Yeah, I thought black men had style. What's going on?
Every time I see one of those fucking trucks on the road, it throws that roof in my mind.
I feel like somebody committing or I saw someone with the bumper sticker that they had a Tesla on there. The bumper sticker said, "This is my last Tesla."
I had people say, "Can you watch my car?"
I can sell shit on Etsy. That's a good one.
I had people say, "Can you watch my car?" Because we fear this nigga trying to throw a brick in it. Like, people scared when they drive the Teslas down. They're like, is someone gonna vandalize my car, blow it up?
Alright, Donald Trump. It's like there's it's one of that is catching.
Does anyone know the bridge to that song? Because I be forgetting, but it's a bop.
It's a low key vibe.
That song got a bridge on it. Listen to that thing.
Like, I thought that it was only I will vote for Donald Trump. So when I heard the whole refrain, I was like, oh my god.
I haven't heard the whole thing. I've only heard that.
Yes, it does. It's literally, oh my god, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
You listen to it. If you listen to the whole thing, Gemini, be careful. You might turn into a magnet.
Man, that should never happen. I was just arguing with a dumbass man. Doc, you was there. I was just arguing with a dumbass man. You can have a factually based comment. Like, I like to have somebody that can go back and forth and have some type of facts to support your position. We can have a real dialogue. But when you just act like you don't even know the fucking law at all, but you speak knowledgeably, like, that shit was great.
I couldn't come up, but y'all.
I was trying to bring you up.
I know. I couldn't come up at the time, but y'all handled it well, and I mean, it is just so typical of like, and if there's a phenotype, not a phenotype, if there's like a stereotypical personality that I can't stand on this app, it's that dude. I mean, you're gonna be like, so tell me, like, what policies did y'all vote for the Democrats? Tell me what policies.
So you want to tell me that Democrats historically have voted for things that are going to help to benefit black people? His name is IQ.
Gemini was like, we trying to tell you low IQ, but you ain't want to pay attention.
When it comes to people named Wise, Professor, IQ, wisdom, it's not gonna go well. It's just not.
And look, Quinn was like, well, of few policies. He was like, I voted for health care, I voted for affordable housing, and I voted for, and I can't remember the third thing that Quinn said, right? And he was like,
Education.
oh, and education. And the dude was like, he was like, y'all playing around and just.
And by the way, breaking news. Breaking news.
Break it.
I just met someone on this app that works for Providence. There are a set of clinics, or hospitals. Hold on, let me look at the link. My bad. Hold on. They're closing. People. So 52 hospitals, health systems are closing, mostly in rural areas. So a number of hospitals and health systems are reducing their workforces. Yeah, so this is about to be, there are already some closures in June, July. So this is a lot of healthcare facilities. And that means I'm gonna go post the link.
That means that city hospitals gonna have to really get their helicopters. They gonna have to invest in more helicopters. Cause they gonna have to ship those people, like, heliport those people from the rural to the city. And that's gonna go for every state and every nearby city. Like,
We call it a hella
People
transfer.
are going to die.
True.
people gonna die. But you imagine, like, a car accident in the middle of West Bubble Fuck? Like, oh my god, that's just gonna be crazy.
And we call these hella transfers, y'all. Hella transfers. With a helicopter.
Yeah, because the helicopter can find its way over there and land where.
Shit. That hospital closed.
Well, no, that's the thing. It's like, you know, even if they did like that helicopter costs a lot of money. Like, helicopter is expensive.
That shit is worse than a fucking ambulance. Ambulance costs a lot of money, but helicopter is like real crazy.
If they are trauma. If they're not trauma, if they're not trauma, they're not gonna flight them over.
When a helicopter on their medical bill, they say there's a helicopter transfer on their medical bill.
Ultra, yeah.
I'm sorry.
This shit.
Love y'all.
And you gotta meet up till you get you some Scotch.
Any fucking thing with me now. Yeah, I know my patient real low. You know, I be trying so bad. And what you were saying about the helicopter thing? This thing is been blowing up the whole conversation. But yeah, like,
If you give them 8 hours to transport, okay?
no, and that's the thing, like, you imagine, like, I know the route from Atlanta to like Savannah, it's like a 3-hour route or whatever, but the particular highway that is on, it's always like an accident. It's like real, and they be like real bad accidents. And I think that the nearest trauma center probably is somewhere between Savannah and Atlanta, but if you're in the rural areas in between, fuck. Like, you are fucked. And that is crazy. Like, I just see want people to die. But that's what's happening. All of those people in the boondocks and the sticks, if they survive this next 4 years, they ain't gonna vote for Donald Trump or nobody that you know watch. They might get some of them pom-poms and meatballs up out of here that's racist as fuck, too.
Much of people, Brooklyn and the rural areas are MAGA.
Right.
But they still they vote against.
Well, hopefully they'll go to the other room, and we don't have to worry about them for 2028. Like I said, hopefully.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote.
No, I know it now. I will vote for my freedom. Y'all hear that part?
No,
Yeah, but they did vote for everything.
This is just like deer and
Being able to
hunters.
play a part, yo.
This is just like deers voting for hunters. Like, what are we doing?
Sorry to goddess, you gotta vote. You gotta fast forward to that part.
okay, I gotta find it. Because I think that was only a clip of what I heard. That there was
It's on
songs.
YouTube.
Okay, I will learn it and I'll sing it for you.
That's the part. That's the part.
What y'all gonna do to stop, try to stop the redistricting?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about the rest of Georgia, but I think Atlanta is pretty decent. Like it'll be alright here. I don't think that the mayor, but I don't know. These motherfuckers is rogue, you know. You know what they did in Atlanta? They do what they want to do.
Follow Eric Holder, he'll tell you what to do.
They took out the drop-off boxes in a lot of places in Atlanta. Right? Yeah, notice that? Like after, whatchamacallit? I know, in Fulton County. That's what they say. He took out a lot of the, drop-off boxes.
Yeah, they were real mad about the mail-in vote. They were real mad about that.
So was it that there were Israeli settlers who were camping and putting up a tent?
There's a major tornadoes about to break out in Chicago. Check it out.
Every last one of those families is either getting deported or their friends or spouses
Kicked
or
off.
family members getting deported. Lord have mercy.
Poor guy's just sitting there.
You gotta rewind it a little bit. To get to that part where she said, I will go for her. Okay. That's the hook. That's the hook.
I can sing it.
Mentiroso.
It's so catchy. I love
It's catchy though.
very talented. He was like, I mean, yeah.
Oh my god. Classic.
So I'm only saying, I will vote for Donald Trump. And then one day I was driving and they
Oh
were
my
on
God.
the show. And they were like, they was right when somebody got arrested, somebody's husband got arrested. And then they played the hook. And I had never heard, oh my God, I will vote.
Man, that's the best part.
And I was like, oh, just something. So I came on this app. I say this to y'all over and over again.
I remember you saying it.
Right. Right. They voted for their freedom.
Gotta get home before he gets dumped. Look out, bus.
I said they voted for their freedom.
Got his flesh and helmet.
Please, I don't think they're gonna pay a lot of money. I don't think they'll pay a lot of money for that thing.
It's about 8-0. The lady came
Are you on that boat? She said that, but that's chicken on that boat is in your pay.
She said she didn't be
That's stupid how they do that.
It's a powerful story.
So they have a video that they're kidnapping her. The video, they're like, oh, that's not her. But the video. Yeah, so other stuff did happen to the band members. It's just that that cutaway, that cutaway, that's not her. But they did get back. But no, I love this song.
Let me tell you something. People, they would go in Hialeah. They would go in the lady. And they would go in Toronto. Where the Venezuelans are. Where the Cubans are. And little 80 where the Haitians are. They would be down there 3 or 5, but they're not there. They're not there. They're just sporadically.
No, it's not Canada. Like Middle Eastern people and the Jerseys, nothing like the same things. And I was like, damn, I didn't even feel like I was in America when I was in Jersey. I swear to God, I thought I was somewhere else.
You know, give them time to like money to walk this way.
Question, the girl's husband didn't get deported. Like someone similar to her, that looked similar to her, got deported. And so they stitched it on TikTok and ran with the narrative that her husband got deported. And so, if you want to run with that narrative, I kind of like it. So, yeah, we could just run with that.
Why not?
Why not?
You know?
Yeah. So, it's on long, but that's not stupid things. All of those lines. It's a shame what happened to him. Is it when the police be behind me, they go slow. I think the police be mad as shit. Because I go super slow when they behind me. Why are you behind me? You can actually get a ticket for going. Oh well.
And the exact same thing for police.
Yeah, it's called impeding the flow of traffic.
They can go around me. That's why you got so motherfucking like go around because I can only go this
Don't be that person that stay behind her hitting the horn.
That's been one of the
Behind me. So they
Yeah, I know slow down. I go behind me.
It's a non-funny way to get you. One thing I notice is when I say travel, I don't do is nothing. Because whenever you do something, they feel like you're trying to avoid them or I just keep moving.
I do want to take a moment to go to highlights.
So,
I'm trying to say something.
That is a hound's life too.
yes. Yeah, open. What the hell?
I'm trying to get out of it. Yeah, you need to open.
No, open right now. We said that y'all has me playing in Congressman. Open right now. We gotta do it.
No, you guys can't control my schedule like that. Seriously. I just got to work.
Maybe 8 o'clock. Maybe 8 o'clock.
No, not everybody. Well, we can do it now so I can close. Like 4 o'clock in the morning, y'all don't even.
Alright, it's open. Let's go.
Y'all not concerned if Lisa's like in a good sleep? Y'all not concerned?
I might be Lisa. If you had food, I'd be fine. All you need is food, right? Yeah, so you eat something.
I know.
Do you have tacos?
But she said.
And you got Lisa tacos.
No, I just.
You know, Lisa always stop.
Get some Chinese food.
See, I told you. She always make a line on the way home. She always stops to get food. She got whole food, and she goes, somebody, she went for
I have to feed my daughter. I don't care if I eat, but I have to make sure she's eating because she knows she has to eat this important thing, you know, so I end up getting my sure. But I don't care if I eat what she needs to eat. So when they touch out, this is what's going on. Why you're not for the fun?
You had me up till 2 o'clock last night, Missy Pooh.
I loved it though. I'm glad you were there. Thank you.
It was a good one.
It was a pretty
I
good.
enjoyed it.
Your Honor was cooking last night. A bunch of people were in here cooking. Jess was cooking last night too.
Here's the thing, so y'all can keep cooking.
It was really good.
It was good. Thank you for that, Your Honor, coming with the facts, okay? Because that was just like, wow. Just wow. Oh, you guys, last night was a very good run. And you, Debbie, too. Anyway, let's talk. Asian, you want to DJ or you want Mel for DJ?
Yeah, I'm not one of those because I won't be back next month.
Asian.
Get somebody else DJ for now until I get back.
You're going to be back until 6:50.
Yeah, about that time. Either 6:15 or a little bit before.
Can anybody play music? No?
Why you want to keep on toes?
I'm tired.
Everybody don't volunteer at once.
For some, I want to DJ for you, but for some reason, when I do music, one of it don't ever play, so I just fuck it.
I noticed that Brooklyn Mike doesn't either. What is that about?
I don't know.
I think it's
Oh, you not doing something?
that sounds like user.
No, you don't work.
It's just a user.
We already got the music. Gemini got the song. We ready. No, but Gemini is playing. I don't know what the fuck he's playing the top 10 hit. You know, I will look. Go down.
Oh my
I
God.
can't with you, that's not this.
Hey, Joey, I dropped that full version in the chat, bro.
Exactly.
I got you.
The full
Yes,
version.
Gemini. I'm gonna add some music. I bet you. Or something. I bet you.
Play some music?
I don't want to be there. Yeah, when right now.
We don't want to hear this California shit, no.
Lisa, by the time you go get your Chinese food.
We don't want to hear no California fucking music.
I'm not Asian. I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm tired. I just really want to just open. I mean, no, I'm serious, y'all. Please, please. I'm really, really tired.
Just let her open the room so she can take a nap whenever she get home.
Huh?
I'm saying open the room and then you can get your food and then you can take a nap while we arguing.
All right.
Yeah, it was a room open. She could be doing whatever she want to do.
Just open the room. Open the room. Not open the room so we can argue. So we gonna argue like that's toxic.
We all know Brooklyn toxic.
You are toxic, anybody.
Man,
They ain't nothing toxic.
positive, beacon of light. I radiate positivity.
I don't do anything wrong ever in life. So there's that. Get into no arguments and nothing today.
Oh, child, there was so much drama.
What happened?
Today.
What happened last night? What I missed?
Went in the chat. I mean, no idiots. There's some rooms. I ain't even really went on Clubhouse, but I'm in the audience that's listening. That's boring to know.
Y'all unlocking any new characters last night?
Oh yeah, there was that character lady. The what lady? Tamara. Yeah. New character unlocked. Just say, I guess it was sweeping in between the couches. I don't know where she found it. That was me in that house. I ain't saying.
What would she do?
Well, I'm not a bitch or nothing. I was being real nice. I mean, it seems like watching this shit for like an hour, but I was in the middle of shit. And I was like doing stuff, but I was listening. And I just got to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna interrupt this shit because y'all just letting this go on for no reason at all. Like, she
But then I had to leave. I had to just leave for the night because I was about to be triggered for real.
yeah, never where the fuck you was at? Because I was supposed to
I was with my mom anyway, right? But I needed to keep her calm. I didn't be going off and then be up all night with her because I, ran her.
yeah, around.
So I had to just leave because that town road was killing me.
But it took a while. It took a while for Tamara to get to the point. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I was like, just let her speak because I was like, what is your point?
That's the kind of shit.
1 minute. Where's April? Wait, guys, wait. There's a tsunami. There's a tsunami warning in Alaska. Anybody here from April?
We haven't seen them.
So,
There's just a tsunami, earthquake warning, and just shit.
that's another kind of natural disaster.
I don't know. They're saying near somewhere in Alaska, they're just saying tsunami. And they just had an earthquake 12 minutes ago, 7.3 magnitude. Did you guys hear that?
Check my app.
Yeah, I did. I put it in the telegram, but she hadn't responded. Yeah, so.
Now they're saying tsunami warning. I guess after that earthquake.
Yeah,
She's not nowhere near. Yeah, this is 7.3. That's a decent size, right? Sirens are currently blaring across parts of Alaska.
It's actually huge.
Wow.
Yeah.
I found
Actually,
the,
looking at the map right now.
Doc, I found the remnant.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody check on April. I hope she's okay.
You ready?
I'm gonna call her right now to see if I can get her. I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay. All right, cool.
Right here, you go, it goes like this. Let me see here.
Wait, can you play it again? What was it? That is hysterical.
Oh, man.
Even though they can put y'all. They got more people can eat y'all. I was like,
you said to get all your dishes.
What the heck?
Lord, that has me in tears.
The fucking things are so true. That's the crazy part.
Very true.
Oh my God, I will vote.
I will vote for Donald
And
Trump.
the freedom part, I hadn't heard that before today. The freedom part is crazy.
Me too.
You know, Dr. Goddess, it's I will vote. Okay? They're in a vote.
Okay,
I will vote.
I will vote
O-T-E.
for Donald. You gotta say Donald.
Donna Trump.
You can't it's not Trump.
The remix said they spell it D-O-N-A-L.
It's
Yeah, the remix said they spell it D-O-N-A-L-T-R-U-N-K.
We have a request from the goo to replay that remix, Gemini, please.
Okay, I'll run it back. Hold up. Okay.
I think that's great. That's Democrats need to be. There should be remix after remix.
They should be
after
reposting
remix.
that man's remix because that is hilarious.
And once, and they can add each
Next
other.
year, like next time, actually.
They need to feature somebody. Where Daddy Yankee and motherfucking, what's the other one?
Bad Bunny or
They
something.
need the Bad Bunny. They need to be the remix.
Exactly.
No, I'm old as fuck. I said Daddy Yankee. Ain't he old? That's
So
so old.
Daddy Yankee is probably so she's fine. He's gonna tour all over the world, and he's gonna tour residency in Puerto Rico. They say he's not going to. He's not fucking with America right now. I know he has. He's touring territory over there. He's a territory of America, but technically, like, they don't have border.
Oh, shout out to Daddy. Shout out to Bad Bunny. I gotta give him a round of applause, because that's some real shit to do.
Standing on business.
Alright, let's go guys. Click the link up on top. We're leaving. Patty, let's go.
I will go.
Everybody in the go. We closing out the room, everybody. Click the link.
Oh, man.
Click the link, guys. Wakey, wakey. Patty, let's go. Pasta, click the link. We're leaving.
What link?
It's on top.
Hop in.
I'm trying to bring people up as not along with them.
Is it always there a delay?
Yeah, there's a delay. I'm trying to bring people up too. It's not, yeah.
It's not mine. Right?
Oh, no, no problem.
Now you're going in it.
Sorry, it's waiting for you.
I think everybody in the Matrix, at least I am down, you both sound awful.
I sound awful.
No, you're great.
Okay, so next guys, I'm gonna try to get off the breakfast.
Everybody's here.
You know, keep the point in y'all. You take your kiss from y'all. Okay, I blame Dr. God and y'all. You take y'all. It's fine, y'all. He's trying to give us a breaking news. Okay. No, just for a minute, because Luke doesn't stay here the whole time. So I'm just giving Go ahead and inform us. Yes, please.
So basically, he said he was at 9:43 a.m. this morning. So he says the radical left Democrats have impeached her again. Just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from now, which the guy swore had come from Russia, but it became actually from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself, they told fake and made up story used in
order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson, and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history, and all these people want to talk about the Trump party by the fake news and the success starved them is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about our incredible unprecedented success, because I do not want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So that was Trump's post on Truth Social this morning, and he basically said that all the supporters, all the MAGA supporters that are questioning the Jeffrey Epstein situation, calling it a hoax, he doesn't want their support anymore.
Well, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying, because last night they was just saying how Democrats don't stick together, and that's what we was, and now he's saying that the Democrats stick together. Which one, first of all? The fucking Democrat, not one Democrat said nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. The Democrat.
They've been trying to put it on Joe Biden. Why didn't you release it? Yeah, they've been.
But he didn't bring it. That's nothing to nothing.
Black is not the same thing. I'm going there. Even though we had it, because I've been busy working, but we're not in any situation.
I'm 22 for some wage. I handle. And I'm looking at your time. First you draw up and what I handle.
I was worried about you.
Not from Canada, not from China, your sister's in Italy.
Yes, yeah.
And of course,
We've had a 7.3 before, and it's not fun.
July for town in Valley and White Plains. Fresh every day, guys. Don't forget me.
Here's what others are doing. World War II and all those type of things, so it's not like it's heavily populated.
Yeah, because they're talking about now. I saw their alert.
Well, we have to come up this far, but because the inlet protects us from the ocean. Like we have to we had that 9 back in 1967. I don't think a tsunami came over then through Cook Inlet.
Oh, okay. Make sure you ignore all
Dennis, I ain't got time for warning.
Well, I was crying. Look for you, okay? I was thinking about that.
Okay, we're fine, really.
Okay.
We're farther from the inlet too. If it comes over, it's gonna get to people downtown.
No, I hope they didn't cut nowhere up there.
We had no actually recording on it, on
Okay. I need to go into Chase. So, April, did you just hear what Luke said? I'm glad you at the house or something.
Thank you, baby. I did hear what he said, and I had read that briefly earlier, and I was laughing because at his
he was with somebody today, Bahrain, somebody, the leader of Bahrain, and he was talking mad shit about John Powell, and I had to cut it off because of the things. But apparently he yelled at them to shut everything down. At one point he got so pissed off.
He shut the conference down?
Yeah, shut the little, you know how they have in the Oval Office when he's meeting with another leader and they take the questions? Yeah, and he was like, he didn't understand how Powell got appointed, and he was the dumbass who appointed him in 2017, girl. He don't even remember shit. He don't know what he's doing. Bless his heart. Powell needs to go take a nap.
Yeah, I should have been inspired, I know. I listened to that shit earlier. It's that embarrassing as hell. You don't know who appointed this one. Like, you don't know who hired this nigga.
He made some comment that he was
It
violent.
was you. You hired him. That's like, what?
They should have said, nigga, you hired him. You don't know on that's not even.
But they let him get away with murder. Instead of just saying,
Why not let the reporters ever give him no pushback? Like, they
they
don't take
never
that.
do Brooklyn because they've been warned.
They
You know
take
what?
down.
They never come back. Yep.
Remember how the cops got taken down and they had
Yeah.
yeah, he kicks them out.
The closest one is Caitlin Collins. So that would be the closest one you get to push him a bit.
So, okay, so that was appointed to take make some cash.
Bring me a bag, Lisa.
You'll see me on the news. I'll get the bag, all right. You got more breaking news, folks?
So that was the breaking news of the day. So this has been the unexpected. So far today, Trump turning his back on people and pretty much telling MAGA to come out.
Are you guys surprised that he is rolling over people with the Trump fucking trades? Are y'all believing some?
He is freaking out right now about who might have some information that he ain't flushed down the toilet yet.
Yeah, I think it's Pamela Bondi got some shit on him, because otherwise, what's keeping her ass around?
Oh, girl will sell it for money. Pam Bondi's all about the money.
She's a royalist.
This is the actions of somebody that is, this is somebody that is 100% guilty, like when about the anonymous people on the app, they're like, I don't know, they're following me around, and I was like, you know what, that doesn't mean that you're going into different spaces that you don't want people to know what the fuck you're doing, because if you don't give a fuck, you don't give a fuck. If you feel the anonymous people on the side of the I'm here, I'm me, right? So the second that you're worried about somebody going exposing you or somebody having certain information on you, that's what Trump is at right now. He's really, really worried about somebody exposing him, so he's trying to do all damage control ASAP. He's doing his preventative measures right now, cutting off ties right now, because he wants this shit to go away. He don't want that shit to come out.
I think they scared. They don't know if that's it. That's probably their girlfriend or their boyfriend, anonymous, and they're scared because now they can't be themselves.
Exactly.
If somebody connect the dots, all roads lead to Trump. People in the fucking administration with him, with Epstein, it's just all the roads lead to him. So obviously. And I'm happy that some of his supporters are not falling for the bullshit. I'm so happy about that because, you know, I didn't know that this was going to be the one that broke the camel back, but damn.
You want them to shut up and listen to him. You want them to shut up and listen to him.
They're more than what they were on, that they are in MAGA.
That's why when he was, remember when he got caught with the hot mic and he was saying something along the lines of, I want my people to move like the people in Korea. And he's like, he runs it, he's a strong leader. His people is, like, we're the people, not your people. What the fuck is you talking about? You're a public servant. What the fuck is you talking about? My
I
people.
understand why those people treat him that way, right? It's like he doesn't understand that's a fucking
The dictatorship, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hard.
You could die if you make a plug, if you say something about him, like,
He would love that. He would love to have that tonight. He's just ridiculous. It's crazy, but like you said, this reeks of guilty and afraid. It's just like he's flipping. He is totally.
Yes, and
Brooklyn, come off the mic, baby. You muted yourself.
It's Biden's auto pay. What the fuck are you saying? And I'm sure Notorious Owen believed in that shit. He gonna repeat it to his dumb ass.
That's what magicians do, right? You know, they do that misdirection, like, look over there, if I do this over here, voila. You know what I mean? That's what you're trying to do.
It's just a 3-card Monty.
And MAGA keeping their eye on the ball right now. He's like, fuck, I don't even need your sport, man. I don't even want to play with you.
I do have a question, guys. Maybe a little thought provoking, and they might spark a discussion. But you know how everybody is anticipating the midterms, right? And they're expecting, hopefully, for the Democrats to sweep the election. What happens if no Democrats win the election? Like, how would that look?
That's what I just said, Brooklyn. I said they're gonna lose. There's no enthusiasm. There's nobody being actively that I'm aware. I don't see.
I'm not saying that they're gonna lose. I'm not saying that they're gonna lose, but I'm saying.
You think that's all you need? You think that's it?
We don't need
No, I'm not saying
we
that.
don't need to worry about whether there's enthusiasm for a candidate now.
Why not?
But check it. Because it's a world in which
It's never too early, Scott.
these people in Congress just got sworn in 6 months ago.
I'm just saying.
Don't freak out about it. Check back in about 8 months and let me know if you're feeling the same thing.
Okay, so what do we know what districts? I mean, I want to know who I can give money to. We need to be doing now. We need to be canvassing. We got a lot of shit to do.
So they said the direction should be whether or not there's enthusiasm on the federal level. It's on the state level. And there are some stuff going on in just elections.
We don't have. We're talking about the midterm.
What are you expecting the Democrats to do? The Republicans have nothing.
Right, they can't do anything right now.
What you guys be saying they can't do anything right
They don't
now?
have the votes.
You know what? Listen to me. Did y'all hear my question? Because y'all going all the way around. I didn't say none of that shit. I said, what happens if it can't, like, what would it look like if no Democrats win the midterm? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what does that look like?
It's right now. It's a little how it look right now.
What happens if a comment strikes Florida?
What?
I'm just saying, like, what's the point? Like, what if? Who knows? I don't know. Let's figure out something. What happens if the Yankees win the World Series?
That's why y'all behind, because you guys got the wait and see mentality. You got the what if mentality. We can wait till the last minute.
The Democrats lose, which is what I'm
Dragging y'all.
The reason why I asked that question is because somebody said, like, I was listening to another conversation and it was like, if no Democrats win in the midterms, then it'll make his chances of doing the third term even strong. I was wondering if do y'all agree with that sentiment? Like, do you guys even the possibility?
The Democrats to lose. All he has the courts, and they're working on it now.
The Jets are dragging y'all by the maggots are dragging y'all by the hairs. Y'all, I gotta find something
Which
else.
is why I said that the pressure
You know
needs
why?
to be on
You
the
know why
states.
you think that, Lisa? Because you're not looking for the conversations for the Democrats. You're too busy looking at what fucking Bashir just spoke today. Fucking what is his name? We played Jeffrey yesterday. Like, they're speaking. You're looking for people that have to do with Trump.
That is true, and that's a fact. Because I'm trying to keep up underneath his skirt. But what happened yesterday with you played who yesterday? I missed it. What did I missed it?
Yeah, he spoke about how dangerous this shit is. Like, people are speaking. Now, if you're focusing on what Democrats are doing, then you would see that they speak almost every other day.
That's true.
It was all in one.
No,
Sarah,
my bad.
they were talking
Around
about
10 or 11 o'clock.
You got to get off of Fox
I know.
News. Are you?
I know you didn't say I'm on Fox News side. I was in the Reed's room this morning. That's where I was. And then
Let's reword he said. Get the hell off CNN because that's Fox News like.
I said I was in Lorraine's room and then Clay. I'm not looking at them. I'm listening to, if Patty's not open, I go to Lorraine. And I do Lorraine. And then after Lorraine is done, then I go to Clay. So I don't watch on YouTube. I'm at work, but I'm listening to them and listen to the program. Go ahead, Patty. He wants to know where I am during the day, so that's great.
He's gonna end up running for president because when he spoke from, I think he was speaking from South Carolina, North Carolina, one of the Carolinas. But these people aren't speaking. We're just focusing, honing in on these executive orders, these Supreme Court rulings. If you want to know what they're doing shit. And it's almost every other day someone's on the fucking news talking. And to be honest with you, Republicans are advertising for Democrats. The dumbass executive orders, the Supreme Court rulings, the price, the fucking money laundering for meme coins. The bullshit that they're self-sabotaging their own fucking party. The big beautiful bill, the fucking Medicaid cuts, the goddamn SNAP cuts. You don't think people are gonna feel this shit in the next year?
So Quinn, I hope I'm not misrepresenting you, Quinn. They were talking about, who was that? Schumer. Like Schumer did not say dumbass shit. They're saying get rid of Schumer. You tell me if that's right, Quinn. Get rid of Schumer and get rid of Hakeem. Isn't that right? Is he on the stage? What's on the stage? Quinn. Is Quinn on the stage? Yeah, because I don't know who said it. I thought it was Quinn because I was getting dizzy. I was just They said get rid of, and then they said do not, it shouldn't be anyone from the East Coast or the West Coast. They were even shitting on Gavin, so.
My privilege to introduce the leader who truly
we were just talking. First of all, hello, everybody. The reference was about Schumer and about Hakeem Jeffries, and we were talking about messaging specifically.
Yes.
We were talking about some of the things that Schumer is doing. That was so clear from a macro outlook. They can't do much. So we're talking about voting as well as some of the things that Schumer that we thought was definitely very lackluster. So, and we were talking about some of the things that some of the people in Congress are actually aging out of their, I don't want to say usefulness because that's dismissive, but they're well, no, it's not, because they're very useful. They're still doing the work that they should be doing. It's just right there.
Talking about this doing the work plan that's need to age out. Which one?
There's still people doing. There's still people doing the work. We also mentioned some of the people who are actually up and coming, who were in a position to fight this fight, i.e., the Jasmine Crockett's of the world. Someone, I think it was Aaron mentioned, Klobuchar, and said that she was a bit more of a fighter than she appeared to be. So we were just talking about some of the people that were in position to do a bit more in terms of messaging. So the overall discussion was about messaging.
Yeah, but so Congress is actually gonna. So if you're looking at the Senate, they're gonna be older. You want experience. These representatives aren't that old. They're like not super old.
Well, we were talking about I think a couple people mentioned, we were talking about the Dianne Feinsteins and
the turtle. But how old is old, y'all? I get it.
She's
it's too old. Yeah, I'm just not feeling it right now. I'm not trying to be ageist, and I understand, but there's emeritus shit you could be doing as an emeritus. But just old and what did they do? They were like short circuiting in front of the TV, just all kind of crazy.
So you're talking about Mitch McConnell? That was we were talking. I think we were at some point we were talking about, God bless it. Why am I drawing blanks?
Yeah, see, but me no kidding.
No, yeah, I'm definitely reaching that place too. No, there were a few congressmen that Congress people that we were talking about in general who are great fundraisers, but not necessarily great in terms of the messaging.
So I don't really think I have a problem with their messaging. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of their voters are educated people, right? They don't want to see a hood rat. They want hood rat things. Okay. Now, as far as Democrats maybe telling people I did this, we're trying to pass this bill. They blocked the bill, making sure that people know that they did what they did. Like, if I wrote the amendment, if I wrote Trump makes it known that, what was it, that act that passed under his administration the first year? There was a reform act.
Tax reform 2017.
First step, so when he, first step, if there you go.
First step.
So he made it known that it passed under him, but who wrote it?
Right, Van Jones, Doug, why am I drawing blanks? But yeah, he didn't write it. It was people that it was legislation from the Obama era.
Right, it was, right. So like, maybe they need to speak up on that, but changing your messaging to act like a hood rat or just to fight in public, you gotta remember that they still have their demographics. What does their demographics look like for voters?
No, that's exactly what the conversation was about, Patty, about them being more boisterous about the things that they actually do, because they don't do that. So people think that because obviously people like Trump will take credit for them, and they don't really understand. People don't really understand, how not only when does legislation begin to take place, even after it's enacted, the caveat between those things, but they don't do enough. They're not braggadocious enough. But some of that is also because their base of people is a portion of the base of people are intelligent enough to understand how that works. But there are several people and this is the point I was making, is that there are several people that the party is not reaching out to. There's a confluence of people that live here in the South who represent a large portion of their base because they live in states that have been thought to be historically red, that they don't reach out to them. And there's opportunities to flip some of those states, but they don't reach out to those people because they haven't historically been voters. But instead of, in the in-between time, and this was also part of the discussion.
Yeah, but why waste your money in a red state?
Well, because there are people there.
There's no true opportunity turnover, a majority white red state. Now, if it's a swing state, 100% on board, right? Or if you can see signs of swinging based off of the fucking local politics, then yeah, but why waste money on a state that you know is going to go, I would.
Well, here's the reason why. Because some of the states that they're not focusing on are not disproportionately white states. For instance, Mississippi, Louisiana, those aren't disproportionately white states. They just have dormant black voters who don't go and vote. And there's a reason why they don't go and vote. That's a completely different conversation. But the reality is, the people may have thought the same thing, and there are people who still think the same thing about Georgia, even though Georgia was blue 4 years ago. So there was a reason why that was the case, because we were able to unearth people who did not typically vote. So that same effort should be made in places like Louisiana and Mississippi, because they are disproportionately black states.
But they're not a majority black state. And if you look at states like Mississippi or Louisiana, so Mississippi, didn't they just go to the Supreme Court a couple of years about the gerrymandering? You gotta remember, like, when you're in these majority white states, right? They take pieces of black voters and they put them into a fucking red area. Or they take pieces of a red area to drown out that blue area. What's the sense? They do that. Like gerrymandering is.
No, that absolutely. That's absolutely.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Majority black.
No, it's not majority black.
they have almost 40% black votes. So if you're organized, they actually be able to stay. But they're not organized.
It's not, they're not only they're organized, it's how the lines are drawn. Y'all
That's true. That is true. That is true. She's right about that.
Gerrymandering, that's what you just.
The lines are drawn a certain way where you know that Republicans, when the lines are drawn, and they do draw those lines. Texas is trying to do it again. It's the only state in the South that would be considered like the only state that you may have some type of leaning, maybe going towards purple, may be Texas. But the way the lines are drawn in Texas, they're always going to have Republicans. But if you look at the population, when what's his name, Beto was running against Ted Cruz, there's been like these instances where they almost lost. So that's a sign that, yeah, there's a possibility maybe in the future they would become a purple state, right? But Mississippi, that's not going to happen. Louisiana, that's not going to happen. Not within the next 10 years. Not the way they vote.
Florida was a purple state. Last election they went a little bit more red, but they came very close with Andrew Gillum. Very, very, very close with a lot of votes. But last election they went a bit more red, so that was a bit disheartening. But with this immigration stuff, they may have, I'm not sure, maybe they just might have one or two more congressional seats, but I don't think they're ready to go with the other state.
No, Patty's right. Their gerrymandering is one aspect of it, and I want to use Mississippi as an example because there is such a large proportion of black people there. But some of the other factors involved, and gerrymandering is a big one. But some of the other factors involved are the fact that there's actual voter suppression efforts and structural barriers in a way that make it difficult for black voters to go in, which ends up bearing out a low voter turnout.
Right, but the federal government can't do nothing about that.
No, they can't. You're right. I was referring to the state, but I'm talking about the national. I'm talking about the party itself. Being able to have voter efforts, even starting in those areas, it is worthy, I think, of investing in those areas, more specifically Louisiana, North Carolina, even South Carolina to some degree. There are efforts there to be able to turn some of those places where even if the election isn't, you can actually win some of the, I'm trying to do two things at one time. You can win some of the elections and maybe not flip the state, but you can actually win seats from there. In some regard, there's ways to do that, but I will concede that gerrymandering is a huge problem, and that's why Obama and Eric Holder were on such a mission to be able to fight some of these jurisdictions because they were heavily gerrymandering those states for Republicans. They were doing it on steroids, and they made some headway in that regard. But I definitely think that there should be some attention paid to some of those places.
And y'all talked about voter suppression. I had to leave for a minute. Did y'all talk about the voter purging?
Yes, they do that heavily here in Georgia too. They purge the voter rolls so that some people can't go and vote. Yeah.
But it's not illegal purging.
It's not. It's not.
Now, I felt like it was a conflict of interest with y'all governor or future governor being the secretary. You know what I'm saying? I just thought that was a conflict, but it's not against the law.
Yeah, I felt like that. So.
No, you're right, and it's also a part of, and it's also, and gerrymandering factors into that too, because the state house is disproportionately Republican and white for that matter.
So right, even with the blue states that we have, we still have the majority, right? Most people live in those states. The thing is, it's the swing states, so that's where they need to focus their money on, and that's North Carolina. The only reason why they focused a little change, or a lot of change actually, on Georgia is because they said Biden got it, maybe they love Biden, they'll love Kamala because she was under Biden, and it just didn't happen.
Right, no, I think it was the
North Carolina, Wisconsin,
Michigan,
Pennsylvania, yeah, that's Arizona, yeah. That's it. You focus your money on those states.
But some of those states wouldn't have even been considered in play 10 years ago. going back the red way.
Freaking PA is different.
They are.
Wisconsin definitely is different. Like these states have always like chose what they want to choose.
Yeah, they do. And well, I mean, there was a time in
Now, just
Wisconsin.
calling Georgia a purple state, I think that was the stupidest mistake ever. Because Georgia is not a purple state. Georgia is a red state. They just happen to go for black.
I don't know, our demographic is shifting a bit, but I would concede that there's, in the smaller places, and here's the thing about Georgia, we figured this out during Stacey Abrams' campaign. There are a lot of black voters who are just literally dormant, who have been in, believe it or not, in places where the suppression has actually become a way of life. Like, you don't even have to suppress them anymore. They just don't come out and vote. But when they do, that's what happens. Now, that was also, to be fair, that was also a combination of people of low Republican turnout as well. But I mean, they didn't lose it, but by 10, 11,000 votes.
But they didn't even go blue for a black president.
Right? No, you're 100% right.
See, because that black president wasn't a male. I think if it was a male, they would have went blue.
Maybe one male.
No, right, so last time it was Jimmy Carter.
Joe Biden now, but yeah.
And the only reason why they went for Jimmy Carter is because they called him Georgia's son.
To your point, Quinn, I think that's one of the reasons why Kamala had a hard time, is even though she had the majority of the black vote, the number of black voters wasn't as high as the previous election, right? So we didn't count as numbers like we usually do.
Maybe when you're Democrats,
especially the swing states.
no, we don't usually turn out. I mean, like if we
More than what you usually turn out more, like the numbers for her were lower, not the percentage, but the overall.
no,
They were lower than the previous election. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, but I think that if you, this is obviously we've considered to some degree low black voter turnout baked in. Like there's no anticipation that
Because it was such a push this year, not that year. I'm saying this year, but you know what I mean. Like everybody knew it was a sense of emergency.
Fulton County takes I think 1 out of 10 of the votes in Georgia. Fulton County's voting turnout wasn't as high as it was.
Yeah, what's up? You said Fulton County, man?
Fulton. I don't really want to know that because when I went to see them, they talked about what the numbers look like for Fulton County.
The numbers are like,
it wasn't high. We didn't have a high turnout. So we didn't have a high turnout in general. So I mean, across the board for her, yeah, it was definitely a low turnout. Now those who did vote, they all voted for her.
That's the percentage, right? I like the percentage of us that stayed true. It was the overall number.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And we just need more of us to turn on this moment of discussion.
Yeah, we gotta show up. And what made me mad is a lot of people on this app was like, man, I just say I'm not even gonna vote on this, like I'm vote, like this ain't even my motherfucker, like you know that we had the right to get that right, like that was a right that wasn't given to us. That was something that had to be.
You talk about people that don't have any common sense having a civic
Right,
right.
you know, like, well, that's not like me voting for the side. You might as well. If you're not showing up and voting and backing the person because you don't think they have a chance, you're a part of the other team at this point. Like literally.
People that say that kind of shit do so because they think they're actually doing someone a favor. They think they're doing whatever candidate they favor by endorsing them, by supporting them with a vote. They don't see it from the other side. They don't see how it's benefiting them. So I mean, that's all part of education, right? That's all part of people not really understanding how the landscape works. So that's another problem. Relative for sure, but it's another problem. And we don't understand that. It's because that's a voter education problem. But I I still think that if given, and that's the aspect of it I was talking about from the Mississippi or from the Louisiana.
It started with the president. That has to be local politics.
No, after 100%.
Right. So the president, someone running for president is wasting fucking campaign money going into Mississippi to fucking like siphon votes. That's not gonna happen. That has to be the local politics. That has to be like the alderman. That has to be the freaking like, what does the board of education look like? Are they left leaning and like, I don't like.
But they also dump money in the local.
Yeah.
They dump money in the local campaigns too. I mean, that was heavy. They got hella.
And that's them. They need to advertise. They need to work on their own local politics.
That's true. And Patty, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this didn't really get me involved in local politics. I know that sounds sad, but that's what it was. That's when I started going to the city council meetings, to the board meetings, to the planning meetings. Because I need to understand what was going on the local level. Because that's how the fucking policies get rolled out. They go local, then they go statewide, because there is no federal oversight. You understand? So that's what really got me into it when I was there. I started seeing all the different things that were on the table that I didn't even know existed during those meetings, and then it became more important to me. I don't know how we get other people to get involved like that. Like, I don't know. Like, we gotta find something that's near and dear to them, and they can realize they can influence it a lot quicker on the local level before it even grows larger. You know what I mean? Like, how do you articulate that to somebody?
Well, that's when people are having their largest problem. And that's when you hear people even complaining on that. I don't believe people. Clubhouse is a microcosm of voter base in general. But I mean, the bottom line is there are people who don't understand, who don't think that they attribute what's happening on the local level to what's happening on the national level. And so, in some respects, that's not a bad comparison. But if nothing is happening for them in whatever so-called state they're in, they think that's reflected on the entire party, the national party, not just their local party's effort. And their local party may be outspent, they may be outnumbered, they just don't consider those things. Because they don't know them.
Right. And number I there, you know, like, even in Georgia, what's going to be interesting is going to be interesting. She's not, like, she's very vocal.
Yes.
She's always on the news. She even, like, her town halls, she invites media. Like, she is always out loud.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody sees her face. She does shit. She makes comments. She pops up and all over the place. She has media follow her around. You got fucking Jasmine Crockett on the Democrat side. She's always doing these videos on Instagram. She fucking does stupid ass TikTok videos. She's always on the news. She fucking makes her viral moments during Congress. Like, if your rep isn't doing all that those two young ladies are doing, then guess what? You get what you get. You're gonna get your gerrymandering. You're gonna get your fucking DEI doesn't no longer existing. You're gonna have affirmative action cut. This is what happens when your local politician doesn't do shit but sit on their fucking thumb.
That is very true. We've got several of them. And that's another discussion. But I mean, the bottom line is that there is a lot of effort not being made, and we saw a demonstrative difference when Stacey Abrams and Fair Fight and Georgia Black voters and those people were actually raising money to actually do.
Last month,
You bring it up.
damn air, and everybody in the world know it.
You better just bring it up.
I said, Keisha.
Oh, and she's running for governor too.
Yeah, people know her name and she a damn mayor.
Yeah, that's true.
What's his name that was over transportation in Indiana? Dude, shit. Driving his
You talking about Pete? You talking about Mayor Pete?
He was a whole mayor.
Yeah.
Like, there's people that work, and those are the ones that work. When you know their names, they work. Whether you like them or not. Katie Porter, everybody knows her name. She be viral Instagram videos, and she don't play.
Rashida Tlaib.
Y'all don't even know who your own rep is.
Rashida Tlaib. Yeah, I mean, you know all of them. They even have nicknames for their so-called unified team, quote unquote, in Congress. those people are, and some of them obviously come to you by way of something, rather, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like there was something that thrusted them into the national spotlight that happened in their local spot, but who cares? You know what I'm saying? Do something to get yourself in it, and some of them really don't want that shine. If the truth be told, I mean, we know, obviously, we know our senators from here, but there was a huge national race around both of them. You know, around both of them, national dollars were dumped in to both of their campaigns. So obviously, we know both of them. You know, so I mean, there is
But
a.
she didn't just pour into MJT's campaign. She made money pour into her campaign. She became influential.
Yeah, but she's
Once she just pour into Jasmine Crockett, she made herself known. And Katie Porter, a fucking teacher, a school teacher, she made sure everybody knew her name. Like, they didn't do that. Right. You don't get money just like.
Yeah, but she does they do national press. Marjorie Taylor Greene makes a fucking idiot out of herself on a regular basis, but her people supported that. So no matter how much of an idiot she is, and she is an idiot, she is attracting she attracts the attention of the people in her of her district and nationally, and obviously nationally not for a good reason, because people don't think she's very bright. But I mean, the bottom line is the people in her district, quote unquote, love her.
And
So but how that translates out. Yeah, yeah.
That's a sign of a leader, whether she's a foolish ass leader. A lot of motherfuckers gonna follow behind her.
Now I think
In the Congress stuff, she shouldn't have went for that Senate seat.
yeah, she's a bridge too far running for Senate, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Katie was good and was needed in the Congress, and it's not was early.
There's one thing to have a district trailer park motherfuckers voting for you and thrust you into the Congress, but it's a whole other thing to have the Senate vote you in. So that's a whole different effort. And I don't think she gets that.
I kind of agree on that.
Katie Porter.
And sometimes you need them to be just that representative that's allowed. As a rep, you can do a lot of things that as a president you shouldn't be doing, or as a governor you shouldn't be doing. So those reps, when they out here making their TikTok videos and clowning and doing whatever they need to do for the people, guess what? They doing it for their party. That's their advertising.
It definitely gets them money because national profiles translate to national dollars.
That part.
And that was part of the conversation last night, is that there's not, and just being more vocal, that's something that younger people, obviously, i.e. the MJT, I ain't even give her an acronym, fucker, but the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Jasmine Crockett's do, because they are a little more youthful. They have the ability to go out and do those things. Katie Porter's, they don't mind being, they have the stamina to be in the spotlight. You know, the Chuck Schumer's, well, he does his degree in that, and that's why he's also a fundraiser too. Mitch McConnell was a good fundraiser. I don't know what you think about it. God bless him. What is
in those positions for a reason.
Because they can fundraise.
Right.
Because people are in their back pockets.
And I love me some Katie Porter, because she'll say fuck, shit, all kinds of stuff. She curses.
Oh yeah, there's no question about that. Ilhan Omar, who is the God bless it, how am I drawing blanks on I'm embarrassed to even say this. I can't say that out loud. No, not Corey Bush. I think Corey Bush.
Somalia?
No, oh God bless it. I'm looking at the right horses. No, I know AOC. I'm talking about y'all gonna trip when I say her name. Oh my God, California, Maxine Waters.
Auntie Maxine.
I'm really tripping.
Auntie Maxine.
Yeah, so I mean, I must be Brooklyn. But they love her in her district.
Right. Not only that, the world loves them in the position that they're in. They're allowed to be vocal. They're allowed to show up with their wig on backwards. You know what I'm saying? Department of Education open your doors. Make it up there. She a little extra much.
But again, national profiles translate to national dollars. She's one of the best fundraisers next to Nancy Pelosi, who's probably the best.
Well, not only that, you get name identity, and if they're not connecting with the different types of media, which is YouTube Shorts, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, if they're not doing that, they're behind. The world moves so fast, information moves so fast, you only have 30 seconds to get someone's attention. They should be hitting, most, not all, but most of, you can't rely on legacy media. They're not gonna get your message out. They're gonna twist it out to both sides. Both sides, they can't rely on that right now. The viewership, I've noticed this trend for the last 4 years. Legacy media viewership is a dinosaur. There are YouTube people that I watch that have, they're whipping CNN. I'm surprised they're still in business, to be honest with you. I think it's only their ad dollars keep because the viewership is horrible.
Well, that's going to be there's a natural flow to those places that people are accustomed to and comfortable with, so they ain't going to wear, at least not in any huge capacity for the moment. But at some point, if people's eyeballs are on their phones, and wherever those podcasts, i.e., Joe Rogan's, the other conservative people they're going to start getting those dollars because that's what people are paying attention to. The Democrats haven't really figured out that part of it yet.
The 30-something-year-olds, they're not watching legacy media. They're on media.
Sorry. Hi guys. So, apologies for coming in late into the conversation, but just a little bit I heard. I just wanted to co-sign the fact that legacy media really is dead. We are flooded with social media. Between podcasts, Substack, Instagram, TikTok, it's everywhere. I have seen a total shift in the narrative, and I'm encouraged by that. That's all I wanted to add.
I don't know whether I'm encouraged by that or discouraged by that. It's good and bad to both of them.
I'm encouraged.
Well, I have the other narrative in, so I have to be encouraged by that.
Well, it's just, you're just looking at that, and I don't know, let me not say that. I think most people look at that through the gatekeeping from the legacy media aspect, but and I can respect that, but there's also a bit of I don't know the word to use, but there's not as much there's no control from the other side. Control is not the word, but there's no organization rather from the other side, which some people revel in. Some people love the fact that there's it's just a raw message, but not me, because a raw message just don't also mean that it's informed either. You have to sift through a lot of bullshit to actually get actual information from those places. Now, for people who value that kind of lunacy, that's one thing. But there's you just sit through some shit. Organized media says, but there are rules to organized media, at least from the aspect of being accurate. There's checks and balances, and even though they're sometimes circumvented, but there's at least a set of rules, perceivably, from one aspect, and the other side is just a bunch of raw information coming from, and you have to sift through the nut jobs in order to get even a little bit of the information. So that's why I say there's pros and cons.
No, I think that's really legitimate. What I'm doing, I can only do what I can do. What I'm doing is I am, every single day, sending out pieces to read, sending out reels, sending out everything I can send out to everyone I know, including people who are not in our camp, to get them to look at the other narratives. So, I think we also can use, these are tools, these are our narratives, and some of these are, real persuasive reels that are taking apart the arguments and giving us a different perception. So that's why I'm encouraged. But yeah, we're up against a lot, no question about that.
Hey, I hope you guys don't mind, but I was second that emotion. I think, what you see
much a wrap. So what she said is 100% right because it's us communicating that it's gonna lead to any differences. That's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy listening to some of it. I don't enjoy having to sit through nonsense, but that is the new medium. I don't necessarily call it press or news, maybe just in the streams of consciousness for people. But, you know, to Bell's point, there are some people whom you can listen to who are palatable. It's just that a lot of these motherfuckers just really just running their mouths because they have a platform and somebody is also giving them dough, Kareem. They ain't doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. Believe that. They're trying to get a piece of that.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's our generous.
That's true for sure, and a lot of people are taking advantage of that. A lot of people are saying, you know what, I like to talk, so I will actually get involved as you do, and I'll make some money and get involved in some interesting subjects that we're talking about. So they're proactive, they're getting involved. So, you know, it's good and bad, just like everything in life, right?
Well, I don't care anything about being proactive and being involved, quote unquote. That's nice when you talk about participation trophies. I want people that are going to actually give me substantive information, something I can use. There are basic tenets to whatever it is that they're doing, and with some of this, you just don't have that. Again, it's people just doing exactly what you're talking about. They're just talking.
Right.
And it's typically people who, most people never listened to.
Okay.
They never listen to them and they just want to talk because they're trying to establish relevance where they don't have any.
Right. That's what it is. And point, so it's very specific. You don't have to fill around and try and understand where each other are coming from. So Richard Bush, he's an economic scholar. He teaches at Harvard. He's one of the best economists you can find in the world. Would you agree or disagree?
Want to say that one? You said who?
Richard Wolff.
Richard Wolff, the TV show producer?
No.
That's Dick. That's Dick. Okay, that's the first person I heard.
Yeah, right.
See, that's what I mean. I mean, you know, people who are online are informed. You know, if being online is not a bad thing. Like, you know, I have conversations with a lot of people, and they sometimes get mad when I say, "Oh, Google it, fact check it," and they get mad. And I'm like, and they say, "Oh, Google, why you go to Google?" And I say, you know, Google is the search engine. That's for actually gaining more information, whether it's true or not. That's your job to consider the source to discern. But you know what I mean, man? I don't know.
No, I mean, I understand. I just don't, I don't completely agree. But again, there's good and bad about both. There is. It's just that when you just have people who don't abide by these set of rules, and there are people again who revel in that, who think that because they're getting raw information that there's somehow it's unfiltered, that it's somehow more believable. When really it's just that you have to sift through a lot of the shit because a lot of the it's just not a controlled message. It's just people, 1,000 people giving their opinions and feelings about things, but actually not based on any merit or any scholarship. It's just they're sharing shit that they believe with you. That's what I see a lot of.
Yeah, one thing that social media does is it shows emotions, right? So like when people were talking about Palestine, and what Israel's doing, they always refer back to the stories and the videos. So the news doesn't do that. The news is just dry. It just tells you basic information and it moves, right? But when you get to see these stories, you get to see the real life in action, things that people post, and then you have your favorite influencers. I mean, that's their new celebrity, that's their new news outlet, and it moves people. So, again.
And that's what people invest in, feelings, because they don't have a lot of information. For me, I want the information. I don't care about how people feel. Like, you can tell me how you feel about the information. but the information is what I prioritize, not how you feel about it.
Well, you know, I mean, I went to college, I didn't graduate, nothing like that. Didn't have to tell y'all that, but the point is, I was studying communications, right, and then television. I was studying TV, film, and radio. Anyway, the point is, they teach you that, like, the news segments that we see, they're the way they are for a reason. They hit you with a headline to get your attention. Then they give you, I forgot what the term is, but basically, like, they're what?
It's called clickbait.
No. Good try, but no. It's called, I forgot the exact term, but it's basically what their feelings and thoughts are about it and what they want you to think. You get it? So, a headline, then, I forgot, it's not called the analysis, it's something like that, but basically, they give you what they want you to think, the programming, the clickbait, they can call it, whatever. But that's how the game is played, you know, in communications, right?
Okay. So, that was interesting. Wow. I learned something this happened. No, I'm serious. It's like we know how to take a topic and we take it down to where the ghosts can get it, down to the nub. Yeah. So any other breaking news? I'm almost at my destination per ways. I'm like another 10 minutes out. But I did not know, you guys. First of all, let me do this because we got so many people on the stage. Anybody else, can you please give us some breaking news that we haven't heard or haven't been mentioned yet on the stage? Am I in the Matrix?
Nah, but just like jump in, that was good talk. Yeah, that was good talk, man.
Anybody has some breaking news on the stage? Hello? Click, 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 click.
I'm more into that. I think.
I mean, just Trump told Coca-Cola that they should change their sweetener to sugarcane, and he announced that they would be. So now it's trying to
sugarcane Coke, though, right?
I know. Yeah, it's just one, but I think he won all of them. You know, he loves to drink Coke. So now he's trying to Mexican Coke.
Child, we got the president trying to tell us how to change Coca-Cola's recipe that's been around for, I don't know, hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Well, that's the funny.
Y'all let this Negro get away with everything. What else is he gonna change now? God damn it. Is he gonna put himself on one of the currency? I think that's just gonna happen before he leaves. He'll put the Trump base on some kind of currency before he
I don't think he just might do that. Don't sound far from crazy, Lisa. I mean,
that's what I'm saying, right?
But I think that what people are, what you're witnessing are not people letting him get away with this thing, but a lot of people are stunned because no president has done these things. Like I mean, no matter what's been in their purview of power, they haven't tried or seen the value in doing any of these dumb things. A lot of the shit he's doing is because he is trying to gain favor with the degenerates that vote for him. That's why he's so hyper concerned about this Epstein thing, because they're concerned, right? Because they're talking about it. But that's what I'm saying.
Fuck you for the ones who, I mean, come on now. We need to talk about this because he said so many words. I think it was Luke who read it, and he's probably gone. Read the tweet from this. Welcome to 420, and you guys are just getting here. We got a lot of people on stage with a lot of breaking news topics. But the one about this, the tweet, I can't pull up the tweet if somebody's at home and can pull up the tweet and reread it again. He's like, he got everybody running scared Quinn. I mean, he's telling people, if you don't agree with me, fuck you, I need your help. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. To me, I feel like, I don't know, I guess we are not letting him, because he's the president, he can do whatever he wants, and not only that, he has immunity, so we just gotta take it, and just, I guess, wait it out.
Well, no, he doesn't have total immunity, Lisa. Like, that's not true.
That's the way it feels like, Quinn. It feels that way. You know, it
I know
feels
it does.
that way. I'm going off on my feelings, okay? So
I understand. But he doesn't got total immunity. Like, there are places he cannot go at this point.
Wait, you guys gotta fill me in. I missed what you were saying, Quinn, when you said that's not such a bad idea. Were you talking about the coke or the pitch on the bill?
So I didn't say anything. I never said that anything wasn't a bad idea. I just said that this was far.
You don't understand that?
I said
That's not such a bad idea?
no. I think that's what you heard. So what I said.
Nobody else heard that?
No.
I know he said that might, this shit might not.
What I said is that that's not far from believable. That he may try to do something like that. That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't sound anything like I agreed.
So, well, I have breaking news. We can see if we can take this subject since we talked about the dims last night, and I'm not home to do the site, you know, and when I get home, I get the site, and maybe we can pick up the conversation at that point. But while I'm driving, I'm saying okay, Vance, where has he been? But now he can surface. I don't know. Oh, he came to California, and I don't know why you would come to California on vacation. Why would you, Vance, come to California of all states for a vacation? It is weird. So I think him and Gavin Newsom got into some little spat.
Maybe because he's scared to go out the country with his wife being, you know.
Well, you go like to Alabama, Mississippi, or some shit, in some state that really wants to support his dumbass. I know Californians must have had a heart, you know, Vance. It's a great state. That's why he's here. And I don't know. I need to look up the article. If anybody read the article, something happened between him and Gavin.
Yeah, I don't really.
Something happened. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really buy nothing. Is he on TV or reading the paper? But, you know, when I catch a headline or hear about a story, I give it half, you know. I take a grain of salt, basically, what I'm trying to say. That's all I count.
Well, I mean, when you said it like that, so what we talked about here, we just supposed to, like, not read the news? How we gonna have a hot topic?
Nah, I'm not saying that. It's just I only put so much weight into what they say when they time and time again do the opposite. Seriously, that's like really my strategy on how to predict what's coming next. Whatever they say, expect the opposite. You know, for real.
Let's not get Lisa, did you say everything?
But one of the things about Vance, I don't knock him because I like this kind of vacation as well. It's one of the biggest reasons to come to California is to go to Disneyland, and Vance went there, and Mickey Mouse did not approve.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God! Is it happy hour? I know I'm getting.
It's definitely close.
I'm ready for me. I'm ready for y'all.
You know it's happy hour.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
Hey, you said you wanted to read this tweet, Lisa? Is that what you said?
Yes, please, so we can go over and till I get to my house. Because right now I'm driving. I can't really give you guys any data or play any clips.
Did y'all already hear something already?
We heard it from Luke, but I wanted somebody to reread it. We got a whole new room. When we did it when I first opened. We're gonna read Trump's tweet. Everybody vote for 20. The title. We're not talking about the title yet because I'm not at home and I need to get in front of my system. But are Democrats out of touch? I say yes. MAGA lines and Epstein is alive. We're gonna talk about that because this is gonna tie into the Trump thing. There's a lot of he spent a lot of energy into the denial. I'm waiting for one of the three headliners to be fired, but now I'm feeling like nobody's going down. I'm just trying to figure out how MAGA's going to handle this. Everybody's out there telling we do it. Nobody else came out. Hello?
Well, I know Cory Booker went off in the Senate, at the committee hearing today, it was today. And,
Today is the 17th.
yeah,
It's
that's,
the 17th. Oh, it's the 16th. Yeah, it's the 16th. Yeah.
I forget, he went off about the
I did
bond.
too.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, read Cory Booker. Do luck.
The Deputy Secretary of State for Management and Resources, Michael Riggers, had previous testimony, and whatever the previous testimony was, he fucking lied straight up at the committee hearing. So I have a clip. It's 11 minutes.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's a long clip, okay. But what, it's Cory?
Yeah, it's him going off. Let me see if I can get to the part where he blows up on me.
He's long-winded.
He just talks really slow.
Yeah, he does.
He makes Martin Luther King
Yeah, he's informative.
This is like
He does talk.
Yeah.
People do that intention when they trained in communication. That's to make sure people are hooked on to the word. If they're listening, that's to make sure they're really listening. Or it's a
Oh my God, it's really relevant though.
it's a quick way you can get a lot of people mad.
I guess we got, Water and Ashton, senior and junior.
You were asking.
I'm telling you, every time they're not here, there's always somebody to be like, hey, President,
I don't even know, sometimes I don't even know if you guys are listening to what everybody else is talking about. You just start a whole nother conversation about what you want to talk about.
and they'll take a piece out of it and start talking about it. Go ahead.
He asked about the pizza. We discussed the breaking news about Israel striking the Syrian capital.
No, we did not.
All right, well, here's a story for you. Israel strikes Syrian capital, sending a warning to the government. Israel threatened to escalate attacks on Syrian government forces unless they withdraw from Quetta, the southern province dominated by the country's Druze minority. This looks like this was updated to 5:08 Eastern time, so that looked pretty current. It said it launched deadly airstrikes on Syria's capital on Wednesday, damaging a compound housing the defense ministry and in an area near the presidential palace, according to the Israeli military and Syrian authorities. This is in Damascus, following days of bloody clashes, etc. The Israeli government, which is pledged to protect that minority, warned on Wednesday that it would intensify strikes if Syrian government forces did not withdraw from the region, a strategically important province near Israel and Jordan. Israeli officials have said previously that they want to prevent any hostile forces in Syria from entrenching near their borders. Though this is an escalating situation, so there's a little breaking news.
Wow, do you guys know about that?
That's the big country they're going to war with.
I know, it's like one after the other after the other, and it's awful.
When we go wake up and stop, being they so willing to get that billion and say, yeah, I'm right behind you. What do you think?
I think Trump was urging Netanyahu to stop the attacks on Netanyahu. You know what's going to happen.
I don't.
I'm not even sure that he has any say over Bibi at this point. I'm not confident that he does, that he can swing it.
Yeah, it's a boys club, and if you have to ask me, in that boys club, I think Bibi out Trump's Trump. Seriously, I think whatever the ammunition they have, I think BP has more of it, whether it's connections, whether it's assets, whatever. He has more guns.
Well,
He has more guns in the war chest.
but I'm also remember that that's his way to stay in power and out of prison. Remember that starting a war in the Middle East, starting World War III, which I think we're already in anyway, that's his get out of jail, stay out of jail card. So, anytime we see another move towards Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Gaza's pocket in order to distract from Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Quinn, you said no, correct?
No, I'm saying I think you've misinterpreted that. I don't think he's got more guns in the war chest. He's smarter than he is. I mean that you have to account for that. He's smarter than he is. He's more strategic. He's smarter, so he is more strategic.
Rather than Trump.
Yeah, that's not. It's not hard to be. So he's who's smarter than a fucking fifth grader? He's just not. He's not bright. That factor that will hurt you at some point, contrary to popular belief.
Yeah.
No, it's a big part of the problem. I agree.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
There's some mutual interest though.
but those people do serve in the IDF too. So he does have, I don't know, I guess he has some type of loyalty with them. Right? Because they were like, when they did take Golan Heights, that's where the Jews used to live. So there's a lot of Druze that are within Israel that are part of their citizens in Israel, and that's their home. So you got, I guess he's looking at it like these are our people because they are the minority in Syria, and if they're getting abused, he's trying to protect the people that serve in his military as well.
I would really hope that's his agenda, Lisa, but I really hope and pray that that's right. I mean, what you're saying is completely true. It's what makes all this so complicated.
But he doesn't even go to any international bodies or to try diplomacy, just a vote. I don't know, I just see BB as what he does whatever the frick he wants. He doesn't care about diplomacy, about talking or whatever. He just does whatever he wants. And I don't know, I have issues.
And we live this different thing with this. Yeah, but that particular thing with Syria, to me, I don't really see it as a big stick, to be honest. It's like when we go into other countries because Americans are under attack, right? You're not gonna let people abuse Americans in that country, or you're not gonna let them abuse people the people that you see as part of your country. You're not gonna let that happen. So like, I really don't have any feelings about him attacking.
I would hope that if Trump had sway with the Syrian leader, I would have hoped that Bibi would have tried having Trump was on him to stop to invade a sovereign country. I just have to look forward to seeing something. I just have an issue when people just take matters into their own hands without trying and think you can just go into sovereign lands and do whatever the frick you want.
Well, they need to stop helping him. They need to stop. Okay, this is enough. And I don't know if our ships are still off the coast over there, but they need to stop helping him. Just let him do his own thing. He's big and bold, and I guess now that he nominated Trump for a now I'm having brain fogs. He nominated Trump for a what's the award he done?
What was it? Not peace. What was it?
What is that about? This is called Nobel Peace Prize.
Right, that's what he got.
Yes, the warmonger.
I'm sorry. That's what you asked, right? What did he get? Nothing. Right? That's what.
Yes, sir. I was saying since he nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize, I think he's thinking now that Trump likes that. He loves it. So I guess he gonna let him just keep on running crazy over there doing whatever he wants to do. But I just think we need to just stop supporting this guy. We're not looking good.
Well, I mean, as American citizens paying taxes, what are you gonna ask ourselves? Was the bombs that was dropped on this country, were they any of the bombs that you asked us to pay for in your recent, billions of dollars that you asked for? You know what I mean? As a citizen, I would like to know that. Like, man, if those are U.S. bombs.
Who asked for $1 billion?
Man, Trump asked, I mean, not Trump, but Bibi asked for billions, regular Bibi, and we give it to him.
Wait a minute, you guys. Did somebody please correct him? I cannot do everything.
Somebody
Can y'all
correct me.
correct this conversation, please?
Somebody please correct me, because I would love to hear that I am wrong.
I just want to know what brand that you're showing, cause baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, but the point is, he didn't ask for it. It's something that we give. We give that. I mean, is he? What's going on? I mean, what are we calling it? Is he asking for it, or is it something that they send us for?
It's something that's right.
Yeah. Over here going, what?
We give them millions of dollars a year.
Alright, so somebody said that I'm tripping. I've been drinking or whatever. So, and, okay. Now we talk about fraud. Like, this is the majority of people.
You just said something wrong. Did you hear the correction?
I'm
Did you
pretty
hear the
sure
correction?
that BB said something to the
Okay, it's
effect.
not gonna be doing this.
Yeah, yeah, man.
We give them money so they can function, right? Their military can function. They're in the Middle East. They give us they give us intel. We use them for technology, certain weapon systems that, for the regulations we have in the United States. But yes, we put money into the damn country, so I don't understand why that's a problem. When we were deployed forward, and that's why he should be like back and forth with it. When we deployed forward, a lot of the intel we get is from Israel. They're the ones that give us the intel when it comes to the Houthis. They're like, more soldiers would be dead if it wasn't for Israel sent them.
But is it in our best interest, Patty, for to be helping Bibi with his campaign to take over the whole region over there?
But they're the closest to democracy in that region. So like if you gotta pick an ally, you're gonna pick someone that has the closest to democracy.
What is going on today?
So, I mean, we all know they Israel number one call for security, IT security. So, yes, the Trump administration has been involved in participating in the military system and arms sales to Israel.
It didn't start with Trump, it started with Obama. This is a
Oh, no, I know that, but I'm just going on for what I'm reading right now. I know that. The Trump administration has nearly $12 billion in major foreign military sales to Israel. Expedited delivery. There's been a clear intent emergency authorities to expedite the delivery of approximately $4 billion in military systems to Israel. Bypassing Congress in some instances, the administration has bypassed standard congressional process by arms sales to Israel. One such instance was for a fast-track state worth over $7 billion of non-billable multi-Indians and equipment, according to the Arab Center at Washington, D.C. Another example is a planned sale over $8 billion in weapons bypassing some lawmakers' effort to block the sale, according to the New York Times. So, yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, I mean, they've been doing that for decades.
Yeah, but that's arms sales. That's arms sales that you're talking about. So they're actually purchasing it using their own funds. But that $3 billion that he's talking about that they get yearly, or $4 billion weapon funding, that is an Obama. That is something Obama put in place. They're supposed to get it for the next 10 years. They were supposed to get it for the next 10 years. And that funding was to help with their military.
Well, the one thing I don't like about the country is some war off. That's
I forgot, I'm driving to the gym right now. But the State Department came with a report and found, in a report, that Israel was a violation. And they were supposed to not sell them those weapons. And you know what Blinken wrote? The report. This was the year before last. not the hatchment, I forgot it's an act. It's a law that if you're in violation, then there were multiple courts that Israel was in violation, and as such, they weren't eligible to be sold these specific set of weapons. And the State Department, you even had State Department employees that quit. They reported there was such a light of day in terms of holding Israel accountable by the U.S. laws. So, yeah, this is the main thing. You know, and then they're saying, oh, Syrians conducted a genocide against the Jewish people, okay? If that's true, I hope that's not true, but isn't it ironic, both the great Alanis Morissette, that Israel is being accused of doing a genocide to the Palestinians? It's just, it's like everything is up and down.
Yeah, but I was wrong. We ain't giving them the kill people around the world to commit.
Isn't it ironic? Such a thing.
They're accused of war crimes. Like, this is real stuff, yo. I care about my fellow human beings. You know? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I support us. I support us giving assistance and giving money to giving arms to Israel in terms of the Iron Dome, other things like that, but nothing waging right now, not a penny. I absolutely cannot endorse that for one more second.
Yeah, there's no reason why they're using 210 plus the bunker bombs of 2,000 pounds.
So that's horrifying. It's completely unconscious.
I'm very pro-Israel, but they're trying to get on my nerves with this shit. Like, how do you defend the attack today in Syria? I don't know. I'm like, even if you're very pro-Israel, you start to question, like, the judgment with some of these decisions. It kind of gets a little...
Yeah, I struggle with this every day. I struggle with this as a Jewish person. I struggle with this as an American.
It's the government for me. I thought I'd make an exception with the Israeli people as a rule, but it's the government I can't stomach.
Oh, I'm not blaming people any more than I'm blaming us for Trump.
I get you, yeah, I get you.
Well, until I get home, I got breaking news. I guess it's breaking news. You guys might have already heard about this. But Hunter Biden, and this is going to tie into us talking about the Dems tonight. They said that Hunter Biden went scorched earth on Dems. Hunter Biden gives blunt reason why party lost big in 2024. And this is what he said. The former son faulted, I'm sorry, I can't read and drive, faulted Democrats' disloyalty to his father for the electoral drubbing they suffered last year. And President Trump returned to power. Hunter said or argued that Democrats squandered their advantages of incumbency and an incredibly successful administration, despite its record low approval numbers. Then he goes on, he said when they turned against his father in a dramatic fashion last summer, we lost the election because we did not remain loyal to the leader of the party, Hunter said. Did he say anything else? That's my position. We have the advantage of incumbency. We have the advantage of incredible successful administration. And the Democratic Party literally melted down. That's what Hunter's saying. Anybody agree or disagree with Hunter?
I mean, I think he's upset because it's his father. Y'all been playing his daddy's face.
Yeah, I mean, he right, but at the same time, he's held a person to talk for all the pops he's had amongst the news in the world. You know what I mean?
He's a freaking human being. Y'all ain't got no drug addict in your family.
Yeah, my own.
So you think the president has some kind of special thing to just give his family perfect?
What Shane.
Okay, well then, like, let him
Finish the sentence, politician lady.
That shit taking too long. I ain't gonna lie. The reason why
Slower
you
than
didn't finish
Cory
the sentence, I mean, it's hard to keep up with that shit. Like, just mute up. Thank you. And what you were saying again? Because I didn't want to hear what you were saying. So,
y'all playing in his daddy face, and y'all can't even pretend y'all wasn't. Y'all did it during when Kamala, right before Kamala got picked. He's by far one of the smartest. He's fucking sponsored. He's fucking work on legislation. One of the smartest Democrats we've had. And all y'all did was fucking sit on stages and talk shit about how he was slower in the or how his facial expressions during his debate. And if you would have read the transcripts, you would have understood that he had more sense than the goddamn other motherfucker. But as Democrats or as independents that was supposed to be supporting a certain party, you guys put shit out into the atmosphere to make Trump relevant.
That's the best.
Patty, them hoes ain't loyal. They ain't loyal.
If that's the best thing to do, to blame people and say the people dropped the ball. Did you see him on TV? Have you seen him rubbing kids' legs, talking about how
You hear this shit?
Nah, I'm being 100% honest with you. Why are you fake? Man, let me fall back.
exit to the back door, please. Exit to the back door.
Man, I hear you. You're supposed to.
Someone please lock the door when he exits.
Why are y'all so fake? Why y'all so fake, man?
Why you serving? Why you talking them the people's talking points?
Because people call out like y'all have some ground.
I'm talking about why are you talking about this? That don't make no damn sense. You do. I thought it was Bruce. I had to clear my screen to check. I thought it was Bruce.
What are you talking about?
Let me guess. This is where we lost.
All you guys talking about how I sound. Why don't you talk about the content of the words that I'm delivering? Y'all are talking about,
I was talking about the content of the words you were delivering. Talking about him rubbing on little girls' legs and shit. That's bullshit. Donald Trump did way worse than that, so just shut up.
Man, I'm calling facts. What's the problem? I'm calling facts.
They're not facts.
Why don't you put in the facts? Put it in there where he's been charged with some type of. Put it in there because I want to see it. I want to see anything where he may have a civil lawsuit, a criminal lawsuit, criminal. I want to see something. Put it in there. I want to see.
I mean, we all have eyes and ears.
No. I'm talking about the facts. I don't care about the ideas. The people ideas and
I don't have to educate and inform you.
You're not educating me.
Okay then, why
You're making me feel stupid.
You're asking me to go, right?
You're making me.
Okay.
Oh my
Here
God.
Here we are. Seriously though, I appreciate
You let somebody else talk though, please.
Yeah, come on. I was wondering what we got to do about today. Talking right now.
So, wait, man, look, can I go?
I'm sorry. Who was it? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sister Matt, go ahead. Okay.
No. That's Matthew. Matthew on the witness box.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm not gonna, bash him because it's his dad. He's gotta defend his dad, but I think this is part of the Democratic delusion that you hear over and over again. We're just gonna ignore the fact that the U.S. dollar lost 20% of its value over Biden's presidency and the cost of living skyrocketed for every single American, right? Pretend like that wasn't anything. We're just gonna ignore that the entire campaign and say it didn't happen. But, so.
Say the second person.
What happened now? So, like, the way that y'all just come in here and throw fucking information around, I need y'all, right? Motherfucker, post it. I'm sick of y'all just saying shit and not fucking making I need clarity. So post the shit that you just said. Thank you.
Am I in your payroll? You can go on Google and go research the decline of the U.S. dollar. It's an easy Google search. Unless you want to look it up.
You have no idea idea what you're talking about.
Bill at 359.
I know he don't, because I'm saying to myself, huh? Like, what happened now? You, listen, post it, please. Thank you.
Google is free.
No, Google ain't fucking free. Nigga, I have to pay for the internet, so it ain't free.
Oh, well, you're right. That's a good point, actually.
Okay, so where are we going?
I was
Let me see.
gonna say the second White House, the Fifth Amendment today. There's two questions. Was Joe Biden, Charlie White House, was Joe Biden making decisions, the president. The second White House doctors, the Fifth Amendment, they could not simply answer that question. Yes, they had to plead the Fifth. That's what
I can't hear you. Somebody tell me what he's talking about. I can't hear him. I can't hear you. What's going on?
The second White House pleaded the Fifth Amendment today when asked if Joe Biden was running the White House. If Joe Biden
Oh my God, you guys are still stuck on that?
Yeah, they are, and I'm
You're still stuck on that. Why?
Listen, Lisa, I said, no, Matt, be quiet, because I said that this was going to be the first thing y'all did, right? Y'all talking about that motherfucking auto pen shit. And why is you letting, your president deflect from his own his misfortune? Why y'all letting that happen? He's playing in your face and you playing up to it, man, with your stupid ass.
You can't answer yes to this following question. Did the First Lady instruct you or anyone else to conceal health issues from senior staff or the public regarding the president? You pleaded the Fifth. That's not good. It was running our country.
What difference does a fucking damn make? No, I'm serious now because you have to irritate me and I've been trapping. What? Okay, lower your voice, please. Let me go right here. Let me right here. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Stop talking, goddammit. What is this fascination about the auto fucking pen? And we got so much shit going on, and you guys want to concentrate on the auto fucking pen. That's all you got?
What did he do to hurt the country, even if he was using the auto pen?
What are you looking for?
Compared to what Trump has done in the last fucking 6 months.
It's an auto pen to begin with. Somebody answer that.
Auto pen is.
That's what we trying to talk about.
It's not against the law. Obama used it. Trump used it as well. So what's next for you? Yeah. You know what? You up here because I know what the fuck Biden is. Why the fuck do we have a president that tried to stop the certification of a fucking... why? Do you think that shit is cool?
I don't.
So how in the fuck are you gonna compare somebody that's getting old and maybe a little slower than someone that fucking tries to fucking take over the country? Has said publicly that he maybe never should have left the White House.
So,
What kind of shit are you on?
is it not
You
concerning?
on crack too?
Is it not concerning to everybody that
Yes.
we don't know who was running the country for 4
You
years?
are running the country the next 4 years.
And you know, it's a whole staff of people that work.
Is a better fucking president than Donald Trump. What does that say about the auto pen and your president? You fucking idiots. Y'all really let this man play. Yes, it does have everything to do with the auto pen because we heard the press conference that he gave. And when they asked him about Epstein, he then said, why are we still talking about Epstein? The real scandal is Joe Biden and the auto pen. He's playing y'all stupid ass people. He is playing y'all.
And you're falling for it.
That is a perfect point, Brooklyn. That is a perfect point. Did they try to wait? Y'all care, but wait up, back up, Matt. Y'all supposed to be caring and fumbling and dying about these kids, these girls that were molested
great. That's what you
What about the 13-year-old that took him to court? What about
the
it?
motherfucking auto pen is more important right now than what you guys are saying. What is going on? You guys have nothing to talk about. Your president got everything fucked up. The world is fucked up. He hasn't done anything except for the border. The border. And then now what? And now you're gonna come in here and let's talk about the auto pen? When people are losing, their hospitals are already starting to close. Just on the fear of Medicaid being slashed down to fucking nothing. 1,500 people got fired from the government. Was it Friday? Was it Monday? All kind of shit is going on. What is the total amount? Somebody tell me. Government employees who have lost their job since this nigga's been in the White House. What the hell is going on? And you coming in here talking about, oh my God, the auto pen.
Lisa, let me get in here real quick. Lisa, let me get in here real quick.
Look, you guys are waking up on the goddamn stage. I'm gonna get my change.
Lisa, let me get in here real quick. So, what I want to talk about is Katie Johnson, right? That's a 13-year-old girl who accused Trump of rape and got threatened until she got the case because they were coming at her crazy, right? I also want to talk about the fact that Trump, your commander-in-chief, your orange guy, admitted to using the auto pen for what he called non-consequential documents all the damn time. This year he admitted to that. So right now, he's using auto pen. So why are we talking about auto pen when Trump admitted it's a document that signs things for you?
This is
That's all.
to be fair, he didn't say auto pen. So Matt did not say, but for the reason why they keep saying auto pen is because he pleaded the fifth, and what they were questioning him on had to do with Biden being healthy and him having other people use the auto pen. That is what he pleaded the fifth on. So that is why they keep saying the auto pen.
And Donald Trump pleaded the fifth.
You don't know why he pleaded the fifth.
Donald Trump pleaded the fifth over his entire, his hearings. When they were trying to oust him, I can't even think of the word right now. When they kicked him out, was trying to kick him out. He pleaded the fifth. Impeachment. Every question was, he pleaded the fifth. What's the problem now? We're pleading the fifth.
It's impeachment, right?
Impeachment. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you. He pleaded the fifth the whole time. So why you bring it up? That's what makes you so discredible. You're just not credible.
These questions,
455 times. That's how much time he did the question.
the questions that were asked today had little to nothing to do with the auto pen. It had to do with he had the mental capacity to be our president and who was running this country. I think that's a fair.
No, it's not a fair question because who runs it when Donald Trump stays on the golf course all day, every day? Who running the country when he's on the golf course, Matt? The president has a whole staff of people. There's a whole staff. The president don't run the country by himself. So why are you acting so stupid right now? That's just dumb to say. The president don't run the country by himself, and you know that. And it runs when Donald Trump is on the golf course. And it was running when he was raping women. When he was raping women and sticking his finger up their pussies. So what the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you bring some real concerns up in here? Do you have any about the kids? The pedophilia? You got any concerns about that? What is wrong with you?
I'm concerned about one of the biggest cover-ups in the history of this country. That's what I'm concerned
About any of the other cover-ups, brother. I ain't never even talked about no cover-ups.
It's the biggest deflection. Right now, Biden is in the process of dying. R.I.P. to that good man, right? I'm sorry for what he's going through, but he has cancer that's metastasized. He's on his way out here. He's not a clear present danger, and never was, in my opinion. I think he did amazing as a president. Some of the legislature he passes is magnificent, whether you understand it or not. The CHIPS Act being one of them. But let's go past that. Right now, we have somebody right now that's trying to suppress pedophilia.
Right now, we have somebody that wants to be a dictator. Right now, we have somebody that's idolizing a country that has a dictator, saying he wishes that we would be the same, that we would sit up and just listen to his people. Right? His people, not the people. That's the problem we have right now in this moment. How come you're not focused on that?
I think what's happening in this country right now is Trump's doing a pretty good job of it.
He's doing a pretty good. This is your fucking reply from everything. I'm sick of you, man. I swear to God, you're about to make me crash out. Because I swear to God, why do you say that for everything? He's doing a pretty good job in this country right now. Nigga, I swear nothing that you're saying that is relevant right now. Everything that you're saying is covering up the fact that your president is stupid and he deflects and he doesn't keep the promises that he made his constituents, yourself. He's just running over you stupid ass people and y'all letting him. Y'all not holding him accountable for shit. Nothing. You're stupid, man. I'm just gonna keep it real. Like, you're a big dummy. This shit is ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, he's actually doing a good job. He's doing a good job of grifting the country. That's what he's doing a good job of. Excellent job.
Would you let a scammer, possibly an accused rapist, someone who talks about young ladies in a manner where he's talking about he can put his tongue in their mouth and grab them by the pussy because they like it, because I'm so like I'm a celebrity. Would you let them around your home and manage your books?
Yeah.
I would let any president.
No, I'm not talking about a president. I'm just talking about any normal human being. Would you let them manage your fucking finances and come to the family dinner with your daughter there?
No, absolutely.
Okay, so why in the fuck are you not questioning that?
That's the reason.
Why are you not questioning how he's handling the United States government's budget?
And I think Republicans and Democrats both created this 37.
No, I'm not talking about no Republicans and Democrats. I'm talking about how you always fucking twerking for a motherfucker that could possibly rape your daughter and fucking rob your ass blind and sell your shit on the corner of 7th and 42nd Street. Like, you're an idiot.
I truly don't think any politician can say shit about us. All they do is the same power.
But yeah, you're always trying to fucking come for Biden.
But it just concerned.
If you want to come for Biden, come for everybody else.
Thank you, 20 seconds. I'm concerned that there was one of the biggest cover-ups in the history
Oh
of
my
this
God,
country.
he's repeating the same shit.
Because that's what
No, it's dogmatic. It's dogmatic.
out there. It's difficult for me to understand why we can't agree that it's concerning the two White House staffers that were extremely close to the president and the first lady cannot answer simple questions.
We don't.
Man, I'm more concerned about the fact that your president is trying to get everybody out of here that don't look like him. He is risking our lives. Our lives.
Like, man,
Not yours, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. But anybody that's black, brown, or tan can be pulled over at any time. They can be detained. They can be thrown in prison. He can do it to me.
That's not
I am terrified. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck.
That's how I was talking, man. I see you
Did you hear what he said the other day about the if the kid down the street has a 1300 SAT score and he didn't understand the holistic approach when it comes to college admissions? He is not concerned with your black ass. He's concerned with his white child, his whiteness, how they have fell behind because black folks have learned how to read books outside of the fucking Bible. He's concerned with niggas getting jobs that he may feel his son is more qualified for
I get
than
it right
that kid down the street.
I get it right too. But that, 20 seconds. If all things being equal, whoever has if all things being equal, except the color of your skin and your ethnicity.
Oh my gosh.
It's not the color of
something. I'm 71 years old. I've been on Clubhouse for 4.5 years. It took me a good long year of really, really listening hard to understand that as a white person, it is not equal, it was never equal, and they ain't never going to be equal. You gotta take bad vocabulary out of, I'm sorry, I'm emotional, out of the equation. You're like operating on a paradigm that doesn't fucking exist in order to not look at your own racism. So that's not to shame you, blame you, it's to tell you that I've been through this, and if you don't look at yourself, this is what you're gonna keep coming up against.
Amen.
Oh, hey, Haitian's here. Come up, Haitian. Come.
Okay. I just want to say something back for you. I want to say something for you. Man, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but you know what? Life is not a petri dish. Life is real. That's why your whole concept is still wrong. If you want to go through a thought experiment, if you want to live in fantasy land, and you want to say all things being equal, this is how it should be in your mind, hey, perfect. But here, in reality, where everybody lives, the reality is that shit ain't right. It's wrong. Let's come back to reality, man. I understand you have an imagination, and anything in your imagination, the rules apply. But in reality, that shit don't work. I'm just gonna land on that one, okay? So, but come on back home, man. Come on back home to reality. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, what you trying to say is these motherfuckers, they don't live in reality, bro. They are what they are at the end of the day. All the shit that you see happen in the last 6 months, and these motherfuckers are still saying they're riding with Trump. Welcome, let's go with the motherfucker too.
I think the problem is that he never was in reality. That, I mean, like, he probably always been this thing his whole life. And this was just the perfect time to be dense, because everybody in his, like, on his side is just as dense, so he seems like he's smart. I don't know, but
It's not just about being smart, it's about being equal. Okay? These motherfuckers are right now, they're loving it, seeing it suffer. But when it hits proof, it's gonna be a whole different fucking story. That's what shit ain't gonna happen.
and the shit out of they too.
When they feel it, when it really hits, they feel it. When the reality fucking flies in the face. Just think that it'll be different. They're gonna get far out of a little bitch, and I'll be like, fuck you, we told you so. So, fuck maggots, all of them.
So this kind of ties to the room. Oh, sorry, these are back, but
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say this is part this is part of what I mean with like our Democrats out of touch. Like you like this whole notion of casting all 56 million Americans who voted for Trump as horrible, horrific human beings that are basically dementors and they want to eat your children. Like this just sounds ridiculous. It just gets so common.
Somebody supports someone like Hitler back in those days, right? It was always good to say that anyone supports someone that's a piece of shit. You gotta have a good way. Everyone's full of shit. If I come on this fucking app and say, you know what? I'm a staunch believer and follower of Mr. Paragon. Every white motherfucker on this app will be saying, oh, you're evil. You support the minister. So get the fuck out of that bullshit. Trump is a piece of shit. If you support Trump, you're a piece of shit. Period.
I didn't vote for Trump, right? I'm not someone who's mad. I'm talking about you. I'm not trying to fight you, bro. I'm just trying to no, I think this is some of the branding is so bad, right? Like even people who are somewhat in the middle or more moderate, like it's not a good way to cast half the country, you know? Like I just don't.
Bro, let me tell you something. And this is my belief. The country is what it is at this point. And these motherfuckers who support MAGA and continually doing everything
intelligent, far left, socialist, far right, whatever. Like I don't have a problem with like trying to understand where they come from, but I think that it's like people like Matt that are so far on the right are kind of a lost cause. You kind of stop wasting your time trying to convince them. It's usually the people in the middle that are more, reasonable to.
They're called rhinos. Those are the ones that are reasonable to talk to. MAGA, you cannot talk to.
So but Matt thinks it's okay to come on stage and spew the lies that they're saying on Fox News. Like, I'm just upset that for 4 years he was not running the country for 4 years when we know that that's not true. And it's not okay to come in here and just spew that shit and not expect to get smacked down with it. I think everybody is open to, their ideas, their views, or whatever. But when it comes down to lying, we don't have to accept that. And I thought you were going to go a different direction, Mother. I'm glad you landed how you did. I don't think anybody believes that everybody who voted for Trump is as disgusting. It's the ones that continue to double down and go 10 toes down on the bullshit that it's doing. They are disgusting.
But they can't be saved, people. You gotta understand. They can't be saved.
I know my brother voted for Trump. I don't believe about this politics that my mother right.
Yeah, I can understand.
I don't think they can be saved.
Yeah, I hear you.
Sometimes there needs to be a breakdown before we have a breakthrough. They need to be saved. We have to save them. Maybe not all of them, but enough. Because if we can't, this world is still going to be what it is. We need to be something different. They need to be something different, and we need to bring them in.
You sound like you're having a full special speech, bro. Like, this is reality.
I don't know what the fuck
I'm saying, this is reality. This is reality.
It's not reality, bro. Not when you're like that, someone like that. It's not reality.
Your alternative is to have them removed, either politically or physically. My goal is to say, no, we need to try to find a way to bring enough of them in. Enough of them. Remember when we said we had Republicans that had some spine? No. If we had enough Republicans to have some spine, things would be different. That's what I'm saying. We just need enough. We can't save all of them, but we need enough in our land.
Well, that's what Matt is coming in here to talk about is not the greed and not the callousness of MAGA. It is totally so fucking fucked up the way he's coming in here talking about a auto pen when he should be in here coming to talk about the cuts that are going on to people who can barely just barely make it through. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're getting ready to slash Medicare and Medicaid by $930 billion over the next decade, and it'll leave like 17 million without health care insurance. This Negro, nigga, whatever. This person's not coming in here talking about that's important. That's important. The cuts to SNAP is important. Food. If I have to come in here and talk to you both those MAGAs about food again, there is no reason in this world with these fat asses, and I'm sure a lot of Matt is probably overweight, I don't know Matt, talking about, and I apologize if you're not, but just to make my point, these fat asses coming in here talking about pan when they're trying to just take a basic human right away of people not starving. How about that? How about that? And I'm sorry I gotta raise my voice, but I don't give a damn if he signed it with his dick. The fact of the matter that you come in here and think that's the most important tragedy of what's going on in this country is
as callous and heartless as you guys get. And I'm sick, I really am. I'm sick and tired of having to defend people who can't defend themselves because of your dumb shit that's going on. I'm over time. Hospitals are starting to close. Why don't you come in and talk about that shit? People not being able to get basic health care and food, the ability to eat. Everybody's sitting on SNAP. It's not undeserving. People that work at Walmart, what was it? The Walmart people have to be on SNAP, and they go to work every day. That's what you should be in here aghast about. I'm so fucking upset. Oh, I can't believe you guys are not talking about. Talk about that. Talk about that. Where rich people are getting tax breaks left and right that they don't fucking need. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Head Start. Shit that don't even make sense. The stuff that you guys brag and complain about every day, all day, when he was running. Before that, the kids, the vets, the homeless. Why we can't take care of who we get over here first? Why we giving all that money to the immigrants? Why you getting ready to starve American citizens and put them out in the streets? That's what you should be in here talking about. Not no goddamn auto pen. And I don't care who gets mad. I don't care who tells me I need to do this, that, the third. It's just unconscionable that you guys want to come in here and talk about a goddamn auto pen. Who else wants to talk about an auto pen?
Or just talk about the shit that mattered to them. No, talk about the shit that mattered to them, right? So Trump said that he was going to stop these wars. That didn't happen. Trump said that it was going to be cheaper to live here in America. That didn't motherfucking happen. You got rid of the immigrants, but where's the money that y'all was spending on the immigrants? Is it going to you constituents? No. Why y'all not mad about that? Huh? Why you not mad? He making promises. He made promises to you that he cannot keep. Why you not mad about it?
Yeah, unfortunately, as predicted, he scampered off with his tail between his legs. I don't see him in here anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking at my phone, and he left again. Okay.
Again, at least you nailed every point.
Anymore. Don't bring up anything anymore, Matt, and all you other maggots, if you're not equipped for the retort. Don't come here and say a goddamn thing if you're not ready for the retort. You're gonna come in here, you're gonna shit all over everybody. I got shit all over my face and on my pants, and you're gonna leave.
Yeah, it's just classic cowardice, and I'll just.
What happened?
So I was just gonna say, Lisa, if he was still here, you know, like Magas and Matt Cole talking to you in the audience there, I'll give you the tariffs.
Addressing me, Matt Cool. You better not.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at
So I'll talk to all the Magas, and it's a shame that Matt Coward left, because I'll give you the tariffs, I'll give the immigration. I'll meet you there, but I will not meet you with a 13-year-old dropping sexual assault charges against Trump because of fear intimidation. The fact that you had to do that is disgusting. And could you guys imagine for half a second if this was Biden or any other Dem on the left that was accused of these allegations? They would want bloody, they would be screaming for blood, as well they should.
They would have went to the White House and burnt that bitch down if it was him.
Yeah, exactly. But when it's their Messiah and he's taking the oath, he's taking the fifth 400 plus times, it's all good, man. It's all good. Because he's keeping those brown people out. He's keeping those rapist Mexicans out, away from our precious white babies. It's disgusting.
And you guys, it just hasn't hit us. I appreciate your submission there. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. I thought you were talking to me that cool. But anyway, you weren't. And I apologize for calling your name out. But what I don't like, we are going through one of the biggest and steepest rollbacks of social programs since 1935. And it's not that people don't need this stuff. People are already working who need to be working on these programs. That's part of the requirements to be on the program. It's just a slick ass way of cutting more people off of it. It's just a slick ass way. So I don't even know why we. Oh my God. Okay, I'll just this. I guess you guys. When it actually does start happening, and when we see people literally in food lines back in the day when they had them lines where you had to get in line for a meal. Remember that? No, nobody here remember that because I don't think none of us were alive. But just go back and read about it.
I definitely remember that.
You have to
You was not even alive.
for food.
You used to wait on. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely waited online. What are you talking about? I definitely waited online for food. That was the. Yeah, like, what are you talking about?
Everybody waited in line. Did you see that? Did you see? You go back and look at them people.
We waited on the line till they opened up. We walked in with our Sharpie cards, and they gave us a choice of cheese and cereal. Absolutely.
Wow.
Yes.
There we go. What was that?
She said
Cereal.
What you mean? That was 80, 90.
Early 90s, late 80s. Yep. Straight up.
What she's talking about is the Depression era when everybody had. Oh, okay. Well, we headed there. So, I mean, a little flashback. That was fun.
No, it's gonna be a big flashback.
Oh,
It's gonna be a big flashback when you have to go in soup lines and literally get the soup ladled out into a bowl so you can sit there and try to eat it with your fingers or with a swatch of bread. Because it doesn't, to me, the biggest rollback since 1935.
Well, and this is my theory.
Closing your planning to close, y'all. Let me see what is actually closed. Let me Google that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah, this is my theory. I think that Trump is trying to put us in like wartime readiness, and I think rolling everything back as I'm looking at things puts us back to that depression transition to World War II. Look, not a lot of kids went to school. A lot of kids and women worked at factory. They're already talking about that stuff. Like there's all these different things. For me, it seems like they're rolling everything back so that we have no choice but to be a part of the wartime America. And it seems like fascism is the best way to do that shit, right? And that's where we are. And I'm terrified of that because, that's what these black jobs are. And people don't know that the businesses are definitely going to benefit from it because they're trying to reindustrialize. Once we reindustrialize to be wartime ready, everybody has to go to work to fulfill that machine. And normally we don't want to do that shit. But if we don't have nothing to eat, if we don't have any social security net, if we don't have nothing else to do but that, that's where we are compromised. And I think he's trying to roll us back to this wartime ready America. And I'll leave. Because look, we're about to fight somebody. We're about to fight somebody. And it's right around the corner. And it's going to get ugly. That's all I'm saying.
I think we should just send everybody to the Magus house. When we run out of food, they should just go to the Magus house.
And food is so high. Why would you be cutting out all food and food is so high and then you're cutting off it don't even matter. You're cutting off food. Food is very expensive. So the little bit of money that you're gonna get, what can you buy? You're gonna get your staples, your beans, your rice, or whatever. We can be creative. Don't be feeling sorry for those of us who know how to be creative with it.
Get back to eating chitlins.
You won't be. Well, ain't no thing for me. You know what I'm saying? They're slimming. They don't have that many calories. I'll be able to eat chitlins, not every night, but I'll be able to make some of them. But the point of it is that everything is high. I went to Whole Foods yesterday, one bag, and it was $100 for one fucking bag. So I don't even know what's trying to be accomplished right now.
So, Lisa, what's the news item that broke that's driving this conversation?
We're talking about an auto pen.
Matt came in here and said, somebody quote him, because I'm driving and reading and got the phone in my hand.
What's all of that got to do with
So in the
shortages?
earlier in the press conference, you guys, just refresh it on the press conference. Earlier in the press conference, Trump, the reporter asked Trump about Epstein or whatever. So instead of him, are you updating, no, Brooklyn, CEO asked a question, and I can't do that right now, and it wasn't about that. Is that what happened? Yeah, go ahead, girl, I don't know, I'm confused.
The reporter asked Trump about Epstein. What Trump did was he deflected and said, "Oh, why are you worried about Epstein? He's dead." What we really should be worried about, what's the real scandal, is Biden and the auto pen. That's what he said. And I said, yes. Yes, I said,
Jesus, Eric needs to get his ass off the
listen, and politically correct, when I heard it, I said, I bet you somebody is going to come in here talking about Biden not signing anything, Biden not being a president, and there was an auto pen, and he did it. I knew it was going to happen.
What's this got to do with food shortages again?
So, they talk about food shortages because all of the other shit that we gotta deal with, and they worried about a fucking auto pen from Biden, which isn't even relevant at this point. That's where the food shortage came in at.
But Trump admitted to using an auto pen.
Yes, he did. They've all used the auto pen. So that was just his talking points. But if you look at what's happening, he's putting a 50% tariff on Mexico. The American farmers that produce tomatoes have already plowed their fields under. So what's going to happen? I'm 62. I have never watched somebody starve to death. Never. During COVID, I bought my first firearm because I have 2 freezers. I buy a half a cow every year, and I bought that firearm because people couldn't go to the grocery store, and I was like, I'll be damned if they come over here and break into my house and steal my food.
That's sick.
So, and that was in 20, I'm sorry, what?
That's just a very...
Just finish Sandra, finish, hold on down. Just
What the hell is going on?
Ryan Cutler. Go ahead, Sandra, finish.
I'm just saying, I had to protect myself. I had to protect my home. I had to protect my family. And this, what we're dealing with right now, is 100 times worse than that shit. Because I've never seen anybody starve to death. But we are about to watch people literally starve to death.
And not only that,
Why?
did you hear? Okay, so the way we got into that, CEO, hold on, CEO, I'm trying to get what happened was, hold on, y'all. We were talking to Matt, and Matt was coming in here just being so aghast. I thought I needed to go over there and maybe medicate him about this use of this pen. And I said, what you should be caring about is the $930 billion over the next decade that's going to be cut in Medicare and Medicaid. Let's talk about that. You should be coming here with your Karen, male Karen, or what do we call it, Kent voice, and talk about the cuts to SNAP, okay? The aid that for people who are in poverty. That's what you should be coming here talking about. It's just I told him, I said, it's just the fact that we are just taking away basic rights to eat. That is concerning. Whether Biden's used a fucking pen, he did this dick in ink and wrote it with his I don't care. What is the big fascination? What's the big fascination with the goddamn auto pen? That you gotta come in here and you have to just, then he said the biggest scandal? The words he used is the biggest scandal in American history. And we got people getting ready to starve. We got hospitals closing.
Which Matt?
Matt.
Yes. He was talking out like that?
Yes. And then he got the nerve to leave. Pressed out. And then he gonna leave after I'm trying to ask him, why aren't you concerned about the basic human rights to eat and have medical care? That's what you should be coming here
not arguing, but we're having a very fruitful and stimulating conversation about this today, which is ironic. And then, but we're healthcare professionals. We look at shit differently, right? We care about people. That's why we're in this profession. But to sit up here and just start just the impoverished, if you're on SNAP, you could possibly be working at Walmart. There are a lot of people whose income there meets a certain criteria that they are eligible for this shit. So if you got a job, there are a lot of people that have jobs that are on this stuff. So what are we talking about? You want to add some more hours when they could possibly pick up hours at a job or something that you guys want them to do? But I think you really don't want them to work. I think you just want to see them suffer. You have to work at Walmart, 30, 40 hours is part-time. No, 30 hours, 20 hours is part-time, I believe. Wait, am I right? Or 40 hours a week is part-time, right? Don't clock in.
Yeah, that's not part-time. I used to work at Walmart himself, pretty much. You, 40 hours is pretty much part-time itself, unless you're on salary, that's a manager. So, yeah, 40 hours is pretty much part-time.
Okay, so room. If I'm working at Walmart 40 hours is part-time, I qualify evidently for the SNAP program, for the Medicaid program, or whatever else you can get, right? There's a rich are fleecing the country. Trump is fleecing the country. But these people who go and ask for a little assistance to be able to afford food that is outrageously high right now.
40 hours.
It's crazy.
Yeah, how is 40 hours part-time?
Let me tell you something.
They're telling me what part-time is.
Because unless you are on salary, pretty much, then your hours
No, that's not like how it works. That's not how it works.
Apply for benefits after 40 hours.
Yeah, but that's
It's
not
governed
how
by
it
the
works.
state. It's governed by the state. You have to be eligible for benefits after 40
Let me
hours.
tell you something. The same people who's out here talking about SNAP that don't matter, they're gonna be begging in a minute. When they ramp up this AI and this automation and robotics, whole swaths of the employment sector are gonna be obliterated.
I
And the same
agree.
the same people that don't care about the SNAP people, they're gonna be begging for universal basic income.
They're gonna be begging for some SNAP too. That's what they're gonna be begging for.
Lisa, we had people working at GM on welfare. Because when they start as new hires, they only make like $11 an hour. So we had people that were on welfare that were getting SNAP benefits. We had to have a diaper thing and donated money so that they could keep diapers in this place so they could give these people diapers, the people who had kids. We were always giving out food and gift cards and shit.
You're gonna be giving
So,
out more.
I mean, but I can't no more because I'm retired, so I gotta worry about myself. But it's gonna be really messed up, and I have never, like I said, I ain't never seen nobody starve to death. I hope I never do. But I mean, I've always been prepared because my grandmother lived through the Depression, so I just have that mindset to always have food on hand and to have a backup for my backup on my backup. I don't understand. I don't understand, but I don't want to be a target either, and I will shoot somebody that try to break into my house. I will.
What was really messed up, you guys, is that one person in the room who was a MAGA and said, well, people should learn, they should do better. I said, what do you mean by do better? Well, if that job is not enough to sustain them without them going on federal assistance, that they should do better. I said, well, first of all, let's do this then, right? They say somebody got to work these fucking jobs, dumbass nigga. Somebody got to work these jobs. And if if you just say everybody on there, okay, they all going to get medical degrees. Everybody at Walmart, everybody at Target, everybody picking fruit, everybody in the hotels, they all gonna go get medical and law degrees. Somebody has to do them jobs, and if the jobs are not paying enough for them to survive, that's why we have these fucking safety nets. Since what, 1932? Before? I don't remember. I don't know. I'm not too keen on that type of history. But what? Who is gonna do this job? And who's gonna be able to survive, JD, on this planet every fucking day? you cannot survive on, what is it, the minimum wage, and then you don't get some public assistance.
At least here's the crazy thing. You know how you're asking that? It's happening right now. Like literally, farmers are short. The hospitality, like hotels, are short. These jobs are available right now. We don't even have to think about the future when these deportations ramp up even more. These jobs are available now. Why isn't anyone going to go take them? Someone answer that.
Because if you make over $9.83 an hour at 80-hour work week, you will not get your food stamps, nor will you get daycare.
I think the baby boomers that were retiring, they're gonna be the first wave of people that are gonna start to fill those jobs. But there needs to be supplemental, and I'm afraid that some kids that maybe aren't doing well in school, that they're going to drop out and they're going to start filling in. That's going to be the second wave. The third wave is, I don't know.
Wait, why did you say baby boomers?
Those two variables.
Why did you say baby boomers are going to fill these jobs?
Haven't you seen baby boomers that look like they're retirement age pick up some of these jobs that are for teenage kids? I've seen them in grocery stores. I've seen them in I've seen them all this stuff. No. It doesn't mean that they're broke, but they're retirement.
So a lot
Their
of
retirements are fine.
I'm thinking about doing it. So
That's what I'm saying.
I'm giving myself 6 months,
Yes.
but
I gotta push back on that a little bit.
Supplemental.
It's real.
Yeah.
It is a real. Damn. That's a supplemental.
Yeah, it is.
Even when I came to even when we were younger, because I'm sure a lot of you of my same age range are older. Even when we were younger, older people still had to do that from back in the days pre-Trump. They have to have supplemental income because a lot of the even when they have pension, you understand? Even when they have a pension because of
Correct.
they have to pay taxes on the house I've paid off already, etc. So remember back in the days when they used to say some of the older white ladies to eat cat food. Remember?
Yeah, cat food, dog food, dry dog food.
Yeah.
But look, all the baby boomers. As far as I can see right now, I can't see them going into the farms. You know, some of these jobs that you're talking about that were held by, undocumented workers, I don't see baby boomers run into those jobs, even if their retirements are deplenished. But here's the thing. Like I said, it's happening right now, but I'm glad you mentioned the baby boomers because that shit's about to hit too. So in addition to deportations, we're also about to lose a huge amount of the workforce with baby boomers. So this shit is going to hit the fan somewhere. Like I said, it's already starting, and no one's filling these jobs. They just stay making.
Would you guys invite up Glow's GLOWZ? Can you invite them up? Because he said they need to overhaul the entire daycare system. I just wanted to come up if you don't mind.
So maybe
I just want to add one more thing though.
maybe we'll just get out of the jobs because those jobs are really important to do for people who are over older age. So that's something when we're talking about things that migrant workers are doing. No, they're not doing construction and they're not picking food. So true.
Okay, but I said the first wave.
Now, as far as them getting jobs that people think that teenagers do, it's really not teenagers. It's not teenagers who do that job. It's actually young adults or even adults with children who do those jobs working in like Walmart or stuff like that. It's just that they get paid, very low wages, which is why they need government assistance. So,
all these families that will be poor and will become more poor, what will they be forced to do? Those kids, if they are eligible to work, and if they're not doing well in school anyways, will be incentivized to work. And the first place that they're going to go to,
it'll be like the different age, got it. So the other thing about it is, since pensions are like no longer like they only certain industries have pensions now, maybe government workers, hopefully they still have pensions. They still have it, but everybody else, they're on 401ks. A lot of 401ks, Elizabeth Warren just talked about it today.
they're gonna have like equity funds taken a look at them, and you know they're gonna be basically gambling your 401k, which is you know what that means, right? So that's under threat, and unless the government steps in and do something about that, that retirement is gonna be flopped also. So yeah, I just look at the future, and I hate to be that Debbie Downer, but goddamn, there's a lot of bullshit.
Think about the Department of Education. Think about the Department of Education. They're defunding the Department of Education. They're pushing it on the states. These smaller states are going to be able to sustain it. Which a lot of these kids, what they gonna do then? Gonna land.
I just wanted to say, I hired in '96. I have a full pension. I have my full Social Security. I have everything. I'm 62 years old. I shouldn't be taking it, but I'm going to take it because I'm not going to wait 7 years to get whatever. I haven't done it yet, but I am planning to do it. But compared to what I was making, taking off the overtime at General Motors, I'm only losing about $800 a month. And I have hella savings because I don't spend money like that. Like I said, I was raised, my grandmother went through depression, my mother lived with my grandmother, and I was raised a certain way. I saved at least 3 out of every 5 paychecks. So I'll be okay. But I am gonna take another job. I don't want to take a full-time job, but I'll take a part-time job. But I ain't picking nothing in nobody's garden other than mine. So I don't know what these people are gonna do. The people that came in after 2007 do not have a pension. The only money that they have saved up is what they have in their 401ks. And trust me, they wasn't saving no money because they started at $14 an hour and they didn't get up to full rate for 10 years. So they're just now getting up to full rate and they buying fucking Cadillacs and shit like dummies. So, whatever. I don't know what's gonna happen, but people need to be prepared.
I be thinking about that shit. I don't know how y'all civilians come so behind by for 401k alone.
That's what I'm saying. They don't have no reason to go in.
Working forever. I'm talking about forever. Y'all gonna be 60 years old working.
My friend just retired 6 months ago. And he got diagnosed with cancer. And he's already dead. Because they work until they're almost dead. See, I just got to the point where all the shit that's going on, I just got to the point where I threw my hands up and I was like, you know what, Lord, I can make it. I don't need to keep doing this shit. It's so shit.
Everybody doesn't have a pension,
That's what I'm saying. They don't have a pension. I'm talking about the ones that came after me. So it's that's gonna be a whole totally different thing. And we don't work 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week is our base. We work 60 to 70 hours a week. That's normal. And they thought they were gonna get no tax on overtime until they found out what the cutoff was. They make that in the first fucking month. It's bullshit.
I don't know if you guys have, go ahead, sir.
Are you talking about union jobs, Sandra? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so why did the unions vote for Trump?
The union did not vote for Trump. The union went with Kamala, but the people.
But that's what I mean, the people. What did he promise them? What did he promise them?
I don't really know. Like I said, I don't really know.
Trump actually just he gaslighted them people to think that a lot of immigrants should sell their jobs and doing this and that and the fucking third. But really, pretty much a lot of the immigrants here actually up makes America great because they know we're not going to work those jobs. They were actually building them. Mind you, a lot of immigrants that work here, that work in America don't get income tax. So I don't get paid on the table. But yeah, pretty much anybody is actually helping America. But now, since he convinced everybody else, they selling y'all jobs, they doing all this that and the fucking third.
Okay, the point is, that's the Democratic talking point that needs to be being used. So that those people don't get hoodwinked on the next round of MAGA GOP candidates.
And I meant to say, returning to the topic of the room, now a lot of MAGAs are starting to get pissed off at
So now, it's like some of his own people starting to manage him as well. So,
Yeah, I still don't fuck with him.
What's the deal with the overtime? Is there no tax overtime? Sandra? Is it cut off for it?
Yes, I believe it's like $26,000.
Okay. So that's the 26,000. Yeah, okay.
Up to, he said up to.
up to $25,000, so as I heard, and it's going into 2028.
Right.
That's funny. Alright.
Yeah, so y'all get played all the way around. Y'all get played all the way around from top to bottom. And the people who needed the less are getting the most. And it's just the weirdest thing. And I guess it's hard for me to see if you just corny enough to be behind trans. Because I'm waiting for somebody to bring that shit up. You know, the 0.0, is it 0.001 or 0.01 of the population? You know, because that's the reason why they look up here and say, you know, that they had to do the right thing and vote for trans, vote for Trump to save their kids from trans and all that kind of stuff. If your kid ain't gonna never meet a trans person, and you probably ain't met one either.
At least you remember, I told you, remember when Matt was upset about the tariffs? Was it the tariffs? They didn't get mad about, that was what sending him back to the, Libertarian Party, right? He was so upset about the tariffs. I remember I said he was gonna find another issue to get on Trump's dick about. And that's what he's doing. That's what they do. They keep trying to gaslight us. They're not happy with Trump. They just keep trying to find that thing that they could talk about, to gaslight the Democrats as if we're the ones that's doing that. They're running the country.
Yeah, but I said, yeah, already reasons to say, Sanchi approved of themselves to make themselves be able to sleep at night. They're going to have to keep grasping for straws. This country's getting worse every day. It's just every fucking day. So now there's I don't know why he decided or what the reason was for the destruction of the food. Did anybody read that article and can tell us about it? Because I just saw something come across my top of my phone. I didn't open it. Did anyone open that article about them destroying enough food to feed including children?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Does anybody have the information at hand? It was a lot of food, and they just burned it up. The food that they burned up, they said
It was 5,000 tons.
ASID.
Yeah.
It was 5,000 tons of food.
USA.
Is something wrong with the food, though, y'all?
It expired because they couldn't get it out to USA because USA was shut down. They didn't have the manpower to get it distributed.
They didn't have the approval either.
It was expiring on 25th period. It's going to expire on 25th.
But it was already paid for too.
They just gave it away. But they didn't get approval.
Wow, so they're burning food now while they cutting off food stamps. This stuff happens.
That was the least they could have done was gave it away.
Yeah, definitely just give it away. Walk outside and just say, come and get it, and until it lasts.
Just being evil. Evil.
Yeah.
So the tariff on Mexico, because now that we don't have tomatoes growing in the United States, the farmers already filed their bill. They put a 50% tariff.
Avocados are made in Mexico. That's where we get them from. A lot of
Right.
avocados.
Okay, gotcha.
So now tomatoes turn
Too,
into
y'all. There's some Californians in California as well, you guys. Sorry. Not probably not.
do they have somebody to pick them?
That I don't know, because there's small operations. I saw one on a special they did about avocados, and I found out that they grow them in some hillsides somewhere in California, not too far from San Diego. So I don't know. I don't know about the picking part. Maybe not.
Yeah, so with them putting the tariffs on Mexico, because Mexico farmers were still sending tomatoes over to the United States because grocery stores, and they were able to get their tomatoes over here, but the farmers here plowed their fields over, and that's why Waters was so upset, because he was saying the farmers wouldn't even let people come and pick the tomatoes, the green tomatoes, before they plowed them over. They wouldn't even just give them away.
Wow.
So now they're double in price. Double in price.
It might be triple because of the labor. They don't have the labor tax now too.
Wow, but that's so cruel for a farmer to see to roll over his own crop. I mean, all that work and energy put into it. I would want someone to eat it. Just the mere fact that I know it's been eaten would give me pleasure, but just roll it over?
Yeah, that's why water was melting down for a couple of days straight. Because he was saying that they, we won't even let people come pick vegetables before they. Some of them are setting them on fire, and some of them are just plowing them on tractor.
It's crazy. All the people starving everywhere. There's people looking at our country and say we can just plow over food, and burn food, and destroy food, and there's so many people hungry. That's just a damn shame.
I'm so proud of my niece. She just took the LSAT. She's getting ready to go to law school. She graduated last year from college, but she built a whole garden in her mom's backyard. It's crazy. She was like, we ain't starving over here. I am so proud of her.
Did y'all see what Michelle Jackson put in the chat? Bondi firing Comey? Prosecutor who went after Epstein. Yeah.
They fired Comey's daughter.
Yeah, daughter of James Comey, who, let's see what is Politico. Maureen Comey, daughter of James Comey, and prosecutor Jeffrey Epstein is fired. Maureen Comey, who prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein and his former FBI director James Comey's daughter, was fired Wednesday from her job in the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office, according to two people familiar with the matter who were granted anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. The reason for her firing was not immediately clear.
I can tell you the reason for firing. So Lucy, you know how we were talking last week? I said that Bondi was going to probably be the one who goes. I think Trump probably has given her an opportunity to clean this up first to see if she could survive. And her solution was sacrificing Comey because, she's going to be unpopular and it feels like a altar sacrifice to the MAGA thing.
He also fired CEO of the lawyer.
Okay, yeah, so he's probably giving her an opportunity to save herself, so this is her desperation.
Maybe an opportunity to cover this up.
Yes, correct. Yes, that too.
Hashtag throw under the bus.
Well, I surely didn't know that Comey's daughter prosecuted.
And Diddy.
Yeah.
And Diddy.
They fired her after the trial.
She goes from word to word and she gets fired.
She probably should have expected that at some point. With this administration, they're all about the retribution. Right, over the auto pen. That's why they're trying to make such a big deal over the auto pen, so they can use it to lock up Fauci.
But they have no case with the auto pen, right? I mean, even if they look at the signatures and it was auto pen, it doesn't matter. I mean, who doesn't use auto pen? Exactly. It's not like auto pen and no one knew what was going on. Right. They would have to prove that someone else set up the auto pen or something. Like, come on.
So I found this article, you guys. It's about month. And it says that, the big beautiful reconciliation package includes tax cuts that policy researchers have found primarily benefit the wealthy. Republicans' big beautiful reconciliation package includes tax cuts that policy researchers have found primarily benefit the wealthy. To help pay for that, the legislation also includes substantial cuts to Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, according to research from Urban Institute. The change will cost $22.3 million. $22.3 million families to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits, according to the Institute, a nonpartisan provider of policy research. Its analysis is based on the legislation passed by the Senate, which the House did not change before voting for the bill signed into law by President D. SNAP currently provides basic food assistance to more than 40 million. So that's like half. More than half. More than half of people on SNAP are going to lose or get reduction in benefits. Now, 40 million include children, of course, seniors, and non-elderly adults with disabilities. According to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, of the 22.3 million families who will be affected by the legislation changes, 5.3 million will lose at least 25 per month in SNAP benefits. The average family will lose $146 per month in SNAP support. Right. So, that's a lot of people hungry. A lot of people hungry and don't even make sense. So the rich can get off. Are we wrong?
The shit. I still think about not just those people with the direct benefits, but I always think about the children going to school. Public school, grade school kids, college kids, all get SNAP benefits. Screwed. All that shit cut down to boom.
No school breakfast, no school lunch, and parents ain't making enough money. They're not gonna eat. Especially with everything going up because the energy bills are going up. So it's gonna be bad. They can't learn if they're hungry.
That is that, y'all. It's just these, we're supposed to be this country, and if I say it one more time, it just makes my stomach curl. When we say we're the best country in the world, and we already trying to starve out kids and elderly people, here in this country.
Yeah, but yet, racist Matt and Macron, who was also left, I believe, in other MAGAs, right? They just want, what about Biden though? What about, his lying? He was never president before, what about? They're lying to
Let's not think about it. Don't forget the laptop. That's right now. Trump is bringing that up now. Have you heard the police of Trump stuff? Unfortunately, he's talking about the laptop again.
He's sundown.
You're right. I'm almost home. I think I have to stop with Chinese food.
I don't give a fuck about a crackhead. He need to worry about what's going on in this country. Biden's son does not have nothing to do with policy.
Nothing.
He can snort, fucking put shit in his veins, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with funds. That's his personal bullshit that he needs to overcome. It has nothing to do with running the country. And this dude's up here, big ass press conferences, talking about the the Biden laptop. I was like, what?
Well, he's just taking out his greatest hits to see what works. That's all that is.
Yeah, that is so true. He's taking up the greatest hits. So you guys give me another 10 minutes. I promise I'll be home. I have to get done.
It works for Matt though, because Matt be like, what about
Curry chicken.
laptop? Who cares about anything else?
What about the method? What about the laptop? We talking about kids starving and hospitals closing, but what about that Biden laptop? This
That
is
part.
crazy.
Fuck his laptop. I don't care if he
What's his face is dead. Epstein is dead. Why are we talking about him? And Matt came right in here and said the same thing.
Sure did.
Well, you know, it's not all that different, like for any of you who do marketing, you know, like split test marketing, where you try a bunch of different headlines and see what converts, and then you just keep using that. He's trying like 30 different ones, see which works with people, and see how many people he can fill back.
But CEO, when we have these conversations, which I know like have this with MAGA, and I know I crash out, why is it when you ask a direct, basic, easy question, not complicated at all, not even like a two topics rolled into one, it's just a basic question that they can't answer that, they go back to Biden, now we're going back to Hunter Biden, then they go back to Hillary, then they might try and talk about, see, they gave up to Obama because it's over the edge. They talk about Obama.
I ain't gonna lie to you. As much as Trump was trying to blame Obama for shit, so that nigga shut his fucking mouth and get my name out of time. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He does bring Obama up though.
He does. I'm like, if I was Obama, I would tell Trump, keep my name out your fucking mouth. I was president years ago. Been in this shit 2 years. You don't
That's true. And Trump's over here throwing profanity out left and right. He's getting more and more comfortable with using profanity in this office. So don't be mad when the next president, who's gonna be black, start calling y'all some motherfucking bitch asses. What you call it? You guys crashing out in here using these. Don't be mad about it because I don't need to get on your level, but I can. Let's just put it that way. I can.
You darn tootin' you can.
Yeah, I know, right? I just snap out. So you guys see the newest country in Africa that I didn't even knew was a country. You don't know shit about Africa. Then he send in criminals too. I'm still driving. Sorry, somebody named the country. Okay, I don't even know why he is doing all that when he got alligator Alcatraz, where you can go and have maggots in your food. What's the name of the country?
Sudan.
No. It started with, you guys look it up. There's a new country he just sent. Unless this place is in the Sudan, I don't know.
Rwanda.
Look, guys, look it up. Stop guessing. It's not Djibouti.
But he said it. I told it Sudan. There was
No,
Rwanda. And so I don't even know what the additional countries are, right?
Yeah, it's another one. It started with an E, I think. I could be wrong. Okay, thank you. Where is it? Never mind. I'm looking and I'll save anyway. Yeah.
These people are gonna be trafficked. Most of all, if they have a different language in some of these countries, they don't know the customs. I don't understand how our Supreme Court could approve of that. Like, at least send them to somewhere similar where they're from originally. Just if they get their country to agree. But these countries behind God's back, customs a different language. I don't know, man. That's like that's.
they speak English in Etruria, so they should be fine.
Oh, it's called Etruria. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
It's called Eswatini. Formerly it was Kingdom of Swaziland.
Oh, thank you, babe. Yeah, that's it. It was I.
They changed the name to Eswatini, basically, which means land of the Swazi people. It's a kingdom. It's run by a king, and it's inside South Africa.
So then they speak
Yeah,
English.
it's inside South Africa. It doesn't have. It's a landlocked. It's like the other country, Lesotho, which is also inside South Africa. They're both inside South Africa. They're not in that border.
So we're taking the whites and sending them to Mexicans?
No. So Eswatini is a country. It's a country of its own, but it's inside another country, which is South Africa.
Wow.
It's like United States, I guess, becoming independent, and Illinois, which is another country. Well, all the states become independent, I guess. Or you could say the United States is independent, but the state of Illinois is not. The state of Colorado, whatever, right? Kind of, yeah. I'm kind of surprised.
How much are we paying them to keep I'm sure they're charging. I'm sure they're just not, are they asking them to come up and be slaves? What's the point? Are we paying them to, as well as El Salvador?
So let me just add real quick the question they asked. So necessarily it's not about payment. This particular king, King Muswati, right, the king of Eswatini, like he has a lot of kids that go to college in the United States. So what's gonna happen is what he's gonna be told is they simply tell him, hey, we'll keep your kids out of school. Will not give you this grant, that grant, this and the other. So those are the leverage they have against Africans. That's as far as I'm concerned. I'm actually
basically corruption.
yeah. Well, yeah. So I'm actually in southern Angola right now, but what I know is it's basically what happened was, I'll tell you what happened, right? During Biden administration, there was a UN resolution against Ukraine. So the nation of Gabon voted against it. Then another resolution came for Ukraine, and the UN rep for the United States, I can't remember what her name was, basically appointed by Biden. This is Biden here. She actually went to the president of Gabon, a former president of Gabon, and she told him that, we know you have kids that go to school in America. We're gonna kick those kids out if you don't vote for this resolution and vote against Russia. So they didn't have no choice but to actually vote against Russia. The second, the first time he was in a, he didn't, Gabon did not vote for Russia, right? Like, they didn't vote against the resolution, and they went on to absent, right? So they didn't vote neither, but the second time they were forced to actually vote for Ukraine by Biden, UN rep.
Talking about sanctions.
Yes, the sanctions, yeah.
Yeah, and that's because if they close inside South Africa, that's probably because of the trade arrangement. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about Gabon. I'm not talking about Eswatini. Eswatini is the one inside.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Man was 10 years.
No, continue.
Did we lose him? I was getting education. Brother, is he still on stage now?
Adon.
Yeah, he's still here, Lisa. He probably got something personal going on. Maybe have him go. Axel.
Okay, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, that's great. Anybody else want to jump in? Give me 2 minutes to go to the garage.
Yeah, you head in the main track to go into the garage.
the ones on Clubhouse, they're not gonna tell us when they would be granted.
I've seen a lot of people on TikTok pretty much talking about it. And a lot of those government workers that thought it was gonna be them. Like it don't it's an echo chamber. They're not gonna take a fuck until it affects them, and that's the thing.
Until they get built, they're not gonna finish. It's like you need everybody that like being mad people stuff like that. So all that if you realize it's like a chain reaction. First they want then all the immigrants and said they gotta fuck off, then they white get deported. Oh my god, why did I do that? I thought that's a criminal. My weapon's not a criminal. And of course when it's like, yeah, cut down the budget. Oh my god, my job, no, we got fired. It's like, hey, yo, dumbass, you're part of the situation that you voted for. Now you regret it. Like, what?
Am I in the Matrix?
No, we're quiet.
Y'all gonna handle the stage because I gotta go to my garage. But I can tell you the immigrant.
We can't hear you. Okay, so what was y'all just talking about? Because I was taking care of something.
Jasmine Crockett is on talking about. Y'all want to hear it?
Yeah.
Ongoing relationship with Epstein. They were basically like besties. We know that there are allegations that a lot of the recruitment took place down at Mar-a-Lago. We know that there are even young ladies that said that they were sexually abused and or sexually assaulted. We know that this is someone who has been found liable of sexual abuse by a jury of his peers. So, I mean, this is also a guy who seemingly doesn't really necessarily care if somebody engages in these types of activities. So I know he's got something to hide. That's the only reason it's not out there. If this had anything to do with Democrats, baby, it would have been on day one. That promise would have been fulfilled. But he wanted access to those files, and he wanted to see how bad it looked for him. And unfortunately, after having a glimpse, I think he's decided that he just wants to move on and talk about something else.
So I just want to be clear. By the way, I have no idea. Everything you recited there is true, including the allegation you said there's a woman of age, I should note, who talked about being introduced to Trump by Jeffrey Epstein, and then being groped by Trump against, non-consensually. That was reported out. Talked to the press and the Guardian. So I want to be clear about that. She was of age. She was, I think, 23 at the time. She was a model. So all those things that you listed there are fact. They're association. Him being found liable of what was the term they used? Sexual assault, I guess, in that civil jury. Allegations against him, of course. All of that's established. What you're saying is you think there actually is something. I mean, I have no idea. You think there's something in the file that incriminates him?
I do. Listen, this guy isn't above board. I mean, I think you're kidding yourself if you believe that he is. So no, I absolutely believe that if he thought for just 2 seconds he could hurt anybody but himself, then absolutely we would have the files. And so it does look a little murky. I think it is why the Democrats are all on board because, this is a guy who has made his own admissions. If you remember the tape where he talked about groping women, right? So, honestly, I think that his loyalists will stay with him regardless. This is a guy who said he could go out and kill somebody and they would still be with him. So I'm sure they would come up with an excuse for why it's okay for him to maybe be involved in the Epstein files. But they want to know about everybody else. They believe that there's so many Democrats they're in this, and that's why it is that they want to see it. But it's interesting, while they are taking away health care, while they are taking away farmers' access to be able to do
found sexual abuse was the finding of that subjury. I'm going to play for you what the committee chair of Judiciary, Jim Jordan, was saying about the possibility of bringing some of the relevant principles here, Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, before that Judiciary Committee to explain themselves. Take a listen.
I have complete confidence in President Trump and his team. We've been working on this prior to this whole Epstein issue this last week and a half. But there's an annual track that the Attorney General, the Attorney General and the Deputy Director make to Capitol Hill in front of the Judiciary Committee.
So it sounds like he's going to wait until that annual testimony, but they are going to have to come and talk to your committee at some point.
I guess. I mean, listen, Chris, we are in month 7. Like I know, that we are on recess in August. So we got about 3 months, right? I mean, they're not rushing to come and see us, and I wonder why. They seem to always be a little intimidated, specifically in judiciary, when it comes to judiciary dens and how it is that we are able to frame our questions and get information out or highlight the fact that they are basically just hypocrites. I don't anticipate that Pam Bondi would be a forthright witness in front of us. And I think she probably is concerned as well, knowing that there are real attorneys on this committee. She may be afraid of stepping into a little bit of poo with some of her answers.
Congressman Jasmine Crockett sits on the Judiciary Committee. We'll see if they get a chance to talk to anyone. Appreciate you coming on tonight. Still the company is a 25-year-old.
So did y'all hear it? I didn't even come back and ask y'all. Did y'all hear it? Hello?
Yeah, I heard it,
Yeah,
Okay.
we're bad.
Yeah, I was away from my phone. We heard it, yeah.
So what's the topic now? Because I'm back up for it. Hello.
I don't know, Patty. I think the stage is either sleep or just, I don't even know what's going on here. So I'm home and
No, I think they're over it with this fucking Trump. I don't know. I don't even know.
No, so what y'all missed is just the context was he had played Charlie Kirk saying or explaining why they wanted to implement the Epstein stuff, but wanted to assure Trump that it wasn't, they didn't think he, would be implicated in it. That's not why they're adamant about getting the information. They just and want Trump to understand they're not coming for him. It's not about him or trying to get him. But I don't think Trump buying that shit, right?
Yeah, it's his legacy on the line. How is he going to get Barron if they smudge his whole legacy like that?
What legacy? Whose legacy?
Exactly. The legacy he's trying to fictionalize.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of character if he was on there, so I don't think it would be surprising. So I don't know what he's smashing his legacy, right?
That's why I think he's protecting Musk more than himself. Well, I'll play this link when I get out of the store. Y'all got to hear this.
Do we?
Now, that's definitely not his character to protect somebody else over himself. Come on now.
I think it's a chain of commands.
He throw his kids under the bus to protect himself.
His kids, his parents, his priest, like anyone. He's always been out for his own skin, period.
And all the people that
that covered for him all these years.
So on Wednesday, Michelle Obama just had another podcast. Shout out to her. And guess what she said? There hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about quitting my man. So y'all can rest the room.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Y'all are around making up stories and shit.
They like the all you have to do. When she was a president, all she ever said was him. While he was president, it was like put a strain, stuff like that. Outside that, she never mentioned about leaving her husband at all.
Well, she was real. Marriages take work. It's not all, cookies and.
Especially when your husband is president.
I know everybody thinks a marriage is a full-time honeymoon. Next time the waves start going, they didn't get illegal. It's like we'll never have a lifetime partner like Michelle had with her.
Listen, you need to get some MAGA agitators in here. Where's Manfinity? Where's Anthony? You need to.
Do we really need that? Can we just be peaceful?
No, I want to tell you how to fuck out today. I want to hear the excuses on their leader on why he's on the Epstein list.
They don't have an excuse. They believe everything he says.
They believe that Epstein list when you say there is 24 at least when he becomes president. Becomes president of the homes. There's no Epstein.
Alright, so I ain't gonna wait till I get out of school. I can't come. I'm with you, bro. Let's wake it up. Play it right now.
What are you playing, Water? Just out of curiosity, what are you listening to?
Set it up for a business web explaining how Epstein propped up Elon Musk and Tesla as a private company, gold oil mining, Cyprus mining, and basically embezzlement.
We already know he was fucking.
Every time.
Yeah, literally every time. You kill us with the bullshit every time. Just throw it on the chat and people will. Yeah, people look at it. Well, what I did. Okay, let's put it on today. No. It doesn't explain. We'd rather listen to science than.
It's all about sexual deviancy, but the financial deviancy is equally.
We ain't heard this. You gave us this argument like 3 days in a row. We get it. He was a financial fucking criminal. You know what? Is this all you got?
No.
Yeah, I'm so fast. Breaking news. The Justice Department fires prosecutor on Epstein case, the daughter of ex-FBI.
They told us that
director, your favorite Nepo baby.
They told us that.
Yeah. Oh, did you already talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Completely. Alright, so what's next?
Let me play this clip real quick. It's only 3 minutes. It's okay, shit. It's not good. I'm gonna say it.
We are have Barack Obama join us. Barack Obama, can you join us? Oh, you didn't really? There hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about putting it on my man.
20 something years, or 25 years plus, you know, he considers it only at the beginning.
Oh, Matt's back, Lisa. He came back. Matt's back.
Oh God, Merry Christmas.
Oh, now he came in with Pepe.
They were in the tree.
We got a little KKK rally up here. Let's go. Oh, boy. That's the great.
TV is here. Jesus Christ. Oh boy.
Oh, I got a serious question. Pepe, how you feel about this big, beautiful bill?
I wasn't a fan of it just because first of all, it was going to put us further into a deficit. And, you know, I'm personally, like, economically not what you would call a conservative, or a centrist. I don't really care about, you know, the wealthier people, the people that are in the circles that Trump runs in, getting, you know, more tax benefits. And, you know, then just kind of cutting off the rural folks, especially the poor ones, from health care and that kind of stuff. I mean, these are people that heavily voted for him when he was at McDonald's. He was a little photo op at the drive-thru and driving a garbage truck. You know, he just kind of fucked them. And I don't think those are the people you want to save money by lowering spending on them. They're kind of like the most vulnerable people. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
Okay, I guess you're smart.
Setting a very low bar there, Patty. Very, very low bar.
And you call him cry about the what is called with pen? Is he crying about over there? The other pen, yeah, please. He came in there and said that don't, you know, seriously, I'm not trying to just be hyped, you know, just trying to be hyped for no reason. Like evidently I guess Matt is. But he came in here and said the biggest tragedy in American history. I'm paraphrasing it because I know he's so sad to say it. Pardon me? Baby.
Is that Patty correct?
He knows she said Obama. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Your daughter said Obama.
No.
Greatest friend here. But yeah, I don't this pen issue that Matt came in here, we lit you up, you left. But do all you MAGAs feel that this is the worst situation since the history of the United States? Is Biden signing whatever he signed? I mean, better than him signing with a crayon like Trump. He said big ass crayon.
I think you're talking about like the staffers that would okay, that would give the okay basically for his pen to be used. Now, so the whole theory with that is that, okay, if he was not cognitively all there, and then there were staffers that were just putting this through, how much of this was Biden able to do with his own cognition? I don't have the answer, but that's obviously something to look at.
So do you really believe that Trump understands any of the policies he signed?
I don't think he has dementia now.
But does he even know what he signed?
For the most part, yeah.
For the most part,
They asked him questions about the big beautiful bill.
Well, I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, how many pages was the bill? Was it over 1,000?
Yeah, it was. I think it was 1,100 pages.
I don't think I don't even know if there's any senator or congressman that would be familiar with everything in the bill, just because they don't want to. I think for the most part, he's going to have an understanding of what it's largely
They
to do.
did that 24-hour thing where they went over the bill. So obviously before they voted, everybody knew what was in the bill.
Yeah, but I mean, memorizing it, I don't.
Yeah, but you could take notes on key points or shit that you know is gonna affect.
Yeah, I think he would know a lot of the key.
And that's why you have staffers, like you just said, staffers. That means they're with you. You're not reading this shit on your own. So I think as president, oh, brother, look at this shit, girl. No, I'll put my Chinese food in the plate. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can start. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
How do you say he's not suffering from dementia and he doesn't even know that he appointed Jerome Powell?
Yeah, I just have not seen any of those signs. I mean, I don't know why we're doing this thing. What about is we know Joe at the end of this term, like there was obviously
That's what you guys do.
some signs. Yeah, why would you want him to?
We're talking about when we're talking about the current president, right? The current president. Speaking of dementia signs, do you take any issue with the fact that he apparently either because of dementia didn't recall an executive order that he signed, which only a president can sign, and I believe they're all framed once they are, of the 1798 Alien Act. He actually tried to throw, I think it was Rubio, under the bus. So that's either dementia or he's just flat out lying that he actually was trying to deny signing an executive order.
Church I've been to, people who get access, men and them question egos, and egos simply live on fucking brain as well to not know what the fuck he was. It was something about Alcatraz, and he was like, I'm friends with the governor of Florida, and something like he knew what the whole law says without even continuing to question it all. Also, I would say that.
Definitely given dementia. I don't understand, like, because for 4 years I was saying that Biden was suffering from dementia. Oh, he's too old. He can barely say, yeah, but Trump is too old too.
That's what I feel like. Honestly, the comment, I feel like it should be a presidential cutoff.
I do too. I agree, Malik. I agree.
Okay, can I just jump in, Pepe? Because you said, so are we going to do the whataboutism? Your president does it all day. He did it today again. Well, this is Biden. Everything is Biden and Obama. He cannot stop talking about these people. Period. You're the president now. You big dog. You think you the shit. Concentrate on what the fuck you got going on. Why you the one. Everything you guys say your president's doing. Everything. This, that, the third, he's doing it. He's just the epitome of lost, like losing. Right? So, I don't know how you guys do it. We got you.
We're talking about the Epstein hoax, that whole, you guys don't even know my opinion on it, so.
Oh, no, you just said, I addressed what you said about are we doing whataboutism. That's what I just addressed.
Yeah, I mean, and my opinion on that is I thought it was a rather silly argument that he was making. I'm not somebody who ever cared about the Epstein file shit, but what I do care about is that he said he was going to have them released. He didn't do it. And when pressed on it, he says, "Oh, why do you guys care? Why just focus on the good stuff we're doing?" And then today he's like, "Oh, they're losers. They're stupid. All of this other shit." It's just like, okay, well, you fucking lied to them, and now you're getting mad at them for asking, "Hey, why aren't you doing what you told us you would do if we elect you?" And so that's the only reason I have a problem with what Trump is doing. I mean, I'm not going to stand up for him for that one.
I agree.
That man dead ass said Obama was responsible for the Epstein files, and Democrats.
He the one that said that he promised the people that he was going to release the file. This was his promise to the people. Obama didn't promise. Biden didn't make no promises. Even if they got something to do with it, they didn't tell nobody that they was going to release it. But Trump did.
The first one.
I'm just curious. That's where I don't really think so regarding Trump. I'm not like the biggest Trump fan. A lot of people on the right on this app know that. I'm just amazing. They know who I am. I think this, man. But with that being said, all right, with all of the things that they were trying to nail him with when he was president the first time and leading up to the 2020 election, I just feel like if there was anything that where they could tie him to being a kitty toucher, that would have came out. Somebody would have leaked it. I just don't think that's what it is. I think if anything, it's likely there's some high-profile people. For the same reason that Epstein the first time, the case largely was quickly brushed aside. He got a light sentences because there's people that there's some big names that don't want to be exposed with this, and I think he's probably just caving to that pressure. There's nothing to make me think that he would have done anything like that.
Oh yeah, he's such a good officer.
No, he was fucking a porn star while raw dogging her while his wife was giving birth to his son. I don't think he's a wholesome man.
Pictures with him, like it might be just all the pictures when he's hanging out with Epstein, with young girls all around him. Those are just them talking about tennis and business deals. Is that what you're trying to do? Your kids, would you let your kids, like this right PTR, got this before AI, this picture's been out well before AI was a thing. So, if your children took a picture like this with what is known about Epstein and Trump, would you be okay with that?
If I would have really
no.
If I didn't, so are those his kids? I don't know.
No, these are just underage girls.
Are they underage?
Yeah.
How do you know?
You can tell by looking at them. They look like
they're in high school.
Yeah, you can tell by looking at them.
I can't tell. I mean, are they family members?
So let's say
Number two, are they young women? I don't know.
If it's confirmed they're underage, are you okay with that? Can you answer the question, yes or no?
I mean, it's not like the. Let me look at the picture again. Let me look at it again.
I'm hesitating over because there's a little.
I would say I don't like how. I would say how I don't like. And is that a boy? Kind of behind one. I don't know. I would say that the way he has his. Hold on. The way Epstein has his hand hovering over the girl's leg, and she was underage. It's pretty weird. And we do have the luxury of knowing in hindsight that he was a fucking pedophile.
Okay, so look at this. The bottom line is, there were people that were supposedly just associates with Epstein. Probably had lunch, business deals. This is not a motherfucker having a business deal with this man. Name business. Name some business video and you can take a photo like this. That's not someone that had a business deal.
Who released the photo?
There's tons of photos like this. There's tons of photos like this with this man. And that's what we were saying the whole time. Listen, you guys chose to ignore this shit like it wasn't a big fucking deal.
Okay, but that photo doesn't, you can't prove anything with the photo. You're giving me your feelings. It doesn't pass a Bible check. However, something tells me that even Trump, he's not somebody who's going to put himself in jeopardy and allow a fucking photo to be overtly taken like that if he was doing something illegal like this. Nothing adds up about this is stupid.
Okay, so you're defending it, just so everybody hears it.
It's not defending it, you fucking moron. You guys are no different from the MAGA people that literally will defend, will attack Biden, and they'll defend Biden no matter what. But you guys are the exact same fucking way in the opposite.
I'm not sure. I'm like a 13-year-old that accused Trump of fucking on Epstein. Like a 13-year-old had multiple lawsuits against Trump. And him and Epstein raped her one night. Like you gonna ignore that too? Those are literally court.
Yes, I'm ignoring you. Go ahead. That's okay. Ignoring you. That's why he ignores it.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring anything. There's no smoking gun.
I mean, shut up, man. I'll tell you this. Unfortunately, well, no. There's actually, I forgot when he was actually, because there was a pageant, and there was a dressing room for 15-year-old girl. Trump walked in, peeped at him pretty much, but he talks about it on a show saying those and whatever, pretty much. And for somebody to do that where you literally look at 15-year-old girls getting dressed in a room, you walk in because like it's my passion and there were some good looking girls, whatever. Is it not wrong?
Is it a makeup room? Is it like
No, not a makeup room. They were the pageant. It was a beauty pageant for teenagers, 15 to 16-year-olds. If I walk in, your daughter was in there pretty much. And mind you, I walk in the pageant. I'm talking about in the head. You say, hey, those girls are good and everything. Mind you, they were literally dressing up. Am I wrong or not? Like, sure. Am I wrong?
for saying 15-year? No, you can say that like a 15-year-old is a good-looking kid. That's not.
Ignore all that you're saying. So there is. So remember Wolf, right? You know who Wolf is, right? Michael Wolf.
No.
Okay, so he's a journalist, and there was Polaroids that he was shown, that Jeffrey Epstein had shown him of him and Donald Trump with young girls that were topless. So supposedly those were supposed to be in his. This is the thing that I think that they do have, and that's maybe why there were some pictures that were seized by the FBI, and you can Google that. It's Michael Wolf. Just put Michael Wolf Polaroid photos and then FBI. So those photos were supposedly seized by the FBI, and that's why I said the other day there's some stuff that they have. I'm not sure exactly what all they have, and that's why they don't want to release the videos or the photos. Because there are some photos that were seen by the FBI. There's a possibility, like Michael Wolf, who is a journalist, said he had seen the photos, and those photos were shown to him by Jeffrey Epstein.
And what did the photo show?
Look at
Topless, underage girls sitting in their lap.
Yes, that's also true, yes.
So let me go ahead and Google this article for y'all, because this is actually something that could be proof. Like all the other conversations, that's going to be hearsay, right? But this is actually something that they
What I said too, one second, Molly. It's so funny to me. All these factual things that they have, and then people here still different on.
But you can have
all the factual stuff that's there.
But you can't have any factual proves anything. When you guys aren't proving anything. This is nothing you can. Okay, but these facts would not convict you in a court of law. Yeah, but these facts would not convict you in a court of law. Like it doesn't prove anything. You can say it's suspect. You can say I feel
being covered up.
Yes, something's being covered up. Something's being covered up.
Jesus is entitled.
You're being eliminated by rushing the judgments.
This is motherfucking rich.
You don't know what the pictures look like. The only other person that may have seen them, it may have been other friends, whatever. But wait. So the thing is, Wolf said he seen them. They were in a vault. That vault was seized by the FBI.
Yeah, man, we're not talking about finding that. We're not actually not talking about finding it because we no longer we're not done for finding stuff. We're talking about our current experience in here.
It shows the lack of critical thinking skills with the reaction. So what I'm gonna do, man, you know what I'm gonna do? I like to chop it up with intelligent people. So you go down for me, because I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to do that. Somebody wanted to be like, I'm not gonna do that. So what I'm not gonna do is chop it up with an ignorant motherfucker like me. Why would the Biden picture?
That is the smoking gun. And that is the one thing that you guys cannot answer.
So the reason why they wouldn't release the pictures or they wouldn't release the videos is because it has underage children in it.
Oh, sure. I'm not talking about releasing the pictures, but if the FBI or somebody was to come out and say, we have photographic evidence, video evidence, whatever evidence that Trump was in fact, he was in physical contact. Let me finish. finish my point. I didn't interrupt anybody. Okay, yeah, that's bullshit.
No, we don't know, but yes,
Yeah, you don't know.
we don't know. Okay,
So then, yeah, you don't know. Just like you guys don't know that he touched kids. So what the fuck is your point? You don't know either.
That's not exactly. I mean, I'm saying the most
care that much about
Shut up, you fucking talk.
I meant to say that also he talks about Howard Stern.
Oh, here we go. It's a Congress. No, I called you a cocky fucking simp. You're the most pathetic one on the stage, Moose.
Hey,
Okay, alright, that's it. End of the week.
Hey, hold on, Twin. Let me say something quick. Bill, first of all, baby, yeah, he talks about Howard Stern, actually.
63. Yes, you're right. 63. Here's the problem. He hates the flap on the back of his neck. First, I comb everything out, and I take it down with my 2 3/4 blade. This is equivalent to about a 2 gun. Before y'all say, oh, his hair is fake, whatever. Look, it's dyed, but it's not fake. But regardless, he told me he's been rocking his wave since like the 90s. The dedication you need to have to do that, crazy. So in the back, since he hates the flap, I'll take up the taper a little bit high, so that it takes a little while for the hair to go back there. And wavers want their waves going all the way up to right at the hairline. So honestly, don't lie, my waves ain't that easy. You kind of gotta cut between each crest of the wave. I work my way from the right side to the left. I spray a little bit of enhancements and use the razor to get extra sharp. And most people forget about this, but trim the loose hair. Now, in these actions, we're trying to play with the little smirk right there. Yeah, and as you see, about the OG on the back of the follow me for my haircut videos.
Because he's the owner of these pages.
I stopped getting claimed, and then this happened. I didn't know.
Why is there unemployed American?
Wonder why.
But then he admitted it. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Yo, you sound racist, dog. They taking billionaires. Fucking niggas.
Damn, great
No, it's literally, they're the jackpot. If you can sue them and win money, or they sell them on board, that's why.
Oh, okay.
That's not bullshit. You're not gonna sue a poor person. The more money they have, the better the reward for suing them.
What are you talking about? What? Nigga, I know that shit. You know how many poor pedophiles are in jail? You know how many poor pedophiles are in prison?
There may be poor pedophiles in prison, but nobody's gonna sue them because they don't have anything.
Let's go to bed. Hurry. That's your point.
Okay, so let's do this then. Okay, I'm gonna try to get, here it comes. Alright, so let me do this. And then I got something else from you on your program.
Loves a beauty pageant, and by his own admission, he was no stranger backstage while owning parts in 3 different pageants for nearly 2 decades. And if it comes to, is everybody okay? You see these incredible looking women. Somebody's trying to get away with things like that. In 2001, Tasha Dixon was Miss Arizona, competing in the Miss USA pageant. She experienced this kind of awkward moment firsthand.
The first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Dixon was 18 at the time and says watching Trump storm into a dressing room was shocking.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention. Who do you complain to? You know, it's the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
In 2005, 4 years later, Donald Trump bragged to Howard Stern about what he could get away with since he owned the pageants. The conversation uncovered by CNN's K-File.
I'll go backstage before a show. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no matter anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm expecting it.
Later in that same show, Trump is asked if he'd ever had sex with Miss USA or Miss Universe contestants.
I've done things like that. You know, it's the first letter of the country, USA. Many letters are there.
This comes just weeks after Hillary Clinton brought up Trump's attacks on former Miss Universe Alicia Machado. Trump once described her as Miss Picky, and then told his Twitter followers to find her sex tape. And another video where Trump is seen interviewing Playboy playmates
18 years old. 18. I don't know how old everybody is.
Half naked.
Requirements.
She used the term half naked.
Bro, what do you want?
What's that supposed to mean?
What's half?
It means that she had undergarments on at most.
Tell me that, bro. Half.
You're justifying this. You're justifying
Go
this.
see your fucking cut. Go somewhere black dick and
Hey, he's a guy. He's a
Hey, y'all, can you let me the man?
Yes, you're racist.
Hey, everybody, please, Jesus Christ.
Now, do you guys just hear the explanation? This woman, I don't have to rewind it, you heard it, but the way you're gonna make an explanation of half naked on a woman that could be the pussy out, the ass out, the tits out, it could be anything. And regardless of which one it was, he had no business having his fucking ass in there looking at children with his old ass.
she was 18.
It don't matter.
So Pepe, are you fucking crazy now? Are you some kind of weirdo, 18, and you going in there to look at her pubic and her
Did she say?
It's like a pervert, bro.
Did she look at her pussy or did he look at her ass? Did he look at any of those things? That was not me.
He walked in and closed his eyes.
Okay, is there a report what she says?
The listener believes some of this shit that, come over to my house because I need help. Never mind. Go
Okay,
ahead.
did they ever say that her crotch was exposed or her breasts were exposed? Do you have those reports?
Hey, these guys will say, hey, so Panther, let's say you own the house, right? Let's say you really own the house. Now, mind you, can you enter the house? It's your house, right? Because they're renting it. The moment you walk in and they're fucking naked, you think that's right or wrong? Because, mind you, you was invited, you would say, hey, coming in, you didn't even notice at all. You still
No, that's illegal. That's still technically burglary, even if I own the place.
So what's the food? Instead of saying, hey, he didn't say shit. Man just walked in and checked on me, bro. That's creepy as shit. What the fuck? Come on, bro.
Is it?
Yes, it really is.
I mean, how many beauty pageants have you been to? I don't know. Is that abnormal? I don't fucking know.
Bring the beauty pageant. I know I'm not walking in when girls get dressed.
Do you think you have there was a fucking saint?
Oh, wow.
Okay, are you listening, Pepe? Are you guys listening? And are you like apologist for Trump? Okay, let me do this one more time in his own words. Okay, pay attention, please. It's not that long. I'm not even gonna play the whole thing. Let's just pay attention from here. Just everybody be quiet, turn up your volume, and listen to what the president said. Okay? So quiet, right? Here we go.
Is everybody okay? You see this incredible looking women. Somebody said I get away with things like that.
Okay, he said it with no clothes. He said it with no clothes on. Do I have to break it down even further? When you have no clothes on, what does that mean?
Amazing. Now prove they were kids.
Say this bit. No, say this. I'm right here. Get out of here. Respect.
So you want them to prove they were children? So what if they
He said he was 18.
Okay, yeah, so what if they're adults, that's okay? So what if fucking,
No, let's get to the point. She's 18. She's a child. And an old ass nigga is in there watching her naked. He even admitted to it. She's 18. Let's not give him no adults. Let's not do this.
I mean, it seems distasteful, sure. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say.
hey, bro, I'm just trying to lie to you, dog. It seems like you could done his action, Sean.
Okay, but where's the logical link? What is the logical link from that to fucking children?
Well, it doesn't matter. You can't sit up here. Man, if I had children, okay, so they're of age, but you don't look at it as predatory like behavior. Like I can look at an 18-year-old kid, right? Yeah, so like as an adult, an 8-year-old child looks like a child.
I don't. What did the pageant, the people who manage them the owners, what do they typically do? Do the men like typically never do that? I don't know.
Most women were not
What about the
comfortable, but
women?
she isn't the only woman that has said something about it. It's been multiple women that have said something.
So you're trying to say it's okay as long as other people have done it.
Right. If it's an industry standard.
As long as they've done it in other pageants.
No, I'm saying if it's an industry standard.
No, it's not.
If it's an industry standard, yeah, that's a lot different.
I don't think that's
Why would it be a standard? Why would it be a standard though? Have you can explain that?
I don't know. I don't work in that fucking industry. I've never been to a beauty pageant.
Alright, we're done talking. That's next.
Thank you, Jenny. You know the father is sick.
You're grasping at straws. This is so pathetic.
Yeah, you can't apply industry standard to people's safety and security. You can't. That's not what you do. I mean, you're trying to touching children.
Yeah, but the industry standard was a couch, right? Somebody's in prison for that, right?
Proof that he was touching children.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, let's say there's no proof, right? We got it. But it's still predatory-like behavior.
That's fine, but then doubt. What does
No,
that
that's
have to do with
not
the
fine.
Epstein files? If the Epstein files would implicate him having sex with
Not
children,
fine.
which is what you guys would have to prove.
It's not fine. Don't keep saying it's fine. It's not.
As it relates to the Epstein files, it is because it's literally has nothing to do
No,
with the
it's
Epstein
not
files.
fine.
I don't care whether or not it's fine.
What's the
I mean,
industry
it's
standard?
Epstein
Great
files.
question for you. What's the industry standard for a male teacher in high school swinging the girls only bathroom in high school for a quick look, for a quick thrill? What's the industry standard
You're so
there?
fucking low IQ. Those are children.
Okay.
You're low IQ, bro.
18, you're 18, seniors in high school.
In public, yeah, we have gendered restrooms for a fucking reason, dude.
Okay, so that's cool. So everyone knows, like, you're doing you. You're absolutely, you're up here looking.
Why are ESPN female reporters allowed into the male locker rooms after games? Why is that? They're half naked. Why are you allowed to do that? Yeah, she was a grown ass girl.
Okay, no. Everybody stop it. I don't know if you agree with me. Everybody stop. Check this out. Because every time they say something, please stay focused. Because remember we said we started in the back as we go stay focused. Hold on, just a minute. If you guys don't like it, you can leave the room. If you guys don't like it, you can leave the room. Okay, so let me do this. Stay focused. Here we go.
Here, Bridget Sullivan, a former Miss New Hampshire, told BuzzFeed last spring that Trump would walk through the dressing rooms of the Miss USA pageant that he was running to stare at the naked contestants. At the time, denied the allegations strongly. Now, what's funny about that, you'll see in a second, it was confirmed more recently by Maria Velato, the former Miss Vermont Teen USA, who told BuzzFeed that Trump caused a panic in the dressing room when he barged in unannounced as the young women, some of whom were as young as 15 years old.
Okay,
Bingo.
now?
Bingo.
I told you guys, stay
How old did he say?
I got you. Every time they start coming in here, we just don't let them go left, right, third, up, down. Stay focused. 15, is that young enough for you? 18 wasn't young enough for you. Now is 15 young enough for you? Because I got a daughter who's 15. And I would have fucking chopped his fucking balls off. Walking into a dressing room with my daughter naked and 15 years old. You and every other perverted motherfucker. So, is that young enough for you, Pepsi?
Yeah, it's young enough. It's been substantiated, though. It's been proven that he did that.
Oh my God. Okay,
He only claims.
that did it. The woman said it out of her own mouth.
Doesn't mean she's telling the truth.
Yeah, it does. Because people
No, it doesn't.
said it. People have said it. You can get
You literally admitted that doing it. What the hell wrong with you? And I don't know why you would err on the side of being an advocate to a protection.
exactly.
Because women lie.
Your background, given your background, I would think you would err on the side of protecting children.
Okay, you can look at what they tried to do to Michael Jackson.
This is the hyena in northern Nigeria. This is how we experience it.
This
Nigeria. This is how we experience it.
Because she doesn't see it like she
I'm not MAGA. Running high. Like the 13-year-old has.
First of all, I'm not MAGA, so I mean, you can see I'm not even a Trump sticker.
You honest with no big brothers.
But you guys are grasping at straws, trying to make him out to be a child predator.
You're trying to make the obvious. You're trying to make the obvious, and that's fine. That's fine. But we got it.
No, there are people. Do you know how many people I would clap back at people who would sit here and say Joe Biden is a pedophile. He touches his grandchildren. You guys can pull together these little things.
So his grandchildren came out. There's tales of his grandchildren.
I mean, there's all kinds of claims. There's all kinds of weird shit that happened with the Bidens.
I asked you. What I asked you was, are his grandchildren talking about it, having interviews about it?
No, neither are Trump's grandchildren. But he has a millionaire that's being, people make claims to him.
Children. You see this? Y'all see how this works?
Yeah, bringing up Michael Jackson.
We are. You see how
Rose, you're such a pygmy, dude. You're a fucking wife. You're just ankle biting in the background.
And I think, maybe I just think that people are asking you these questions to see what your moral standing is and opinion is, not necessarily to prove Trump's, but they're like, would you want your daughter even in
See, who's calling me these stupid names? Shut up.
So, to prove the point, that's what he's using incel language. His deflection was, well, the woman said it. What is his response? Women lie. That's incel verbatim.
Who keeps on hooting me? That's so fucking rude.
Don't tell me you guys let him talk, because it's better to let him talk. I don't know why I'm surprised. He's a racist.
This has nothing to do with race.
It doesn't matter.
That stuff is not good. You don't have any moral compass about yourself and find North, and you can't even find that right now. It is embarrassing, brother, for you to sit up here and defend that. You can't sit up here and defend if somebody, whether it's a pastor or whatever, you can't sit up there and defend nothing that somebody does that violates someone's body, right? A child's body, right? Because that's children. And I just say it like it is.
Nobody's saying it's okay.
Look, with the way you're defending it, you might as well say something.
I would literally personally fucking kill a pedophile. I can care two shits less about them. Now, okay, so do I think that he's a... hold on, do I think he was a pervert and he was going into rooms? Sure. Do you have a claim from a 15-year-old girl? Okay, if it did, then it's like, hey, what evidence do we fucking have? We don't have evidence. So, I mean, what do you want me to say? Just because she said it, I'm supposed to believe it? I mean, is that what we're doing? Believe all accused? I mean, how does that work out for people?
So you would kill a pedophile, but a little while ago you said you could find a 15-year-old attractive.
No, I said you can say that a 15-year-old kid is good looking. No, I said yes, you can tell her. No, it's not. Is this news?
It is.
Oh, it's right.
It's perverted.
Door's locked. I got him. I can't.
You said you can find a 15-year-old attractive.
No, you can tell if somebody's a good-looking kid. You absolutely can. You can tell if the fucking baby's ugly. Like, Jesus Christ.
15-year-old's a good looking.
You're so fucking stupid. That is different from saying the fuck up. You guys This isn't the good culture that you fucking think, you fucking retard.
So stop making that big come up in there and trick us. Because just stop. We only know what it is. Light of Asia.
No, I'm saying like nobody's an asshole, but saying someone is good looking, you're attracted to sort of fucking thing. So let's keep it a buck.
And also,
Yep.
and also, you know, as a man of a certain age, let's keep it 100. As somebody that has a female child, and children, I think I finally got 2 daughters. There's no way you, as a supposed to be, as you're a man of a certain type of needs and a legit class, that I'm gonna be walking up. I go into a room and I see a bunch of young girls having me. I'm turning around and I'm gonna wait until they're dressed and get. Let me know when they're finished dressed and I'm gonna go in there and talk to them. Let's not act like what he did is very incorrect as well. Like that be like, you know, you think you're talking to people that's very you know, unintelligent like yourself. And you always come into these our spaces and try to do this type of thing. You're triggering us with your ignorance and stupidity. You know good and fucking goddamn well it's wrong what you did. Irregardless, you do know that. So cut the fucking cap in. Stop coming up on this stage to make it seem like we are ignorant for trying to dialogue with you to get you to know it's wrong. And you know that. Cut that fucking shit out. It's wrong.
Which part is wrong that if he went, if you're asking if he went and saw a 15-year-old, he should get sued, he should have been arrested. I don't have enough information except for that she accused him of that. That's the only information I have.
You don't have information, but you're just fucking asking Obama's game based on some bullshit that you heard online, right?
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but I don't. To like, oh, Michelle Obama is a trainee like that with low IQ.
Okay, so to add to the confusion, okay, so hold on, y'all, we got more, I don't do this, I do this, so here we go.
Mr. Trump, anything else that in criticism for someone?
Well, we're going back to their favorite subject, sorry about that, here we go.
Biggest supporters.
This has been the first fracture in MAGA.
For the Justice Department handling of files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. For days, many on the right have been criticizing Attorney General Ann Bondi's decision not to release the files, but now high-profile figures, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, weighing in.
It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide it.
And podcaster Joe Rogan, an influential Trump ally in the last election, mocking the administration's response.
Look, where's the Epstein files? Can't find them. Don't exist.
Like they can get away with man. Yeah. Bondi has said there are Epstein files, but concluded Epstein did not leave behind an incriminating client list, and that he died by suicide in 2019 while awaiting trial, contradicting right-wing conspiracy theories that he was murdered. Rogan criticizing Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel.
Cash Patel said there's nothing looking for him.
Huh, okay. For his part, President Trump is dismissing the interest.
He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
And after his daughter-in-law said there needs to be more transparency, I asked the president about her comment.
Agree with her, sir. The Attorney General's handled that very well.
He has stood by Bondi's judgment.
Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
Trump, like many celebrities, was seen with Epstein in the 90s, but later said they had a falling out. By the time Epstein was arrested, that he had not spoken to him in 15 years. Asked about Bondi's review.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the archive?
She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen.
The Attorney General yesterday deflecting questions about the controversy, but asked about those calling for change at the Justice Department.
I'm going to be here for as long as the president wants me here.
House Speaker Mike Johnson also signaled his support, having Epstein accomplice Elaine Maxwell testified before Congress, saying he's for transparency. Maxwell is serving 20 years in prison for conspiring with Epstein. Her family is now speaking out, arguing she did not receive a fair trial. Hoping the Supreme Court will hear her view. Savannah?
Incoherently Okay, the White House, thank you.
Sorry about that. So, Trump said in his very small vocabulary that she just gave us a brief overview. It's like, what? A quick overview is what he said. So you just got a quick overview. Y'all know this is some bullshit right here. But, I want to know why you MAGAs, okay, are losing your fucking spines over these. Is it because you guys know he's on it or that you don't believe he's on it? What is the cause of all the MAGA mayhem? And this was more for Matt. Is Matt still on stage or he left?
So I think, okay, so first of all, as I stated before, I do think that it's bullshit. He's not releasing it. He said he was going to release it to his voters. He didn't release it. And now he's trashing people who are just saying, hey, buddy, why weren't you doing what you promised? Now, do I think is it possible that maybe there's something bad about him? Yeah, sure. There's no way I could know. Could it be the conspiracy theories about foreign intelligence agencies being involved? It's plausible. I have no fucking idea. I think it's probably more likely that there's government officials or wealthy, powerful people in the U.S. that are probably, it's going to look bad for them. I'd say most likely, but I'm just saying I haven't had any, proof. Oh no, he definitely could have done that at Jeffrey Epstein's island. I don't have, if anything comes out, I'm totally willing to change my mind.
And you're totally willing to have Trump step down or be impeached or be
If they touch kids' hair, fuck yeah.
hung up on a. Oh, okay, all right, good to know. So y'all know it ain't coming out now, right? He's back.
Lisa, the problem with it is if you remember, he made a big show of, remember they had all the folks in the White House talking about they had the Epstein folders and it was phase one and there was going to be more to come and Pat Bondi was saying that, she's looking at it. I mean, I find it really peculiar that, now it's like, oh, this is dead to us. We don't want to talk about it. The most plausible thing is that Donald Trump is all up in those Epstein files, and it's going to be an embarrassment to him, his presidency, and will make him more of a lame duck president than he is right now, or he's rapidly becoming. But the reality is he's on those files. I wasn't done, but go ahead.
You got it.
I just want to know that
Real, you can go sit in the lobby if you don't have anything to contribute.
What the fuck are you talking about? Cause you're in the art section, you fucking weird ass cracker. Don't act like that, stupid. You know your mother was respecting wealthy and your whole life, stupid. You need to get the fuck on. I have a question. You don't want that troll game. I said I fucking found you and beat your ass for real. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm just trying You're fine. I'm just you're funny, babe. Okay, so Pepe, with all the stuff that's going on, first of all, I don't really know you that well, so let me find out some stuff about you, if you don't mind.
As you pronounce Trump.
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay, so you voted for Trump. Are you cool with your selection?
I think that the main reason I voted for him, there's a few main reasons. It was immigration. I'm also really big when it comes to gun rights and shit. I thought he was safer bad. Those were the two main reasons I voted for him. I do think he would have been a better candidate for the border issue.
Okay, and so he's done what he did, and I guess he's, what you guys like to say, closed the border. The border was never open. He just stopped the flow of people coming here through cracks and crevices. I agree with that. I don't have a problem.
Lisa did actually, let me chime in. Actually, he closed, that was actually Biden actually did that. The Biden administration actually did close the border. He's trying to take credit for it, actually. Oh, that's right. That's right. Like he does it a lot. He's clearly has been doing shit and then taking credit for it. He's getting credit for other people, but they've been doing pretty much.
So I guess my question though would be, when Epstein was first on trial, he was given mean, Trump, it wasn't Trump at the time that was really in power. It was somebody, there was obviously other people involved, or somebody involved, that would, obviously have to be someone other than Trump that was being protected. And that's also like another reason why, Jeffrey Epstein was bumped shoulders with a whole lot of important people, foreign politicians from the United States. I think most of them probably had nothing to do with any of that debauchery. But, the question is, like even with Bill Gates, why did she get divorced? Or why did his wife divorce him so quickly after that shit came out? Why was Prince Andrew's family, why did they had a huge rift after that shit was found out? How many more people like that are there that we don't know about? I have no fucking idea, and that's kind of like, we can have these speculative conversations, but the problem with doing that is I'm very hesitant to find people guilty, and especially when we don't have all the facts, which is kind of why people wanted the Epstein files to be released in the first place, so we can actually know what's going on.
Well, Pepe, you're speaking about Bill Gates. His wife divorced him because he was having an affair with another woman. It wasn't because of Jeffrey Epstein.
I think he said Gates. Did you say Gates?
I'm sorry, he said Bill Gates. He said Bill Gates to divorce his Linda Gates divorced Bill. Bill was having an affair. I believe it was somebody within the foundation. I could be wrong, but he was having an affair with another woman.
But she said Epstein was part of the reason too.
Yeah, she did say that.
I'm not aware of that, but can someone please provide that information?
I will try to find it. You
I got you.
Association, they had an interview with her, I believe. I don't know if she said that part on for some reason. But I do remember she was like, they interviewed her and asked her about it because that shit that came out that he was, cool with Epstein. And I guess he tried to downplay the whole thing, but there probably is no bullshit. It's deeper than what we're saying.
Yeah.
But Pepe, I could give two shits about anyone else on that list. I do. But the most important person on that list will be the fucking leader of the free world.
That's fine. That's an okay position to hold too. I mean,
what? What I'm supposed to give a fuck if Bill Clinton's on there? Okay, lock him up.
no. The only point I brought up is that we don't know who are the people or person or whether it was intelligence service. I have no fucking idea. Who was it that what were they trying to keep quiet when they offered Jeffrey Epstein that sweetheart deal previously, before Trump was running for president or anything like that? Who was it? I don't know who these people are. It shows that those people could still be the ones that they're trying to protect today.
We talked about it. Wait.
Hold on, Pepe. If the fucking list is released, that solves the problem, right?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm pro-releasing it.
What I was going to say is, we talked about that the other night, how his previous administration, somebody from the school that Epstein was teaching at was within his administration. Y'all remember we talked about that? Like, it's all connected. They're all connected some kind of way. All roads lead back to Trump.
But do you think that everybody that worked for Epstein was somehow, like even the school was somehow in on the
Who was it that said? Somebody said the other day that I forgot the man's name, but the school that Epstein worked at, he hired his dad or somebody hired him to work out that the Dalton school, right? And so he was then a part of Trump's administration. It's all connected. I don't even understand what the fuck. Like, what you need? What do you need? Thank you. What do you need? I want to know.
I mean, PP, for the person that was out here championing that he was going to release these documents, and he was on, he runs a social media network called True Social, and he, claimed that he was going to weed out, clean the swamp and, let the truth be told. And so, why is he backpedaling so hard on this? I mean, you say that you're pro getting these out, but,
but it also sounds like, you're like, well, there could be reasons why he doesn't want to get it out. I'm like, who cares about?
Oh yeah. I think.
Let me finish, because who cares about what high level people are on there? Like, who cares? Like he was talking about he was going to release the FBI file on JFK, on Martin Luther King, on aliens and Epstein. I mean, all that other stuff he's got to at least accept it. So don't you think he should make haste?
Yes, but I'm one of the people on the right who think he's either bitching out, and there's a small possibility that I think maybe he is trying to cover his own ass. Now there's a difference between reasons for doing something and justifications for doing something. I don't think he's justified for not releasing it. He made a promise to his voters. And he said, "Oh yeah, day one, yep, I'm gonna release them." And then he starts bitching at people for asking, and then he starts calling them stupid and saying, "Oh, I don't even want your support today." I think he's being an asshole, and he's the motherfucker that was running for office. He made the fucking promise. He's in the wrong. He's the one who did not hold up his end of the fucking deal. His voters did.
Right, because if another MAGA says promises made, promises kept, you can punch him in the throat now because he hasn't kept his promise on this. So you're absolutely right.
I'm not a MAGA loyalist. Now I do know that you're gonna have cucks like Charlie Kirk. You're gonna have a lot, Ben Shapiro, the faggot. Excuse me, I won't use that language. The dipshit that he is. Saying, "Oh yeah, I had a conversation with Trump. He kind of asked me to drop it, and of course, like good little pets, they end up doing it." I mean, this kind of shows you that the level of integrity these people have. They're not worth listening to, which I already knew that. If you have people on the right like me who are just these diehard MAGA people are just fucking retarded, and Hillary Clinton was largely right, like. Huge half of probably a good half of the right wingers are like deplorable. They're fucking retarded. I guess for lack of a better term, but yeah, I'm not siding with them.
I forgot to mention, you also blamed Obama and Democrats for the fucking Epstein files as well too. Literally just shifted the whole conversation and told us there is no Epstein files.
Yeah, but I'm not defending Trump making his retarded statements. I think his whole. I think him trying to shift the focus and blame on the Democrats was retarded. It was him just trying to play he's trying to play his own voters. He's playing right in their face.
It's very contradictory to blame Democrats for that and say it's a hoax pretty much. Like, which one is it? If they made it, then they get revealed it. If it's a hoax, then which players? That's what my issue with this is as well.
You should have said it was a hoax from the beginning, if it was.
No, he's just backpedaling. Is what he's doing. He fucking lied. He either bitched out or he.
Hey, so why did he lie? Why are you doing this though? Why?
That's $1 million question.
Why do you think?
For sure. I mean, if I had to guess, it's probably because there's a person or people that he reckons there would be a huge backlash. Could hurt him maybe financially, politically.
When have you not used to throw people under the bus to save his own ass? When he's literally done that his entire career. So what would stop him from just throwing these people under the bus and clearing his name and moving on?
There's only a couple of things, and this is what attorneys have told me. I'm not a legal expert or even a fucking attorney, but if it is one possibility is that if he was to release the files, some of which could possibly be prosecuted, and it could be considered tampering with evidence, and or I don't think it's tampering with evidence. I forget what the actual charge was, but as a sitting president, you can get impeached and get a felony for it. There's that one reason, and it could be that there's strong evidence, not enough to bring anybody to court, but a lot of very compelling circumstantial evidence where even though it's not enough to necessarily prosecute somebody, it would cause a lot of damage, and I don't know, maybe they're just afraid of the legal consequences of doing that.
How come you just can't simply say, or he's involved?
Or he's involved. I mean, nobody said that's not a possibility.
Well, I'm just saying, but I just literally asked you.
But that's the one you want to focus on.
But No, I just find it weird that I'm okay with you with the other bullshit you just said. I'm okay with that. But the fact that you wouldn't even mention that it's possibility that he's involved is telling that you're trying to say that you're not on his side, but you clearly are. You clearly are a Trumper.
I'm not on Michelle Obama's side, but I don't think she's a big tranny either. Like, it's just, I'm not going to rush to judgment.
JD, you know what's funny about what he said too? Because he was like, "Well, I think that it's because he might get impeached as a sitting president." Let's play that scenario out. Congress, the Supreme Court, and all the Congress, like they pretty much worship this guy. So what's the chances he's going to, the sitting president, who's a leader of the free world, is going to get impeached by this?
That doesn't even make sense. So he
would happen right after the
midterms. The shit that convicts a whole shitload of pedophiles, and he gets impeached for it. So
no,
that doesn't even make sense.
No. So if he was to, and once again, I'm not an attorney. If he was to take what it right now is sealed evidence that could be used for prosecution, and he was to dump it out, into the public, that is something that he, for impeding an investigation or whatever the fuck they call it, that is something that a president absolutely cannot do. That is the only justification that I've heard from attorneys saying that is a possibility, not likely, but it is if there is one legitimate reason, it would be that where he literally has his hands tied and he cannot do it. I'm not saying that's even likely in this case, but that is what I've been told, that is one of the legitimate reasons he could have for not being able to do it.
So like Congress, who has pretty much given up their ability to legislate, because like with tariffs, it's not the president's. The president has no jurisdiction over tariffs and imposing tariffs. Congress. So you're saying that same Congress is going to say, well, if he releases some sealed documents, we're going to then turn pull on him and then impeach him. So you're saying that that has a higher probability when they pretty much told him he can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. That you think he's scared of that?
Well, after the midterms, like a year and a half from now, could that happen then? Sure, we'll see how the election works out. But since he has Pam Bondi as the Attorney General of the DOJ, I don't know if they would go ahead with the prosecution. I mean, it would probably be something that would happen. It would probably be something that happened once the Democrats. Hold on. It would obviously be something that happens after he's no longer the president.
Okay, man, that's funny. JD,
You can say it's funny, but that does happen.
It does. It like never. That's what I'm saying. Like it will never happen.
So you're saying that if he this is a crime that these attorneys were saying that it's absolutely a crime that would be easy to prove, and he would be found guilty of it. That somehow. Because he's the president now, and they're not going to prosecute him?
Do you know this crime that Pepe's talking about?
Pepe, as if his first term wasn't literally an example of how this sycophantic MAGA Congress would not impeach him. He was actually impeached twice, and the maggots refused to impeach him. They refused to eradicate the problem that we now have on our hands. So this notion that somehow that this Congress and this DOJ is going to be different, which is actually, it's worse. Like you have people that are like people will Trump doesn't have to throw people under the bus. These people will throw themselves under the bus for this dude. Like what happened
after Biden won? You had Merrick Garland become the Attorney General. He was even looking into possible prosecution of Trump for his role in inciting the insurrection on January 6th.
And how did that turn out?
Well, he didn't end up getting indicted, but doesn't mean anything.
It does mean something. It means
if he convicted a provable crime, okay, which obviously it's a little murky. Him giving a speech, and you can say nod, wink, wink. He was kind of giving them the go ahead, but if he committed a clear crime, like let's say shoot someone in the fucking head, embezzle money, something that's just like a bulletproof case. Why would it be? It would be a lot easier to prosecute him for something.
Insurrection is a clear crime. Inciting of insurrection is a clear crime.
No, that was the harder part to prove. Is what role did he have personally besides giving a speech?
Y'all got this. So be quiet.
So as long as if you, I mean, my thing is, you guys will excuse anything away. And if you, I have one last question for you because I'm not trying to interview you, but I'm just curious because Matt runs in and out the room. He can't sit still. He can't answer a question. Nothing. Um,
Lisa, you know, Matt has the same. I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you that you wouldn't have been able to see you were driving. You know, his MO is the same when he comes in and talks his shit. And when he gets the pushback, he gets on the phone. So he was on the, or at least he makes it look like he's on the phone. He picks, you know, the hook is there. And then the next thing you know, he disappears. And it's the same every time. Like he doesn't disappear.
Exactly.
He pretends he's on the phone first. And he does, and you
call somebody, he calls himself.
I don't believe he's talking to nobody.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he dials out so that you can see the phone thingy. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, I didn't know that trick. I don't do that. I gotta do the phone.
Well, he does it every time. Like it's the same every time.
When he starts to get cornered.
And I'm sorry, so good.
Yeah. So my question to the maggots in the room, on the stage, whatever, if all this chaos, and you gotta, maybe you won't even admit it's chaos, that's going on currently with Trump's administration, was anybody else, would you be sitting here defending? I mean, I don't even understand. It's just, when I'm trying to say defending, it's really painful even to say that you guys are defending what's going on. Will you at least admit that this administration is a hot fucking mess?
He's an agent of chaos, just like he was his first fucking administration. I mean,
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. This is crazy. Everything that's going on in this administration is wasting our time. It's putting the United States in a precarious situation in the world. All right, we are looked at as buffoons and clowns because look at the shit that our own president is being accused of. The innuendos, the facts, everything about, especially about his sexual proclivities, is just crazy. And you guys, no one is. Well, I don't know if anyone of you guys already said anything. You said it was a hot mess or whatever, and I appreciate it. But the cover, if it was and just say, since you guys like to talk about, Obama so much, and he just seems to be living rent free in a fucking 5-bedroom condo in your brain. If he had even a smell of this, y'all would have called for the hanging of a nigga, right, Pepe? Pepe?
no, I think. I mean,
No, be honest. Be honest. This is a safe space.
Yeah, I don't advocate for violence against other people. Well,
y'all would be calling him all kind of N-words, right?
That's different.
His favorite word, Lisa, hold on. Pepe's favorite word is monkey.
Oh, okay.
That's a fact.
So if the monkeys was running away. But you're tolerant of this. You're tolerant. Let's call for all the MAGAs. Let's have a MAGA room for impeachment. Let's do a MAGA room on let's impeach Trump. You want to do that, Pepe? Me and you together?
Not at this. Not at you do MAGA for impeachment.
Yeah, like you and me. We're gonna hold a room. I think Saturday would be a good time when no one's working. They don't have to worry about going to work. And you and I together will hold a room on, MAGAs for impeachment of Trump. You want to do that?
I wouldn't call for his impeachment yet.
Wow.
Pepe, my observation, for you to admit on this stage that he's an agent of chaos and that it's a hot mess, it speaks volumes of your lack of a sound judgment, as well as other MAGA's lack of judgment, that you would actually co-sign on this stuff, knowing that it's clearly counterproductive to the business and the prosperity of this country, which you guys proclaim the love.
No, I'd actually say Biden was more embarrassing this time. No, hold on a second. So we have to, people, I had to look at it.
So go ahead.
Hold on. I had to, yeah, I am. And so am I at this point, are there some things that he did that I think maybe Kamala would not have done, which would have been good? Sure. Do I think that she was more of a threat to things that I care about? And do I think the border situation, which, by the way, somebody said it was starting to go down. Yeah, they were as we were waiting for the outcome of the election, it slowed down, definitely. So, yeah, I think that she would have still been more of a disaster, in my opinion. But I told you the reasons why I voted for him, so those are the values I would be judging him for.
So the border, two policy issues: the border and guns. So you're gonna leave this man in here to destroy this country?
What's he destroying?
What is he destroying? Okay, so let's just. Anybody wanna?
I'll give you one, Lisa.
I want the stage to be quiet. Y'all jump in and I'll leave it.
Lisa, not only will this so-called big, beautiful, bubbling bill, not only will it be worse than the first bill that he passed, it's going to adversely affect 17 million, I believe the number is, of Americans, and some of those Americans are
I already touched on that.
Americans. Let me finish.
You came in, but I already touched on that.
Let me finish, Pepe. You've spoken, and I'm speaking, and Lisa did open the floor. So I'll add something else too, Lisa. The one thing that Pepe said, and you can respond to this, Pepe, when I'm done, is that somehow Biden was worse. Biden passed some of the most comprehensive infrastructure bills and reduction in Medicaid and prescription drug medicine than any other president in the history of this country. But somehow Biden was bad for the country, then this is clown. So Pepe, you can respond if you want. I'm done.
Sure. Like I said, and I said exactly pretty much like how you said it, how the rural folks in particular are going to be very hard hit by the what could be 17 million people being dropped from Medicaid. And that kind of, I wouldn't say hits home, but I lived in Montana, I lived in Alaska. There's a reason why Senator Murkowski and Tillis, Murkowski's from Alaska, Tillis, I believe, is in North Carolina, I don't remember. But they were the two holdouts on the Big Beautiful Bill because they said it would absolutely devastate rural health care. And so they ended up saying, okay, well, we'll allocate $50 million for rural hospitals so they can stay afloat. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that's nice, but what about the fucking people that, yeah, they may have to use your emergency room without insurance, but they're not going to get any kind of preventative care. They're not going to be able to get continuing care for any illness they have, medications, any of that shit. So you're just basically shafting the everyday, working American. And this is where I differ from a lot of the Republicans in general. A lot of them are more of the Cato Institute Republicans that they care about just GDP, basically erasing all levels of regulations. They're like free trade maximalists, where I actually don't give a shit about. I mean, I do to an extent, but I care more about the everyday working American. I want to make it so that the everyday American, you can buy a fucking house by 30 as long as you're not if you were able to do what your fucking, people growing up in the 50s and the 60s were able to do, you can own a fucking home. You can afford to have kids. That's what I care about, the everyday working American. I don't give a fuck about the people at the top that want more money and control. They're obnoxious, and we see the transfer of wealth. They're getting richer. I mean, I think that's antithetical to a healthy society. I really do. The only reason I'm going on about this is because I think there is a lot of people Republicans, they're big tent. A lot of us have different values from each other. I'm not a part of the religious right. I'm pro-abortion, all that shit. I'm not really a libertarian. So it's really, I don't need to think anymore.
They're confused.
Well, we don't all get along. I've always hated the right-wing Christians. I always thought that they were the ones that really held us back. And then, you know, you have to deal with people like who are those old geezers? The people that would fly their fucking yellow libertarian flag. They were protesting during Obama's years. Yeah, the Tea Party. Like, I'm not on their side.
You lean toward, okay, so I said this, you lean to the right, but you're not all the right, what you're saying. Yeah, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I really don't, I'm not too party voter, and I basically am the same things you're saying that you care about, or none of that is going on in your administration. That's not what's going on. He's grifting actually right in our faces, you know, and I don't understand why you guys are so morally upset with one little issue, and then you let 100 other issues just completely just burn out of control. I don't understand it, but you know, that's you. I'm not trying to figure you out 100% tonight. I was just trying to get an idea of who you are and where you stand with this whole administration.
Well, he's a self-aggrandizing narcissist. We know this from his first term. All he could do, and it was weird. I've never seen somebody suck themselves off.
But why did you talk about that? Why did you?
Because I thought he was the least threatening. That's the only reason why.
Threatening.
Absolutely.
Wow, weren't you wrong?
I
don't mind that you did that because.
Well, I think the border issue would have gotten more out of control. I think, like, with gun control. Two, I think that the baggage that you get with particularly the
control guns. What are we talking about?
But the political, but the left. See, there are the liberals, and there's like like how a good chunk of Democrats used to be, particularly in the early 2000s and before. They were kind of just more like, hey, you know what? We just want to get through life. We want to have an equal shot. We want our kids to have good educations. They were kind of for the everyday working American, which is kind of like what I am for. But you do have
like we got
really cringe
and fake Democrats. That's what I hear.
But you guys have really cringe, like quote unquote progressives and like leftists, which I'll differentiate from most or from liberals in general. That there's so much toxic bullshit there. Much like you do get it on the right as well. And there's like, I don't want to risk having leftist activist judges get appointed anymore. There's a lot of things I just don't want to, I feel like would have been a threat that we would have to live with, you know, far beyond Kamala Harris winning, you know, the presidency for one term.
And so you have no problem with the far-right judges that were put into their seats that are literally stripping away the foundations and the pillars of democracy. You have no problem, but you have a lot of smoke for, you know, out of leftist, far-right and far-left leftist ideology, but you have no smoke for the crazed toxicity that comes out of the far right.
Mind you, what he's doing is gonna fuck up the next decade. And he's okay with that.
Who's far right that's in, there's nobody who's far right that I'm concerned that I'm aware of that's been elected to that's been assigned to the, you know, that or been nominated for the judiciary or anything like that. But maybe you have a different definition of what far right is.
Well, hold on, Pepe. You already said what makes you cringe. The far-right Christian sect of the Republican Party.
I don't consider them far right.
But you said you have a big problem. So if they're not far-right, then what's your problem with them? Because that's running like Christian nationalism, pretty much white supremacists, racists, That's pretty much what's running the country right now. So, but you don't have a problem with that, you don't have a problem with that?
I don't think that's not. There's a few people that Trump, maybe one person, and no, maybe two, that are I would consider like closet white nationalists, but I don't.
Closet white nationalists, Pepe?
Yeah.
Who? I'm interested.
Stephen Miller.
There's nothing closeted about his racism. Go ahead.
When I say closeted, it means, in other words, he says all of the right things, but he falls short of admitting.
No, he says let me be clear, Pepe. He says not all of the right. He just says all of the things, and he's not closeted. He's out there. He's strong shame his racism.
Okay, I've spent years. No offense, I've spent years and I've talked to people in the circles and stuff. I know white nationalists pretty fucking well. He doesn't really say quote unquote all of the things.
He's not as bold like you.
But he was in circles. I can just say that he was in circles with very prominent, overt white nationalists. A couple decades ago.
Yeah, here in Southern California. I know. I'm well aware of his activities here. But he says all the things. He doesn't dance around them. He says all the white nationalist things.
But I don't even then. It's like, do you know he's a Jewish, right?
And yeah,
white nationalists.
Jewish people can be self-hating white nationalists, just like black people.
No.
White people.
No.
White nationalists don't.
Because that's the problem. Anybody who spent time around white nationalists, there's a very, although there can be made small exceptions, but they'll never be entirely accepted. If you are Jewish, okay, I can promise you this: the white nationalist community will always look at you differently. They'll never fully accept you. Most of the time, they'll just reject you. They don't consider them one of them.
Both things can exist at the same time. Stephen Miller can be a white nationalist and not be accepted within the, as you want to call it, the inner right circles of white nationalism. I mean, we see this happening every day, but I mean, you're apparently blinded by this. It sounds that way.
No, I think you're blinded. What is the white nationalist goal when it comes to Jews?
Let me finish, sir.
You don't even know what they are.
I don't care what they are. What I do know what the pillar is not to eradicate people who look like me. And that's all I need to know.
Wait, you do?
No, that's not their number one goal.
I don't need to be a Harvard scholar.
That's not their number one goal.
I don't need to be a Harvard scholar to know that white nationalism does not have me in mind. But it does have me in mind, but not in the nicest of ways. So
no, they actually look at Jews as a bigger threat, but most white nationalists, I'll say most, not all, they want Jews out of positions of power. They don't want them in government. They definitely don't want them having anything to do with anything that involves influencing others. So they do not want them in the media. They do not want anything. Ultimately, they would want people like Stephen Miller to not have his fucking job and to have zero fucking say and to not even have the nerve to call himself white. So it's when I say that white nationalists, the Jewish thing, I don't think you understand. They want them stripped of fucking power.
Not just
They actually will focus on them before they focus on black people.
Not just stripped from power. The neo-Nazis and their former want them exterminated. It's all well and dandy until these people find out they're Jews. Once they're Jews, they're done. There are not prominent Jewish figures leading white nationalist groups in the United States. There just aren't.
And they're not organized. They're not coming after the Jews first and the blacks second. They're not organized.
No, when they bankrupted the third plan in the late 1980s, early 1990s, it became a loose winter cell movement of mostly militia groups that were white nationalists. And those groups have persisted to this day, and they are definitely a problem. But they don't draft in Jews. They consider Jews to be as repellent to them as black people.
No, they see them as. I'll just give you, and I'm not trying to say these are my beliefs, but this is what is going to be many of their beliefs. They look at black people as human bioweapons in a way. they're weaponized by the greedy yet very intelligent and shrewd Jew that seeks to undermine white people. And so they look at you guys as basically they look at them as the puppet masters. They look at you guys as the result of those puppet masters pulling your strings and causing chaos for the whites. They think the ultimate solution is going after the Jew first. That's why. They're the head of the snake. That's why, like, when it comes to white nationalism, there are some white nationalists that
why neo-Nazis say they want to exterminate the Jews? Neo-Nazis in this country said that very plainly and very clearly. The Klan said it, but it's in secondary position to black people in the Klan said that usually the Klan target black people and as Jews.
But there were some of us, I was one of the rare few that, like, was in those circles that you know, where there were Jews and we accepted them, but I would say we're a very sizable minority, but even then, it's like Jews are looked at with so much suspicion. The last thing...
That's sort of my point. Ultimately, white nationalists, neo-Nazis, see the Jew, the Hispanic, the Asian, and the black man as all equally having deficits. They're not, like, they don't rank them. Yes, they may see them in that scheme you just portrayed.
Well, no, most of them look at Jews as worse than
people as inherently unequal to them. As a consequence, it's all of these folks they see.
No. I would say a good chunk of them, they look at Jews as the main perpetrator and the cause of even conflict with other minorities that whites have. So they look at them as overtly hostile. In other words, they're a distinct enemy, whereas people of color are kind of seen as like the aftermath of having to put up with Jews and whatever it is they advocate for. I'm not saying this is what I believe, but sort of a good chunk of them believe. And so they look at you guys as, for lack of a better term, the useless, inferior people being weaponized and influenced by Jews. So they kind of look at colored people, as they would put it, as useful idiots or crash test dummies.
So how do they look at you? Because you ain't white. So what they look at you as? And how you get in this? You're not white.
I'm in between piece of shit.
He's not even, he's a one to be white. He's not white.
You know what's funny?
Bring Manfinity on stage.
The funny thing is only black people and sure. You know what's really funny is these conversations, I've only had them with black people who are not a real white. Like, they've never done this to me. They've never said this to me.
Okay, I'm sure they have.
Okay,
I'm sure if you were trying to be in their circle in person and not online, then it would be a different story. You're online in their circles. You're not in person in their circles.
No, it's me. Okay, you're not, I'm putting quotation marks. You're not a wasp.
I'm not a wasp. That's not how Europeans be quiet. But that's not how wasps. Yes, I'm not a wasp. Wasps are a small percentage. You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about, nigga. You're not a wasp. You're not in there. I'm gonna put in quotation marks. In their aspect, their narrow view. You're not one of them either. So your country bumping non-wasp ass, they're gonna be looking down on you too. You're not talking to idiots here, Pepe. Alright? So just stop. Stop.
Sure, that's not how it works though.
I think he wants to be white guys with that.
There's the people.
He wanted to be white, but the thing is, like,
okay, you guys are
is your parents?
Yes, my parents are all white.
Is your parents from Cuba or where they from?
No, they're not. They're French. So I would say.
They French.
No, but I said the passport. I've said a passport Canadian and French Canadian for like years since I've been on here. Like amazing. And so with that being said. said, is there a difference to whites in the white nationalist community? First of all, it depends on which country are you talking about.
Why
Everybody tends to be.
hold on, Pepe, hold on, Pepe. Why Pepe still here spreading his fucking propaganda?
It's not propaganda.
Can I just say something? Because I've been abused. Pepe is here, and you know why he's here, right? That you don't have a conversation started. So if you guys don't want to have it, then let's not have it. But you know how the conversation started. So I mean, what are we doing right here? He is on the stage. He's having a conversation with you guys. So far, he hasn't gotten rude. But if you guys don't need this lesson on whatever he's trying to say, then you know, let's move on to another topic. Who's ready?
I just had one
So what
question.
topic do you guys have to share?
Oh, she wants
Go
that.
ahead. No, go ahead and do yours, and then we'll let Brooklyn and Asian and whoever else that was that lead us on to the group's topic, because you know I'm eating and hydrating and getting myself ready for work. So what else is that?
So my question is, Pepe, to what extent did the whites on this app in particular accept you relative to how often you call black people niggers on the app?
I would say they did accept me. Most of them left this app. There's a couple that are still on here, and they use the word. They generally don't go into rooms with black people, so they use the term all the time. They wouldn't really care.
What?
That,
Yeah, Pepe uses the word the hardy
Many times.
The hardy are.
Get better.
So do you feel like your use of that term repeatedly, do you think that ingratiated you with them?
not really. It's generally, for the most part, it's considered taboo. Like it makes you look like a tryhard. And if you're somebody who they think is just gonna like try to look edgy and insulting, they think you're kind of like mindless and you're just like a crash test dummy, and so they don't really want to be around people like that generally.
Okay, so why were you doing it?
You mean when I would do my rooms?
No. I mean, it was in any room at any point in time.
Well, everybody knew everybody knew the kind of content I put out, so I mean.
Yeah, no, I was asking you. You were talking about your acceptance.
Oh yeah, is it wild?
Your acceptance among. One second. You were talking about your acceptance among the whites, and now you're saying that oh no, it just makes you look edgy, out of touch, etc., etc. So my question is, why were you on this app, calling black people niggers, using the N-word repeatedly, multiple times a day, almost every single day on the app?
Oh yeah, well I wasn't using it around them. I was using it towards black people. And
Don't forget, you black bitch.
Yes, and so I would say that when I would do that, the white nationalists were actually pretty kind of like mad at me. They were like, why are you letting these black people, they usually use the N-word, why are you letting them colonize their stage? Why do you talk to them? And you know, I don't like hate black people. I'm definitely willing to say everything negative about them.
Just like taking my fucking girlfriend down.
Amazing.
Fuck.
Amazing. But you know, as you know, Haitian, I let like any of you guys to what?
To what they asked you.
Would ask me what?
The last question you just said that they asked you. What was your answer?
To which last question?
No,
No, like you know, you're like I keep on getting okay. Well, no, Haitian jumped off his mic. He was muting me earlier, and now he's like interrupting.
Motherfucker, hold on. First of all, hold on.
But it wasn't you, my bad. It wasn't you, my bad.
Hold the fuck on. I've been in and out of the fucking room. That's why when I came back, I said a whole hour later, this motherfucker's still talking. I didn't mute shit.
So I would say, oh yeah, when they say why, okay, now we're there.
If I had known he
When they
was
say why did you?
he would have got kicked a long time ago. I'm just now knowing he said all that.
Right.
No, that was okay. Because see, Pepe knows me, and he knows that it's real life.
All the person, I mean, obviously you guys have been in rooms with them.
him and you heard him, you know, just about everybody
Or
in
he
here.
came into a room where I was and called me some kind of white bitch.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. I will give white people the smoke too. I mean, really.
No, really, you don't have any smoke. You're just a little wimpy
Okay,
ass.
wait.
Woman.
Oh.
Comes off that mistake.
You're calling me a whippy ass, you old bitch. So suck a fucking dick. Don't be rude to me. Don't. She fired the first shot. She called me a whippy ass person. Don't call me names. Don't call me names.
Always escalated beyond.
No, I didn't call anybody a fucking name. I didn't call one person a fucking name.
Where I saw Pepe was where I saw Pepe was on the Big the Dumb. I don't really recall him.
Yeah, they brought him up there for that bullshit, Lisa.
Huh?
They brought him up there. Pepe's been the same shit all the time.
Okay, yeah, because I'm trying to tell you guys when I was
He didn't do the shit on the news. He was doing anything. He a monkey.
Lisa, not even 2 months ago, I happened to be up on late one night and he was going at Gabby. And then he came to our room a couple days later and I went at him. Like this is not something new. Pepe comes in here and tries to play nice and all, but Pepe's he's been on that bullshit for a long time.
No, I'm not energy. I'm not energy.
I was trying to say something because I'm gonna let people know this. When you say some shit like that, you know, when you say it has consequences to your fucking actions, I don't know, straight up. You don't call them people monkeys, you don't call them no fucking N-words and so on, bro. You get fucking them.
Really? So
we all know, we know it don't matter if you is white, it don't matter if you black, don't matter none of that shit. You can raise your fucking race. Be fucking cool. We can fucking play nice, we can fucking play you say some nigga, nah, we not doing that shit.
That's
cool.
Are you from Atlanta? I could say.
But yeah, I mean, that's cool. You're being like a tough guy and all that. But I mean, so hold on a second. So when you call somebody a cracker, if you call someone a cracker and they call you an N-word, so what do you think happens there? Who's in the wrong?
That's not. No. Cracker is the president's words.
I don't give a shit.
No, you don't give a shit, but yeah, you give shit so I push in your fucking face.
Yeah, but when I
No, specifically. So
I boxed for years, and isn't what the people in the act know about me? You stupid motherfucker! Like I meet tough guys like you all the time on I live in a underground state. You don't even need a fucking permit. Okay? We have castle doctrine. What's your dumb ass gonna do? You want to lose your shit because somebody called you a word, and then you get fucking killed. Like you're stupid.
You sound like just any other white person that says fucking black. No, that is a fucking word.
Okay, there's worse things I can call you. No, and I've done it in real life. Like this is so stupid. You sound like you don't even know me. Okay, you act like every black person's big, bad, and tough. That's not the case. White people run the spectrum just like white people. Shut up.
Okay.
You sound like
Okay, this guy who's acting tough saying you would not say the N-word. Okay, he would not go up to a bunch of Hells Angels and call them crackers because he knows that they would smash his fucking soul in. I mean, there's groups of people that you can say it to. Everybody's different.
Yeah, you know how they say black people can't educate white people because white people not talking again? Exactly.
I get it. It's a fighting word. We all know that. If I call, no, there's you're walking with your mother or your little girl, and I call you, I know.
I don't know, man. There are a lot of details here on Clubhouse. Congress is here.
But if
I can't
like,
believe
you
it.
have
White
a
guy, I
daughter
can't.
or your mom, you're walking with her, that is going to shut up, you fucking whore.
It's really disgusting that,
No, you're just such a annoying fucking whiny Karen.
white guy.
This is why we attack you.
Just all I care about is
Oh, sure. But the reality is, though, if I was to insult somebody like your daughter or your mother and call them like a bitch, ugly, something like that would trigger more rage in you.
you know, like, okay, yeah, I want to have a big connection. But I'm gay, so they probably didn't know I'm gay.
You're gay.
Yeah,
And people didn't know that.
Right.
Was Maxwell dead?
I'll look it up.
This was here, right?
Maxwell, can you hear me?
1991, November 5th, 1991.
Is that when he met? No. That's when he met.
That's when he died.
No, okay. All right, let me start over again.
The guy, right? That's what you're trying to say.
So isn't
Yes, the father-in-law Maxwell died in 1991, November 5th, 1991. Right. And when I found out about Maxwell, there's a book called The Fifth Estate, which I read when I was like 10 years.
The morality of Trump and just trying to get a temperature as to how the MAGAs feel he was doing in office right now. So I don't, and now finding out that this is going on in other rooms and all these other shit has been done. I don't know what power do you think you, based on, okay.
Can y'all please pretend that what would you say to somebody that? I know he did that.
Right? And that's exactly that's why
I'm not real conversation with anybody. We don't have
and that's why I said, I told you my place, we have a question.
What? Long time no see.
Is this how you thank me? I'm manager of the highest chief muscle out.
Alright, that's probably understood.
Fuck you, Donald! Fuck you! Your office sent me the bill. Don't you try me. Remember who taught you this stuff?
I'll call, alright? I'll just listen.
You ungrateful, fucking cocksucking nobody. I made you. Don't you forget that. I made you.
Pretty sure I made myself.
No, you little loser. And you're still a loser.
Okay, Roy, listen, I'm running a business here, okay? He has a complaint about Russell's condition, which you lied about, by the way. Alright? So that's what happened. It's not my fault.
Peter, what are you trying to say?
I hear you're sick. You're really sick.
Yeah, he's got pneumonia.
He's got pneumonia? That's got the name for it now on the street? Watch out. Maybe he's dead. You know what?
What, are you scared of me?
I was a little cold out.
Good to see that you've lost the last traces of decency you once had.
I love you the best, Roy. I love you too. You got some feelings now, son? You're the fucking devil. I don't recognize you as fucking devil. Get off the fuck out of here. Fucking old man. Listen, you're not God.
You're safe, man.
Don't get sick, Roy.
I'm stepping into the ring. I'm not a ring.
trust, that's one of my, I don't have a burner, but I changed my name and my PTR with Pepe is a piece of shit. Pepe like to say he tried to keep it light. Pepe comments from all types of fucking niggas to all types of wrong kids or whatever you want. He's all white church. People like that. He's a poor white church. So that's what he does. He's somebody.
There were a lot of stories going on, a lot of politics, a lot of people people were also involved in this were involved in sex trafficking or this was the first opening.
Matt and him, Matt was here before he was, right? And we were trying to have a conversation with him hours ago, and then once we got our questions, or we stick
What's up? No, see, but shut the fuck up, you bitch ass motherfuckers. I'm off the porch to be like that hoe. You see, big fat ass bitch.
no, leave him alone. Why you do that?
Edward the Great.
No, why did you guys do that? Because remember we said yesterday how we were gonna. Okay, so where is she?
Top right corner. It's a green dots.
I'm saying, what's your benefit, please? Please, thank you. Please and thank you.
Over 13 are all welcome into the clubhouse, though. I think that was a little boy.
So ladies, hello, how are you today?
Yeah, I do, Rose. We have a purpose for it. It's a purpose. Did you bring the person back on the stage?
I think they were kicked because I don't see nobody in there. I don't see.
Okay, so we talked about this yesterday. If you have a mod badge in here, we did talk about it yesterday, right? How we were gonna do that. And no, okay, so.
We did talk about it, but it's if you go up there and get the 3 dots, you can see her.
Oh, okay, I didn't, okay, thank you. I forgot about that, right? Okay. Alright, you guys, go ahead, I'm sorry.
If you want to talk with me, make sure you use the screen. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I was just thinking, I was listening for a while, and I was just thinking, maybe that's not even real. These people, these white people, arguing people, they're so annoying. If you just look at all the platforms, like I told you guys the other day when I was on, sometimes I just go through the news and I listen because I'm new to this, and I got into I got into a room, and there wasn't a MAGA room, but it said something about Bitcoin on it, and Shane was in there, and they tore him to pieces. Like, they're so cruel, they're just evil, and every time I would raise my hand and try to talk, the guy was messing with my head. He would say, join to speak, and then 2 seconds later, he would take me off, and then he kept doing that for like, I don't know, a couple of minutes, but I kept putting stuff in the text messages, like, you guys are police, you're ruining this man.
The helicopters is able to hover for 2.5 hours at 1 kilometer of altitude and control the square
finally I got to stay for 2 seconds,
that moves underneath it and classifying it and determining and ranking it based on the threat that it represents. Each of our helicopters is able to hover for 2.5 hours at 1 kilometer of altitude and control the square
he said something about, Shane, why don't you go back and enjoy your diversity in Canada, but you know, there's a lot of diversity. And all I said was, and that's when you started to give me is, well, what's wrong with diversity? So he didn't like what I said, and that's when, you know, then when I did get to speak another time, he said, wants to hear what you have to say, and then he muted me permanently, and then he knocked me out of the room. Because, you know, you go to any platform, you go to Twitter, they say horrible things, not only about black people, about Hispanics, about anyone that's a POC. And they try to justify it. And stuff you're saying doesn't make sense. It sounds confused to me. You know, it's just like confused. black's name out of a hat, for all we know, right? And right now, yeah, the point is, he said he's white, he wants to be white, but he may not be white. He's made that name up. I looked it up, it is of French descent. But it doesn't mean that's his real name. And if you look at his picture,
Most people don't use their real name or their real picture.
exactly.
Keeping the Prague is a white supremacist. Joe said it.
Yeah.
What if my brother was still alive today? I mean,
There's a lot of them out there. This is really we don't need another reference in this country. You know, that's a joke, right? And I feel sorry for my children who are trying to. It's just, you know, it's a terrible place for all of us. One more thing, you see about the judges. So yeah, you're going to have a white supremacist judge that gives a black person or Hispanic person
When do you not reach?
They're not locking up Asians. I looked it up. You know, the Asians, there's a great population. They're 6% of the population in the United States, and they get locked up like at a 1 or 2% rate. So do the Jewish people. Latinos and black people get locked up the most. So there's a lot of racist judges, and there's a lot of racist people. The problem is the prosecutors. They are racist to the core. And that's what Biden tried to change. He put a lot of black prosecutors in charge when he was the president. And this is what he was referring to if you listen to what he said. Oh yeah, I don't want any more liberal judges and left-wing judges, because what they were doing is they were letting a lot of people go on, you know, like robberies and things of that sort, and drug stuff, which they should let go. Which, you know, you're talking about drug dealers. What about the bank cartels? What about the bank cartels that own everything? Well, like certain robberies, not like major, like just little stuff. And they did let a couple people go, supposedly, that committed murder. He appointed prosecutors so that. No, judges too, but prosecutors, because prosecutors are the ones that you have to make the deal with. They're the ones that
You elect the DA during the local election.
Well, that's what he was doing, though. He elected them so that they don't lock blacks and Hispanics up as much. You know what I mean? They was trying to help us not get locked up. So to me, that's hurtful.
All I'm trying to tell you is the president does not appoint.
No. I didn't say he appointed. I know he just appoint prosecutors. But he goes to the right channels to make sure that the state puts black prosecutors and black mayors and things of that sort. He's just securing their positions.
We vote for the prosecutor in local election. You're voting for your DA.
Right. He gives them money for their campaigns. He makes sure that they have.
No, that's not. It's local. That's why you should be involved at local level. Your DA is local.
Right, but I know it's local, but what I'm saying is you have to have money to run, right? You have to have money. So he. No, but he has influence. He has influence. What I'm saying is he did things differently than anyone else did. Okay, he's not doing stuff like Trump's doing, right? They all have their own way of doing things. So what he is saying is, from his administration, not him personally, his administration, he said, let's give minorities, a chance. Let's get them out of this thing. So let's try to implement, and can put people in these positions through campaigning, through money, because that's what you need to run, money. And
No, he didn't try that. That's not true.
he didn't say, he did it.
No, he didn't.
Well, he was letting people go.
He can't go around saying, let's put black people in, let's put black judges in.
Black prosecutors.
I can't say that either.
Real quick. We try to keep the room accurate information. So again, I've said it to you like 10 times. It has nothing to do with Biden. And the reason why I'm stressing this out, because everyone needs to know who a local prosecutor is. And that's how you keep us out of fucking jail. In prison. Because even at your local level, at a small little county level, they do shady shit. Like continue your case, and hope you fucking plea. Because they know, one, you can't afford to get out, right? Two, they know you want to fucking be there for another 6 months to a year. So again, if you still want a prosecutor, you need to be accurate, not just what you want to say to your ass. Respectfully.
But the thing is, it's corrupt. It's called corruption. That's what it's called. But it's called prejudice and bias. And the system's set up to be that way. That's all I'm saying. I disagree. We can agree to disagree. That's how I feel.
There's nothing to disagree with it. And if you do think that's important, then you should be on my same page as me. And that's why we would tell people to go down to their fucking local elections and realize what they're voting for. No idea.
Well, I know we vote the judges in, and then the top notch vote the federal judges, and that's different. But what I'm saying is, you should know your local prosecutors. But the point is, they're all corrupt. Okay, they're all corrupt. But he tried to me personally, I knew how his administration was trying to change things and implement. That's why everyone didn't like this woke stuff. He made a lot of changes. He was, he practiced what this guy just said. He hit the progressives.
What is woke? I feel like you're trolling us.
What?
I feel like you're trolling us. It's not like
No, how am I trolling you guys?
She said it was the point to say,
oh my God, I'm trolling
this is real name, but there's something a new person would say that they don't even realize people don't use their real names up
You're
here.
right. Let me wrap it up. So what I'm saying is, Brother Arthur and I would be able to have a discourse which he understood that I would be attacking his point and not him as an individual. And I don't think that any of us in this room are, that do that on a consistent basis. It happens.
What in the world? What just happened? I didn't even see who was talking.
I told you.
Unless it's Paula that changed voices.
Paula, you were streaming from somewhere. No, that was definitely your PTR, Paula. That's not because I was getting ready to respond to you. Yours was the one that was flashing.
She went from a male voice, female voice to a male voice?
Well, no, she was streaming something. Somebody, you know what I mean? It was like a recording or streaming or something.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sure you're here. I'm sure. I'm there with you. I'm not. I'm let you win a poll. You see me? I'm not gonna win.
Some of them looked like they were in distress. You can see it in their eyes.
It's the same way.
It was so
I see me on my time. I'm waving to you, and I got my little finger up. You see that? Oh, wow.
That's me coming.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let me make sure I got my gun out to shoot it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, oh wait, y'all. Now we're getting into the, okay, then you're gonna have to leave. All right, guys. Let me try to get us back on track. Okay, so where are we going with this conversation tonight, y'all? What's our next?
That's crazy.
Can we talk about?
Wait, Paula, how long you been living in the U.S.?
What? You talking?
Have you lived in the U.S.?
Hello?
Okay, I'm having trouble with this app. It's pushing me out, and I have to come back in. So he asked me how long I've been living here. What kind of question is that?
Are you from Canada?
No, I'm from America. I live here in the USA.
No, Asia, she's Mexican American. She told us that last time.
No, I was talking about Shane the other day. Shane is from Canada. No, I'm not from here. I'm from the West. That's the one asked me if I was from Canada.
An expert in the Bible. That's what his PhD is. And he was saying that basically Paul wasn't even a Trinitarian monotheist or a Unitarian, but he was taking his stake in polytheism.
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't know how to do it. I don't get my feelings over here. I think it's 20-year-olds. Somebody says something's going to get upset. I don't like the man. I'm new to this. I don't do this every day, right? I go back that time.
What about some people that are doing derogatory? When you talk about people who are you talk about Jews and Asians like, they have some kind of like special. It sounds like propaganda to me.
Wait a minute, Jews, I thought you talking about Jews and Asians. Oh, the Asians. But those are real statistics. I'm not talking about them in a derogatory way. I mentioned that to compare that the two groups, if you go to the FBI website, FBI.org, okay? I'm a former teacher. I look at statistics. I look at stuff before I say something. It makes me angry. It infuriates me
that someone's on there, the guy that was just on here is okay with right-wing judges that are locking us up, okay, and making really bad decisions.
About Pepe?
Yes, but I'm referring to.
Pepe is a clown and a fool and a troll. And it seems like we forget it every 3 months, and when he comes back up on stage and acts a fool, then we have to go through this again. His words repeat. We know who he is. It's just,
I know, but I mean, I don't
take
talk about
him or get rid of him. That's it.
But I would never talk about someone in a derogatory way. What I'm saying is, they don't get locked up and they do this, they do worse crimes or the same crimes, and I worry about it because I have boys, okay? I have boys, and that's why I tell them, don't get in somebody's car that you don't know, right? Don't do this, don't do that, because you don't know when it's your time. And, you know, there's a lot of things that I'm looking at today, and like it's one of these immigrants that were chased by, you know, ICE the other day. He died because he was so terrified. He fell off a 30-foot fall, broke his neck, severed some arteries, and there was the third thing, broke his cracked his skull. And things like that are just happening, just cruelty. Then another one was running because he was terrified, ran onto the railroad tracks, didn't see an oncoming train, and the train took his arm. I mean, you know, just terrible things happening to people, and then they're coming out with these. I really don't care about the Epstein files. I don't give a damn. I'm worried about other things. I'm worried about Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, what's really happening in the world. And this guy's worried about the Epstein files. That's all they care about. Like you said, they should care about all these other things. Somebody said it earlier. None of the other stuff's bothering you about taking money out of your pocket, taking services away. But the Epstein files is really getting to the MAGA crowd. Who cares, right? To me, that's a deflection of what's really going on. You know, people don't understand what they're doing. It just came out the other day. They're sneakily doing all these things and pushing out Epstein stuff, other stuff that we shouldn't really care about. They're taking money out of senior citizens' pockets. They're going and saying to you owe money to the government. We overpaid you. They're coming after 50% of them. Okay? Someone in my family is a veteran. Okay, he owed $900. They're lying and saying he owes $5,000. Okay, they're saying he owes 5 times of what he doesn't owe. This is the kind of stuff they're doing to people, right? They took SNAP benefits away, so I don't know how many million. But yet they care about the Epstein files. Who freaking cares? Like the gentleman said earlier, it doesn't affect me. We know that they're not putting them out there because Donald Trump and a lot of those Congress people are, and they're probably both Republican and Democratic people, are in the files.
That's what we were saying earlier, that, you know, they cared about this, but they're not caring about a lot of things that are important to what, you know, to the viability of this country. But, you know, it is what it is. We can say it.
I think we need a revolution. There's a guy in this 100, listen, he's worth $100 million. I don't know what channel I saw it on, but he was talking, right? He's rich, but he's not, you know, he's still not one. Believe it or not, he's still not the 1%, right? So he says, even he thinks it's cruel what they're doing to everyday people. And he said, it was Morning Joe. That's what it was, an interview with a show called Morning Joe. And he said, there's going to be a revolution, mark my words. Not yet, but when people get to the point where they're losing their jobs, because there's a lot of job loss right now too. That's another thing. He said, if you can't feed your family, they're going to start doing the same thing that kid did. The Italian kid, I don't remember his name. I forget his name. When they killed that healthcare representative, I think, remember? Yeah. That's what the guy said. Wait, there's going to be a lot of Luigi's. Because once you get up, you know, people can't feed their families. They may not be a criminal today. They can't hear their kids crying for hunger, right? You know, they'll have Luigi's. And I think he's right.
Okay, so Luigi's doesn't constitute a revolution, does it, Debbie?
It doesn't. And Paula, I'm glad you're here. You have a pink ticket. Would like me to cash a ticket in at the top of the app, please? Top of the room.
Okay, let me see. I don't see it. I don't see a pink ticket.
It's on your jar.
Let's see.
No, you guys instruct her how to just
On your
join.
When you have a pink ticket on your PTR, it means that you are, I guess you have joined the room. We'd like for you to join the space at the top of the app on the three dots at the top and join the room.
I think I just did. It says you're a member.
daughter of James Comey. She was the federal prosecutor in Diddy's 808 maximum cases. She's been fired.
Yeah, we heard that, but I think a little bit earlier. Did we hear about it, you guys?
Yeah, we did, but you know, April is watching us. She's probably storm chasing.
Girl, here. we find them here, and I want to know right now. Sandra is the only person that calls herself my
Oh, she will contact you. No, me. No, April. She told us in the room she was gonna call you.
Right.
Okay, go ahead and check on her and let us know. So she did that for all of us.
Okay, well, Sister Rob didn't even give me a private message.
Oh, well, I didn't even know about the storm.
There's no storm, baby. It's not a storm, it's an earthquake.
Oh, okay, well,
Everybody didn't even know about it. I didn't even know about it. Just after you called me, and I was laughing. Like, I've been working, and I didn't know anything about it.
well, I am very concerned. If there's a 7.0 anywhere, specific to you, I would definitely be on the
I know you would get a helicopter and come and get me and rescue me if needed.
Yes, I will take one of my personal helicopters. I don't know if
I
I
know
can
you
get
can.
it. Take you
I
up.
want the red ones. Bring the red ones so I can
I would definitely send it to get you for sure. Definitely.
But for real, April, you came on like within a couple of minutes after we talked about it. So we were glad it's okay.
I know. It's a good job.
Yeah, right. She's right.
You're right, but she did it in the back channel.
Exactly. Find out what the hell's going on with her.
What the hell?
But this is crazy room. I found out that somebody was added to the list that I have. Like, listen here, and this person, and that person. Wow. I don't know where we're going with it, where we're going in conversation, because that was messy work right there.
Nobody needs to leave because they always have one. It was the same nobody wants for that to happen. This is kind of like what we're dealing with, you know, the church of God as well.
I call it the MCO. Takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking,
Michael Jenkins, Michael Jenkins is out there.
I'm just trying to get it water and cook it back on. Is that what you're saying? There's more evacuation.
first time you think all of our witnesses are
I love girls, but I love Jesus too, and that's okay. And I guarantee you the love.
And one of the things is that if you can't see the flood, there ain't the flood, you know. If she sees the flood, then she can leave whatever she gonna try to, you know. She said there's nowhere to go, you know, like whatever. I just thought it was too sad to see that this is kind of the state of a large population.
So if you don't see the flood, there is no flood. If you, I think when you see it, it's too late, maybe. I don't know.
There's a rapid escalation, but look at this though, like that camp, right? They were not only born, they had previous experiences. They did not work for it. They did not take it. Despite all the recommendations, they fought against the regulations. You know, FEMA was moving the buildings and they got an appeal that the buildings not moving. It's a distraction from, you know, the real deal, which is, what is it, they actually files, I don't know what's going on right now.
Well, that's one thing you said. I can't agree. I definitely agree. I do not know what's important right now. I don't. There's just too much going on, and I can be here all night with you talking about there's just way too much going on. But so I don't know how you guys really feel about the list of Democrats. How do you guys feel about the list? Forget about the maggots. They don't want to talk about it. They're gonna come in here and try to discuss it anymore, you know, they're just like, whatever. But how do you guys feel about it?
Well, at least so Matt Bennedy is here. He's been here since Paula was talking, and he hasn't opened his mouth. What's going on?
Oh, maybe he don't feel no way about it.
And Trent was here for a while too. He's left, but Matt Bennedy's been here a long time.
Yeah, it's interesting that they don't have no opinion on something that is, to me, I don't think he should be still in the White House. You know, I don't. After this stuff right here, the shenanigans, and Pepe said out of his own mouth on video that it's a chaos. It's a shit show. So, you know, at this point, I don't think there's gonna be a revolution. Who's gonna fight it, and how are we gonna fight it? Even, I don't know. Y'all need to. I don't want to be sensationalizing stuff that we really can't accomplish. How is it going to be a revolution? It brings it down to me.
There could be a state coalition that will prevail against, as you already see with California, possibly even, I don't know, the New Yorkers, you guys got different kind of leaders, but at least in California, you see a lot of resistance, right? And so I know that there's also a large, showing for engage, right? So the movement is there. It just needs to grow more.
Yeah, we have to have a revolution. I mean, whether it's today, next week, next year. I mean, the oligarchs, own everything. They own us too. We're sort of like slaves already. So it's getting to the point that go global when you have a chance. Don't ask me about global, please. I don't want to do that right now. But if you want to go Google BlackRock. Okay? They own everything. They own us whether there's 0.17 shares in a company, 0.30, 0.40, everything you use top down. And when somebody owns, the company owns everything, that means they have a say-so in energy, everything that you live and breathe, they have a say-so in. And so you can say, well, just you can't let it go because they own apartment buildings. This is all planned out. So you guys are so bad out there financially. You guys have no idea. I mean, things are doing. That's why they're keeping people busy arguing about things that don't even matter. Because you know the Epstein files are never gonna, or the list is never gonna
find out.
Well, planned out financially. I mean, if you remember in the 90s, I remember I was telling my daughter in the 90s, I used to hear radio hosts, right? Whether it was BMX or whatever back in the day, or whatever station we all used to listen to. I used to hear guys say, hey, get your stuff together because things are going to change financially. They said it over and over, and they're right. Because things changed. And it started in the 90s or late 80s, where basically anything you see in a supplement company, whether it's something you put on your feet, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, those are the same. They call them private equity. So maybe they're hedge funders, but they're really private equity, which means they manage finance and they manage everyone's money. Actually, they manage people's 401ks, which by the way, 401ks are a scam because you're investing your hard-working money into 401k, and what's happening behind closed doors is that your employer, whether it be public or private, is making deals with these finance managers, which BlackRock, Vanguard, to invest your money, because your money has to be invested, right? Because that's how you guys get, these fees or commissions, commissions. And so a lot of times they're doing stuff, investing in scams, they're investing in other things they use their money to.
You could also control the investments of your 401k, and it's dumb to say that. It's crazy to say what you said. If the company is matching you, let's say 5%, that's you're gaining money in your 401k. That makes zero sense to say that.
No, it makes a lot of sense. We're not talking about you picking out, sure, you can pick out your own portfolio. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening. I'm not talking about your personal portfolio. I'm talking about behind closed doors. Not all companies participate, but some do. And what they're doing is they're managing your money, and the money sometimes disappearing. Haven't you heard Illinois and other states say you can't pay the pensions? There's too much money. And a lot of times, with your money, if yours is better, like the city of Chicago, let's say, for 30, 40 years, and you put $200,000, $300,000 away, your money should be there, right? It should be there. Or, and sometimes your money disappears. Like, why do you think they're playing with our money, with stocks and bonds? There's people, stocks go down, people high up like Nancy Pelosi and other people, they know to put their money somewhere else, to save their money. You're losing $40,000, $50,000, $100,000. I mean, it's all set up against us. You can make money, I'm not saying you can't, but you're never going to be the 1%. You're never going to be the 1%.
So you want something like this? You want this venom joint? Sure. Listen, we'd like to make a deal for the man. Someone watching this has to buy these. Comment and tell me what they're worth.
Venom 1 Lethal Protector Black. Signed by Stan Lee, Sam De La Rosa, Todd McFarlane in a 9.8. Someone chime in and tell me what the value of this book is.
We'll see if we can make a deal and make it happen. I'll have your contact information, man. We'll put this up there. We'll see how it goes. So you got a lot of comments.
They start eating themselves. I just feel like that's internally. I just feel like they crash internally, and that's helpful. So anytime
here's how you make my super easy 2-ingredient, low calorie, no bake, no refrigerate, no flour, no sugar, no gluten, no egg, no carb, no fat, no gluten, no carb.
Did you know Illinois LLC for $0 plus state fees?
He's on it, and then he's in so many pictures with Jeffrey Epstein. And like I said, we read the court document in here, all the stuff that we sort of can surmise, or just just give deductive reason to get to. And it is what it is, whatever. This whole situation, that was his lawyer or whatever. It's like so. But now he's like, he's dead, and he's a scumbag, and this, that, and the other, whatever. It's like, I'm saying.
I think this man is trying to hurt the land, but what he's actually doing is to save its life. Smart farmers use this trick to make a mother sheep who lost her baby lamb accept another lamb that has no mom, then cover the orphaned lamb in the skin of her lost lamb, just to make the mother believe the lamb belongs to her. When the mother smells the familiar scent, she thinks the lamb is hers and starts feeding it, keeping it healthy and strong. You might think this man is trying to hurt the lamb, but what he's actually doing is to save its life. Smart farmers use this trick to make a mother sheep who lost her baby lamb accept another lamb that has no mom, then cover the orphaned lamb in the skin of her lost lamb.
Why is everybody?
I'm more interested in seeing what the outcome would be from that release if that happens. I think that message needs to come out. If we're going to care about this alongside all the things that are going on, I think to what Lisa had talked about earlier, I think there needs to be more of a, there's some consequences that's at stake if that's not released. I think that needs to be discussed more often. I'm not saying if you care to say to the public in terms of all people are declaring certain problems, trying to get this out.
So here's what I'm saying. Oh, I'm sorry, Deborah.
I was just gonna say real quick, what I think is he misjudged his base. And when he was talking about it before, after the suicide and all of the stuff surrounding it, he wanted to make a big deal out of it. Like there was so much information that he was going to get to the bottom of, right? And then, I think that was being performative, it seems, because he was always, in pictures with him before. So when he would talk about it, as if he were going to get to the bottom, and it was going to be a whole different story, right? And I think he misjudged his base. He's so used to telling them what to think, and they didn't do that this time. When he said, just forget about it, he's dead, and we need to move on, and that didn't happen. For how long now has whatever he said, they followed, and they're not following this time. So now they're breaking down. Just like you got these maggots on the stage right now, they're going to open the damn mouth.
So what I was going to, oh my bad. What I was going to say to what Alan was saying too, was that to me, the release of the list, regardless of what's on there, if Trump is on that list or whatever, the release of the list makes it more powerful. What I feel like is because Trump, the whole thing is going to brain swap, he's going to get rid of these things, he's going to release everything. So like now he's looking more and more deep state, he's looking more bureaucratic. They're starting to see this, and when they start to get hit with this Medicaid and all these benefits and SNAP, because again, we are a smaller percentage of the population, but also a smaller percentage of economic programs. So when that starts to happen, it's just, there was a movie called Some All Fears or whatever. It's like a Tom Clancy movie, whatever. I love the movie, but they talk about basically it's like they try to make Russia and America fight each other, but it's like they sort of like they do it right from within, like MAGA is too big and too powerful with the way they move. To your point, about like it shouldn't have less than J6. None of that, they don't care about that because that's their agenda. Like J6 was for them. It was Trump saying F the man. It was Trump saying like F the swamp, F the government. Like, go out there, like you want your country to go fight like hell for or whatever. They love that. Nobody's getting rid of him for that. Like not his base. What you need is shit like this where it's like, okay, like damn, you said Santa Claus was real. You said the Easter Bunny, like, you said the truth for everything money. Then they find out all this shit's not real. They find out that the man they believe in is bullshit, like we all know. And this is to me, what you're seeing from them, like that, talking about this movie and this, is like, to me, it's amazing. What it, like, to me, it's one of the best things that could happen.
Things that they've been talking about is the Democratic strategy. They're saying that Democrats are advised to not directly attack Trump because that may draw MAGA against Democrats as opposed to civil war Trump.
Yeah, it's at this point they just really. I'm sorry. I think that was Pierre. My bad, Pierre. My bad when I said a lot. My bad people, but I need to contribute comments to one to the right people. But yeah, I just think that like we're out right now. Like it's nothing that we can do. Like we're out until like the House of Representatives changes. Like there's nothing literally that anybody can do. I like what Obama said the other day. And that's I keep talking about it every night. Like I know Wallace knows about it, but it's like Gavin Newsom is actually doing the kind of work that needs to be done. So more people start doing like what he's doing, whatever, just like what Trump said or whatever. But we just need for the midterms to happen, and we need for that MAGA base to weaken, which is doing. So like I said, they literally are like they're going to eat themselves if he doesn't do something. To the point about the lady about calling the revolution. If it does, because people are gonna, when people's benefits start going, like I said the other day, I saw this thing with this elderly woman. Her benefits got cut. Her food stamps got cut from $285 a month down to $25. Like how this woman gonna do this? Like people will die, people will start, people will all kind of. And it's like it will get bad, but they go back to I think the April 28th executive executive order that Trump put out about how he wants to sort of, he wants to basically turn the military into our police force. So I mean, he wants this shit to go to shit, so he can go ahead and install sort of shit like martial law, like let's get this shit. He wants the chaos, so he can, what BB is doing in Israel, something similar to that, in my opinion.
So I guess one of the risks here is that Trump is now calling some of his supporters stupid and foolish. And that's something he reserved strictly to Democrats. So that might be a talking point when you're strong voter rift, coming 2026.
They are seeing for the first time, and they see it there, they put it together, they like, whatever, and they're like, damn, like you told me it was Santa. Like they snuck downstairs and they see that they put that like in.
I'm just gonna let you know I went to go buy some eggs today and it was over $5.
Which is funny to your point, because that was the whole thing. Like he was gonna bring egg costs down. I was waiting for the 99 cent gas. I'm waiting for me to feel like an 18 getting over gas. When we get like 99 cent gas, like all that shit they don't care about you. And like I said, in general, it's right live. It's like it's the way it's just it's getting where you got to a point where like like you're going to and then we're gonna put the last thing around a black woman rather than just give them like a Christian form for them. So they just like let's do anything to like stop the movements with black people. We already had like a black parade. We're gonna stop this. It's like we're not gonna have our kid over cemetery. My brother, it was a man who's pushing 15 kids. I don't know what they wanted to do. It's like, so no matter how many baby prophecies happen, it's like he's propagating the species of eventually this seems to happen a bunch of babies. And that's what they want. They have like a more like rich figure, like like supposed to be intelligent, like they like that kind of scene. I don't know where they got like Elon the Wonder Type of thing. They want a bunch of those little like babies, like the little like the Henry basically. So it's just all this stuff is what it is. What I'm saying is that they're gonna support everything except for the things, like they're getting every trade. They're finally feeling betrayed. A lot of us are betrayed by him, but they're his base are feeling betrayed, and that's why I feel like it's gonna be all of them. What will help? Again, we said in the midterms, we have a long way to go.
I do it over and over again.
You take these little ketchup cups and you expand them out and you can put a lot more ketchup on it. Remember the first time I learned this?
I think the best thing we can give people nowadays is that they
think, just thinking a little bit about what Lisa talked about earlier about, what should we be paying attention to, I think that's the core of the problem. I think a lot of things are happening much more rapidly, or exceedingly rapidly than we used to. It's just we get information faster, it's more to process. Just think about anybody who changes their mind about a candidate, as an example. They did that because they had new information. And I think the problem is that I think the challenge that we have collectively is trying to get people to think a little bit more than just that one singular thing that's important to them, voting wise, and think to consider, what's that second thing and whether how well a candidate matches up to those two, even three things, basically. I just don't think that we do that regularly as well as we should be doing it now. That's just my 2 cents. Plus, I'll add this real quickly. I think the other half too is when confronting people with it, and this is not, I'm not dissing you, Michael, about the voters are stupid, that comment or anything like that. It's just that a lot of times if you really try to change somebody's mind, it's really hard to. It can be really hard to do it without feeling. Without having a phrase come up. The young man that I met some months ago, we were at the Family Dollar. He was the cashier. I think I told the story in this group. He wasn't going to vote. He literally just asked me out of the blue if I heard that he wasn't going to vote, would I be pissed at him? And I told him, I said, I wouldn't, because he got yelled at literally within the store. And I said to him, no, I wouldn't necessarily yell at you, but it would raise a little bit of a side eye about why you're not voting. And I politely explained to him how within Gary, this is a place where there's still people who remember Hatcher. They still remember the first black mayor. They remember all that history, and it's hard to have people sidestep a vote outright and start there's a breaking point where, maybe you don't like candidate A versus B, but maybe it's how you're evaluating those candidates that might need to change. And I think that collectively, that's how we're going to have a challenge trying to reach people without necessarily calling them stupid process, even if, in all honesty, sometimes there's things that they're coming up with that doesn't quite make sense. I'll land there, I'll let some others speak.
And I was going to say, you're fine, but let me sort of real quick, so I don't feel slighted at all. When I say that, I'm just talking like sort of when we're in these spaces, when we get people that come on stage, like I literally will encourage people to get involved, regardless of what their political view is or how they feel. Like if they're like so passionate, I'm like, go get some stuff. When these people come in, I don't call them stupid. I don't say it to them, but I really try to. I want people to get involved in the political process. I'm just saying, when we have these conversations, we're all sort of in here just talking, because literally they are stupid, but it's not something I'm going to say to somebody. I don't want to make anybody feel bad. I just don't want to push people away. I want to sort of bring them in, especially if they're on the diaspora. I definitely don't want to move people off the diaspora.
I hear you, Mike. I when it's not like it was like accusing you necessarily. No. That's no conversation in general.
Something that I'm hearing now is like we should basically give MAGA enough room to play, right? Right now, they have their split, they're so divisive, and their social influences are basically having beef over this issue, and we should encourage that beef between each other. And something else about them that I noticed is that they're overly vindictive, right? They're very theatrical, so they feed on persecution narrative. So that's why I don't think it's a good idea to attack too strongly directly Trump. And finally, Trump is going to take himself down, right? His contradictions, all his legal cases and the conspiracies, they're going to suffocate his credibility as they are now. It's just going to get worse over time.
Somebody had described, and I can't remember who this was, because I wanted to give credit to the right person. I mean, I was watching this sort of explain identity politics. We hear it all the time, but just really broke down as I don't know what she was, a PhD or something, but it was explaining the way that I hadn't heard. So anybody that had heard it, it was new to me. But talked about the way that that people get into Trump or that identity to where when we attack Trump, they feel attacked. It's like the way that he manipulates people to feel like he's it's like he's on their side. It's a whole, and I'm not doing a good job of it, but ultimately it's just that the people see an attack against Trump as we can literally see as a direct attack against them. That's why people get so offended, get so upset. You know, I'm sure, like, I don't know, like, for Mac, I don't want to mention, like, but I'm saying when we see the people that come in here and they get super upset when you go at Trump, but it's like they attach their identity to Trump is what this woman's, what her argument was. And when you look at it, to me, that seems like kind of plausible when you see the way people react, you know, that they get so upset just because we're talking about Trump that they don't know, you know, from a campaign.
Are you talking about yesterday, Fleming?
I saw this maybe like a month ago. It was real good, but I just, yeah, and it just, and like I said, I would like to credit the woman that said it, but I just can't remember her name or whatever. I might have to save it, and I might cannot find the clip, but yeah.
Okay, so I have two things we can do here. I have, talking about, Epstein on TMZ, and I put the deal here, they talking to him on TMZ. And also, there's this thing, Jackson Kitover with a $78 million alligator Alcatraz contract has obscure origins. Did you guys know anything about the people who are actually running alligator Alcatraz?
Is it GEO or Arsenal Corps?
So which ones do you guys want to talk about? Do you want to hear Dale Hughley talk, or do you want to talk about alligator Alcatraz?
I'm talking about
hot link on Epstein whenever you're ready.
Dale Hughley.
Yeah, Dale Hughley, I vote.
Okay, well, everybody.
And also, listen, I want to add, I just saw this clip of this one of your baseball coach. He did a very heartwarming thing to defend his kids, you know, share that with people.
Sure, why don't you share it with us right now? We'll talk about, and little we'll talk about alligator Alcatraz for sure.
Yeah, so the context is,
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
They're low, I can't hear them.
Is he playing something or reading something? I can't hear anything.
It's on mute now.
Grab your damn nuts, it sounds awful.
okay, here it is,
His story, as I said yesterday, Lisa, about the baseball coach in New York.
Okay, here it is. Yeah.
Understand he was forced to step in. He saw ICE agents approaching and started to question kids that were on the field practicing baseball. All of them, he says, after the American court, that coach, Kevin Wilder, is now up front. He is the founder of the Harlem Baseball Hitting Academy.
You know, and see the agents coming back. I'm paying attention to is that, I've seen. And all of a sudden I see them make a beeline to my kids, and I said, well, I went over that way, that direction, and then I just hear what's your name, where you're from, where they come from here, so inappropriate questions, and tell my kids to, if it's a number,
So, what was the reaction of your kids? I mean, I mean, obviously these are armed law enforcement agents. On one hand, are they gotta be scared? Did they start answering the questions? I mean, what happened?
I think some tough New York City kids would jump, so for them to be scared is something really happening. So I just told them there's one way into the batting cage and one way out. So I said, everybody get your safety check here, we go to the back of the batting cage. And I listened to them, and I said, listen, I'm not gonna let them get through. So I said, if you guys have clear respect, so get out of here. And, you know,
goddamn.
Yeah.
That happened in Highland. Oh yeah, that was cool. Cause why the fuck they rolling up on little kids and asking them all of them questions? They going too far. This is just too much. Who said something to me?
I say have no boundaries, so they don't care. So they don't care about anybody, so they just pull up on everybody. So I was like, look, I think we'll start hearing New York Steppers now.
I feel that my heart and prayers are out for in California. They definitely should. They never catch them. I've never seen one. It's like a movie. I've never seen one all the time.
You're never saying who won.
I all that stuff. They like literally skip this whole area.
Oh, okay. So you got area and one in town. They skip.
It's like a huge.
I don't know. They just ain't get to there yet.
They come up with like
Okay. Don't let these people on Clubhouse know what's happening. They might report it.
I say like the one of the best butcher by the day, slave catcher.
You know it.
Yes.
So something that we did get reported was that ICE has been, as a deterrent, separating and reporting parents, right? But keeping the kids within when records aren't there to really connect the two, right? So there is some form of trafficking to whatever system, right? For those kids that are now not only undocumented, they're something else.
So what happens if a kid is like, okay, so say the kid is maybe about 13, 14, born in America, right? But his parent was born in whatever country. What happens when that kid parent get detained? Do they send the kid with the parent? Like I understand like a baby, they're probably gonna send the baby, but the 13-year-old gonna send them off with their parent?
Remember when it was when he was president the first time? It was
I keep trying to talk, I can't hear him though, but what you're saying, Lavon? Is that Lavon? Somebody else talking, I don't know what it is.
Wait, who was it was a female talking, go ahead, because there's nobody.
I think it was Crystal.
Okay, Crystal.
To her question when she was saying about the kids, you guys remember when he was president the first time around and all the kids were going like to their little camp somewhere. I think it was down there in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, and they were like, they were saying they put them like in little cages.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes, yeah, there you go. Yeah, like the detainment center, so they were taking the kids and putting them over there and trying to reunite them with the family or whatever their decision making was going on at the time.
You know what, Crystal, you just reminded me of something. So, you know how you've been bragging about finding all of these endowment, whatever you think about, however you think it is. Were any of those kids, the kids that was separated from their parents during his first administration?
See, I don't want to speak on something that I don't know. You know, they get rowdy up in here.
Right here, it says thousands of kids were separated to CPS.
And they were going down there to those, they were, you know, those families and stuff were being separated, and that's when they were putting, like you said, that's over here out in California, so they were calling it like cages.
Some children were lost in the system, and some families have never been reunited. This is where major legal battles and public outreach. So,
Right, and that's it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well,
you see he ain't didn't mention nothing about that wall since he been back in here the second term.
Well, we got, what were we talking about the other day? 10,000 kids, they said they found, so.
That's what I'm asking. I was asking about those kids they say found, right? 10,000. Could those kids be some of the kids that was separated from their parents during his first administration?
Sounds like the scales balance, doesn't it? Thousands of kids, 10,000 kids, but they haven't shown any receipt for those kids, so I don't know why they cannot show receipts and why they wouldn't show receipts as they need to. They need that kind of support, right? But they won't show it, just like that ones. They'll talk about it, they won't show it.
I don't even believe it, but they have something to do with the kids not showing up to their court cases. But that's still a huge amount of kids to say that they're missing or didn't show up for their court cases. And so if they had a court case, then it was they know where they are to be able to tell them to go to a court case. So they're really not they're not lost. Maybe they just, I don't know, I'm not even trying to figure it out because it's insanity to me. This whole thing is insanity. Say that it's insanity.
Lisa, the part that we found out about the 10,000 kids not going to their court cases was something that we discovered, right?
Well, we were discussing, I don't know what
That we were discussing, but he never mentioned anything about court cases. He said that them kids was missing, like they was lost, like they was sex trafficked or anything. He was making it seem like, and this is why he was tugging at the heartstrings of MAGA. And it's crazy at this time of Epstein, he wanna play the, oh, we found all of these kids card, right? But he didn't mention nothing about the missing court cases. All he said was they was missing and they found them.
So I'm looking at 4 different portions of this LLMs, right? There are sources for these reports. I'm looking at 4 that are lining up for same information. It's saying 300,000 kids referred not to children physically missing, but to record-keeping issues such as 291,000 children lacking notices to appear for documents for children about 32,000 do not show up to court. I think LeBron said it or somebody, in the DHS Inspector General clarified these are administrative deaths, not necessarily children accounted for are in there. I think this is shameful and disgusting.
Does Michael know anything about it?
And he was trying to basically say to me, when he was on camera and he was, well, I forgot where he was at something, he was just trying to make it seem like there are these kids that are here that are missing within our country and they have found them, like they were just lost.
Right.
They were just like all under bridges, we don't know, but we're finding them. I don't even know how did you guys find them? Let's break this down. Where were they? You notice how journalism is not asking these questions? And it's very weird to me that they're not. I'll be like, what? Where were they? And where are they now? And who are they? But no one's asking questions.
Exactly. Are they arresting the people? Were the kids now? Like, you're right. It's weird.
Epstein, New Mexico property. That's where they're at. That's what they never rated.
Trump's words were he and we have gotten back 10,000. Gotten back.
From where? Where the fuck was that?
Oh, by the way,
We're at Disneyland with Vance.
Epstein, his bank account, Epstein's still getting money, by the way.
You're about to make me choke.
How would you money? Money. Epstein. Money. I don't know what you're talking about right now. How is Epstein somebody who's clearly, is he still alive? Are you guys saying? I mean, it's just too many conspiracy theories. We don't
I told you want to leave that story alone. Just leave it alone. He dead.
This is the only issue. This is the only issue we have to water Congress with every day. I don't think that's enough. Water thinks he's alive. I don't think that's enough. Oh, that was out. I thought we were, I thought we were a little too into it.
None of it seems his assets, didn't it? They took all his money and lighted it up.
on Saturday night.
Yeah, it's a very.
But you know, they never did. Did they ever say who got the property and the money? Did they ever tell anybody that?
No, his brother who's has is up there. Cousins, he was inherited what he had. I mean, I don't know how they know that, but go look at he has a brother, and his brother got all that.
Well, wait a minute now.
Is that why they put the lady in jail?
Oh, no, wait a minute. I was now confused for real because I thought they was going to take all country money. That's what I thought that they were going to do. So I was just expecting that that's what they did to him since they proved that he was guilty of all of the shit. And he died in the midst of all of it. Why would they give his anything to his brother? Like,
I don't know, but you guys can go research it, but
yeah, I mean, research team, can y'all pull it together, please? And thank you.
No, when Lisa say making sense though. I said when Lisa say making sense though.
Well, I'll let that fresh real quick. So if we go back to 2019, August, when Epstein passed away, at that time he had $577 million at the time of his death. That was placed into a trust, and the trust was called it was placed into a trust called the 1953 Trust. And that 1953 Trust was established 2 days before he killed himself. So I feel like that's something people might want to, because I haven't done the research myself, but that would be something we might want to look into, because that trust was established 2 days before he died. And why 1953? Like, what happened in the year 1953? Is there anything significant that might reflect, like, why would be called the 1953 Trust?
Was he born in 1953?
I'm not sure, but there's a connection to make with the 1953, because that was the trust name 2 days before he died.
You need to keep finding out that. Alright.
Does that make his brother like he was the inheritance of the trust?
I'll put it in the chat. It came from the Times. I'll put it in the chat. I'll read over it. But that trust was definitely established 2 days before he passed. It's the 1953 trust.
Yeah, here's some stuff. So it says, his Manhattan Mansion federal prosecutors indicated that their intention to confiscate Epstein's Upper East Side mansion was allegedly used. That was allegedly used in sex trafficking. They didn't say what happened to it. The Virgin Island property, the U.S. Virgin Island, the government pursued legal action against Epstein's estate and reached a settlement, including over $105 million in cash and half the proceeds from that sale. So I guess those were the settlements.
So some of the settlements are his former girlfriend, but also he got 100 in.
What's the fake though? It was a fake one. I said fake ones.
I said it's we got $111 million tax refund for the settlements.
What about the heirs property?
You put something in the trust. Come on, is this not going to be
Yeah, we
when you put something in a trust, public view, including liabilities of the beneficiaries, they're being individuals, organizations, or other entities. And so when we're trying to collect from the state, that would be harder to live in a trust.
You were not April. Come back.
No, I'm being interrupted by people. No, when you put something in trust, it makes it harder for them to get. Like, I think he didn't want any of the people who were, his, guys going after him. Those women who went after him, you know, to sue his pay or whatever, while he was in jail, it would be put in a trust, right? So it's harder to get something from a trust, harder than it is to get it from a person, a settlement or anything else.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that how the brother got out? Oh, I don't know about the brother.
Maybe if his brother was on the trust.
Yeah, they're saying that he has 2 executors, estate executors, and that they are making the benefactors. So, and then also, it's the largest estate that he has is $100 $70 million invested in Peter TLC.
So that's why when I just brought up the trust he made, the 1953 trust. I think Lisa said, is that what he's born or whatever? Then I just went ahead and just did a good quick chat. Yeah, he was born in 1953. So it's called the 1953 trust. He was born in 1953. But also, when it comes to trusts, you can kind of like disconnect his whole appearance of the corporate veil. You can like remove yourself from it. Nobody really knows what's going on. So now, was it from sitting up? But I didn't think about that. I knew it was 1953 part. When Lisa just said it, I was like, let me just look it up to see when it was he born. And he was actually born in 1953. So that information, that's up.
I'm a very good investigator when I want to be. But other than that, I try not to be.
This is so interesting. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just giving her props. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
This is interesting to me, guys. You know why? Because we all sat through that unfortunate long ass trial and heard that had he been convicted of the RICO, that his fortune was gonna be taken from the government. This included any trust that was in him
They're saying that they're saying that because
or his children's name. The nigga fucking Epstein profited from all of that bullshit he did. Are you there?
Yeah, I guess he wasn't convicted of a RICO, so I guess that might.
What the fuck, Congressman?
Let me just remind the stage. It's all good, Brooklyn. Let me just remind the stage that Buffy is black and Jeff Epstein is white. I just want to remind everybody.
No, we get that. I didn't need you to remind us. I got that part. But I'm just saying, it's like so fucking blatant, right? That's what I'm saying. That's the point of being shocked at the blatant that it being such a fucking in your face. You niggas, I will take everything from you. This is all the more reason for y'all to stop playing with the crackers. I'm sorry. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, we saw the difference when CEO from Abercrombie and Fitch, when he got locked up for child sex trafficking and all that. And we actually listened to remember that he had the bail hearings, and on the third bail hearing, he put up $50 million. He said he'll get a third party security team. He'll relinquish his passport, all of that shit, right? And the one thing the judge said, this makes me like kind of like weary, like on the judge of the case. So like, are there good judges or bad judges? Because Judge Submeridian in his case actually said, okay, we're gonna deny him his bail for this third time. Y'all have to make it make sense why, I forget the Abercrombie and Fitch name, but the judge literally said it, why he's free and then he's still locked up. So there's a whole connection with that whole thing. That's more.
All right. Okay. There it is. Another case. This is more. I'm getting really a little bit like worn out with Trump and Diddy, all these people. They just say invading my space, my peace. So you guys still want to hear D.L. Hughley? And he's talking on TMZ about the Epstein files. You guys want to hear it?
Yep, I do.
All right. Correctly. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's 10 minutes, so I'm trying to just fast forward to D.L. Hughley so you guys will know what he's talking about. I'm going to start a little before Hughley comes on. Oh, now that turns itself off. My speaker got bored. Turn yourself off. Okay, here we go.
So let's get into what is freedom. What should the administration do here? What's the right move? What's the move that's going to quell all the cries for this thing? Joining us right now, is there a special move? A good friend, D.L. Hughley. D.L., how you doing, man?
I'm wonderful, man. You know what's so interesting? Even the stuff that we know did happen, or was listed happens disturbing. His affinity and his relationship with a known pedophile is troublesome. The fact that a 14-year-old girl accused him and Epstein
stuff that he's openly said, the stuff that's on the record, should have been disqualified. I mean, so it's even, and there's no doubt that if he believed that it was something that was in there with hurt his political enemies, you know, first off, Ed Bundy's not calling the shots, you know that. He's gonna do it.
Yeah, right. But I mean, Deal, I gotta tell you, and again, no dog in the fight. I've talked to, there are two people in particular who are not even associated, and they've had access to this, and they say that, yeah, Trump's name is mentioned, but there is nothing untoward with respect to Trump. And many, many other names, people you know, people you've heard of, and it's the same deal. So I'm trying to figure out what's the motivation here.
Okay, Michael Wolff says that he's seen the picture with Trump in him. Michael Wolff says that, right? So you have all these people on the periphery. But the truth of the matter is, does this seem like the kind of thing he wouldn't do? Even the things he said have been disturbed. It's like for young girls. He said these things. So let's be clear. Does Donald Trump seem like the kind of man who wouldn't do it?
I'm just telling you.
Anybody who's been honest would say that that's not true.
One of the people I can tell you is not a Trump supporter, and I'm getting this consistently. Yes, names mentioned, but so are a million others. And it's mentioned about times, but there's nothing untoward.
You know what's so disturbing about this for me? President Obama was accused of not having real birth certificate. He had to show it.
That was the first conspiracy theory that Donald Trump brought.
He showed it. The other thing that's very interesting is when Barack Obama was in close proximity to Jeremiah Wright, he has to come out and do this about it. So the standard needs to be clear. Even being in proximity to somebody who's that troublesome, it to me is worth looking into.
If they release everything, and there are a bunch of names in there, right? And let's assume, just for argument's sake, 60% of the people, 70% of them didn't do anything wrong. Now their names are attached. In fact, this morning, Kevin Spacey was saying, release all of it because he wants his name cleared. His name was mentioned in a civil suit against Jeffrey Epstein. I was told about a huge, I know this is right, huge rock star mentioned, and it was just, again, name mentioned. So then all those people, all those people suddenly get painted with this brush when it could just be that Epstein had their numbers.
Trump's, let me just ask this question. Do you think that would be Trump's concern?
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair share of cutting boards. For years, we used plastic until I learned.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
Using the kind of man, I would say it should be,
We know him to be.
I would think it should be the Attorney General's concern. I don't know if it's Trump's, but it should be the Attorney General's concern.
He doesn't run the Attorney General like that. He is clearly running other administrations that they've been settling apart. He's clearly in charge. He's calling the shots as the Department of Justice. Do you think that Donald Trump man, if he had evidence that would hurt political opponents or something he didn't like, he would use it? He would.
Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you what I think. That there are tons of people, Democrats, Republicans, business people, rock stars, actors, all of whom associated with Jeffrey Epstein, and that there are probably friends and enemies of Donald Trump on that list. And most of them, there's nothing untoward.
So I think it's really difficult for me to believe. I got a lot of friends. If I knew one of them I would never hang out with. And I think also the standard now that we have, it used to be a time if you're associated with a racist or a rapist, you would be now we live in this alternate universe. Just being in close proximity, just having a dalliance, a relationship with a guy like that is Trump somewhere.
Let me ask you a question. There are a lot of people who knew Diddy was problematic, but they still went to his white parties. What's the difference?
I think that one, a white party is adults having a
brothers that aren't enemies. And it's an extent that we should have. If they low standard, if you are in close proximity, hanging around with pedophiles, that is problematic, and we need to know about it. Because why all of a sudden is the fire gone out for them to know? Because they think it can damage somebody that they care about or somebody they're interested in. That's it. But we should be interested in protecting our children. Yeah. But we're not. We're not. And every week, do you honestly believe, and this is an honest question, he seems like the kind of man that would do it. He seems like, I hear what you're saying. I'm just telling you, I haven't seen it, but I've heard from separate people. Any man that walked into a teenage beauty pageant, I get it. So stop. Okay, I said my piece. Hey, you know, basically, catch the deal. We show, weekdays, 3 to 7 p.m. Deal. Always fun talking.
Okay, so what do you guys think? I think, you know, I listen to Dale, but other people speak on his plan is really hard.
He was trying to protect Trump. Wasn't he real on? Wasn't he?
Who was trying to protect
He was not trying to protect Trump.
Why did he sound like, I'm not talking about Dan, I'm talking about Harvey. You think how he cut him off when he was about to get into the addicted things? Yeah, maybe I just noticed it. That's what I was thinking.
Well, he keeps saying, he had, before we put Dale on, he was like, he knows people closely that have seen the actual list. And he said there's all, like he repeated, there's all kind of people on it. And yes, Trump is mentioned on the list, but they're thinking this list is a, you know, innocuous list. And I think it has a lot to do with Justine had his probably a whole separate list. I don't know if they asked her for it. I don't know if they questioned her about, you know, I'm sure they did when they were prepping her for trial. But I wanted to play that clip of her saying that she's ready, not her, but they're talking about how she's ready. She had an appeal coming up, right? And she said she's ready to talk.
They should have had it if the judge denied it.
I'm sorry?
I'm almost positive she just had it and the judge denied her.
Oh, you have to be all the way positive before you put that on the stage.
Oh, yeah, I already saw her running laps around the thing because she already got denied, but is she doing it again?
Positive or you're not positive?
I am positive.
Okay, so can somebody Google that real quick? Because I'm doing something. Can somebody Google it?
That's for him to drop that information.
It just came out today. I was reading
I'm
about
trying to look up this story, but yeah, I'll look it up.
I thought you were talking to me. Oh, God.
No. I'll look up that. Keep telling your story. You're fine.
No. I just, when you said that, it just threw everything off because I could have sworn that she, I'm sick.
I think one thing we should put into factor when it comes to this, because we talk about the agencies and we talk about the president of the United States. Sometimes we feel like, okay, the president just has full power over everything. The FBI makes its own decisions, it makes its own calls. That Donald Trump can't stop that, no president can stop that. Whatever the FBI decides to do, say, release, that's solely on them. And that's another thing I think we should look into, because even the statement they release is kind of crazy. Because even when we look at the statement they released, they pretty much told us there are men on video having sex with minors. I'm going to mute myself for not trying to say certain words, but that's what was said. But now we have to look into the relationship between the FBI, CIA, and the presidents, because it's supposed to be checks and balances, and it is checks and balances. But when it comes to Trump, I mean, he has no power over what the FBI puts out, what statements they make when it comes to this game.
So, Steve, legally, technically, maybe it shouldn't happen, but we know what's happening, right? So, regardless of how we feel, Trump is running the whole entire fucking government.
Nah, I can't say that. Like, if you say Trump is running the government, that means that you're saying that Trump has the full power to tell the FBI to do what they want him to do, and that's just not true.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
So, alright, so we're talking about law. Can you, like, what is it that you can look up or send? Because if we're talking about the FBI, like the FBI and the DOJ, they're their own entity. The president cannot tell the FBI or the DOJ what to do.
Not anymore. what Trump says. They are Cash Patel, are you kidding me?
He appointed Cash Patel, but like if I'm if what I'm saying is a lie, I'll drop whatever type of basic government information that we can hold. Let me just say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. I'll drop whatever type of basic. Hold on, let me just say this real quick. I'll drop whatever basic information, put it in the chat. If somebody disagrees with me, if you can put it in the chat also behind me to disprove what I'm saying, then I will, say, okay, I was wrong in that statement.
Yeah, so what you're saying is not wrong, right, per se. But again, if you're looking at what's on paper, how it should be done, versus what's being done, it's two different things. Trump is running the fucking government. Trump wants to fire federal employees, he fires them. Trump wants to send them to other countries, that they're not from, they go in there.
Now we getting on topic though. We talking about the Epstein situation. Now we're getting on topic, just talking about other stuff. Like,
no, it's not getting on topic. It's told you that Trump controls the agency. How can you,
so how can you prove to anybody that Trump controls the CIA and FBI? Like Trump, any president controls the FBI, the CIA, and the DOJ. Well, can anybody drop in the chat? I'll drop mine for now. I'll drop.
Actually, a case specifically, she brought up. Hold on, we're staying on topic. I want to read what Lisa was saying about the Supreme Court declined to hear the appeal, which Donald Trump has decided to do with the DOJ. They're pushing the Supreme Court to silence her, and then they're going to decline.
Was it done? They must have done. Just say no, it hasn't been done at this time.
Well, hold on, let me read to you what I'm reading, because I don't know if it has been done. On July 14th to 15th, the U.S. Department of Justice filed a brief urging the Supreme Court to decline Maxwell's appeal. So you're right, because I don't think it has been done. They just filed a brief emphasizing that the 2007 Epstein prosecution is no, we ain't. Hold on. Let me read. So what happens next? Hold the fuck up. Habeas corpus, right? Is the petition that she's gonna have to do for unlawful detention now, because now she's being unlawfully detained. So public pressure continues to mount.
It's quite easy actually to prove that Trump has control. What is one single person, or who is one single person that Trump has appointed or confirmed that isn't 110% loyal to him? Are you talking about Cash Patel? Does anybody here think that Cash Patel actually has any independence? Does anyone here think that Exile was chosen for any other people? I didn't interrupt you. Does anyone here actually think that Pete Exeg, whose only real achievement is drinking you little kids under the table, was appointed to Secretary of Defense for any other reason other than the fact that he was 100% loyal to Trump from the beginning? You want to say something you done talking about? What about, I didn't interrupt you, sir. Pam Bondi, also 100% loyal to Trump, always has been, right? Cash Patel, David Bongino, on the Trump train. Who is one single person that has actually had any issue with Trump whatsoever that has been appointed or confirmed? Name one person. Already. Alright, I don't really get how that question came into the current conversation. At the end of the day, can somebody put in the chat any information, anything when it comes to our law or government that says the president has 100%?
No, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you're purposely ignoring what people going to the country, but you're saying you're purposely ignoring.
I'm not.
We know what the laws are. We know what the laws. We know what the laws are. What we're saying is he's not following the law.
Okay, so my simple question to you, not following the law when it comes to controlling the FBI, the DOJ, and the CIA. You what evidence?
Very easy question. This is a very easy question to answer. The Supreme Court already said that Trump can literally do anything so long as it is deemed illegal. He's just a defender of pedophilia. That's it. Whoever this person is, he's just a defender of pedophilia. That's all.
I posted in the chat, but like, not the link I posted, like, he literally just shifted the priorities of the FBI for white collar crimes to focusing on immigration. That's my problem. So that's my
I'm pretty sure a lot of people I'm not sure that's me for sure, but I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna say I'm actually read it. I got
warm-ups, bro. You're spiking over. Let's relax, buddy.
Okay, so already looking at this link, title of the link, FBI ordering to prioritize immigration as DOJ scales back white collar cases. So just off of it, where is the person?
Read the article. Stop reading the title and read the article. God,
the President of the United States coming to play.
I can't read the article. You gotta read the article. You're talking about
y'all talk. I promise you to read this.
Read the article. Stop talking and read it.
The state person is just defending pedophilia. That's all it is. It's all these people that were.
Okay, so what's going on in those readings
Well, I pretty much made a statement that Donald Trump does not control any threat agencies, CIA, FBI, DOJ. Somebody's put a link in the chat that's pretty much debunking what I'm saying. Even so far, I'm still reading it. I did read the title, but now I'm reading through the article. And even as I'm reading through the article, it's still not saying, it's not debunking what I said, but I'm going to mute up. I'm going to continue to read. And when I'm done, I'm pretty sure 99% will come back.
But as President Donald Trump has stepped up an immigration crackdown, thousands of federal law enforcement officials from multiple agencies have been enlisted to take on new work as immigration enforcers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas. Please shut up and read.
God damn, wait, hold on. So that's all right. So that makes me.
God damn.
Hold on. So as President Donald Trump has stepped up in an immigration crackdown, thousands of federal law enforcement officials from multiple agencies have been enlisted to take new work as immigration enforcers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas. So my original statement was Donald Trump has no control over the FBI, the CIA, and the DOJ. That paragraph and that short snippet does not rebuttal what I'm saying. It does not at all.
Who hires and can fire the FBI director? Who does that? Who hires and can fire the head of the FBI?
It's too hard for us to do.
I don't know. I'm not trying to take over the stage. Somebody's actually. Yeah, so it's all on me. We're talking about who can fight, who can hire the head of the FBI. 100%, the president of the United States, which is Donald Trump. Who can fire? I'm not sure. Can somebody tell me if they're fired?
The U.S. president.
Okay, so the president hires him. Okay, so that's fine. The president hires and fires the head of the FBI. Now, everybody has ChatGPT. Okay, so if the president can hire and fire who's the head of the FBI, now can we do some research? Can we look up? Can anybody on their phone in the chat?
Does that not entail
I'm trying to people come in and saying things. I'm trying to like get my voice out. So if that's the case, which is immigration. Bro, I 100% understand.
You know that, Jimmy, that's if directly controlling what is happening in the FBI. And then you're sitting trying to argue that he doesn't have control of the FBI. And then you're reading, he's controlling the FBI. The only person that's not comprehending here is you. You keep trying to tell us what the way it was formatted to be, and what we're trying to tell you is that's not the way it's happening.
Okay, so I'm telling you how it's formatted to be, which that's supposed to be.
What you gotta tell you, like, real talk,
This shit is crazy.
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
Cause y'all don't let me fucking talk every time I go. Everybody fucking off that mic. That's how I know
You
y'all.
don't know what's going on, bro.
I'm gonna mute up. Every time I'm ready to pop out, y'all go
Go on, man. Give me the thing to help you read, bro.
Let me say something. Let me say the fuck. What are you ain't say shit since I heard you in the room, so you definitely need to
These things that's bad, but what the same bullshit that you did.
Oh my God.
That's all good. I understand.
Hey, this is all up.
It's all good. I understand that.
Let me read this last part.
Yeah, you can read. I can't read or say nothing, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Say, I want you to No, I agree with you, but they're not letting you finish. But look at this last part. Look at this last part. It says generally the president has broad authority to remove individuals with positions, right, in the executive branch. But his power is limited by law, and also some of the positions that he wants to remove people has to be is required Senate confirmation.
Wow.
So no, he doesn't have.
Wow.
Oh, really? What do you guys? That's what you guys have been seeing, right? Have you not seen many federal fucking employees have been terminated?
Bro, why you guys
Tell everybody just take a chill.
No, hold on, Brooklyn.
Okay, let me know.
Hold on, before I talk.
Please.
No, just chill for a second. So what do you mean why you going back to that? Because he wasn't legally allowed to do that fucking either. He had to go to court as well. Like, what planet are you fucking living on, bro?
Hey, yo, if you're talking about, and this is where I stump up dumb people, right? Look, we talking about executive orders. We talking about what we saw in headlines that Trump put through. Let's go through and let's look at what was actually approved, the executive orders that actually went through. So you're talking about federal employees being released. That's what you're saying, Haitian? You're saying that was approved to happen. We're not just talking about the headlines when he said that's what he wanted to do in the executive order that he signed off of. So my next question to you is, did it pass? And did it go through? Yes or no?
Bro, I'm not answering any.
Exactly. You're not going to answer it. This is what I'm talking
about. I'm not answering yes or no question. Somebody has anything back with you. How many people fucking GED, you dumb motherfucker?
Exactly. I asked you a simple question. You didn't answer.
Gotta be the bitch.
First of all, I was trying to interrupt because
His mom's shit.
who is this young bitch? Get her out here. Thank you. So, like I was gonna say before everybody got all in the table. No, you're absolutely
up on stage. Stop.
You're absolutely right. Stay or whatever. I don't know who I'm talking to, but you're right. That's what the president is not supposed to have that much control over the FBI, correct? Right? The problem with this administration is he has the control that previous president did have. Has control over the House. He has control over the Senate. He has control over the Supreme Court. So even in a perfect world where he is supposed to abide by all of these rules, the rules are being broken because everybody is in his pocket. Do you understand that?
I'm gonna say the statement you just made. I don't understand that. If somebody
Well, then fuck it. I can make it more simple than it is.
if somebody told me that Donald Trump has power.
You make it no simple
He said
than
he
it
wanted to be a dictator. How do you think he can do it? What the fuck?
What the fuck? What planet are you in?
I understand y'all maybe y'all don't let somebody just speak that's trying to speak. That's a different. So the statement that was just made. So the statement that was just made is Donald Trump has power over the Supreme Court. I would bet anything in my bank account that
Nobody can provide any type of evidence that at this current time, July 2025, that Donald Trump has power over the Supreme Court. That sounds crazy.
I didn't say
That sounds
power
wild.
over
So,
them.
okay, so
I didn't, you don't listen. You clearly don't listen. I said the Supreme Court is in his pocket. Do you know how many people was appointed in his last term?
Okay,
The Supreme Court is in his pocket. Listen, state. Listen to me. I didn't say power over. I said in his pocket.
That's power.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. It's true though, right? You trying to trip me up with words, and I'm trying to let you know who the fuck is in control. You didn't, because I didn't say power over. I said they were in his pocket, and it's true. Because there's so many, it's only been so many judges. If he has the majority of the fucking of the judges in the Supreme Court, obviously, of course he is.
Oh, that's why. You're a bad man, of course.
See,
I ain't gonna say of course. I ain't even answer the question.
it's obvious, baby.
Answer me.
Super obvious, say you
No, he's not a bad guy.
If I had in my back, y'all stop. I'm not mad.
Everybody mute the fuck up. Let me get this out, because he was talking to me, right? So, you keep betting all of this money that I'm sure you don't have. Let's bet that, right?
Here we go with
But second of all, you keep betting money. You betting money on the general conversation, and you haven't proved yourself right, not yet. It's an insult to you keep on betting fucking money on things that you obviously have no idea about. Yeah, it's an insult to you and your way of thinking, yes. Because you're blocked to a point where you don't even recognize who is in the administration, who is running the fucking House, who's running the Senate.
Okay, you want to
What
have a
is
conversation
going
right now?
on?
Alright, so how about me and you have that conversation? I'm wrong. Like, let me prove you wrong. Let's have the conversation right now. Me and you, nobody else come off mic. Let's have a conversation of who's really in office. And I guarantee you, if everybody else mutes up and me and you have this conversation, you're gonna be the one that looks like you know nothing. Are you willing to do this right now?
You look like nothing.
Wait, because you said I don't know.
Just do it. Right? Just do it. I'm ready. Do it. Just do it. Go ahead.
I know. Wait. I just want to be clear.
No, I'm being clear. This is me being clear. Listen, let me tell you something. No, let me tell you something. Everything that I say is very clear, right? You choose to listen how you want to listen. But you clearly don't know. So yes, I need you to show me how much you know about this administration in 2025. Go ahead.
How do you just say, show me what I know?
Nigga, I'm not playing with you. Let me tell you what I'm not going to do.
What I know is what I know.
I'm not going to play with you. That's what I'm not going to do. Either you're going to tell me or you're not.
But this
We're not going to go back and forth.
Clearly hear it.
Well, then you don't know. Next person.
Statements.
Next person. I'm not about to go forward. Next person.
Brother, literally talking. You don't want to do it. I know you don't want to do it.
You don't want to motherfucking do it because I gave you 10 times to do it, and you want to tell me what the fuck you trying to give me for a game that I want that I invested in.
I need to get it right.
Over it. Let's go. Next person. What the fuck are you even talking about?
The source I gave you 2 articles in the chat now. There's 2 different articles. Shut the fuck up and read it. All right, let's move on.
You see more insults. I'm just trying. I'm trying to have kind of polite. That's how I tell somebody's intellect.
Thank you for flying in so early.
Who is this? How old are you? Are you mad?
Can we reset?
Please.
Mine having to mute the stage over and over? Damn. Now what are y'all arguing about? Yes, the court has ruled for Trump more times than not. Some would say that he holds sway in the court. That's not a hard thing to figure out. What's the problem?
He don't know that though, April. He thinking that.
Well, he does know. He knows it now.
I told him the same thing, but he said he didn't get it. So I don't think he got what you got said either.
Off of the mere fact of him becoming president, yes or no?
What the fuck is happening right now? Am I in the twilight zone or some shit? Am I being punked? Cause what the fuck is going on? I don't what?
I told you that a long time
Nigga,
ago.
just stay on mute. Please. Don't nobody else. You, water, don't say nothing else for tonight. Next person, Paula, what say you? Cause you was helping them. What say you?
Okay. I can talk now because you all told me to mute a few minutes a little while ago, but okay.
They in on some fucking, on some older shit.
Don't get sassy.
Okay.
You're not fighting the man, so I'm
Wait a minute. Who just threatened me that don't get sassy? Show me.
I said don't get sassy. You don't have to get sassy. Just.
Wait a minute. You keep doing this to me.
You were giving
But you keep doing this to me.
Yeah, you gotta stay in your lane.
Why did you do this to me?
You gotta stay in
There
your
was a white man talking all kinds of crap about an hour ago, putting everybody down, talking to old ladies, and you didn't mute him.
Hello? You know.
Of course they did mute him.
No, because they prefer they let white people talk on the smack they want to talk, and they don't mute them.
Dumbass.
No, he left. I'm not a dumbass. Have some respect. Have some respect.
You have some fucking respect.
No, you have no fucking respect. How about that? No, you want that? I can give it back. All right? Fuck you too. All right,
Why do you be on that?
She cussing motherfuckers, but niggas cussing things on the stage this whole time.
Let me tell you something. Wait, time out. Everybody, time out. I get it, right? But you do realize that once you start talking crazy, then they gonna go crazy. Just try to be as I know. Listen. It takes everything in me to not fucking crash out every day. Why is he still on the stage? Do y'all job, bro? Anyway, it takes everything.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Who's bringing these people up on our stage?
That was a new person, though.
Look these people over, okay? Because it's been 3 or 4 of them now.
I got a second account. Y'all can't do that. I got a second account.
Yo, wait.
I can't get it.
You just wait a minute, yo. Where did he get kicked out from?
I don't know.
Tell us, like, let's go know where he get kicked out from.
Hey, who kicked him? Who did it? The state nigga. The state. Who did it? And why did y'all do
You're
it?
acting crazy.
No, I'm just asking. Y'all never admit to it. Why you just gonna say I did it and then it just be the end of it?
See, here's another one. Who is
It's the same motherfuckers.
What are y'all
The whole
doing?
entire night. If y'all don't see the bigger picture, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Here's the thing, though. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? Because I don't think that he needed to be.
It's too much.
Can I say something now? Hello? I'm not talking about that now anyway. But I don't be thinking y'all should kick these people out. Kick them down to the audience or whatever the case may be.
Brooklyn, start your room and then pull the.
Why are you talking to me like this, Tasha? Because you the problem. You are the problem. Yeah, you the problem. Every time somebody say something that you don't like, you talk to them crazy, and then you expect for them not to fucking respond. And if you're talking to me like that, believe me, I'm going to respond. I don't like how you're talking to me right now. I think you might need to shut the fuck up talking to me right now. Because I'm just saying that you are doing the most.
Because this is like the 20th time you told them I'm supposed to do in the room.
No, it's not. You're lying. No, it's not. You're lying. It's not. And the only lie that I told what the fuck to do is you. Because you always crashing off in no fucking reason. All right, yeah. The fuck is wrong? Don't
don't you go fuck yourself? How's that for you? Is that on par formation?
Alright, are you guys interested in having a conversation? Are you guys interested in having a conversation tonight, or are you just interested in just a whole bunch of nonsensical arguing? Are we gonna be doing that? Are we gonna have a conversation? I don't even know what happened. You guys were talking about who was like in charge of firing people in the seat. These people in my back channel, this is crazy. I thought you guys were just having a conversation about who could fire intelligence agencies and what happened. Where are we going?
I think we cleared all that. I think we were at the Ghislaine Maxwell getting her appeal if we're denied. I don't know if you want to pivot from there.
Okay, so go ahead.
So what I was able to find was the simple fact that the update today, July 16th, is the U.S. Department of Justice officially urged the Supreme Court to reject Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. So the U.S. Department of Justice is urging the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court hasn't made a decision, but what happens next is that Maxwell is going to have to pursue with a writ of habeas corpus in district court, raising possible new evidence or government misconduct, basically saying she's unlawfully detained. But as of today, there's no Supreme Court ruling. Today's action was the filing of the DOJ's brief, but not a decision by the court, any ruling on. So this is why our president's crying on Twitter, right? To stop, because the Supreme Court's going to side with us, not the president, at the end of the day, if we push the issue correctly.
Who is we?
That's a good question. Just the majority, I guess, just the populace being able to not, like if you uncover enough evidence tying Musk and more people to this, she's going to get out. She's definitely going to get out. If you get the bigger fish that they really want, she's definitely going to get out.
Okay, so let me, okay. So everybody who just muted up on the stage after all the chaos, you guys have to just jump in because I was enjoying this conversation, then it went completely 100% left. It's too much work, oh my goodness. Okay, so she's in jail. From what I'm reading right now, I pulled up an article on Snoops. Is it Snoops? Yeah. I don't know why I have an echo in this room. But anyway, I put it on Snoops, published July the 15th, breaking down claim Ghislaine Maxwell offered to testify about Epstein's client list. So the Daily Mail report sparked rumors. A Daily Mail report sparked rumors that Maxwell offered to testify before Congress about Jeffrey Epstein's activities and so-called client list. And then it just gives key points about it, saying on July 2025, a claim circulated online that Ghislaine Maxwell, an associate of convicted sex trafficker, he wasn't convicted. Circulated online that Ghislaine, an associate of convicted. He was not convicted. Was he convicted, you guys?
Yeah, Florida he was. Florida. Yeah, the case of Florida.
Oh, in Florida. Okay. Convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein offered to testify before Congress about his activities and a supposed Epstein client list. Then it says, in a DOJ and FBI memo shared July 2025 again this month, federal agencies said Epstein did not keep a client list and confirmed that no additional files related to the investigation. And confirmed that no additional files related to the investigation would be made public. The assertion that Epstein did not have such a list walks back a theory that U.S. President DT administration helped promote in the first place, the Associated Press reported. Now, just releasing everything.
Well,
Then he said he was just gonna release the files.
you gotta look at the.
He's playing the game. Listen to his words. He said that he said for to Bondi to release whatever she feels is credible.
Oh.
Well, he's put it on her. Well, but you gotta understand the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy of it. It's the fact that everybody has alluded to there being a list, right? But Elaine Maxwell, who can give context to any information that they have on lists or documents or whatever, is willing to come and testify before Congress, and the Republicans are blocking it. At the same time, while the Republicans are blocking it, they're telling the administration, you need to release it. So hold on. So you guys are blocking an individual that can give us better information than any list that is out there. So they're playing this con game because my theory is you see how Jeffrey Epstein ended up. The thing about it is that if she does come and testify and she names names, then that's damaging. So he can't let her testify. She has to end up like Jeffrey. And my understanding, how I understand things is, if I was Ghislaine and I had all this information, I would have a kill file out there. Meaning upon my death, there will be several people with information to release upon my death. But he can't let her come and testify. Because if they authorize her to come and testify, she ends up dead, information comes out. You see what I'm saying? If she does come and testify, she hurts a lot of people. So the only way she comes and testifies in front of Congress, it'll have to be how George Bush did it around 9/11, where she testifies behind closed doors. We don't get no transcripts or anything like that. They come out and just say they had a good conversation. That's it. So you see how this game is being played? One hand, the Republicans saying the administration released the list, but at the same time, they're blocking a lady who can give us anything better than the list.
I agree with part of that, but I'm thinking if they kill, I don't know, you guys get your opinions on the stage. If they kill her, they don't know this is what happened. You're right about the kill list, though. I would have that anyway, regardless. But if they go kill her, they're going to kill this people and everybody else. But this is, okay, I think she's going to be able to talk. I don't think they're going to kill her. Sources say they might just pay the woman off. She's broke. She's broke. She came from a very well-off family, and somebody can give us the history of her family if you guys don't know it. But sources say Ghislaine Maxwell is willing to testify before Congress about Jeffrey Epstein's alleged network and the so-called client list. She is appealing her conviction order and awaiting a response from the U.S. government as her case heads to the Supreme Court. Her potential testimony has reignited debate in Washington over transparency, accountability, and the handling of the Epstein investigation. So she is appealing, and I don't know how this is going to come up with her going before the U.S. government because they haven't responded. And if it's Trump's government, why would he say yes? Why would they allow her to come in there and say a word? But I think her case will be heard. At the Supreme Court level. Anyone disagree or agree?
I don't think he gets that.
Well, she don't have to do something. She gonna do a book. She gonna do a movie. She gonna do something. She's broke. She's broke. And if you come to me in jail and ask, pay me to shut up, or I'm gonna sing like a canary.
You think a woman like this gonna got lockers all over the world?
I don't know about that. Does she be lockers all over the world?
She doesn't count now. Y'all not paying attention to even the movies y'all watch.
No, she's not a CIA agent.
You can't discredit a woman when y'all locked up for this stuff. How you gonna discredit her when the fact that you were locked up for this stuff, she was party to this information. She was party to that. So even if they try to do a smear campaign, they don't know nobody's gonna believe it. They can't do a smear campaign. It will not work.
She's not CIA, she's Israeli intelligence.
Yeah, but she's not a Mossad agent. I mean, my father's a police officer. That doesn't mean I have any intricate knowledge about being a police officer. More like that, you should get.
Well, that's true, but you gotta look who her best friend was. It was Jeffrey Epstein.
Right, and he is dead.
He wasn't Mossad either, right? He wasn't Mossad either, but that's Wexner, the guy who was backing both of them, giving them like definitely. That's when she got involved, right? That's when she had blood on her hands.
I mean, the likelihood is that she does not have co-packs and fucking places all around the world based on the fact that she was trafficking young women. She's not that sophisticated.
Sounds like, because it didn't even.
I think some of you watch too many movies. That's what I do.
Trade is Paris home or is New Mexico home. That raises huge red flags to me that Epstein was organized, but I don't know how organized his life was. Right? Not organized. She's not dead. That's very
So if she's not that dangerous, why are they blocking her testimony?
Because they don't want the information to come. It's not rocket science. They don't want the information to come out, and the information incriminates more than just Trump. So they don't want the information to circulate. They don't want the problem. They don't think it's necessary.
It's going to bring down money. That's why with my help with that.
Why would we not most have to be?
Why did you get us in here? Is this an audio link or something you're posting in the chat? Who's bringing that? How long is it? It's up to the stage. And I just found, you guys can take a vote on that, and the Department of Justice on Monday asked the Supreme Court, the Department of Justice, the DOA on Monday, asked the Supreme Court to deny Jeffrey Epstein associate, Galen, I hope I'm pronouncing her name, Maxwell's
bullshit, emergency type shit.
Appeal for over sex trafficking conviction. And then it says on here, her Maxwell appealed her conviction, said Maxwell appealed her conviction, saying it should be tossed out for several reasons, including that a plea deal Epstein reached with the federal government in 2007 immunized her and the statutes of limitation had ran out. I don't know anything about that case. Maybe you guys do. The one in 2007. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit denied her appeal, but Maxwell argued that the circuit courts have issued orders about what kind of immunity is granted through non-prosecutorial agreements, such as the one Epstein received in 2007, and that the Supreme Court should weigh in. Then one last thing, and if you guys want to listen to him with that clip, we can. Where is it down here? Okay, now Congress could call on Maxwell to testify before lawmakers. It's being cited by anonymous sources to the Daily Mail, and Maxwell is interested in doing that. So we'll see how this goes. You guys don't think she won't be able to talk ever? You just think they're gonna kill this woman?
I just think the notion that she knows all this trade craft and she's in fucking jail is hilarious.
Yeah, ain't nobody else but her.
They haven't done keeping her alive and serious about all this. It seems like they want money.
And if she had those things, don't you think she would have said it by now? She has to use some leverage. She would say, I've got information, or I've got information here and in designated places, and if something happens to me, that information will be released. Or she can make demands based on the fact that she has that information. She doesn't do any of that. She's saying that she's willing to testify.
But that's predicated on them letting us know that she's making demands. Because she won't make demands to us. She makes demands to the prosecutor and the agents. And the issue is whether or not they tell us something. They will tell us everything. Even when they do these standoffs, if somebody has somebody hostage, they will tell the public everything they do.
That is because they don't want to get. That is because they don't want whoever is threatening them
situation that they have, that doesn't count for people in damn jail. She's in jail. She's in prison. She's not a threat to anybody. Don't use your head.
So she's not a threat to
You write some
anybody.
movies for them. It'd make a great movie, though. For sure.
So she's not a threat to some people out there.
Carlos, really, I'm saying you really gotta think a little bit more critically, brother. I mean, it would make a great movie. It would. It sounds like a great script. I mean, it's Jason Bourne-esque.
So
But it doesn't fit in reality because they don't, or she does know something. Obviously, they don't want anyone making any inferences that can implicate anybody.
I feel like she's like Cat. You know what I mean? She's been beaten into submission. She's been stable. She's the same. But I think she's been locked up long enough to think, well, it's me against the world. My future is gone. What do I have to lose? And I think that's what they're afraid of. It's like, shit, you get pulled.
She's in prison. She's not a threat to anybody. She can be easily discredited. She's an accused pedophile, an aide to a pedophile. She doesn't have a lot of credibility. It's not hard to kill her credibility. It's already killed.
I think the fact that her father did sue her problem is the credibility, just like birthright.
And why is she in prison?
Wait, what? Do you know how father went out? Wait, do you know how father died? What?
Oh, I heard about that.
So why is her father everybody go?
I'm just giving you views, man.
Yo.
You guys know they get them, which is okay to say on it. Well, to me, Justine is the list. Whatever list they're looking for, she is the list. She's a walking list. She was in charge of procurement, women, teens, whatever the case may be, children. She is the list. She knows who was having sex with who was there. And I keep asking you guys every time we start talking about this, when you're running that kind of situation to where he knows that kind of people and he was procuring all these girls, why wouldn't they have something like that? Knowing it might not be in the paperwork that they found at Jeffrey Epstein's house because they took his, Justine didn't live with him in New York in that place. Okay? She didn't live there. So anything that she had that belonged to her. And she probably took it to wherever she resided. I don't know where that was. And I know she didn't live on the island because Jeffrey Epstein didn't live on the island. So she could have had her quote-unquote Madam's book list, whatever. You remember she ran. She was on the run. I forgot how long she was on the run, and then she went up to some cabin or something maybe. I don't remember, where she was found someplace all alone in some like not destitute, but maybe isolated area. And how do we know that Justine, who is the book, who is the madam, who is the list, did not put the list someplace, the book someplace?
Well, here's my thing. If she is adjacent to Mossad, or however people want to.
Mossad?
Mossad. If she was adjacent to Mossad, and she's learned some sort of trade craft, and as you said, she was on the run at some point, how is it that she got caught?
Well, that part, I don't know.
Trying to just understand trade craft. They're very difficult because they have assets all over the world. They know trade craft. They know how to remain anonymous. They want to stay off the grid. How did she get caught?
You're right, Quinn, but to Haitian's point, her father got murdered, right? So it's like
Oh my God, you guys, this is killing me. Let me look at it.
The father committed suicide after running one of those Bernie schemes way back before Bernie even went through the schemes. So my point was the father had zero credibility.
Oh my God, let me pull that up. I can't do it. This is too much.
Or to sell some drugs, bro.
Now he's saying that the father was murdered. Why you guys do this to yourselves?
was her father.
Did that kill himself too, or what?
Oh my God, it has, this man had nothing to do with it.
Okay, I got my mic.
This was, oh my God, okay, so here we go with that, because, let me just do this real quick. That's way too long. No, that's okay with you, then. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just gonna be a smart ass.
Water, so freeze for a minute, okay? Turn the ice.
Maxwell, to be honest. But really, his intelligence connections are a matter of record. He was very closely associated with Israeli intelligence. He was also closely associated with figures in Soviet and Eastern European intelligence to a significant degree.
That was when you left.
Yeah, hold on, I'm just trying to figure out what I can, what this stuff. Okay, here we go.
An alleged relationship with British intelligence. I mean, it seems like he could have been a double or triple agent, very involved with intelligence stuff. And that's why it's complicated when we talk about intelligence affiliations of, people are like, Robert Maxwell was just Mossad. Well, it's more complicated than that. These people are interested in money and power for themselves a lot of times. So if it means, helping these guys out and helping these guys out, having your hands in as many pies as possible to rake in more money for you and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of these guys seem to do that, and Robert Maxwell was definitely a guy that sort of seemed to not just straddle different intelligence agencies, but also intelligence and organized crime, which is another big theme of the book. So, looking at Robert Maxwell around the end of the 1980s or so, he went into business with Eastern Bloc mobsters in a big way. People like Simeon Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to Simeon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was the business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Delane and Robert Maxwell's yacht in the same period in the late 80s and all of this stuff. So is it really more of the Maxwell Mafia or the Russian Mafia, right? There hasn't really been an interest in connecting, those dots, right? And I think it's interesting, too, you look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. He wants to distance himself. I'm not a fan, right? And then Ghislaine Maxwell gets arrested. I wish her well, he says. And people like, that used to be pretty close to this nexus, like Stephen Hoffenberg say that Trump was much closer to the Maxwell side than the Epstein side.
From the father's side, Robert.
Yeah, that it continued, that his affiliation with Epstein and Ghislaine after Robert Maxwell's death, talking about Donald Trump, was because that he was closer to Ghislaine than Epstein necessarily.
Well, let me ask you this, how was Trump's relationship with the Murdoch family?
I'm not exactly familiar with that, but
because these guys were competitors. Maxwell and Murdoch were not.
Were competitors, yeah, but Trump's mentor was Roy Cohn, right? And so Roy Cohn had a friendly relationship with Murdoch.
Got it.
So
these guys are going at it, and this character, Robert Maxwell, could have been like a great Gatsby character, because he would tell the stories, and half the stories you don't know if it's real or not, but
he's been described as like.
That's not the one I like. I like the one about how he commits suicide.
You want me to play this link that I have queued up while you look for that, Lisa?
My point of reference.
Yeah.
Where is he relevant in the story?
Where is he?
How is Robert Maxwell relevant in
Not at all, because he died long before. Did anybody watch the documentary on this? Because I don't know why Warner is saying that, even though I'm going down the rabbit hole, that he was murdered, but he really had embezzled money from his own newspaper. From I believe it was somebody help me out, somebody else know the story. It was a fund, it was a retirement fund or something that he had embezzled all the money, and then they found out about it. So he had embezzled the money, and they went out on his private boat that this guy just mentioned, this yacht. It's not a boat, it was a yacht. And this mofo jumped off of it. Isn't that what happened? Anybody else know the story on the stage?
Wow.
Yeah, that's all it happened. Yeah, so I just read something too. So in
get that part, sorry.
That you guys
Yeah, they say what they're surmising is that he was on the yacht and he was pissing off the side of the yacht is a story that I read. And they said that they're surmising he fell overboard. This shit sounds janky. Right, it sounds kind of janky, right? At least it leaves like room for suspension. But the fact that the man was found naked, I'm trying to verify that. I'm trying to verify that with another source, but that's what I just literally just read, the story that I read. Does anyone here know who Jeffrey Jordan is? Nope. Jeffrey Jordan is Michael Jordan's son. You know why you don't know who Jeffrey Jordan is? I did know that. Because he doesn't play basketball as well as his father does. Jesus. Is Jeffrey the one that's banging, that was banging Scottie Pippen's wife? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's the one who makes him nose heavy.
Do you guys want to hear Waters' clip? Because there's so much stuff to play on this. Everybody got an opinion. These people on Law and Crime, they're saying that the DOJ suggesting Maxwell Epstein's deal won't save you. There's everybody talking about this. So you guys want to listen to Waters' clip? I don't have no idea what it is.
I feel it will give us more insight on why we want this lane's testimony, because you're going to see how all the dots connect with Epstein and Musk specifically. And one of the key players in politics, like the Chicago government, the Hyatt Hotel, just crime family, basically like a whole regime change that needs to be done. And I appreciate when you let people buy emotions that they're reporting. She drops a lot of times. She goes to couples. I'm telling you, and I've been waiting because I showed you 2 or 3 of the groups. Everybody was just building off of it. But I've been eager to hear y'all's thoughts on it.
Okay, you go ahead, because I didn't know that this Epstein, him and his connections and the mafia and the Russians, and did you guys know this shit was actually going on with this? This is crazy shit. This is absolutely bigger. If it's true, then what I even thought happened here. No, I didn't know anything about it. That's a headache. This is getting really weird.
It does make sense though.
Go ahead, Waters. Let me see what you got, because this is all over the place.
Here we go, yeah, we're going to follow the money. Let's simplify it.
Sort of this effort to, on the one hand, claim that more is to come, and then also downplay the significance of what will come out later. And as I understand it, the claims that were made about what the documents that were being allegedly withheld related to documents generated by the FBI upon their raiding of Epstein's property in New York City in 2019. I have a few thoughts about that. One is, it would be nice if the FBI would explain why Epstein's other residences were not raided, like the Zorro Ranch property in New Mexico, never raided. And then why, it took them a month to get to the island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Little St. James. Be nice to know that. And of course, some of arguably some very important documents I believe could be obtained by the Department of Justice that are held not by the FBI but the U.S. Virgin Islands, because there was this case involving the U.S. Virgin Islands and J.P. Morgan as it related to Epstein. And that case got settled out of court, so it didn't go to trial. But I believe those documents would be very, very, very telling. But I would argue the reason they won't come out is because one of the people subpoenaed as part of that investigation was Elon Musk. He wasn't necessarily accused of wrongdoing, but was subpoenaed because he was suspected of having had
had some sort of involvement with Epstein and JP Morgan. And there are allegations, of course, not really allegations, but, you know, it was reported, you know, before Musk was closely affiliated with Trump that Epstein had been advising Tesla and was part of this effort in 2018 to take Tesla private with Gulf oil money or Saudi money. And at the time, Epstein was advising Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, and was also known to have a close relationship with the elite families of the United Arab Emirates, and also Kuwait, and I think Bahrain as well. So perhaps they don't want to have that really be explored at this point. But some of the other figures that were subpoenaed and accused of wrongdoing, because on the case of the USVI case, it was specifically that JP Morgan's accounts with Epstein and relationship with Epstein was connected to the human trafficking, sex trafficking. You rock finger.
What? Wow. I don't know where that was going.
What happened? Like Larry Page and Sergey Brin of Google, the Google co-founders, being subpoenaed as part of that. You have Tom Pritzker of Hyatt Hotels being subpoenaed, and of course the Pritzkers are a very powerful family in Chicago, specifically very connected, for example, to the rise of Barack Obama as a politician, but also a lot of prominent think tanks like the Carnegie Endowment run by a Pritzker, and I think Tom Pritzker, who was subpoenaed here, ran for a long time, was chairman of the board of CSIS, which is one of these very national security adjacent think tanks with a lot of influence on U.S. national security policy. So probably people that can afford to be sort of left out of the limelight, I guess, you know, because a lot of, you know, what I've argued for a long time as it relates to Epstein is that, you know, there's been a pretty much exclusive focus on his sex crimes, but not his financial crimes. Epstein was a guy that, you know, obviously the media narrative since his arrest, his death, is trying to frame him as a great Gatsby kind of figure. He was all talk and just a charlatan and this and that. No, he was kept around by elite figures because he was very good at helping them evade taxes and was very good at money laundering and had a very, very intimate knowledge of the offshore banking system, where a lot of these families historically hide their money. So, like, the Pritzker family, for example, have early ties to organized crime going back to like the 20s and 30s, and they were one of the main clients early on of Castle Bank, which brings together some organized crime linked figures, and also the CIA through Paul Hellowell, who was a CIA banker that helped set it up, and you know, it helped launder money for organized crime interests, and also some of these, you know, families like the Pritzkers who later became very politically powerful. So, and of course, Penny Pritzker. Yeah, sure. And Penny Pritzker was Obama's Secretary of Commerce, and the Pritzkers and the Crowns, who, you know, Lester Crown was part of the mega group that we talked about earlier, and the Crown family, going back to Henry Crown, have extensive organized crime ties as well. You know, they sort of helped Barack Obama's early career, for example, and sort of helped propel him to the presidency, and well, first as a senator, right? But sort of, you know, have a lot of influence on Democratic politics of Chicago in particular. So it's really not surprising that you have a Pritzker be governor there. But they're quite a powerful and influential family. Doesn't really get talked about a lot. And speaking of the Crowns, on the board of JP Morgan for a long time was James Crown, Lester Crown's son, who, along with the banking interests in Ohio, intimately tied to Leslie Wexner, basically had created modern day JP Morgan with Jamie Dimon at the helm. They're totally responsible for Jamie Dimon being in charge of that bank, mainly Crown, and also this guy named John Kessler, who, you know, is just as much a Leslie Wexner henchman as Epstein was, and was intimately involved with Epstein as well. So, you know, those are the people that put Jamie Dimon in charge. Arguably, that explains why Jamie Dimon, why Epstein and JP Morgan had such a close relationship. And I think they just couldn't have that case moving forward. So, Pam Bondi could get a lot of that information if she wanted to, but I don't think.
So, the point of reference, who is the submission from? Where's it from? Who is it?
Whitney Webb, I'll put the link in what I mean? It sounds like a satanic Bible. You know,
She went to grad school at Trump University too, so I don't know if we're gonna.
Really? Oh wow. I had no idea.
And she drinks it.
What I'm not considering, bro.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
This is children. Drugs are a terrible thing.
Looks like all you want, bro. Your Freemason's going down, down, down. Redneck going down.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Just saying, man. There ain't no protecting these pedophiles. They're going down. JP Morgan, did you ever hear that? Gold oil, the Saudi prince, that turning the Tesla from public to private in 2018. What else was happening around that? COVID. Like, it was the playbook.
So I was gonna say I think what happens because I just think that some of that, and this is just my opinion. I don't know what everybody else is thinking, but I think it just sometimes that stuff gets to be like too intricate. It's like a river with a bunch of tributaries and like a bunch of like spider web. It just gets a lot going on in there. And I just feel sometimes like for rooms like these, like maybe in other spaces where they're more on that, it might be. But it's just I just think you kind of lose it. Because you have to take, at least in my opinion, you would need to take that in sections and just like sort of take one thing that she said. Because listening to all of that, that's a lot to ingest at like 1 o'clock.
I agree with you. Everything you said, I agree. It does deserve its own day, right? That packing, section by section. However, you know why it feels like a lot? It's because we've been exclusively obsessing and focusing on the sex crimes. Like, we haven't been focusing on anything of the financial crimes. So when you hear it all come at once like a levee broken, it does feel like, well, I've watched this clip like 3 or 4 times already, and I'm still, oh yeah, I forgot, JP Morgan, oh yeah, you're right, she's just literally listing the Epstein list, like without an Epstein list.
My question is, what does it all lead to? Like, what is the overall? Because I don't know the concept of a goal. So this intricate is to be a plan or goal. So what would be the overall goal? Go full circle, get a bag of mushrooms at the end.
I wish.
That's every morning.
The through line is to prop up a new generation of these fools, which would simply be us and anybody else he decides to be part of that elite, right? So I find that very intriguing that there was a case with JP Morgan in Virgin Islands, on Epstein Island. But the reason why we settled that in court was because Musk was subpoenaed, and they can't have that go to court. And she said that Epstein was an advisor to Musk. And if we all remember, Elon Musk are very close friends with Netanyahu and Bibi. And Bibi has declared, this is the whole point of why I played this clip. His father said on an interview, you can look this up, Netanyahu, he's bragging, he wants to be famous, his father's in trouble. He goes, Netanyahu, Bibi, he even told my son, he was like, you're really the president of the United States. Now you're the real president. So this is all about that. The reason why the list won't come out is because of Elon Musk.
So Musk floated wanting a list to come out. Sometimes with some of this, and what you have to understand is that I get what you're saying to a certain extent, but you have to understand that you're also like in the world of like love and hip hop and housewives and the people living their everyday lives and going to work every day. The world, the financial situation has been like it's been forever. Like going back to like the Robert, like Carnegie, like the people like Morgan, like the people, Morgan, the people that started stuff. The financial stuff. It's like the world behind the world, like the G6. I mean, it's just shit that goes on. And I think that all of us are just like. I don't know if it has teeth, I guess what I'm saying, but sex scandals has teeth. Elon did float that up. Elon's not going to float up the financial stuff because a lot of people are just going to be like, your eyes will glaze over. But if he puts out that, Donald Trump was like with a 14-year-old, they're like, okay, people are going to focus. Or Bill Clinton's old, it's just people going to focus. I think what the kind of stuff you're talking about is just certain spaces that's going to hit more.
I'm curious. On the sex crimes, I will respond with this, that there is an email, I don't know if this is confirmed, right? We're gonna have to fact check this, but there is a rumor of an email going around. I saw the screenshot where Epstein writes to Musk, how did kung fu classes go? And then Musk writes back, and he's like, oh, they went well, it's like smiley faces. I don't know if that was like a tongue-in-cheek thing, like a Pizzagate code for like Asian girls or some shit, or.
No,
But anyways.
they kung fu class.
Right, because Epstein and Musk are renowned kung fu artists.
Yeah.
I'm curious because listen, I'm not that smart, so I ask a lot of questions. I don't know why he would even implicate, right, even during an exchange, tumultuous exchange with Donald Trump, why he would allude to the fact that the list exists when they're saying it's not. If he can somehow be implicated, why would he do that? Even if it wasn't based on the sexual part of it, and there was some unforeseen financial entanglement, why would he even implicate that Donald Trump was a part of it, knowing that he could be outed as well?
I think to just scapegoat. I think if anybody's going to cover their tracks, it's going to be Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like Trump don't know technology like Elon Musk.
But what I'm saying is, you said you could implicate him financially, though.
If there's evidence, maybe he's saying release all it because he knows he's not on that list.
Well, you just said he didn't do it because of Musk, though.
I think the footage. I think like if you pull the thread, it's gonna lead back to Musk.
What I'm saying is, you say that you got to see where this doesn't align. It is.
The list is what old people said, is what Democrats and Republicans are saying. Oh, we want the list. Nobody wants the fucking list. We want the footage. We got the flight logs. So I think if you keep pulling the thread, this sweater's going to come undone, and you're going to see them all in bed with each other, including Musk. That's all I'm saying. I don't know the details. I don't know how insidious this gets. I'm just pulling the thread. That's all. But shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all letting me, hold space for me with that shit, because it's worth revisiting, and I love what Ace is saying in the fucking chat. I mean, this is exactly why I wanted to do it, because I only got so much bandwidth, and I appreciate y'all.
We appreciate the share one.
Well, I hate to be cynical, but nothing's gonna happen because the rich and powerful have gotten away with everything for millennia.
That part, yeah, like the Roman Empire, like you can go back like time to like freaking, I can't think of the King Herod that cut John the Baptist's head off or whatever. Literally, like millennia is right, like literally, as long as there's been like rubles and shekels and whatever, like gold. I mean, people have been doing it, bro.
Yeah, I don't even believe that the mega part of it is motivation. I mean, you've elected him now, you've handed over the keys already, so what could you really do, even if that was the case? What could you do? He can still make policy. He can still do all the things. He can't be elected again. So the time to do that, to have this kind of demand, would probably have been before you elected him. But he's got the keys now, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, he is truly Teflon.
It makes no difference. I can discredit anyone. You've adhered to the fact that he has some level of they've adhered to his level of being able to have some sort of I'm sorry, the words are failing me this late, but he has some sort of anonymity at the via the Supreme Court. I mean, there's what could you really do at this point?
Everybody who could possibly be prosecuted or be a witness or whatever, all the way up the chain, is not going to give up the bag just for the righteous thing or just to worry about themselves. There's too much money and too much power involved for people to cave in, to be witnesses or whatever. They don't want to put their life on the line for this shit. They just want to go about their lives. That's it.
And again, what are you going to do even if you know? What are you going to do? Yell and scream? You can't do anything. You've handed over the keys already.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah,
It's good to point it out and expose it, but the consequences are nobody's going to jail.
But it's going to be just the opposite. It's still going to be policy. It's still going to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, of
because
course.
again, you've handed over the keys already. The time to do that work is before you hand over the keys.
And that's why I keep maintaining that the only thing I feel like this is doing is just helpful is just shake loose the base, like Water's counterparts on the other side, like the MAGA sycophants, like the ones that are like, in this army. That's what I feel like it just can shake them when they keep getting like chinks in the armor that this man doesn't do what he says he's gonna do. And when they start to get affected by that, that's when I feel like that, But yeah, like you said, it's really nothing. He's a second-term president. As long as we have a midterm, it's.
They got what they wanted.
The world's gonna keep on spinning.
They all got what they wanted,
right.
and the only part left is for the QAnon faction to continue doing what the QAnon faction does. The QAnon faction wants the Epstein shit to be released. They want all of it. And they're fighting with the true MAGA.
It's definitely a crap show over there right now.
I would not call Whitney Wood QAnon guy. That's unfair just because she's an independent journalist. Don't label her as a.
I'm not talking about her. I don't know. I would have to look into it. So don't worry.
I value your
good.
opinion.
I'm good.
I value your opinion, guys.
I'm just saying the QAnon, it's the QAnon part of it, where they said everything's a fucking conspiracy and they want all of this undone. And what's MAGA doing? I thought they were our friends. What's Trump doing? No, we care about all the QAnon shit. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing all this shit, because she's QAnon first, MAGA second.
Those are definitely MAGA talking points. But I agree with it.
That's why there's a fraction, because they all thought they were together.
They're like, what the fuck's QAnon though? That's what's so funny is like, maggots don't realize how old they get, like how fast, like with all their fucking old tricks, the old political.
Well, they keep reinventing itself, so whether it's called QAnon or other things, it's whatever the conspiracy community is. So maybe it was QAnon, now it's something else.
No, I feel like the flat earthers are dead, like they're going by the wayside. There's too much.
Flat earthers, that's a whole nother joke. That's how
I consider QAnon. I call them the same. Like, I don't believe in conspiracies. I believe in fact checking.
Now, QAnon, the people that want the basement of that pizza parlor where Hillary Clinton's doing all the shit.
Yeah.
That's what QAnon.
I remember those. Yeah.
Pardon me, do you guys have like a queue? I have my thoughts on the title, if you guys don't mind. Honestly, I don't think the Democrats are out to touch. I think just, at this point in time, us Americans, politicians, and just people in general, I think we've all, probably seen some stuff that we thought we would never see with the COVID thing, that was some stuff that was kind of out of left field. So I will get, based on the point in time and what we've experienced as people, no matter what your hat is, I think it's kind of like, yeah, reality TV star president. But seriously.
That's not too far from believable. I mean, at this point, I mean, reality TV is just another segment of television. We've got a president who's an actor. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not far from believable.
That was respectable. When Reagan, he couldn't get active.
Well, I mean, that's relative to who you talk to. But I mean, the bottom line is we had someone, he obviously wasn't just an actor. He served in government before that. I mean, he served in government after that. But I mean, he was an actor by trade. That's what he did. So, I mean, the bottom line is it is unprecedented. I don't want to normalize what we've seen because it's not. But it's not that far of a stretch.
Well, that's what kind of seems like we're trying to do. You know, I know he's in the same realm as Reagan, but you know, he's different, like you said. And reality TV is reality TV. You know, it speaks for itself. So basically, all I'm saying is these times that we're living in, I think are not like any we've ever seen. If you want me to be honest, I don't know if you guys feel differently, but that's it. I'm sorry. Oh, and the Democratic Party, I'm not really into politics like I may have once been, but the Democratic Party, I think, is the most in touch. If you look at places like New York City, that guy who they're, you know, getting for their mayor, he's a Muslim. This is the first time that, you know what I mean? It's kind of like things that you would never would have guessed, and it's kind of happening. So, you know, but I know people may not like it, but it's what I see. So, yeah.
Hey Kareem, I got a question for you because I'm just curious. How do you have 3 friends? Like, are you new to the app? Like, because I'm trying to, I guess, get an idea how people have less than 10 friends, just so I understand. So I don't discriminate against people that have just a few friends. What's going on with that?
Nah, man, I appreciate the question, but I've had probably a lot of profiles. You know what I mean? So I probably had a couple hundred, or if not 1,000 or 2,000. I don't know. Only, you know, I've had different profiles. So this 3 friends that you see is not the actual, you know. But yeah.
No, that's what's up. To the mods, if y'all don't stop bringing up people with less than 10 friends, I mean, you know, y'all grown, so I can't do nothing to y'all. But I'm just saying, like, you know, this shit is stupid when y'all do this. But y'all keep on doing it, y'all.
Yeah, Mike. I was gonna come off Mike before and say I give him 2 minutes before he comes on some trolling shit.
Yeah, I just don't understand why people do it. I don't know why. Just look at the profile. When somebody says they want to come up, just take a quick look at the profile. If they got less than 10 friends, don't bring them on stage. I don't get why we do that. I just don't understand.
Just when they're on stage and they have a fake fucking accent, like, come on.
Yeah, I know. And you know what I used to tell people? For real, don't follow me. For real. Like, what the hell? Don't follow me, man. Who am I? For real, to answer the question.
Yeah. I was giving the brother the benefit of the doubt earlier because I heard him speak earlier. I thought he actually had a problem, so. But he may actually have one. It just may not be the one I thought.
No, I ain't no problem.
I give him the benefit of the doubt, Quinn.
Yeah, I give him humanity, man.
Nah, there's no problem. I just love calling them like I see them. You know what I mean? That's cool.
We should do it.
Me to it, man. Really.
There's a lot going on in the world, man. We try to give people grace, man.
No, I get it. I'm doing a bit of an experiment or whatever. Just got
I agree with you, man. I totally agree with you. I think your line of questioning was spot on.
So what conclusion did we come into? I mean, you guys are, this is getting to the point where I'm gonna get ready to, like my brain is getting ready to shut off on this because I heard Obama's name mentioned. I'm hearing, I don't believe, well, I can't say I don't believe in conspiracies, but this thing right here, it's just way too much. It's everybody. Well, they said he had a lot of people on the list, so maybe I need to open up my mind a little bit more, because they said this man had all kind of people on the list from all kind of walks of life that were rich or had money and who's doing that? Had money and influence, but it's way too much for me to absorb here. It's maybe if I was gasoline or whatever in there, I wouldn't say anything either. But I said gasoline.
It's
Ghislaine, you know, I don't even know. For her goal is 20 years. She's 60 something now. I don't know how many years she has left. She's 63, I think. I don't know how many years she has left in jail. She's doing federal time, so don't you have to do 90% of that? 85. So I don't. I don't know how much time she has left, but maybe she might be able to just come out and just vanish. You know what I'm saying? But she seems like she wants to get out. So she's good. By her desire to get out, then she's gonna have to break some eggs. It's just.
She said that it would be, listen, I can think of 5 ways to discredit her right now. Like, that's just me, just off the top of my head. And really, they don't have to be, it doesn't have to be some grand conspiracy to do that. She's already she's already convicted of participating in sex trafficking.
Okay.
It's not really difficult to discredit her and say that everything she's saying is a lie motivated so that she can get out of jail. Like, that's it. She doesn't have it unless she has proof in some way, which I do not know. But if she had said proof, there would be, via her attorney, there'd be some way for her to be able to have leverage, what she has in some form of fashion. She has not done that. She's been in prison. So, I mean, those things are telling. And even if she did have it, she better have something very concrete. And I mean, so concrete that it gets irrefutable. I mean, other than that, it would just be easy to just discredit her. And if you want to leverage that, you don't go to the government to do that. You don't want to testify before Congress. You want to go to the people that you know are involved and say, hey, listen, I need you to work on my behalf in order to do that, or this is going to be the outcome. And have them pull strings for you.
I mean, the only person who could really help her at this point is Trump.
But why would he do that?
Well, he's not on the list, so, and he said Jeffrey Epstein's dead, so it's a nothing burger, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why he would help her. It's just so confusing because there's so many people involved in this, Quinn. I know it's just weird to have her in prison and no one else. I don't know if she thought she kind of like was scared after Epstein died. She figured him, he would have never hung himself. He would have never killed himself. All the stuff that he went through, all the people he knows, I don't believe, and maybe she can be saying that, I don't believe that he killed himself. So let me just not say nothing in case they try to kill me. I mean, we do have people that just disappeared, like that little girl she had. What did they do with her? Why did she disappear? Where is she?
By my
13-year-old. I'm just saying, people were disappearing in their orbit. There was a whole ass little girl that they had sex with that the 13-year-old was with. That
the 13-year-old was with her friend. They went together. They were recruited by Jesseline. And her friend that she had, whatever, disappeared, Quinn, after having sex with Trump and this weirdo Jeffrey at the age of 13 or 15. I don't know, one of them was older than the other one. So what I'm saying to you, the whole ass kid disappeared. So what do we say?
Admittedly, I don't know any of the details. I don't know any of the people that they dealt with. I don't know what he did. I know he spent some time down in Florida where he had a home. This is where
Mexico.
I know he did some things there, and he lured some good little girls there. I remember there was a documentary of some sort that kind of outlined it. That's as much as I know about it. I wasn't very interested in anything that he or anybody else connected to him had been a part of. So.
Right, and I'm just by default, by just being in the news or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't a follower of him. I didn't even know this man existed in New York, but I just say this, she knows so much more than what she told, because they have been doing this for so long, and I will die on this hill, because I write shit down, and I record stuff that I'm going to remember, or, make sure I can go back and listen to. So I don't know, somebody who's procuring young girls for people who are dignitaries, who are very rich people, who are damn goddamn prince. You don't think, Quinn, you would keep some shit around to be able to whatever, to leverage if you needed it? You would do that?
But I did listen to say, would she do that with? Who would she do that with?
We don't know. But she got a family. She still has a family because her family is trying to get, they're trying to get the case, well, they're coming out publicly as trying to get the case heard or get her story heard. Why would you volunteer to go to Congress? What could you possibly, if I listen to, what could she possibly offer to Congress then? You think she's gonna go up there and lie and just start making up stuff and hope they believe it? Because they probably know a lot of the shit was in the other papers that they're not gonna release. And there's 10,000 videos. So if she says, "Oh, Quinn was there," and you say, "Oh, hell no, but man, you're alive from hell," and she goes, "Well, look at video number 9002, or go look at the videos," and then you're actually there.
But what I'm saying, a lot of that was confiscated, and I would say, let me not say that like in the definitive, like I know. I'm assuming whatever they had was confiscated to use against them.
But she went on the run, so she couldn't put her stuff anywhere. When she left, she could have went to a P.O. box, she could have went to whatever trusted girl, I don't know if somebody would keep some shit like that. I'd be afraid to have it, basically. If she dropped some shit off with me, I would be like, what the. But she does have a network of friends. She wasn't just out there on her own. She just wasn't with Jim.
She got some friends now.
When she was when they were up and doing all that high society New York shit, she had friends.
Yeah, that's cosmetic shit. That's as long as you up. But she ain't got no friends now. Definitely nobody's gonna go to bat for her. There's no question about that.
Ain't got nobody coming to visit today.
Let me ask you a question about the experiment. If you spend like 25 years, like quarter century with like this dude or whatever, like your boyfriend or like for like us and it's like girl, like and you watch people like head the state, like talking about Prince Andrew, like Donald Trump thing, if you talk these you pick up young ladies and like in like little private schools and you like told them about like modeling opportunities and you bought them live to like introduce them to this And then this man gets caught up in some shit, goes to jail, and it's like, and you know he's not suicidal, and he gets off or whatever. They say he killed himself, but you know with all the shit you say. I'm just saying, what you saying, man? Would you just sit there and just take your bed and keep your mouth shut, or would you go run your mouth?
I'll take my bed, because there's too many powerful people, too many other ways for me to not be here. I just go ahead. You know, she probably did the calculations in her head and said, I'd rather be alive, because I don't want to, I'm not a suicidal person either. Jeffrey wasn't, I'm not, but he not here no more. And all these kind of powerful, it's just not that Francis, other people on that same level, all of them papers. So I would, it's just very hard for me to believe that she has nothing that she could use to leverage. It's just very hard for me to believe that after all that time and all those people.
Lisa, she does though. She's seen, anything, the thing that we read in the court case with the Tiffany Johnson, she was there. Like I'm saying, she knows all of that stuff. She knows where all the bodies are buried, and there's no way that they didn't keep a list of blackmails out for around. That's like how the man had the $500 million mansion in the Philippines, all that stuff. I'm just saying all that to say that there's, in my opinion, why would she talk? Basically, like she should be scared of talking. It's like to your point, I'm agreeing. There's no reason for her to say she knows everything, but why would she say anything?
Michael, quick question. So did she try to take up for him as far as saying like he's not suicidal? What happened there?
No, I was being hypothetical. I don't know that she made any comments about him being suicidal or not. But I'm saying, but this was like, at one point I think that they were maybe boyfriend, girlfriend. They became like friends. She was like his bottom home in like the whole house or whatever. So it's like she was purveying the girls. And then from what I read in the court document, the one that's out in California, she had taught, I guess as she got older, she had younger girls that were like out of age for Jeffrey and that had been up to bring like 19-year-olds going out and get 13 or 14-year-olds to bring in to the modeling thing and the whole thing. I'm just saying all that to say, right, if she was like that, you know, purveying and running girls in and out of there, and she's seen all this stuff, in my opinion, it killed her boyfriend, and she knows that he was killed. Why would she open her mouth or whatever? It's like, it just seemed like she would just keep her mouth shut and just like this, you know, just take a little time, take her time in jail and just, you know, try to live a quiet life.
But something has changed. Now she wants to speak. Something has changed. Now she must. I wonder, because I didn't follow the trial, and maybe we should try to work our way backwards. Because I don't know what she said in the trial. I don't know who testified against her. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that trial went down. It's real weird that I didn't follow it because it was such a big deal. But after they caught her, I kind of lost interest in it, and I didn't follow the trial. But for the kind of people that came through. Okay, answer me this then, you guys, and then I'm pretty much, my head is gonna explode. They're saying that there's no list. We're saying that whatever, Maxwell didn't know anything, or if she does, then why, if that's the case, why was there a list, period? Why is there names that we know? Why are there names that they can actually quote? Like he was saying that Harvey Levin was calling out names that I didn't even know had never been said. So where did they get that? These names had to come from somewhere. Not only the manifest, because everybody didn't come there on Jeffrey's plane. Everybody did not go all over the world and pick up these people. They had to have been looking at that.
No, I was gonna ask you a question. If you had Prince Andrew coming to sleep with a 14-year-old girl, would you not like keep some kind of like note of that?
Facts.
Just for future.
Facts. Yeah, I want to make sure it's noted somewhere that Chris Andrew, the Queen's son, had his ass over here.
Jeffrey get arrested, she flees. She had enough time to take everything with her, because they didn't find her like for months. She had enough time to take whatever she needed to take with her and put it somewhere else. Like, oh, I'm gonna take these goddamn books, these little books that I got his name in, I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna put it here, or I'm gonna give it to this person. She had a lot of time to just get out in the streets and do what she had to do before she ended up at that house where she was. And then two, how come she ain't said nothing now? Like, okay, just say, let me take advantage of all this shit. While we're in jail, my name is Maxwell. I was with Jeffrey Epstein. I know everybody, some of the bodies are married, or maybe all the bodies are married. Let me try to get some type of book, even though she can't keep it, but there's ways of these people making money off of their crimes.
So you've heard of witness protection. We all have. I'm saying what kind of quality of life would she be looking to have? Also, too, like the point about her father for whatever he was, but it's like he did. I think he was like a publisher. Did he own the Mirror?
The Mirror.
Right, and then he was also a politician, they say, or like he was involved in stuff. So she grew up with that too. So sad to say that she's probably a G from the standpoint that she at least understands how to do her mouth shut. I just don't think. I don't know. If she's coming out with something, man, I don't.
Her mouth shut, but her dad was a publisher, so she also knows how to write shit down.
She does, right? So like I said, nobody. Blackmail is literally the currency, it's the coin of the realm. It's been that way forever. You can go back to like old Hollywood, whenever. It's like time before we were born. I'm sure they used it back in the days of like Abe Lincoln and like Andrew Jackson. I'm saying, if you get some information on someone's dirt on a powerful person, that's the whole reason why Buffy had cameras in closets and shit. If you get dirt on them, right? It's leverage. It's like, okay, like when it's time for like Buffy to get like a De Leon liquor contract, it's like, oh, like, no, I'm getting the contract or whatever. It's like, yeah, my people over there, oh, I got that, or whatever. Like, maybe you like getting pissed on, I got that. I'm saying that's just the way it works. So there's no way that they don't have that Jeffrey, that he wouldn't be dead if he didn't have a record with stuff or whatever it might be. I just feel like, and again, I would think that she would keep her mouth shut, so I don't know why she's talking. I really don't into it, but I understand, even think about what the angle is for her, but, she would need to just keep her mouth shut unless she has like an exit plan, because, like somebody said, she goes in front of Congress, they like compel her to like come, and sometimes she doesn't do the, I don't know if we hear about it or not, but, she does. We know the president was around, like somebody said earlier, like on pedophile, and we know, like, from based on what the president said, we can, like, it's not a long trip to get to the fact that he was, probably still with underage girl, and we're gonna believe allegations just based on, it's not like he's somebody's like, oh no, like I would never stick my daughter, what are you talking about? Like my daughter, get out of here. Like, or like my little baby girl, like, no, I'm not gonna compare and say, like, oh, she has a rack, or she got legs like a mom. I'm not gonna do that. Sick. That's disgusting. He didn't say that. He didn't say none of that shit. So I'm saying he appears to be somebody that has an affinity for young girls, and he hung around with a pedophile, and we just don't know nothing about it, because that's just where this one.
That's true, like, and Jeffrey could have been, something that just lead and not just said nothing. I'm not being people, yeah, it was mandatory that he can't do it yet. What are you gonna call those witnesses, the girls, like they did with just lead? They can't, and I don't call anybody on the list. It is just the weirdest thing I've ever seen, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there, like, this is serious about everything, right? So, this is a pedophile who, like, either by arrested development, maybe he got in touch when he was younger, for whatever reason, he liked what he liked, and he became, he was a math teacher, like they said, no qualifications, to teach math, taught math, under Donald Water School, we talked about that, we talked about that, all this different stuff is going on. Saying that to say that this somebody's just like a pervert opportunity or whatever, and he just moved up the ranks. And I'm saying that to say that, like, he's not, for whatever, like, I'm not gonna go with the size of it,
talking about earlier, but I'm saying, like, Maxwell, she's a social link. Like, her father, the way she raised the man was like pissing off the yacht and being dumb, you know, so there's a yacht, like, named after her. She comes from something where she understands how to move the Kennedys or whatever in this country, like American social, like, even like, you know, Joseph started off running alcohol, but like, you know, all the stuff that they do, they know how to move. So like JFK Jr. probably knew how to move. And so I feel like Epstein was probably a liability and he was seen in that way. And this is all the speculation, but if I'm making sense at this time of night, I just feel like Justine probably whatever they was probably like they felt like that she was somebody that would keep her mouth shut, and maybe like Jeffrey was or whatever. Like, you know, they took his freedom away. He couldn't get all the girls. And literally, he had, like, when you go look back at the picture, and he was young. He was like, I think 20 something or 20, early 20s when he started at school. So he was somebody that just had a chance to get his kick off for like 40 years, and then like all that was gone or whatever. So just like we talked about Buffy going through withdrawals, being in jail or whatever, like they might have felt like, you know, that they could trust him.
Are we doing conspiracies? Because I'd like to add one.
Yeah, it's close to two. It's close to two, so yeah, it's okay.
I'm actually on the Pacific Coast time, so it's early for me. So
You gotta wait.
No. Let me get this one off because this one nobody talked about. So I would like to add in to this picture because I know you talked about the Kennedys. You mentioned JFK Jr. But let me just throw this out there. I mean, y'all can connect the dots if you want. Yes, JFK Jr. Was going to throw his hat into the ring to run for Senate in the late 90s because Patrick Moynihan was about to retire for New York Senate. So, Clinton was president at the time. JFK Jr. would have probably been a shoo-in. And, hold on, is this being recorded? You know what? Screw it. Here we go. So, during Clinton's presidency, what happened to JFK Jr.? Well, he had a little plane to Martha's Vineyard, and he passed away. Unfortunately, it was a little suspicious. However, who decided to run for Senate because JFK Jr. passed away? Oops, it was Hillary Clinton. Look at God. So Hillary Clinton becomes Senator of New York, rhyming her up to be President of the United States. But the Kennedys have to, hold on, the Kennedys have the last laugh. Because what happened in 2008? You have Barack Obama running against Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, the establishment of the Democratic Party, the heir to the throne, if you will. And just about 1 or 2 years before he passed away from cancer, the pivotal moment in the 2008 Democratic primary is the establishment Democrat, the definitive Democrat, Kennedy, the younger brother of JFK, the uncle to JFK Jr., does the most pivotal thing in the Democratic primary, which is go against the Clintons, the establishment choice, to endorse Barack Obama, which gave everybody the ability to say, you know what, I am going to jump ship because this establishment guy, this guy who's a Kennedy, is saying we should go for Obama. So in Kennedy's last throes of his life, decides to throw the Clintons under the bus because he knew deep down that the Clintons were responsible for JFK Jr.'s death. And I'm done speaking. There's your conspiracy for tonight. God bless America.
So, Spirit, we using Crisco butter, olive oil, like what we cooking with? Because like you definitely cooking.
That's it, man. Listen, I'm just saying, it's all right there. The history. I'm just connecting the dots. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm looking at all the evidence and I'm seeing the timeline, and boy, does that line up beautifully.
Yeah, the Clintons, and it's a shame because like growing up in I work for a company that's like a minority business enterprise woman owned. I was impressed, and I really liked the Clintons until I sort of started learning more about them. Oddly enough, watching that Fox, the true crime thing they had, like they did one on OJ, they did one on the Clintons, but it took me down to Juanita Broaddrick Road, and just some of the stuff. I hate it, but I don't know if they started that way, but they definitely they're just dirty. I mean, it is what it is or whatever. And like I said, I have it's kind of fucked up because I still like them. I like to hear Bill speak or whatever. I still have some affinity for them, but they are dirty. And saying all that to say that just the way that the world works, right? Like they say, like nothing, everything in the dark comes to light. You know, you reap what you sow, reciprocity, all of that. So for her to not get to where they were trying to get to, I mean, you know, maybe it was karma, but yeah, that I had to put that together with the JFK, Junior thing. But he definitely, but the Kennedys, I mean, had he been able to run, but you know, they were trying to get, I think, RFK Jr. to outrun that family. I'm not saying that curse, but going back to the way that Joe, their patriarch, built that shit on that foundation.
Oh, definitely for sure. But you know, not everybody is. You know, the family. A lot of them were actually good. Like they used their wealth of power to actually fight for people. I mean, Ted Kennedy was for healthcare before anybody even mentioned healthcare back in the 70s. He ran to the left of Carter. So that Carter, I don't know if I'm muted, but he ran to the left of Carter to be more progressive, to actually get some of the progressive shit done. Now he had obviously lots of skeletons and bullshit going on in his past. However, he did fight on the left of the Democratic Party for the people. He was against the Iraq War. He was all that shit. So he was about that. But the Clintons were to the right of him. And I think ultimately, you know, the Clintons wanted power. But Kennedy, in his last throes of his life, his political career, decided, you know what? Enough of this bullshit. I'm going with Obama. New blood. That's it.
And see, and to your point, and somebody put in the chat, and I was going to say like Nancy Joe Public or whatever her last name was, but his assistant or his aide that he left at the bottom of the Chappaquiddick, you know, basically, it's just, and then when you look, they have a lot of dirty stuff, and like I say, RFK Senior, like just with him and his run, and he got shot in the year was born or whatever, like him and Dr. King, but it's just. Joe built that on a very, very effed up Joe Kennedy. Like, you know, he got like it's like Joe Jackson with the Jackson 5 or whatever. It's like you like have all these kids and it's like, you know, you do like dirt, you do whatever you gotta do like to get your like kids set up. And you know, really the fact that JFK became president, you know, was on the strength of the fact of like Joe Kennedy. Joe Kennedy started RKO Pictures. I think he started his money in prohibition. Like, so running illegal, you know, making money like that, I think was how he got like sort of the start, and then it's like sort of putting her from there. But there's a lot of just crazy shit in that family, and it's like it's a shame because like you said, Scotty, like they did a lot of good, and they were publicly facing very good. When you look at stuff, I watch this thing on Netflix about Marilyn Monroe because I'm fascinated with her life, but talked about the whole thing with the Kennedys, the way that those two brothers did her, and as far as like sort of even in the last portion of her life, because she appeared that she loved JFK. They just you know, they used her like a sex toy or whatever, and she was a damaged woman
for what it's worth, a lot of what the Kennedys did, separate from Joe Kennedy, was actually on the right side of history, but a lot of it was really fucked up because people in power with a lot of money do a lot of fucked up shit. But they were always staunchly for a lot of the people, the workers, the people, even though they had so much money, but they didn't fucking care. They still were about the values for working people, for healthcare, for unions, for all of that shit. Because a lot of people with all of that wealth, they were not on that side. They were on the other side. They were on the robber baron side, even the Joe Kennedy side back in the day. But I think maybe they wanted to come around and not be about that and actually fight for the people. And the women who were in the Kennedy family were freaking awesome. Even the ones married, like even Jackie O was great and always fighting for New York City, for parks, for restorations of Grand Central Station, all the public works projects, all of that shit. These aren't things that a lot of the people on the new right, the Trump, the Elon, you don't see museum wings in Trump's name, or museum wings or medical center wings in Elon's name. What do they do with their billions of dollars? They put into crypto, they fund fucking yachts, and they fund their own fucking people, and they grift off the American people while they're money. So there's a big difference between a lot of these families with money.
No, and you mentioned it's funny because I'm a Jacqueline Kennedy fan, or Jacqueline movie, I guess. But it's funny because you had like little Edith in your post for a while when you were Scotty before you Scotty Plus. Yeah, it's like 'cause I watched that Grey Garth thing. Yeah, and it took me down the road with them when she was younger, like she's like the belle of the ball, like she was very attractive. It's just this whole that, but
they got a crazy fucked up families.
It is, but I think that Jackie that she was better. I feel like that she was, I don't know, just even the way that I think there was good in her, but they were all like from that whole thing. Even like with Eleanor and Franklin Roosevelt, they were cousins, with that whole thing. Like I don't know if they were first cousins. I think they might have been first cousins or whatever. But saying all that to say is just that with the Kennedys, all Joe's, like his sons, they all, well, not three of them had untimely demises, and then with what happened with Teddy, and then saying that to say because Kennedy, the eldest son, who was supposed to be the one that did what JFK did, I can't remember how he died, but he died or whatever, and it's like
did he not die in the war or something like that?
I can't remember. I think it might have been the war because JFK served the whole PT-109 thing. I know JFK served in the Navy, but his older brother, because his eldest one, that was the one, Joseph Kennedy Jr. That was the one who was supposed to do everything that that JFK did.
Nobody else got a conspiracy? This is a big state with an awful lot of silence. What's going on? Everybody's.
Well, they might be, and I just want to thank everybody for listening to Gen X Talk. We'll have our next podcast.
Thank you for coming to our Gen X Talk. We will see our way out. Shout out to Jen. I forgot, it's like 2 in the morning there. I'm still on, it's 11 p.m.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm about to wrap it up for the evening, but yeah, the stage is just, but that's what happens on podcasts. It's like it's good sleep stuff. I think these rooms are popular for the sleep. People come for the good sleep.
Well, I just want to thank the mods, the pluses first, in order, Patty, Damp, Haitian pluses, the mods, and then the other green beans, Michael, yourself, Deborah, Lisa, all of you, and everybody else who has contributed. It's good to hear all your voices. Shout out to the West Coast people. I feel you.
the basic crew appreciate you. I will speak on behalf of the other basics on stage and say we appreciate you. Well, now you're part of our crew. You come back. You've come back to us. We appreciate that.
Yes, I'm the basic. I'm the generic. And I'm proud of it. I like to be part of the people. You know what I mean? I don't want to be plus. I don't want to be elevated. I don't want any special status. I'm with the workers. I'm with the proletariat. Thank you very much. Spirit. Over.
Lisa. Oh well. Alright, well, for those of y'all listening, this might be like the quiet time. For Gen X, we used to like have this thing where like the national anthem would play before the TV went off, and after Poltergeist came out, we started freaking out. Yeah, after Poltergeist came out, we started freaking out. So
let me tell you how it went down. Somewhere around midnight, I think, your local channels, of which you only had about 3 VHF, and then you got some UHF channels, you'd have it on, and then if you fell asleep, you'd probably end up waking up to the national anthem, a little bit of waving of the flag, and then it would cut out to static. I'd just stay as static until, 6 a.m. or something like that.
yeah, no, that is.
And then Poltergeist happened, and that scared the shit out of me.
That's a fact. Yeah, Ted Turner changed the game, but without like Ted, keeping like with TV as a superstation, but you were gonna have TV all night. But yeah, definitely that whole thing with the national anthem playing, and then it would just go with this freaking static.
Gone are the days.
Man, do you remember what it was like not just having 3 channels or 4 channels, and you using those rabbit ears to try to get a station in, and just be fucking shitty quality, and then that's it. And then sometimes we even had to get up off the couch and go over to the TV and actually turn the knob. Imagine?
Oh yes, I was the first satellite dish and the first remote control, basically. So yeah, go change the channel, go turn the CBS. Then go try to see you get the TV better.
I think I may have been the last family in the town that maybe had cable TV. I don't remember. I think people had Stars or HBO or some. Forget what it was. It was you would get one channel, not 40. It was HBO the first. It was Star or something like that.
Yeah,
HBO. I remember when a family down the street had HBO. I was like, oh, what's it? I'm going with it. I have to watch it.
And HBO started, I want to say where it got big, the mid to late 70s is when I think HBO first started coming out. I didn't have this. Where we lived, I lived near, and it was a suburb, but it was cows and shit, sort of near where I lived when I grew up. Cable, we couldn't get cable. It never really came out. It took it a while for cable to make it out to where we were. So yeah, it was what it was. But yeah, VHF channels, all that. It's just but these kids nowadays, they don't understand the struggle.
Well, stage is open. As the mods just.
Yeah, we're going to the quiet time. Let's walk with something because I'm thinking about to brush my teeth.
Water. You should praise me for the conspiracy theory that I dropped that nobody else has, by the way. It's not written down anywhere. I came up with it myself.
But then you did a Mach 2.5 pivot into dusty discussions after dark, Scotty. What the fuck's going on, man? I leave the stage for a second, and you go into rabbit ears and 2 channels. And back in my day, I walked up a hill both ways to fucking school. What is going on?
Even have a bottle of water.
Shut up, Dino. No, it's a great stopping point. I just wish I got it in us earlier before Pepe came in, because I really feel like the build would have been I'm learning, right? But we remember, just like, bring it back to that.
I would not be here if he was in here, though, just, I would not be here if he was in here, just.
As he should. With the prime time, those prime time hours, I'm starting to see why they called them prime time. Like, everybody's here, they got the energy, even though they just got done working all day, and it's like, you gotta really honor that time, and not honor the Pepes and the trolls and shit, cause now I'm starting to see that they come around that time. The cloud.
Because the whole community doesn't, was not doing it wrong, so they come in and it's in our place.
Have you ever seen Gremlins? I know you have, Scotty. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen it?
I wasn't allowed to, bro.
Okay, so Pepe is, and I started to say it earlier, because I don't even really speak when he comes on stage. Because I believe I sat in other rooms and listened to him, like in whatever that show was, I've just listened to him, and I've heard him over the year. But it's funny because I feel like everybody on stage is like, oh God, I can't think of his name, Zach something. He was big in 80s, was in Phoebe Cates or whatever. Like, they were told, like, you don't feed them after dark, you don't get them wet. So these people bring in like a cornucopia, they bring in like a table of food or whatever, like a charcuterie plate, and they bring like super soaker water guns or whatever, and then they just shoot this motherfucker because he always does the same thing. And it's just like they're like, oh my God, I can't believe that. It's the same shit every time. It's amazing how they continue to just give first. They use like 2 hours of Pepe or whatever. It just is what it is. Like, I don't really have
You'll not see me around that shit. He's been in white supremacists on the app. I don't give them any fucking space. You guys can have them. You want to put them up on your stage.
Yeah, I just don't get it because they feed it basically. It's like you just whatever you feed is gonna it's gonna grow or whatever. And literally just with him in general, he's definitely certain when I don't have any. I mean, I gotta go through a block, right? Like very few just they come on to do something goofy like they did last night. But I just I don't know. It is what it is. But they seem to enjoy it. So I just I like not allowed to let people live. So if they like that drama, they seem to enjoy it. So I just it is what it is.
Well, the golden rule in these spaces, it's not my room, it's not my house, I'm not a mod, and so if I don't like it, I'll leave. If you guys want to support that, that's on you, not me.
Amen. Yes.
I think you went off the road today. I agree with y'all.
Well, here's the thing: is people don't like him, and he said shit that's been incendiary. So some people, as we see on the stage,
Black people monkeys. What are you talking about? I mean, that's another.
Well, so I heard that too, but it's like, but he's a non-factor. It's like it's just I don't know. I can't really. But again, like I'm closer to 60 than I am to like 50 at this point. So I'm just saying, so that maturity thing is a thing or whatever. I just don't really let shit fade me like I did when I was younger. Saying that to say that people clearly are upset by him, and so it's just a matter of when he's on stage. Eventually, the people on stage are going to say something to him. And if the N-word was used, it's funny. I'm like this. They use the N-word more with him on stage, and I've heard like throughout the course of the 2-hour conversation, like people call him an N-word. They would say N-word this, N-word that, and you give it away. Like it's just rather like shit that's gonna bounce back or come back. It's almost like giving them permission to use it. I don't like the way that they deal with it. But again, I'm just one person where it's not, and I'm literally never going. That's not my Jones. So I'm just a traveler on this train. So I'm just like sit back and just watch some shit. I'll comment on some shit and all. But yeah, it's always gonna go like not going to do that with me.
I checked him in his own room, saying the things that y'all would have let me say in this room. So, say all that to say, the only reason why I didn't come off mic today is because I wasn't 16. I apologize. I did hear some fucking unacceptable bullshit. I'm feeling close. I gotta be honest with you. That's zero tolerance. I'm also anything. Anyway, aside from that, I had a battle with a few things. So yeah, it could have went a lot bigger. It could have went a lot faster without a couple of people.
That's a bit in the clubhouse where we all appear to be addicted to in some way, shape, or form. But it'll be 6 o'clock or whenever release ultimately again, later on this evening. So it is what it is. And for now, we're in the sleeping mode. So I am about to go to sleep too. It's like, we all got jobs or whatever. At least those of us that do have jobs, some of us have we do other shit on income. I gotta actually go work for a person or a company. So I gotta go deal with that shit.
Well, before you go, let me ask you what's your plan? You got any plans on owning a business in the future, or you just go straight into retirement?
Yeah. I mean, I have some plans, and like if you and I get together, something like having a drink, I'm like sure, it's like it's app shit or whatever, what I'm saying. So I don't really talk a lot on the app. I just I'm uncomfortable. Yeah,
Don't work too hard out there.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
You're not extracting shit from me, water, I can tell you.
I share what I share. I don't know. I think I share probably more than most, but I'm just sharing what people ask.
I think it's a generational thing, though, man. I live and do. I just think, because y'all, just for us, you said we just did a lot of stuff, and Scotty's talking about it on stage before, and I know, in club days, I couldn't imagine people having cell phones and take and record. I mean, you lived your life and just did stuff, and it's but sort of did your dirt and did what you were gonna do, and it's you just did it. Your boys, your girls, your friends might have known, but it wasn't this whole thing. We just didn't live our lives out now. Not saying there weren't some people that did to sort of broadcast what they did, but for the most part, you just moved in silence to a certain extent. And I just think because of this technology, it really was. Yeah, it truly was. I couldn't imagine growing up with these kids, with Instagram, posting everything they do, or I probably sound old as fuck saying Instagram, but just whatever kids are doing, they post that stuff, and we didn't live like that. And so to that point, even though we have all this now, I'm very private online or whatever. I don't post a lot of shit. I'm just I just do what I do, and and I enjoy the time, or whoever I'm with, we enjoy our time together. And I just keep it moving. It's not like anybody else see it.
Do you want a real horror story? So here's a real horror story. Go to Hulu. There is a documentary that just came out called, I think it's Kid Influencers or something. It's parents who essentially do the kid influencer thing with their family. They document everything. They get likes and sponsorships. And it's fucking diabolical what these people are doing to their kids. And people eat this shit up. It's disgusting. It's on Hulu. People should check it out because even though I knew it existed, this shit is nasty. What people do to their kids with the social media and all this. Putting their kids out there for money, even having filming a pregnancy, all that shit of course.
I want to give a fucking movie on that right there. It's got to be a storyboard. That fucking short film or something. I think you can't stop seeing the nasty, toxic, abusive footage. I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw a couple the other day. I think she was just
social media to have now, but it's really problematic, and unfortunately, Virginia's not going to make it above. But you see, like, a lot of schools are starting to, like, make it to where kids can't have their phones during the day, which I love. Like, I love the technology, but I'm definitely for, like, they need to, like, slow this shit down, or just at least give kids a chance to I don't know, just use some freaking imagination, or just learn to have patience with time. I did want to ask Scotty something real quick. Did you see, because you said Hulu, and I need to, because it just reminded me, I need to watch this. Did you watch the Rat Pack documentary?
Yeah, I did. I was disappointed. No, I was disappointed because it was made by Andrew McCarthy, who, yes, was part of the Rat Pack, but he wasn't like one of the main heartthrobs or whatever. And it's just about him being bitter about being part of the Rat Pack, and then, having his career not take off in a certain way after that. It wasn't good. I thought it was going to be like a straight ahead documentary on it, but it was from his angle, which, not for nothing, I'm sorry, guys, you're not the guy, like, if Jimmy Moore did it, that would be different, because she was part of that.
Like Rob Lowe.
Yeah, Rob Lowe, and by the way, they were in it, but they were being interviewed by him, and they just have a different perspective. They were like, hey, it was what it was, this is what happened, and well, there was a lot of, like, shitty press and whatever, but, whatever, we moved on, and he's just, like, bitter about it. So, I don't know, I didn't like it, maybe you should watch it, there's some good things in there, but it's really, like, it's a little bit of it's a little suffering, to be honest. And I put the link in the chat for the trailer of the Hulu thing, which you guys could watch. It's so disgusting, but people should be aware of it.
Yeah, I hate that, because I remember, like, I can't remember, I think they did Sam was what, like 86 when I graduated from high school, but I just remember being in the area was like a big deal for like a lot of people, just like with them being like in like Georgetown shooting that or whatever. They said, just that whole crew, and then like John Cryer was like Rat Pack adjacent or whatever. It's all like that crew. We did have an interesting time being Gen X and like coming up in the 80s, being a teenager in the 80s. Was like an amazing time. Yeah, like, so it's funny, so I was at my dog because I didn't watch Breakfast. I watched Breakfast for the first time, like, maybe 5 years ago. And it's funny, I'm the same age as Molly Ringwald and Anthony Michael Hall. And when I was in school, so a lot of these movies, like, I didn't see Vision Quest, so maybe like 8 years ago. So I was in, at the time movies were out, I was living my life doing this shit that they were doing, so I wasn't really necessarily trying to go to a movie to see it. Like, but I definitely, John Hughes, I love Weird Science, like, stuff that was sort of like escapism or whatever, but I just didn't see it. But the Breakfast was good, and like, looking back, it's very nostalgic to see it now, with it being made, like, in that time, but it's just great.
Adam Carolla days. You grew up listening to Adam?
No, that was after.
Oh, that was after. Oh, you're right, that was after. Yeah.
That was 90. You would have to grow up in the 90s, I think.
I think you're right. I just wanted to say that because he grew up with Molly Ringwald. That's why I say that.
How old is he? How was that?
He's got to be 56, almost 60, something around there.
So he was a teenager, so he would have been, by the time, like, first of all, like, when we were in our 20s, I remember, I think he was on MTV for a while, and him and Jimmy used to have, like, this band show thing or something that they did.
Show was after Love Line.
Yeah, but by that time, I was, so, like, Scotty, like, I was roaming out in the streets. So, like, when I was in my 20s, I used to be in the club, like, from Thursday to Sunday night. I was in different clubs in the DC metropolitan area. Like, I ain't shit. I was just living my life. I was doing shit. So I wasn't like watching my TV or listening to anybody like in the late 80s, early 90s. That wasn't my job or whatever. Like I just missed all of that. I was just out doing shit.
And the clubs, man. Where are the clubs these days?
I don't know. They say that when last time I went, I was like, this lady like about I don't know shit. We went out with her and her friends or whatever, and ended up getting like sort of whatever area, whatever's like we already do that shit back when I was there. But like now, like it's just people just get boots from what I can see, and instead of the boots, it's like people. The dance floor, it was a Latin club, so the dance floor did get like some activity going on, but it's just for the most part, I don't know. I don't do clubs. I'm way past club time unless I'm going with like a female date or whatever. I'm just not going to a club like so I stopped that probably when I was I think 30, maybe a lot of them. I went to a club with like this group when I was in my 40s. I might have gone in the early 40s, but at this point in life, I'm not doing clubs. I go to live music to like a lounge or somebody like that I want to see is like playing somewhere, but just go like the club like headbanging where you're like your ears are clean and in the night kind of shit. Like I'm not doing it.
Well, probably definitely let's be able to get 12 pounds or something.
I was
Yes.
say I woke up. I grew up going to bed, shows. I grew up playing in dance, style of dance, like junior high. That's the only career I know. Shows, looking comics, dance. But yeah, my buddy just put a poster. She's a legacy grower in Arcadia. She goes to look at her. She put in dance hall. Posted. So it's cool to see the rural areas. They still, especially Arcata, Humboldt, they still represent reggae, like reggaeton, like dance hall music. That shit's really cool. I would go to that kind of vibe, like something unique. I'd probably like stop at the Korean kind of there's like something specific. Kind of up with it with the right shit. But you're right, I ain't going out of my way. But live music, I feel like that's making a massive comeback. I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, that's something I definitely ain't mad for when I get back in and go, because I haven't done any summer concerts, but definitely outdoor venues, definitely spots like people like Scotland or even you, like I guess you're like big help, but like, just these like outdoor concert events can be really nice. Now, like example, like in the jazz festival, like I want to do the Roots Big Thing is what I want to do. Like, yeah, like that's one in Philadelphia. I keep meaning to get up there, but I haven't made enough to get. That's something I definitely be doing.
Yeah, wow. That and the Food Note Festival out here in Napa. I talked to somebody else in the industry that was cannabis and
Yeah, that's a killer lineup all the way home there.
right. And it just gets bigger and better every year. So that's a dope vibe to check out.
You know what you made me think? You made me think of the freaking California. We went into the water. The Catalina Olympics. Yeah, that's everything that we said. I'm like, yeah.
How funny would it be to actually think of that festival like based off that beat? That was kind of genius.
No, it's a great idea. Like you would literally get a lot of people to come to that. That's
literally book the comics and shit. Maybe even have Will Ferrell and what's his name?
John C. Reilly.
Yeah, John C. Reilly show up. He posting all the flags.
You know they be there. Oh, that's like it's funny. So, with Ron Chad Smith, like it's funny the way they look like so much alike, and the fact that I'm related is crazy. They actually did someone on Kimmel. I remember like seeing that like some years ago, like a side by side. Like that shit is crazy. How much they look alike.
It's definitely getting rid of like the Academy of Wine.
Yeah.
They get headline that. I had a big idea before Prince died. Like I really wanted to do something like Data Staples, Prince, Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder still Data Staples
and Newport Jazz Festival. But it always, like, part of their thing is like a secret headliner, yeah. Yeah, it's smart, because they got a lot of good people that come anyway, so people come for that. And then you don't know if it's gonna be, who it's gonna be. But they come out some really good ones, for instance, on folk festivals. But folk festivals have been going on since like, I think the early '60s, with Pete Seeger, Bob Dylan, that's what Electric, Country '65. So it's been around for a very long time. Yeah, much more like being like, simple. I don't want to say civilized, like, in that way, but you know what I mean. Easier than that.
It's funny because we missed, like Scott and I missed that. The '60s would have been, I mean, other than the fact, okay, like the Vietnam War and shit, like they had some real shit that you had to be like worried about. The days were fun because we could just party and we didn't have like anything sort of looming over our head. I do remember like having registered for the draft when I like turned 18 and there was just nothing going on that you had to be worried about. Saying that to say, but at Woodstock, have you ever seen that movie Water? Like that's an amazing film, like the documentary, right? I'm so fascinated by it. And because they try to repeat it, but you just can't. You can't get that. Yeah, just because of time, like with the Vietnam War, and it's like listen to the stories of the bands that came in, like with the Who and just, it's very. I went through a phase of my life where I was fascinated by it. I watched like a lot of this in just a lot of like watching performances, read like, stories from like the different performers and just like, these people that were there. It's just, that was a crazy, crazy situation.
I used to be obsessed with those documentaries. That's really, and they did try to duplicate it in '99, but it wasn't the same. I mean, but this kid
The disaster. I mean, for primarily wasn't that bad. Right. It was pretty good. Right. But '99 was the watch that documentary of the '99 Woodstock. That's like a fire festival.
Yeah, it's a little fire. Yeah. It's actually corporate. That's what happened.
Yeah, green promoter, green. Like, that's it.
But the thing is though, just the energy of it, right? So we all understand energy, but you have to think about like they say the '60s started like in the late '50s, but like so like think about like when like Elvis gyrating in the '50s and like so like coming up and even like the Beatles, the first iteration of the Beatles, which is like with the bands and like where they took it, but then like the Beatles got like more soul and started getting like more, like more psychedelic and like right, exactly. And but then like taking up to where you get to Woodstock, we get like the Rolling Stones when they like were mop tops like the Beatles, and then like you get like Led Zeppelin and the Who, and you just start getting like Pink Floyd and like Jimi Hendrix, right? And it's like so all that builds up like Woodstock is just it was a time where like people were coming out of a whole era, and it just hit at the right time. Like Ashbury was like hitting in San Francisco, like it was just a cool time to be there. And then with the Vietnam War and the kids like being worried about like literally like going off to die and their friends going off to die. It's just that energy. It's unrepeatable. It's just like that's just a moment in time that you can't recapture. Like it wasn't just about the music. It was like a whole thing with those kids. Yeah, it really was.
Well, another good documentary to check out is Monterey Pop Festival, 1967.
Oh, Janice.
We got you got Janice, all of them, Jimi Hendrix.
It's so weird for me to be here and to know that they were here at one point, because this motherfucking goddamn conservative dud of a town, everything closes at 9 p.m. Like, I can't believe that ever even existed. Otis Redding, he said, was at the Monterey Pop Fest? That's crazy. I'm thinking about Woodstock. I'm thinking about Gil Scott-Heron.
Well, yeah, I don't think he was at Woodstock.
Yeah, Gil Scott-Heron is one of my favorites. The Last Poets. Yeah, the Last Poets were like some of the first rap groups.
You think it was a good size?
I
I could be wrong.
I don't think he was either.
I just know he was the birth of hip hop, and to me, before him was.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe right. I think I might have my dates wrong, but I know Jimi Hendrix too. People, he's obviously a savant of the guitar, but people definitely don't give him enough credit. I feel like on his vocals, his delivery, his cadence, it's just his delivery. It was just the way he spat. It was like a hip hop artist. Like to this day, you could put that over any fat beat, and that shit would just fucking rock. And this was before Sugar Hill Gang and I think before Gil Scott Heron.
Well, Gil Scott Heron and the Last Poets were sort of like they were. So you get different things. It's just that's why I say the '60s and '70s are very interesting because of movements. The Voting Rights Act of '65, like the Civil Rights Act of '64, like people were just sort of, and Dr. King being assassinated, like Malcolm X. It's like just for what the last poets, what they came out of, like the Black Panther, all that stuff that was going on, and like the revolution will not be televised. If you go back and listen to that, you just have to think about where they were at the time they wrote this stuff. It's just that it just you can't. That's what I say with things like that. That whole late '70s, late '60s, early '70s was like a movement. It was a moment in time because of the energy of history at that time. It's like sort of a confluence of things that you just can't get back. Even like for us with the '80s or whatever, like with the birth of hip hop and some of the things that we had going on with Run DMC, it's different now. And I guess y'all got your things too, but it's just there were some things going on. Like we had to hold this thing the day after tomorrow movie with the nuclear war sort of hanging over our head. It's just like the
Oh
80s,
my God,
and
I
then
forgot
coming out
about that one.
yeah,
And also,
yeah.
what was the other cheese on Patrick Swayze, Red Dawn?
Oh yeah, definitely. So we had the whole Cold War thing. It was a real thing, for us, or a worry concern that we had. But it's just, a lot of the best music or the best sort of those vibes come out of those kind of turbulent times, basically.
Yeah, one of the best shows I ever saw in my life was at the Blue Note in New York City. I think it was 2010, and it was Gil Scott Heron.
Oh,
so he did a set. This was a year before he died, I think.
Wow.
And then, man, I was like, my jaw was on the floor for two reasons. One is oh my God, this guy I've been waiting to see my whole fucking life. And also I'm just I was just in what kind of world am I in? And I'm watching him play on the keyboard. He was playing this song Winter in America, just him. Wow. And it was just I don't know, it was just in another fucking world. It was really fucking special. I think he did pass a year later or something, but he was just unbelievable. And a lot of the shit isn't on stream. Some of it is. The rest of it's on YouTube.
It was recorded though. You saw footage of it.
From what?
Of that night. You saw Gil Scott Heron at the Blue Note.
He was there.
I was there. I bought tickets. I was there.
No, I was asking, but did you see footage have you since looked up to see footage? Yeah.
Of that night.
Of that night.
I mean, YouTube was out, so I don't know if anybody reported. I never looked.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He did two sets. Yeah, he did two sets that I'm pretty sure it was 2010. It could have been 2001. Sure exactly when he passed. But yeah, he's one of my heroes. And also his band. And he also played with Brian Jackson, I believe, who was his pianist and fellow composer as well. It was just incredible. He had so many great people in his band. Kind of like a jazz outfit. His bassist was one of the greatest bassists of all time, Ron Carter, jazz bassist, who played with Miles, played with fucking everybody from the 60s and some of the 70s, fusion era. I mean, incredible.
Man, that's wild. You know who I saw before he died, Scotty? Mitch Hedberg.
Oh, I didn't know he was a comedian, right? Yeah, I mean, well, no, I liked him with the way Sean mentioned him, but I forgot what happened. What happened to him?
Oh no, he was a super genius. Yeah, I have so many memories running through my mind right now. My buddy, right? He started Desert Days, and y'all keep talking about the war, right? You keep talking about like how the tension.
How did he die? He was young.
Oh, okay. Talk about that. He passed suicide.
Oh man.
April Fool's Day. I thought it was a joke when it happened, but it was literally a year. I got my friend it was the first job I ever had was managing a pizza place, right? Stadium Pizza. And one of my buddies there, he was a big Mitch Hedberg fan. This was right circa when Dave Chappelle show was just blowing the fuck up. So we were just quoting Chappelle show all day and having fun. And I knew he liked Hedberg, so got him tickets. He was at the Ontario Improv. We go catch him. Man, he was like, it was so funny because half his set was dog shit. And he's like, oh, I'm calling my next album Hit and Miss. Or I'm sorry, Ontario. But he had like, all his classic jokes. Like he's just like a king of one-liners, like he's very jazzy and just offbeat, like very himself, like undeniable. But yeah, that was unforgettable. He would just run off after he was done with the set. He wouldn't talk to no one. He was very shy or antisocial or just addicted to heroin. I don't know what the fuck his thing was, but he would always run out the back with his girlfriend, who was like opening for him.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of times I think performers just perform like right, like they're who they are when they're on stage, like Prince or whatever. It's like but then when they're off, it's like it's just they come alive on the stage or go into like another sort of zone when they get in front of a crowd.
I think they're go ahead.
Oh yeah. I'm just thinking about some of the most skillful, talented people, in our lives, have unfortunately committed suicide. So you can point to, you can point to Mitch Hedberg if you want to start there, Robin Owens, you want to go there, Anthony Bourdain. I mean, these are people who are loved and beloved and who are at the top of whatever craft they're doing. But also Hunter S. Thompson, the writer, the fucking novelist who's a fucking genius. The guy who wrote David Foster Wallace, who wrote Infinite Jest. You got a lot of fucking incredible geniuses that just
Hemingway.
They're not for this world. They're not for this world. I mean, and they're like unbelievable and revered and loved, but to me, they're just on it's another planet.
I can't remember whose line this was. Like the line between genius and madness. It's like it's something about it, steak or pen or something. But I can't remember what line. I should have probably dropped it, but just saying it to say that you can look at like Mozart, like Beethoven, like just even these composers, like the stuff that you sort of read about or hear about, like most very talented people, like to a genius level, or like sort of tortured. It seems like in a way.
Yes, very much so. I agree. They burn themselves out. If they just one goddamn stage at Sade place was, what I'm saying? Because I mean, they was Sade that everybody. My God. I feel like she's at that level, right? Genius. But man, if I could pick one career that I to aspire for if I ever get into it in entertainment, it would be like Sade. She taps in, she taps out. You don't know when she's coming back. Period. That's what Prince was after. That's what I think a lot of artists are
that bullshit you saying, man. You telling a bunch of lies.
So anyway, so yeah, don't worry about it. But I'm saying, but just like with Jesus, man, like they just gotta get it out. It's like Prince wrote all the time or whatever. It's like it just I don't know, like with Sade, with her being a performer, like she's definitely a great performer, but I don't know if she's tortured like that. If she has like where it's like shit is just coming out all the time, she doesn't get it out.
That's why you niggas still lost listening to niggas like this.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Don't literally, man. I'm saying like this, just you good water. It's like this. If I'm not, you don't need to.
I'm just saying, man.
This nigga is a coon.
Why you talking like
this? Nigga is a coon.
Water. I still don't, and it's funny because ain't but so many people like up on this motherfucker. I'm still trying to figure out who's bringing people up.
Why you
Sounds like JD got
I was getting ready.
Yeah,
I was literally on the gas and I can kick him down.
I mean,
Adam brought me up, nigga. Adam brought me up to speak the real, nigga. You tell these folks some bullshit.
all right, Boosie, well, the stage is yours, brother.
Yeah, this nigga is a coon. This nigga is telling you a bunch of bullshit.
I can't kick this bitch down.
Hold on, let him work. Give him the stage, man. Just let him work. Go ahead, do your shit, man. Talk your shit.
Nah, fuck all that. I want to get back to music.
No, I'm saying just because I just want he got opinions, just let them motherfucking talk his shit.
I need you to know you don't know what love is. I need you to know
That shit actually sounds good without the fuck.
you don't know what love is. If you don't put up a fight, you don't know what love is.
Thank you, Juicy. Yeah, she can. That shit is good. That does.
You told me how many times, and you say you know what love is, but I swear you never seen it in your life. Ooh,
That was good. I just want to hear more thoughts.
Why?
Because people come up, they got stuff to say. I just want to give them the space to say it.
Nah.
That's what the stage is for.
Now you finish feeding these niggas these crocker lies. That's what you do, black man. You finish feeding these niggas these lies. Got these niggas up at 2:45 in the morning to a bunch of bullshit.
Give us the real, man. That's why you up here on stage. Give us the.
You the nigga reading a book.
Oh, that's why. Like the join button, someone had the stage on join, like anyone can join. I was gonna say, bro, like ain't no, like I didn't bring you up.
It's
Like,
been like that all night.
I was finna say, like, bruh, ain't no way. That's why I can't kick his ass down. Let me put
Fuck this stage. This shit stink up here anyway. Fuck you, nigga.
Get out of here, bitch.
Pussy punk ass nigga. Go pick some cotton, nigga.
So, what's wrong with you? The hell are you drinking?
Oh, that's right.
None of that.
It's all good. I fixed the room, but yeah, I wondered about that when I came in tonight or whatever. The mic was just off, but yeah, I fixed it and shit.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said. Because you thought it was me. I'm like, nah, but then I looked at this, like, well, who the hell did break this?
He's playing some goddamn Summer Walker like he's trying
The
to.
Summer Walker sounded good actually or whatever. Shit, that shit sounded good.
He talking about a dude, what in the did he? the hell is going on?
Yeah, you did, Juicy. Juicy is one of the pointing down.
It was a disconnect for me. You know, trying to disrupt the stage, but then also playing Summer Walker. It's like,
Hey, y'all know what I was just reading? Scotty, tell me what you think of this. So you remember when that estate burned down? What was that? Not too long ago. Oh shit. That plantation.
Yeah, and all those memes.
And what they said it burned down because someone had, the Annabelle doll was just in town. Did you hear about that?
Wait, say that again.
Did you know that the Raggedy Ann doll that possessed? They made the movie. It was in town that same day it burned down. So the guy who's, I guess they were taking that doll on tour. And the guy who was taking the doll on tour now mysteriously died.
Wait, what?
Yeah, crazy word.
I'm new to all this. There was an Annabelle doll.
Yeah, you never seen the movie Annabelle?
No.
You heard about it at least?
I mean, nah, I just know that movie, Megan, Annabelle. Oh yeah, Annabelle. Like
yeah, it was about the Warrens. So like the husband and wife, they were like psychics or whatever. They were always fighting this paranormal shit. And then always at the end of the movie, they had like a room that was blessed that they kept all this shit that was possessed with shit in there. And this is real, based on true. Oh, it's based on real life. So the room really did exist. So every time they were called out to fight, help people with evil shit, there was always something that the evil attached itself to. So they would take it with them and lock it in this blessed room in their house and tell people don't touch it. So now that they've passed on, somehow that room got dismantled. So someone took the doll and he's been touring it around the country. So like I said, it was there the day that plantation burned down, and now the guy who was touring the doll just, I said, suddenly died.
Very interesting.
There we go. What's going on?
I love it. They should, when the next one's getting burned down, there should be a festival for the next one. Yeah, those memes are crazy.
I believe it was an ancestor that got to that plantation.
I love the ones where they had a cookout in front of it. That shit was
It's just crazy. I forget who came in here. I don't know, it was like GA, somebody I think that's from that talking about, I think it's Jay that said he refused to go there, but it's just, it is, because these antebellum homes are beautiful, but it's just like, a plantation home, you think about like what went on like in and around that house, and like to be having like weddings on the grounds and doing all this stuff on the grounds. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, if you anti-slavery or black, is definitely going to.
Yeah, I knew someone, they were black, had a wedding on a plantation. I'm not going to that shit. Like, that's the craziest shit. Why would you? To your point, I got it. It looks nice, the way all those trees line the long ass street. But yeah, screw all that. Like, I don't get it. Why would you want to do anything?
There's literally blood in the soil. You know what I'm saying? Like just the blood, the R's, all the stuff that went on, and the torture, like just everything. You just gonna be just chilling. Definitely, if you black or whatever, it's like it's no going to a plantation. Actually, like I say, for some white people, I mean, I get it or whatever. It's like
I
it's just
even get it
like I get it for them because they that's what, just like this whole thing, why we have Trump in office, they harken back to that time, when they believe that that they just that's it's a happy place for them. That's like what they want. They don't feel like the scars of of what happened to the slaves.
Tacky would be an understatement, but I mean that it makes me think of I never found Trevor Noah funny, he said some really honest shit. And my friend just posted something about how, the thing they don't talk about with civilization and modernization and what gets eroded is the village. So once you become successful in modern civilization, you have to buy that village. You have to buy someone to watch your kids. You have to buy someone to clean your house. You have to do all that shit. They just have to like use your brain and slave.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, talking about that the other night as far as, and there's like this real good, I can't think of this professor's name, but he like does, I think it's called Articulating History on Instagram. He does some great stuff, but it's like this breakdown about like the Jamestown colony in like 1619, like when slaves were here, just the taking of America basically. Like, the Native Americans that farmed the land. When they got here.
You said articulate history.
I think that's the site on Instagram. He's got like some real good stuff on there, like great stuff. Just a lot of historic stuff, but I can't think of the professor's name. He's a professor. He gives like lectures, but it's like a lot of videos on there might be like 8 minutes or something like that. But it's just,
Nah, thank you for that, bro. A lot of my friends I got these friends are involved. It's a great handle.
yeah, it's just, but it's just good to give you like a take on it. But the whole thing about, to your point, or Trevor Noah's point, that's, you don't make money. That's the whole thing they're trying to do now, even with illegal immigrants or whatever. It's like just people that are here working the farms, and you can like not pay people and like get money for your crops. Like, the less you pay and the more money you make. It's just that's how America was built. Like, it was built on for you, like, for being able to trade all this stuff, this cotton around the world. No, it's exactly that. No, it's exactly that. That's what I'm saying. They use it, and it's interesting because they're getting rid of the slave labor force, and it's like just they think they're gonna backfill it. When they think they're gonna backfill it, I don't know what's gonna happen. I just think that people are just gonna just sort of repopulate as far as like just the people that they ship to Mexico just come back over the border. Because what are they gonna do or whatever with as far as we get messed up? No, Americans we've gone past that. Like, all the coasts in America moved beyond that. Just we're not built like that anymore. So who's gonna do that? Even like white farmers, it's just like people aren't really built like that anymore.
I agree.
When you're right, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, but why? Not where I'm at currently. But I'm surrounded by plantations. But when I went to Sonoma, that's where I want. I'm trying to get back to that because I got 10 acres right. I can't stop the work coming at me when I'm up there, right? Because I don't even need like references. They just hear it in my question, my answer, and stuff. I can't tell you how many jobs I've gotten off handshakes. Never signed shit. And nowhere else in the state I can say that I've had a successful job. Sure, I can do that in the South. There's certain areas that just value the village, that value the community, that value the simple things that don't change. But yeah, I got that vibe. Sonoma County because I gotta look more into it, look at the history of why, but we just got a strong community of homesteaders, young families, older families, that just sell their eggs, they sell chickens, they sell ducks, they sell wool, the sheep, it's just this whole like Amish community without being Amish, basically. That's where I see a lot. I see the rest of California looking like that. I really see it. And Claudia Sheinbaum became the president of Mexico. I feel it's going to take advantage of that in addition to the fact that they're embracing her, but still kicking out gringos. And like the whole
you've seen it from a different perspective, because you know you in the game, and even like without, I just, from my perspective, just looking at like sort of history, I just don't believe that people, because we've gotten away from that kind of work, like being bent over, like you know, like all day, and even the productivity, like even the way that the Chinese were like making fun of American workers with those videos when they were talking about like, okay, if the factory jobs come back, just how slow we move, even though we're just our society, like, and I can't think, I know it's like a term for this shit, but it's just like when you look at the way a society goes, whatever, like we've gone away from like sort of an agriculture, like a factory type of like work. We're not that. We've graduated, and other people have come in and filled those things in it. Like for instance, like I say, you know, the people that are out like picking instantly, they're picking in those areas. They want their kids probably to be like Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz or whatever, and they're raising their kids, you know, probably try like to go to school and get better, and like they move up, and then when those kids move up, they don't want their kids like you always sort of need like sort of that population that's sort of on the bottom end and wants to get that part of the American dream and build it from the ground up or whatever to do that kind of work. Now that you don't have, you know, slavery basically. You sound like you're too close to your mic. It's hard to hear you. Alright, let's see. JD, you still up? JD, going once. Patty, I know, but Patty's another piece of shit, be asleep. I don't know why, like I said about an hour ago, so Spirit, you gonna be up, but I'm about to just, I mean, I'm not gonna close the room, but at least it just leaves it open, but I'm definitely gonna go to bed, because I literally gotta be up in like about 3 hours, so I'm about to cut it out for the banks. But I'll reach out, be on stage, but I'm not gonna be on stage.
Yeah. I'm an artist, but stay up with it.
Yeah, no worries, man. You West Coast too, or whatever. It's like,
Yeah, shout out to you, bro. You were part of it.
yeah,
conversation, man. So, well, you know, I got you. Oh, yeah, no worries. I'll catch you next time on stage, brother. All right, man. You sound super muffled. Yeah, it's black as bad for the why I say spirit. Oh, yeah. That's what
Oh yeah, I'll turn it down. You gotta turn it down. I'm just okay. Just got in here at the casino playing slot machine. Nobody did all these bills and whistles are trapping me. Oh man, I'm a gamer, so I'll play it. Yeah, well, doing some random over here. Let me consider. Oh, I play random shit. No. Sometimes I'll play like a 3-card poker or blackjack or something like that. But once in a while, I'll sit down at the Wheel of Fortune slot machine and I'll play that. You know, just like have a small budget. And look, if something cool happens, it's not. Yeah, you know. I mean, but all the films, so like the psychology of how they track you in here and all the visuals and everything, it just makes you want to play, you know? Yeah, Atlantic City. I mean, because he has a big question. People watch it, it's kind of depressing to laugh. I don't know, but I get it though. It's like 40 bucks. You got to every 2 seconds. Yeah, that's a little more 2 seconds. Don't worry about it. No, I'm not walking away. It's like getting me later. Whatever. That's on top of the 40. You know, walk down. I don't know if I get a walk. I don't know. We're going to keep going.
think it was rigged. I don't know. It's like, you mean it comes out right when I'm about to win this jackpot?
Fuck up, it was, they was watching it, that he was a brother too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they fucked out. They fucked it. It was so sad. He was great.
I mean, I'm not 100 right now. I can't walk. But like,
You got a picture of this guy. That's who that is.
are you ready to take a picture? I'll PTR. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Wait. No, but you gotta see this. This is pretty funny though. So I will PTR this. The two parents, right? Who cares?
That was the drone footage. They spilled out on Ocean Beach in San Francisco. They spilled out in the cave. That's all people do. No, that was on Ocean Beach.
Wait, let's go. Let's go. Hold on. Oh, Germany, that's cool. Oh, that's really fucking cool. If you PTR, you can see my, I love it. I love it. You can see the opposite of Germany's thing in my PTR, which is feeding into the man right now. Right? I'm in the establishment, and here's Germany next to me, being part of the people, and I'm over here feeding. I'm feeding the evil fucking beast. I'm gonna put them bottom right now. Hey, let's hit this button again, proper ugly.
Hey, as soon as you get up, you leave, bro. Make sure you leave.
Dude, why am I gonna leave? Am I gonna leave unless it's like, I'm going to this jackpot here, which is $8,305.30. So if I get everything right, you know, what am I gonna do? Like, you know, again, now.
You got a window? You can fix this right there?
Yeah.
You know what you're gonna do with yourself? You know what? Get some wine?
I don't know, man. You know,
Take a trip?
I'm on a vacation. What are you talking about? I'm in a casino in Reno. Yeah, I'm in Reno. I'm going to Tahoe tomorrow. I flew in from New York. And so I'm just staying overnight.
Oh, yeah, that way.
Oh yeah, 6-hour flight. Jesus Christ.
That's a big flight, bro.
You know, but nobody was sitting next to me. It was a beautiful thing.
Oh, you took a red eye?
No, I just got it tonight. I got it I get in at like 10 p.m. Like, it's a bit. You know, I fucking lost that. I got it was another seat across that was empty. Well,
Yeah, I don't get that when I take a red eye.
I just lost 3 strings in a row. We sent me some good acting.
Oh, I gotta tell you guys this. This is on my mind after we were talking about Woodstock and stuff. So my buddy started a festival. It's called Desert Days. Grew up with this guy. He was always like a couple classes older than me. But he dropped out of high school, started a band with his friends, Static Lullaby, and they went on tour. It was like a screamo band. And then he just stayed in the industry, you know, learned it. And he started these festivals, and he had like Wu-Tang Clan headlining with Devo and Iggy Pop, and he played.
You know, I hit the power wheel again. I'm sorry.
How much is the power wheel?
Well, it all depends. Because in the spirit, like the wheel of fortune,
Jesus.
that's a wheel.
Well, let me finish my story. Don't interrupt my story until you make money. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm so
You're
sorry.
cracked out.
Nothing to.
What's the? So for the past 2 years, Scotty, they haven't thrown, like, he was about to throw it, but it canceled. And then
No, $94.
what's your grand total right now?
Hold on. Were you hear this?
Well, fortune.
Yeah, this is fucking nuts. Yeah, that means such a deal. Like, give me all the bells and whistles. I'm fucking hooked. No, that payoff was $94. So now I'm up to, now I'm at 220. But I don't want to keep doing that because I'm going to keep jinxing. And then I'm going to go back down to zero. I feel like I gotta do one more. Guys. Let me do one more. I start with $50.
Okay.
And so I said, I'm gonna lose 50. I'm here to lose 50. I got all the way down to $11. And now I'm up to 220.
How much do you bet
So,
every time? How much is it spent?
it's three, so the bet is, it's hard to, these are like 1 penny tokens, but the max is 320, so that's, I guess, $3.20 per spin. So it can go down really quickly, because I do the max, because that's the only way you can make the money. But now that we're up, oh no, they give you, they try to let you win a little bit here and there, so you're keeping it in the game, So I'm buying that.
Set up where, like, if you lose a lot at the tables, playing games, cards and shit, you could end up sitting down at the slot to make some shit back slowly and get back in the mix.
I mean, my whole strategy with this shit, because I'm not here to lose money like that, I'm staying overnight at hotels and I'm out of here. But I'm like $50, ready to lose 50. Let's go. Let's see how quickly I lose it. And now they're just keeping me stuck here. So, I'll do a couple more, and then maybe I'll just cash out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, make some money. Go eat.
Let me see. Let's do one more. And see where we're at.
You should stop by the Bellagio and eat their fucking buffet. I don't know how much that is, but make enough for the Bellagio. Why?
All right, let me do one more.
So they see this like the best buffet in Vegas. I don't know if it still is. They probably got better ones now.
I got Reno. I didn't even know.
No, that's in Vegas, but Reno's not far from Vegas, right?
No, it's far. It's
all the way
on the other side of the state.
Yeah, it's like the difference between San Francisco and LA, bro.
Oh, it's like San Francisco.
Yeah, Reno's north Nevada.
Oh, damn, bro.
Vegas is south Nevada.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm way off.
Yeah, Reno.
I don't know why I thought they were so close. Like, is it Reno 911 or something? No. My dad lives in Vegas, but yeah, in Reno.
Reno is further west. Reno's further west than LA. There's a fun fact for you.
I'm gonna look up the best buffet in Reno for you, Scotty.
I don't need a buffet, man. I'm all right. I can tell you this though. It's still not smoking inside. It smells like an ashtray. It smells like an ashtray, man.
It feels like one. You're gonna smell like one when you.
Yeah, I know. I asked for non-smoking rum, and they're like staring at me like, "What?" All right, so they had one. So look, I can't believe they still allow it. It smells like fucking ashtrays. It's disgusting.
You gonna go to the
bunny ranch? All right, one more swing, guys.
Is that why you went to Reno to go visit the bunny ranch? Fucking chat GPT, I swear to God. It makes me want to get a second phone, to be honest. I never thought about getting a second phone until I started using this shit. I was like, damn.
Oh, Clubhouse?
No, the, chat GPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it has so much computing power that I might as well get one more. And then I saw a really badass thing on Clubhouse where this dude, I don't know if you were there that night, Scotty, but there's this guy, his name was like Ferdinand or Francisco, I can't remember. But he came in and he brought his phone or like a laptop and he was doing chat GPT, letting chat GPT just speak freely. So he would let us ask questions and he would hold up the phone to it. So I think that would like streamline conversations, those like whether it's on Clubhouse, whether it's live, like on another platform. Just the possibilities are really like I don't buy that shit when they're like, oh, chat GPT or AI makes your brain. It's up to the user. It's like using any sort of computing device, like and garbage in, garbage out, you know?
I don't trust it, but you know what just happened over here? I was pressing the buttons, and then I accidentally hit, and I accidentally hit the cash out button. So it printed my ticket, and so I'm like, well, that's a sign. That's a sign to step away. And so now that I'm only up $130. I think I'm gonna go to the cashier if I can find them. Notice how they put them somewhere hidden, so I can't cash out. Oh. Yeah, they got a whole like pirate theme over here.
Oh, what's it called? Can you say or no?
What's the pirate theme?
I was gonna say what
I don't know.
casino or buffet are you at right now?
I'm not at a buffet. I was at a slot machine. This is called the Legend of Old Silver. What's that?
I said they're usually all connected, casinos, buffets.
Yeah, I think there's no buffet right now. I had to look far and wide just to get something to eat.
What can you do in Tahoe, Scotty?
I got some friends who invite me out to their house. So, going there. First vacation, very, very long time. Where's this cashier? They want me to spend my money. They don't want me to cash out.
I fucking love buffet. I would start a goddamn podcast just for a
Yeah, I do. So I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna lie. I like a buffet, man. I'm the type of guy, like, I'll go up to the buffet, fill up the plate, eat like a couple things, and then go back up. And then have them take my plate, which is practically full. I ain't being wasteful like that. I just like sampling everything. I don't like a lot of everything, but like I take too much, probably. Or like I don't like the taste.
Yeah. I'm like a fucking surgeon. I'm the opposite. Like I go, like I'll scope it first, and like 9 times out of 10 these days, like I'm gonna take one pleasure. I'm gonna get
So,
Oh my god, I'll leave myself like the fanciest downstairs. I'll just smash that son of a bitch for a minute, then I go into my soups, I get my favorite soup, whatever is speaking to me there, and I'll throw a bunch of shit into my soup if I want. And yeah, and then if they got the seafood or the prime rib, I'll go heavy duty on that. But yeah, I would get my money worth for it.
you know, I'm still looking for this cashier. And now, I think in order to find it, I gotta go down to the Grand Casino Hall, where they got the poker tables and the blackjacks. And now I'm getting a little tempted. It's very dark, and like dark energy, but at the same time, it's a lot of fun, which makes it even more dark.
I've gone as far as the parking lot with girlfriends. The last girlfriend that we did, still weird. Good in and out. Go to Taco Bell. But I will definitely end up doing it. That's another reason why I'm like, I don't know how much I want to do stand-up comedy, but they're gonna beg me and I probably will never play.
Hey, do you know where the cashier is? No, I don't, but over there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, 3-card poker is very tempting. $10 minimum hands. You know, 3-card poker is fun too. Because you can win a lot if you get like a really good hands. And you only lose like a maximum. Like you know what you're losing. Unlike Texas Hold'em, where you can lose your shit. At least you know where you're betting.
I've never tried 3-card. When you play 2-card or 3-card, you bet aggressive, Scotty?
No, you don't bet. The 3-card poker or the high-down poker, like they have all these like markings of it. That's where you're just betting like a certain minimum, but then if you want to play like the bonus or something, then you can pay a little more, but you don't. Like the amount that you put down is all that you lose. So you can't keep like losing shit. But if you get a really good hand, like if you're doing 3-card poker, you're playing against a dealer, but if you pull like in the 3 cards, if you pull like a 3 of a kind, or like 3 of flush, like up 3 cards, you're making good money. It's difficult. But if you get a really good hand, you can win a lot of money.
I just saw a video of Trump today, and oh my god, he's so racist like that. They're talking about
I saw that. It was like a testimony. Yeah, I think he's such a piece of shit. But he has been consistently. You know, that's unbelievable. You know, they hide this cashier. I'm still looking for the cashier. I'm gonna find somebody that works here. They don't want me to be great. They don't want me to cash out. Oh, excuse me, where's the cashier? Over there? Okay, thank you. Hi, they over here. Okay, thanks. oh, they give me the cashier here, but I gotta walk through all these slot machines and I'm tempted. Somebody's gonna have to literally drag me away. I am a little bit tempted, just wanna try a little bit.
That's why they do it this way. You get to see all the other games and be like, you know what? I'm not gonna leave with all this money.
I know, but they got some of the old school ones where you actually gotta pull the lever. I don't know, that's pretty tempting.
If you're gonna keep playing five, you should stay at that machine, right? Like that's how.
No, my pinky cashed out, like for a reason.
Hey, you know why they call him the one-armed bandit, right?
Yeah, it's fucking stealing all my money. But you know, they got, oh my god, this is so, I don't know if this is racist or not, but they have this slot machine here that's called Super Hot Flaming Pots Mrs. Wong. And they got this Asian woman with a bandana. And she's tempting me, she's like a chef or something, she's tempting me to play the slot. And like some of the slot, like icons are like sushi, shrimp, oranges, so dumplings. Oh yeah, there's red pepper. This is really funny. I should post a picture of this because this is like wild. Hold on. Let me talk about your content. I do content. But you gotta see this. No, I'm having a soda. Oh, here, let me do the guy. Here, let me. Yeah, so I had 2 drinks on the plane. But that was like a long time ago.
What did you fly,
JetBlue. Yeah, any drinks? Here, let me give you, wait, where's this woman? Oh yeah, here we go. Wait, I gotta get the sushi. There we go. Here, you gotta see this. This is hysterical. One moment, please. All right. Wait, is it loading? No, not yet. Okay, yeah. You can check it out, PTR. And you'll get Super Hot Slam Mrs. Wong. Should I play it? Probably not.
You ever heard of Baccarat?
Yeah, Baccarat. Yeah, that's another one.
That's the one you're still talking about. It's what we set up in Kitover, I think. Oh yeah, that's very racist.
Very racist. I should play it, right? A little bit, right?
You gotta play it.
Alright, we're playing it. Alright, we're gonna play it a little bit. Let's see if it gives us a little bit of like some extra racist like
You gotta see how racist those. Because it looks like a picture of a repel. It looks like, you know, how you had to go over black people and go over the next thing. This looks like the next one. It's an Asian casino.
Alright, so how do we play this thing? Alright, let's try $2. Look at this, we got, hopefully we get this sashimi match.
That's how this game works.
Can I do this? And we'll do 100. Oh, they're asking me for a lot of money here. Oh, I don't know. This is they're not gonna get me here. We just gotta do a couple spins. Because they could do, oh shoot, they'll give you a lot of damage. let's give this a shot. $8.80, that feels like $8 per. I don't know about that. Well, you can bet up to, I'm not lying, I think it's $100 per head. I'm not doing that. We're doing $8.80, we're gonna see what happens. Up by one, what? Up in $2 or something? Yeah, so they're lying. I don't know about this one. Yeah, let's cash out. Hold on, how do I get out of here? Right now, yes. I'm not playing for that. Where's this shit? He's serving up some sushi right now in the video. Yeah, that's wild. The one next to it is a guy. The machine next to it was an Asian guy. He's a new chef. Like a sushi chef.
It gets really racist when she starts doing Manny and Betty.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, they got the Asian guy right here. This one's called Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Well, they got House of Dragon, don't they? Maybe. Mr. Lee is also doing sushi. He's the male version. It's super hot, flaming pots, Mr. Lee. I don't know, let me see. Definitely got a lot of Asian stuff, but I think it appeals to a lot of Asian people. They like the secrets. I don't know. That's all you got. We kind of do want to play the House of Dragons. So, before I hit the cashier, real quick, I didn't see back around the table. Alright, we got House of Dragon shirt. Play it with a cheap enough, I'll play it. Let's see, what are they asking? Oh, give your badge. Oh, $1,000, that's $10. Nah. I don't think so. I had a good one. Yeah, I don't know. This one's giving to me. I think I'm trying to tempt me with something new, like House of Dragons. But I think I just make them use money.
You don't want to lose no money, you don't do that.
No, I don't.
Lose money.
I'm already up 130, so we made this sit tight. Just see if there's any other tempting machines. What's that?
I said I ain't getting there now. I mean, if you can make more money, do it. But gambling, you can also lose a lot of money. One of my friends, they've been on football games, and when they seen you wrong, you know what I mean. You would have thought they lost everything, man. They was on the floor. I was like, what's going on? They lost money over a game. So yeah, be careful with some of that stuff because you can lose a lot of money. He lost $5,000. So be careful. Because he lost. You know how it is with football dudes. It's serious. He was betting money on the game. I said, what? $5,000? You lost $5,000 on the game. You know what I mean? He can make the money. It's just he didn't want the particular team he was rooting for. He was like, it's not about the money. My team lost. I said, I agree. Not fair guy, because he makes the money. $5,000 ain't nothing. But you know what I'm saying? If you don't have it, don't be betting.
Don't be that emotional.
Should I not do the Monopoly? I'm not the Monopoly one now. Should I not do the Monopoly slot machine so a little bit?
That's for trouble with that one. It's the right name.
Monopoly.
You got a good feeling, did it? Don't let me keep you from your course.
Hold on.
I might have to ask right back to that same machine here. Is that?
No. That machine, I know. I took that machine for some money. I think they want me back. Now we're gonna try this Monopoly thing. Just a little bit. See what happens.
Very intelligent. I've never been a big
And casinos are fun.
I feel like I'm there right now. It's
We don't have a thing in the railroad, so. Alright. How's this work now? Oh, I don't know if I like this. It's an agency in the Monopoly. It's the Beijing Railroad. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll put it, we'll do a couple spades. So I don't know about this. Yeah. Do you want any power?
people that need to be told to a lot of times about who's actually having
Well,
who has television.
I think so.
If pandering to somebody, but had a demographic.
I ask y'all something. Why is Donald Trump talking about firing the head of the Federal Reserve? Watching that on a news station, it's like Donald Trump wants everybody gone. And I don't know if that's because of this Epstein stuff, but it's just like, wow, let's fire next. It's crazy.
I think it's funny grab that. Sounds like it's a money grab.
Well, I think that the Federal Reserve should stand on its own. It shouldn't be a president, whether Democrat, Republican, or whatever. That's been America's pillar to have that kind of separate government. We don't want a president saying, well, you change interest rates now. That's not how America works, man. And, the guy with the Federal Reserve should fight like hell to keep his job. And he should, because he ain't doing nothing wrong. You can't just, continue to fire people and don't think they're going to take legal action. And people
I don't think it can be fired. It can't be fired. We're just trying to pressure him to get out.
Huh?
We're doing one more and then we're out of here.
Oh,
I hear you, but it's just, you know what's crazy? It reminds me of a meme I just saw about the Titanic. There's all those people that were on the Titanic were like really wealthy people and they were against a Federal Reserve altogether. And they're like, you guys like boat rides?
wait, I didn't know that. I know the people on the Titanic were wealthy and stuff, but I didn't know that they were against a bank that stands alone by itself. It's kind of not a bad idea because I don't think you want your financial institutions being controlled like we're under a dictatorship. That you don't want somebody walking in the office saying you need to do this now. That's not how the Federal Reserve works. You don't want a president telling you gotta do something. It don't work like that, man. The Federal Reserve's job is to look at some very serious stuff. And it's not to talk about what Donald Trump wants. It is for the security of our country, financially, interest rates, to keep those things afloat or at even, and stuff like that. Not to be dictated and told what to do and what type of interest rate should be delivered. That's not the role of the Federal Reserve to listen to Donald Trump. Sorry. Gets rid of Jerome Powell, that'll be, man, colossal. Man. For real.
So that, I will say the theory. The theory implies that J.P. Morgan, who is a key proponent of the central banking, and canceled his Titanic trip last minute. How interesting. Orchestrated the disaster to clear the path for the Federal Reserve. So they say there's no solid evidence these men were actively opposing a central bank. Huh.
We ended up on another machine. The last one.
You're just checking it out. You're just moving and grooving over there. J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, we got that now. We got the spinning. That's all I wanted. I wanted the spin. The wheel of fortune spin.
No, that's cool.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. What are we doing there? What do I gotta hit? What are they doing? I gotta spin this? What do I gotta do? Oh yeah, it's spin.
We say spin the wheel, see what you can get.
Yeah, we're spinning the wheel. Let's go. Let's get some money. I don't know if that's all.
This looks bad if Donald Trump tries to fire the head of the Federal Reserve. His term's not up until May, and legally, the Supreme Court already said he can't do that. So it's stupid that this has come back up. He already knows he cannot do that. It's so dumb that he keeps trying to do.
Listen to this. I'm looking up the history of the Federal Reserve and how it came to be, including J.P. Morgan's real role, why the U.S. government created a central bank in the first place. Background: financial panic of 1907. 1907, a financial crisis hit, known as the Panic of 1907. Banks failed, stock market crashed. There's no central institution to stabilize.
Said the panic of what?
The year 1907.
Oh my God! When nobody in here alive, I was like, no wonder I can go back to man. When nobody in this room alive, my God. What was in 1907? Wasn't even black and white TV or I don't know what the hell they had. Good luck. I don't know what they had. They had nothing.
Just radio, right?
That probably wasn't boring. Have you ever just sat and listened to a radio? I was telling this older lady, I said, man, I don't know how you
listen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I mean, I can't talk to a radio. Like, I'm not. Like, you understand? Like,
it's not.
You're not. If you're talking, you can't talk to a radio. The day and era we live in, it is technologically so much better than other eras. Now, as far as the way stuff is made, or radio stuff was made better back then, but the technology and black and white TV and stuff, I wouldn't want to live in an era like that. I mean, shoot, when they had analog TV, I didn't watch TV because the stuff looked like trash. It was analog, so I was always outside. I didn't watch TV like that. So now I do. TVs are awesome. Oh, I know. Now the TVs. I mean, you get a 90-inch TV and you can see. That's why I like this era. Everything's much better, crisper. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. And there's so much more to choose from.
Technology, food.
And like you said, it's crisper, which makes looking at nature, crisper.
What are you talking about?
That's the best. Well, I'm talking about like those National Geographic or like Animal
Oh,
Planet.
yeah, I love that show.
Best programs.
I cashed out. Just an update. I cashed out.
How much?
Wow.
$80.
Wait, what'd you
$80?
I thought you was up 250. What happened?
No, I wasn't up. No, 250 minus. I'm up 200.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So $80. It's fine. It's fine. We're all good. We're all good.
You got gas money.
Anytime.
No, we were planning to lose 50, and said we're up $80 over the 50.
That's a win. You got a free buffet or you got a full tank of gas. That's a big win.
Yeah, now we just gotta figure out how to get out of here.
Hey, you guys in here, you guys are dudes. Shout out to y'all. Hey, there's some stuff y'all should look into if y'all like drinking beer, because a lot of men do. What you got? Man, my man got me these cups, these steins, that big old heavy cups, because I told him, I said, hello, I don't shop on no Temu, Amu, none of that stuff. I said, if it ain't heavy porcelain, I don't want it. A lot of stuff that's on the internet or fake replicas, that stuff will fall apart on you. I don't buy nothing. Yeah. It is trash. So the only places I get stuff, man, I got a lot of them cups. That's all I drink. I saw your collection. You got a beautiful collection. Yeah, I have a lot of them cups, and they're expensive. Those are like $80, $90 or higher, $180 per cup, but there's something that'll last for the rest of your life. I mean, where do you find heavy metal cups that, you know what I'm saying, that they're 2 inches to an inch thick, some of these steins and stuff, old school stuff, and they keep your stuff cold. I told somebody, I said everybody was fighting in Walmart over, what was it called, the Stanley, those cups that people drink out of. So I go, yeah, so I go over there and I'm like, what is people arguing over? And I was like, yeah, we're good. I pick up one of them. Yeah, I said, y'all arguing over this? Shoot, I went up the street to this shop and this old lady hooked me up with these steins around the corner. She was like, forget what's in Walmart. Man, that old lady had every collectible cup you could think of. She has over 1,000 of those in her shop. Over 1,000. That lady. And so that's why I tell people, like, they look really, really nice. And I tell people, don't buy stuff. I mean, you can buy whatever you want, but somebody bought a bowl from Temu just so I could test it out or whatever. I put it in the dishwasher with the instructions, of course, what it says to keep the water at a certain temperature or whatever. I put it in there, the thing cracks. I don't buy nothing from Temu or none of them sites because it's just replicas of the real thing. Like, if you want a stein, do not get it from them because it's generally some kind of plastic or fake look-alike and stuff. No, you don't want stuff like that. Mine are the real deal. They're made of porcelain, and they do have porcelain is nice because it can be trimmed with gold, and it doesn't make your coffee and stuff taste like plastic or metal. Right. It allows you to have the purest tasting stuff, like to drink out of. I stopped drinking out of plastic containers and all that. Told this old lady, what do old people drink out of? And that's what a lot of old people drink out of. They drink out of stuff like that. Or she also has something called Waterford crystal. That's another thing. The old showed us the crystal you had. You had a nice crystal. I do. Drink out of crystal. That's not plastic. I told this black dude and some other folks at a party, I was like, what are those? We have these red cups. I said, yeah, we're not doing that. So we're not doing that, man. No, if you're gonna drink alcohol, you drink out of a stein. For real. Like them plastic cups, they're fine, but they're also cheap and they're easy to knock over. Whereas a stein, the wind can blow and your cup won't get blown over. That's happened at parties with them cheap old red cups. The wind blows out here, your drink goes spilling on the ground. Not with a stein. The wind can blow, the cup stays on the table. That's the kind of cups I want. I want something that's about 1 pound. That's how much some of them cups weigh. They weigh about 1 pound. Some of them, not bad. Shout out to German engineering. I tell you, their cars and and their cookware.
Well, I am so lost right now.
There's stuff, yeah, you're not lying about that. Oh my God. I got not German stuff, but I got some old cast iron stuff I had bought and had it repurposed. This guy who runs a metal shop, man, he hooked that stuff up. Cast iron, I don't care what y'all say. That stuff's good, and it's also good to hit somebody with. That stuff don't bend. That stuff don't bow. That stuff. You hear me? That dude said, I can make this for you to cook on, but I can also make it for you to grab hold to
wham, and he redid the handles, you know what I'm saying? And the stuff looks nice, it looks good like decoration, but it's also something you do wrong, I can pick it up, flip it, and chunk it at you. You don't want to get hit with one of them.
Batman episode. Bam!
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, you don't want to get hit with one of them cast iron skillets. And that's what my grandmother got hanging up. You ever seen them big racks where they all hang up? That's what my grandmother got. And you push the whole rack up into the ceiling, up. And then she takes the door and it shuts all up in the ceiling. So none of this stuff hangs down. The whole rack goes inside the ceiling. Boom. And it's all up out the way. All cast iron. And it hooks up into a little hook.
The best
Yep.
way to do it. Yeah, I wish I want to have that in my kitchen one day. Yeah,
Hey, the best stuff out the way.
Out the way, easy to grab when you need it. Right.
Yeah. My grandmother has a big kitchen, nice, big countertops. I said, but good luck. I ain't cooking. Oh, girl, what kind of stoves? I mean, the stuff is like,
I don't.
oh my God, I hate it. Somebody cooks. I don't like cooking. I mean, somebody else does cooking. I mean, he don't care. He was like, hey, as long as I can eat, I don't really care. So he likes to cook. But I don't have a problem with helping out or things like that, which I do. I do a lot of cooking.
You like grilling outside, like grilling meat, or you like people to do it for you?
Well, I prefer him. He does it anyway. He does all that. He likes me to clean up because I've done industrial cleaning. So when I clean stuff, it's clean like you was in the military somewhere. Because that I used to work
clean like a veteran. Ain't no
and he can do that. That's why I'm with him. He's like, man, no, I take care of myself and everything. I said, I see. That's why we together. Because I ain't picking up after nobody. I'm sorry. I ain't picking up after no. I'm not your mom. I'm not gonna do that. No. Cause a lot of dudes, you gotta pick up after me. No, I'm not. No. I want somebody that's chill. You know what I'm saying? And dudes are generally chill. That's why I love y'all men. I get to play video games all day, stay up late. Ain't nobody saying get off the phone, shut up. None of that stuff. He chill. That's why we got this big old place. I can be in here.
How long have y'all been together now?
For a while, over 10 years, and
wow.
Yeah, it's chill living with him. Like, I'm like, yeah, because when my mom died, for real, like, you know what I'm saying?
Condolences. When was
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. My mom died. My mom died like 3 or 4 years ago. I miss my mom every day.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? My mom was a good support system,
My heart
but
goes out.
yeah,
I hear you, Ashton. I hear you.
I miss her every day, but I do say having somebody to live with, it's a blessing because nobody should have to live alone. I don't care what people say. Like living alone, it gets boring as you get older. I mean, you can do it when you're young.
I love
I hate it because you know, when you live alone in Dallas Fort Worth, people, hey, can I take your trash down? Or they'll knock on your door. When I lived in this other apartment complex, I moved. Now they don't do that over here because they actually have a street sweeper, and you just, you know, it's different over here. You don't have to have. I don't know what it was in the hood. This guy would knock on the door. Hey, I need $1. Can I take your trash down? I was like, I gotta get out of here. And so I was like, I gotta go. Because it was the oddest stuff ever. And over here, it's like, oh my God, it was in a hood part of Fort Worth. I was like, I gotta get out of here. I only moved there because my friends lived in that apartment, and the rent at the time, the landlord, they knew us and stuff, and they gave us cheap rent or whatever. But I was like, I'm only staying here. Once I get the paperwork I need, I'm out of here. My paperwork came, I was gone. I couldn't live in the hood. I just couldn't do it. I was like, guys, I'm from the country. I'm out of here. This 6 months was up. I was gone. I couldn't do it, man, because it was like people playing dice in front of you. What do you call them? The breezeways or whatever. You know, you walk under them. People playing dice up under them. Folks listening to loud music at 2 o'clock in the morning. All this stuff, and you can't go out there and say turn it down. Oh no. Ooh.
Yeah, this is no.
You know, start playing that song. I'm from Texas. You know what that means? They want to go get their gun. So no, I don't. I don't say nothing to nobody out here because you'll be meeting me end of a gun. I don't say nothing to nobody. It's Texas. I told one dude, "Alright, you're from New York." Shh. He was like, "What does that mean? Don't say anything." I heard to nobody. Don't ever do that signal again on 35. He was like waving his hand. I was like, "Bro, no." I was like, "This is Texas. You cannot be doing signals and all." He was like, "I'm trying to tell him to get out of my way." I said, "Brother, you're going to have to let me drive because the way you're driving, this is not New York. You're gonna get us killed." Like he was like cutting through traffic here on. Yeah, I said, "Dude, yo, well, I was like, we can't do this." You know, I don't know. He was like, "This is how we drive."
The police are gonna fuck you up, right? The police.
Well, that too, but he was like, "This is how we drive in New York," and I'm like, "You're on the bumper." Like he was up on. I was like, "Dude, you can't do that. You got to lend space." I said, "Dude, if you can't drive on the highway," I said, "we're taking the service road." He said, "What's a service road?" Watch this now. We took the dang on back road. I said, "Let me drive. We on back roads. We bumping up and down." No, I said, "Bro, we ain't gonna be on the highway. You ain't gonna get us pulled over." He was like, "Well, what do you suggest?" See this map in the truck? "Yeah, we're taking this back road. Let me drive." That's what we do. When I ain't trying to, the police are going to be on the highways, but they're not going to be on FM Road 38. You understand? Let's be real. There's ain't that many people traveling on FM Road 38. Them farm roads and stuff, I know how to get you out of traffic. Let's take the farm. Like, I'm serious. I told him straight out.
It's a beautiful drive. It's a beautiful
drive
taking the back road. Hey, where's your mama from? Where was your mama born? In Texas?
Yeah. You know, a lot of people sometimes on here hate me sometimes because I'm from. Yeah, I was in another room and this guy was like, "I hate Texas," and I was like, "Well," he was like, "You're poor," and just like, you know.
Don't listen, man. Don't listen.
And I'm like,
don't take that.
I'm like, the stereotypes from other states, it's not true. We're not poor here. People don't like. This apartment bigger than some dang on house, some places in the north or wherever he said he was from. I said, "Dude, y'all living up on top of each other out there."
Really poor, yeah.
I'm not living up on top of. Well, where's your balcony? Well, you got to go to the roof, the terrace. I said, "Bro, we don't do that. Everybody has their own. They either have porches here or they have their own balconies here. Nobody shares a
Wow.
They don't really like sharing outdoor spaces, or either you build it onto the house or they don't want it. I'm serious. If you don't have a dedicated space for people to sit outside here, they generally probably won't buy your house because nobody wants to not have a place to chill. That's why I moved to this apartment. They got a massive balcony. I was like, that I will do. And if they don't have an ice maker, you probably won't sell your house or apartment. Why? Because people want a good ice maker here. It's hot in Texas. Wow. And I know somebody, you don't have an ice maker, I'm not moving there. You don't have a ceiling fan in every room, I'm not staying there. They were like, "Well, I can't help you. Sorry, we don't have that."
I want you to know, I have a countertop ice maker because I love ice. So I got one of them. I got one of them joints for $140. It makes ice all day. I love it. It's fantastic. You just fill it up with water, you plug it in.
A countertop ice maker. I don't think I have one of them. The ones that we have, they're massive.
And I got a ceiling fan. So I just want to let you know, I'm living large in New York.
Well, see, never had a couch. See, these is built into the refrigerators and freezers here. And they gotta have a space for a deep freezer. They don't have a space for a deep freezer, I can't stay there. Because that means I have no place to store my food. Where I'm gonna store my food at? In the corner? We don't do that here. It's gotta be. I'm serious. I told this dude with me. I was like, what? I was like, the kitchen wasn't no bigger than. Y'all can't see this place, but it wasn't no bigger than like a little small area. And I said, "Dude, where's the pantry?" He rolls this little thing out, all your food goes in here. I was like, "Brother, where am I living? Seattle? Come on." And it was the smallest place, y'all, that I have ever seen in my life. And the island was like on some wheels. He's talking about, "Well, this is your storage underneath." No. It was the worst ever. The kitchen was like a galley style kitchen with there was no room on the counters, y'all. Like your galley style kitchen is supposed to have beautiful large counters on either side. You don't have that, I'm not staying there. You gotta have room. And a lot of the places that they were building in downtown, you know, a lot of white folks like them, but I ain't living in nothing like that. $2,850. I'm touching my neighbor next door. We're good. I love these massive big old places. This place is massive here.
I mean, that's what works for you. And there's a lot of people who are fine living how they live in various cities.
How do you, and I have a question, if there's like the pandemic, right? And you, I don't know, because everybody lives different. And you live in a little tiny unit, which my friend does. And she was like, look, I gotta get out of here. Because eventually that tiny unit, you want something big and massive, you know, because if you gotta be stuck up in there, trust me, I'd rather be stuck in a 2,000 square foot place than her apartment, which was, she said, 486 square foot, and there was not much room in there. So I don't know. I mean, she was like, so she ended up moving into a bigger place like what I had because she wanted the space and realized that living so tiny, it gets tough after a while. So I just tell people tiny can work, but how long does that last until you know, there's no way I could put my TV in the apartment that I saw. My TV by itself is over 7
Right, this is for you. This is for you. Like, it's fine for other people. They just have different priorities. Okay. They just have access to things. So, like in New York, you know, I can go outside and have access to everything that I need, whether it's parks or restaurants or whatever it is, or I can just hang out on my stoop and enjoy it. So that works for me.
Well, you get access. So you get access. So New York is about access, because you're probably, and I don't know, because some guy who lives in New York said, look, I'm hardly ever at home, so that may work because, but I've been to New York and Seattle and places, and I'm just like, you know, you know, and you do. I mean, if you've got good money and stuff, you can live in some nice buildings and stuff like that. But there's not much land to speak of or space. During the pandemic, living out here was nice because I could go 150 miles out and not have to deal with nobody. You know, and you could, you know, be free. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, you know, eating this whole time. We didn't have to worry about none of that out there when we drove out there during the pandemic. Everybody else, they panicking, and we out here 100 miles away or something around nobody. It's hard to do that in places like New York. And where are you going to find over 100 acres? You know, you can put Six Flags on the land you can get out here.
What am I doing with 100 acres? What am I going to do with it? Run around and sort of
well, let me see. You can, well, our folks, you can put cattle on their land. That land can be used for ethanol or growing corn. There's a lot. You can do 100 acres. Oh, I'm
not interested. Alright, well, I'm not interested. That's for y'all.
Come on now, let's work it out. Look, look, there's a lot of turnover money in land, brother. They don't make land. So if you got a piece of 100 something acres, you can get a lot off that land. 79.9, meaning the money amount, $79,000. You can still a lot to people. Watch out now. So there's a lot that you can do with a lot of land, brother.
I understand what you can do with it, but I'm talking about, like, you know, if I'm not, you know, it's in the middle of the pandemic, and I have 100 acres, but I'm not farming or doing whatever, like, what am I gonna do with that?
You can start an entire farming.
I'm talking about in the short term, not talking about long term. I get what you can do with 100 acres.
I mean, my friend has tiny homes on her acreage, so that, I mean, she was like, if I'm doing this, it's like getting a house.
You're talking about long-term things. I'm just talking about, you know, in terms of the pandemic. Like, I was in New York the whole time.
Oh, wow.
I loved it. I don't have a big apartment, but just being able to walk around and having no tourists, having no students, having all the wealthy families gone because they're at their summer house. New York was fucking amazing for me. Now I felt bad for the people who lived, you know, uptown in these big high rises where there are a lot of people, where you gotta wait for the elevator because you don't want to get COVID. They were only allowing like 2 people per elevator. That wouldn't work for me. I lived in a small building. Everybody went away, so I was just me in the building, and I was chilling. It was amazing. The supermarkets right near me were packed. Yeah, the supermarkets near me were fully stocked. It was amazing. They just let people in with like a reasonable flow and had you wear a mask. But it was amazing.
Here, man, like it was night and day. I'm dead serious. Like here, if you walked in certain parts of Texas, yes, things were shut down, da 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 da. But when it came to football, they had 179,000 people in the stands at a Cowboys game. They served 1.5 million people alcohol. I was like, they have parties out here like you wouldn't have thought. And I never got sick. People, oh, you're gonna die. I mean, like people on the internet was like freaking out. And I went to football games with 179,000 people. I never lost my life. I never, died. None of that stuff. They didn't make us wear. Now you could wear a mask here, but nobody was forcing you.
You're not one of the people that were on risk. So I think they were saying for people who were long.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I don't know. I mean. But some of the folks, older people, they put them on anyway, and some businesses here were giving the stuff out anyway for free, so they kind of made it optional. And the same with the vaccine. The governor came on TV, after, so many months, and he was like, this is optional, and he opened up the football state. He was like, you can go do this, and so they opened up. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys, when they came on TV, we thought it was our signal to go do stuff again. We're like, well, Dallas Cowboys, they got a packed stadium, over 1.2, million bottles of whatever they talked about was sold. I'm like, we're back. And no, this shit was different out here. Like, even high schools had football games and stuff, and you would have never thought it was a pandemic. You got people in the parking lots at games, they're not sharing, obviously, like, utensils and stuff. They were in their apartment spaces, but I'm saying they were still out there. You know what I'm saying? So Texas, it don't have to be something more serious than just a pandemic to shut down football out here. I'm serious. Like, people was cursing out people, hey, don't shut down the high school games. And y'all should have saw the emails and stuff at the time and things. And people was angry if they would have shut it down out here, y'all. The pandemic, people wouldn't have had that. You shut down everything else, but you shut down football and church. You may be having to run for your life because they didn't allow that out here. Churches threatened to sue and all kinds of stuff, and they finally said you can come at your own risk, and that's when churches open their doors because slowly. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just different out here. It's different here. You can go to games and all that. You sure did.
And guess what? Most people lived, but also some people died because they did what it at risk, and that's a reality. But, nobody's saying, oh, you have to shut down, you can't do this. It's like, do what you want, you know the risk, go ahead and do it, but there are people who are vulnerable who died.
Some places have paperwork, though, like, seriously, like some places will say, before you walk in, and there was a sign saying if you get sick, you can't sue us. That was signs around here. I can't say for everywhere, but some of these places didn't have that because they still wanted people to live their lives. Like one place I went to had these like white circles on the ground, you know what I mean? And you would sit in this circle out there, and they'd bring you your food. So I was like, and so you couldn't go over to another table and talk to another guest, because you know me. I walked outside the circle to go see if I could talk to somebody. This dude was like, yeah, I'll wave at you, right? Because they wanted everybody to, stay apart from one another. But yeah, it was different. It was really different to eat in a white circle. That was pretty strange. Pretty strange. Pandemic was really tough for me, y'all, because I was limited to food. I mean, they kept, and I'll never forget, they kept counting what was in people's carts and stuff, right? And if you, I think it was eggs and some other things, and they would tell people to put stuff back, man, like, you know, it was like,
No, because people are fucking selfish, that's why. Because people were stocking up on shit that there wasn't enough of. So whether it was milk or eggs or whatever it is. I remember going, I was in Georgia, rural Georgia. I was in Columbus, Georgia, which is on the Alabama border. Right when the pandemic started. And I went to a supermarket because I was flying back the next day to New York, and what I wanted to do is ship my clothes home and fill up my suitcase with food. Because when I got back to New York, I didn't know if, you know, with all the panic, if everything was going to be out of food. I was like, oh my God, I better stock up here. So I shipped my clothes home, and then I filled up my suitcase with like fucking granola bars and, you know, God's cereal, and I don't even fucking know, like powdered milk. I don't even remember exactly, but it was like, it's kind of stupid, but I was like, well, you know, whatever, I'll use it. And so I noticed on the aisles, like everything was pretty much gone, like bread, milk, so much other shit. They had signs up, like you're only allowed to eat 2 of this, 2 of that. People were doing all this extra shit. And then I'm like, oh shit, what's it gonna be like in New York? And then I fly home. And, you know, I get home, I like unpack, I put all the food away. And then I'm like, you know what, let me just go to the bodega real quick and just see like what's going on here. I go to the bodega and let you know, at bodega, the corner store, basically. And it's packed with food, like nothing happened.
let me tell you why that is, bro, because you're lucky up there, y'all are lucky in the South. Not only that, people don't have transportation like you do, so they can't be like, I'm gonna get on the L train and go down the road. It didn't happen like that. In your car, everything's spread out, so if they get it, they're gonna stock up because they're not going back. Yeah, but they're not.
There was not, nothing was depleted. I think if anything, it was like, hey, you don't take all the toilet paper. I think that's what they said.
Yeah, toilet paper and milk.
2 toilet papers or whatever. So I couldn't believe it. I was so like, on one hand, I was so mad because I'm like, what if I could buy all this stupid shit and ship my clothes home and spend all that extra money? Because the bodega had everything. And then the next day I go to the supermarket where it was open right across the street. The shit's packed. The produce, the fruit's looking nice.
It was that way over here too, where I live, dude. Like, there was no, and it depends on what kind of ground. Man, have you ever had that Swanson's truck come to your house? And when the pandemic happened, I got on the phone with a company called Swanson's. They deliver, because you don't have a Swanson's truck or something that comes to your house when you can pick the phone up or something and say, hey, come. They delivered during the pandemic when everybody was arguing in stores. They came and you could pick out whatever you wanted. I can't believe y'all don't have a company like Swanson's that comes in the beautiful yellow truck. Wow, that's you're kidding.
Swanson's? I mean, I know the Swanson's TV dinner, but
Yeah,
New York was a wild fucking experience during the pandemic. Because if you did you ever see I Am Legend? You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I Am Legend, so good. So yeah, just picture that, like Will Smith running around daytime, nobody's around, you're biking wherever. Like we were biking all over places that were usually filled with traffic. There were no cars. I had videos of all this shit. It was amazing. You would have skateboarders and razor scooter people popping wheelies and all that shit, you know, in the middle of Broadway, and where normally it'd be packed with traffic, and then just turning all these streets which normally have cars or no cars. You're just like taking over the city like it's some crazy post-apocalyptic movie. It was incredible.
Wow. Yeah, like I said, I've been to New York. like it because I mean you can eat all night, nothing closes. I mean, there would be a city if you were hungry, you're not starving. Places that stay open, those are my kinds of places, and that means there's somebody selling something to eat. If you're closed, like places like Georgia and stuff, I was like, oh no, they ain't sorry, we close at 11, y'all gotta go home. When they start shutting the lights out on you in restaurants in the South, I'm dead serious. I'm like, you know what I mean? It's just different in the South. New York and up north, Seattle, place like that, stay open. Las Vegas, stay open. You can eat all day long. That's why I tell people you go on trips with me, leave your calorie counter at the house because you're gonna gain so much weight you won't even recognize yourself once you come with me. But we'll work it off and we'll stay slim because I walk around too. But New York was a place that I could do that. I could walk around and literally eat all kinds of food. I mean, I was literally carrying food in my arms. I bought so much stuff. Because I like eating. But the people in New York was staring at me though. They were
I
like,
should have made a documentary following you in New York. That would have been amazing.
oh, I bet. I mean, the food, they even have a restaurant there called Dallas in New York.
Dallas barbecue.
Got that. I got that. Yeah, got good taste.
I ate there a couple weeks ago. It's not bad. They give you good portions.
They do.
So
They do. So
it's not a thing normally.
Why is that? Well, I mean, I felt like I got good portions there, yeah. Felt like I got at that restaurant. Now, some of the vendors on the side of the street there, some of them can be a little, stingy with the condiments and some stuff. I told one guy, can you pile it on big size? He said, what do you mean? They all that just dumped it. And so the people in the line, they was looking. And so I thought, never mind, just put a little bit, because I could just see people's faces like, well, you want them to dump that whole thing on there. Yeah. But no, New York it's real, it's different there, man.
Oh, I tell you what, you would have loved this place. They got up on the Upper West Side, but they had one near me downtown called Gray's Papaya. It's a old school hot dog place. And man, you could slap that chili dog. I don't know if you like chili dogs, but that shit slap. You get the chili on there, the onions, they pile that shit. And yeah, that's for like $2 or $3. You got a whole meal. That shit's so good.
I mean, I may have to, we have chili dogs, but we hook it up here. We gonna wrap it in bacon. We gonna have some nice, beautiful peppers on there. We hook it up over here in Texas. We gonna hook you up right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I asked for that in New York, and the guy, sorry.
No, not the food cart. Not the food cart. You gotta go to this place, Gray's Papaya.
Gray's Papaya.
The corner of like 72nd and Broadway. It's been around for like 50, 60 years.
I may have to check that out because that guy gave me a weird. He gave me a weird looking face when I asked him to
forget about the food carts. Forget about the food carts.
Why don't they wrap the stuff in bacon? I told the dude, I was like, can you put more of that on there? It's very traditional. I don't know how to say it in a food course. You really gotta ask them to heap on extras or tell them you will pay for extra. That's what I was telling the guy. Hey, I'll pay for extra, but yeah, forget the food course because some of them places they really don't want to. I don't know what it is. You live there. Why do they skip on the portions and not heap it on there? Like in Texas, man, if I showed y'all the food sizes of these waffles, they're as big as my face. They're huge. You know what I'm saying?
Tell me what a Texas Twinkie is and the variations and stuff. That's a Texas staple, right? A Texas.
The peppers, yeah, those
stuffed peppers.
Was it like a deep fried Twinkie or something?
Listen to this guy. Tell him what a Texas Twinkie is.
It's like the peppers wrapped. I've had the peppers wrapped in bacon. Oh, guys, it's great.
Like a brisket inside.
Yeah, we put brisket. Yeah, we got brisket in there or black Angus. Man, we got the high quality stuff. I asked for one of those in New York. I asked the guy. I said, "Can you spit me up?" He was like, "We'll see what we got." and the thing, I said, brother, did you cook the pepper? He took a raw pepper, and I'm just like,
you can't do that.
what?
You can't do that. If you're going into somebody else's, area.
Oh, he asked me to pick he told me to pick my topping, so it was I don't know how I call it. You pick your own or make your own.
You can't expect them to do, the cuisine that you're expecting in Texas and have them do it on a side street in New York. You just can't do it. You gotta take whatever they're making. You just take it and read it. If you don't like it, you just don't get it again.
Yeah, no, I was because I offered to pay extra. You understand? Like I was paying extra money for more ingredients. That's how I roll. I like to pay extra for more ingredients, and I tipped the person really well. And the pepper
Texas Twinkie
was not cooked.
Well, the man asked for a Texas Twinkie in New York. Scotty's right about that.
Yeah, that wasn't happening. So all I got was cheese. I said, brother, can I get a little chicken or some meat in there? So it was a mess. I made it work. But a Texas Twinkie, you're not gonna beat them. They're really, really good, and the food here is really, really huge. It's massive. I'm serious.
I get some barbecue from Texas. I see what y'all do with them cattle beef ribs.
Oh my God! Ooh, they'll make you jump up and hit the ceiling.
It's like a dinosaur landed on your plate.
Come on now. Come on. That's what I be telling people. When you come here, you'll never be hungry in my house because the stuff is huge. It's massive. Telling you, come on.
And I want to do those challenges too. Like I'm that type of guy. Like I'm gonna beat it. If you take me to that Amarillo, and you do that 72-ounce steak challenge in an hour with all them fixings, ain't nothing but light work for me. I was born for that thing.
Yeah, the food, you can't go wrong with the food at all. Look at that size plate right there. Look at how big. You don't get that little old bitty ketchup packet. We don't do that here. Guy said, I was like, nah, we don't do that here. Give me a massive ketchup bowl. Give me and they do. When you say the word massive, they boom, boom, boom. That's how they come out with your plate. Just like that. A whole basket right there. A whole fry rack. Here you go. Boom, right there. That's what I'm dead serious. That's the fry rack right there.
We got small, medium, large, and
massive. Yup. Boom, 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 boom. Yup, that's how they do it. I heard. Ain't nobody, you don't have to worry about count no weight, calories, none of that.
I know what you mean when you say massive.
Massive, that's right. They're like, we got this, and this, but we also have massive. They'll give you 20 pieces. And there ain't no little pieces of wings. They're massive. They're huge. Big pieces. Look at that plate. You can't go wrong with that plate.
Oh, when the steak looks like a bicycle seat, you know you're gonna be eating good wherever you go.
Come on. Come on now. And that's the steaks. Now they can be, but that black Angus steak, it's soft. It falls off the bone. It's a beautiful cut. I'm telling you, you can't get no better. That is a beautiful cut of meat there, man. I'm telling you, you got to try it. And they have some beautiful cuts coming out of this state as well. So yeah, New York strip or what have you, they got some stuff up there. But Texas, when it comes to steak, they do know how to make it and they do know how to cook it up here. And it's not dry. Or I went up north and a guy put something called dry rub on the stuff, and I'm like, dry. He was like, what do you mean? I said, brother, let me see. I didn't know how to say it. Like, I was like, if we cook that
juicy though, wasn't it? Because of all the fat makes it juicy though, no?
No, whatever he did, either he cooked it too fast, something, it just seemed to be dry.
Oh, that's not
good. Should never be
too
dry. And that dry rub sometimes, if put on too early or whatever, it can, really take the moisture out That's why a lot of times you marinate the meat, and I think the problem was he didn't marinate the meat overnight. And so you're supposed to do that. He said he didn't.
I'm not sure if it's a ribeye. Where would I go for a good ribeye steak, Ashley?
Some of your old school joints in Texas make really good ribeye steak. Some of these chain restaurants, and they're like
steakhouses, those old school.
Old school steakhouses. They still got butchers out here. I know y'all. I don't know if everybody goes to the slaughterhouse or what. I don't know what y'all do.
You know what? I'm trying to be my own butcher, Ashton. I'm actually looking into buying a station to not do anything for USDA, nothing commercial, but just for the private.
For yourself, you can absolutely.
Because I'm gonna do the water buffalo, so. I got them all priced out, but I may start with, ducks and sheep. Probably starting with ducks and sheep.
Man, start with, Lord have mercy, start with poultry, man. If you start with any kind of poultry, quail, I mean, people like duck.
Genius, yeah, quail's a genius.
People like, I know, I told this guy, he was like, we don't eat that in the hood. I'm like, what? So, he was like, we don't eat no lamb and all that stuff. I was like,
they
okay.
never live.
I was like,
lamb,
y'all,
they never live.
They kept calling it white people food is what they got called.
No.
I'm like, no, my grandmother can hook up some lamb, you understand, and stuff. My grandmother, we didn't eat pork. We didn't eat no dang on just chicken all the time. We ate lamb. We ate
lamb and collards.
Well, we ate just all kinds of beautiful things. You know what I'm saying? We ate like that, for real.
Yeah, it's rich, decadent. One of the most savory meats I've ever had in my life is lamb.
Thank you.
Never regret that meal.
I've never had lamb in my life. I've never had veal in my life. No.
Oh, wow. You need a rack of lamb.
I'm good.
You don't like it? Oh, my goodness.
I'm good. No, I just decided a long time ago that, I'm putting a moratorium on any new animals. So the animals that I've eaten are grandfathered in. So I can have the pork, I can have the seafood, I can have the steak, the beef, and I can have the chicken. However, I'm not going into the lamb, I'm not going into the veal, I'm not going into the deer.
Why not? You're missing a lot.
I just told you why not. I'm not taking on any new animals.
It's good. If you can give it a chance, it is a.
I want to give it a chance. I said what I said. I said I'm not taking on any new animals. For new animal purposes.
Ethical purposes, he says. Oh my God. Give it a rest.
You're missing. He don't want to take on no new animals. Let me tell you something.
No new animals. I said it 30 years ago. No new animals, and I stuck to it. That's it.
You're gonna try a Himalayan restaurant.
You can try Lord Jesus if you go up into Mexico. They got some good food.
It is a guarantee that I will go vegan before I try any more of that shit.
Let me tell you.
You never had good food till you went to New Mexico on the side of that mountain where the white folks ski down on the other side. I was the only black person up there. I didn't see nobody like me up there. I was like, what? It wasn't no, I'm serious. I was up there and I looked around. It wasn't hardly no black folks skiing. I was out there skiing, but I thought, wow, with the food on the side of that mountain, it's enough to fill you up. That's what the white folks call it. Hearty meals and massive. I said, give me whatever that is. And this show is hearty on the side of a mountain. You get some of the most heartiest food on the side of the hill. Think I'm lying. Shoot.
The lamb? Is that what you had over there?
Yeah, they had all beautiful cuts of lamb. They had, you get some bison and stuff if you get what I'm saying. Beautiful cuts of stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? And they just want the food to be hearty and something that is gonna fill you up because your skin is cold. They want to make sure what you did is gonna stick to your massive baked potatoes and things like that. So it's a little bit different than maybe some fried chicken or something like that. They're gonna give you something that's gonna stick to you on the side of that mountain because you're gonna be out there skiing and stuff.
Ashton, I was cooking in Sonoma for an outdoor kitchen event, right? They was doing
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't fancy. I mean, it was fancy for them. I was just a sous chef, so I made a bunch of aioli by hand, just whipping that oil with the eggs, making, the garlic aioli, a couple pounds of it. So they let me drink for free all day, and eat real good. They paid me decent too, and
You said it was fancy for them. Where were you? Wait, you said, wow.
it was all outdoor. They had a nice outdoor kitchen, and but they all sat down at a picnic table, and we just served them. But what we did for the main course was a whole lamb, right? Spread open. I forget the word for the type of like what I'm talking about. Like it's like that iron bar. It looks like an H shape, like a capital H, and then it basically you just lay out that lamb flat, and you.
I've seen it. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, and that's the same with cattle. Like when you have a cow spinning on there. Yeah, and some guy was like, man, what are y'all doing? Like, so I just, some people don't like seeing that or whatever. I told one guy, do you know how food gets to your table?
That's the best way to cook.
That's the best way to cook something is over a fire. Come on.
Fire, kind of slow. Let me tell you, this girl that I had a crush on at the time, we put all the leftover meat in this big old pot, and it was full. We would go over to it, and I was like, oh my God, I'm like, I want to drink this, because it was filled to the brim of lamb stock, like just fatty goodness. Like
that stuff is good. That stuff is good for you too. When you have a cold, my grandmother would.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, she would give it to me.
Yeah, that stuff will keep you living forever. And I said, oh, I want to drink that, and she goes, I want to bathe in it. I want to get it all over my body. I was like, yeah, that is the right answer, That is, good food makes you want to do that, like you want to wear it as much as you want to eat it.
You want to go to places that have good food. I told somebody, I said, fast food restaurants, that ain't good food. If you're paying $50, $60, $70 a plate, something like that, you're gonna get what you pay for. You know what I mean? Like stuff like this may be $41, $30, right? But look how big that is. There you go. You know what I'm saying? You get two of these plates for $41.38. That's not bad to me. Let's be real. So I ain't complaining. I told that lady, like, yeah, that's your total. I said, okay. I ain't complaining because I ain't the one having to cook, and I ain't finna complain about no price because I'm sure not finna be in no kitchen cooking nothing.
Beautiful price.
Isn't that great?
$50.
Yeah. Look at that plate. That huge. You get fries, greens. You get all that stuff. Look at that fish. The plate's huge. Look at that. As big as your face.
$100 probably for that price over here for the amount of food.
Probably, in New York, and you probably would pay depending on where you live. But out here, I found that to be pretty reasonable. I mean, because if you leave Texas hungry, that's your fault. Because a lot of restaurants here, they do feed you and they give you a hell of a lot of food.
And that's the typical price point, you think, though, for like a big ass meal? You walking away real full, like $40, $50.
Yeah, you are. You here in Texas, yes, you are. And even Brahms, like just a regular restaurant like that, regular just fast food restaurant, even Brahms, their ice cream is good. I was like, oh, okay, I like Brahms.
Ain't nothing.
Their ice cream is.
That's the best advice. Whenever you go to a new town, small town, they usually these days they got a nice local ice cream place. Oh man,
dude,
can't beat it with a stick. Can't beat it with a stick. There's this one place in Fort Bragg.
Ashton, I'll try deer if you try sushi.
Oh, that's a good trade. That's a good
sushi. Is that got any meat on the bone? Is that any meat on there? Is there any meat on it? Is it a lot to eat? I mean, I don't.
Yeah. You gotta go to the all-you-can-eat sushi, Ashton.
Does it need to be marinated?
Ashton, do you eat calamari?
I have eaten those. Don't get a lot though. You don't get a lot of calamari. Don't get a lot. This comes in this little round container, and I just didn't get a lot. Kind of salty. Gotta, you gotta hold your nose and eat that. It just, I don't know how to explain it, but
So you don't eat sushi or sashimi, right?
I had calamari. I had the little black calamaris. I've had those. I've had where you in the shell, where you hold the shell open and eat those. Oysters, I've eaten those. But it seems like squid and some of that other stuff, there's not much meat with that. When you go to try to eat it, it's very, the texture, I'll eat it, but it's like.
How do you feel about lobster?
I like lobster, like blue crab. Those are real good if you can get them. It's hard to get them out here in Texas, but blue crabs have a really good taste to them, but sometimes can be difficult to find out here on the southern part of Texas. But if you go up to the north of Seattle, you may be able to find them off of the Seattle, find them over there a little bit better than here. They taste better up there. Hard to find them here though.
Alright, this is how you introduce her to sushi. You like quail eggs, right, Ashton? You've had quail eggs before?
I'm sorry?
It's sushi though. It's quail eggs. You ever eat the egg of a quail? Those little eggs?
I've had the black ones, the little round ones that come in the container. I've had those.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
No, but when you do it at the sushi restaurant,
She's talking about caviar.
Caviar, not you. Who said that?
Bacon-based patty.
You can make caviar.
What's wrong with caviar, yo? Hold on. What's a caviar?
Bomb.
Don't get caviar from no gas stations. We're talking about caviar, yo. No. You need to get.
They sell caviar at gas stations? What's going on?
I'm just telling you what I've never bought it that way. I'm just telling you what this guy was like. He was like, you can get seafood over here. No, I don't get seafood from places in the hood. We good. So I just don't. That's just me. Stuff like that, a little bit high quality caviar and stuff like that. You want to get that from a beautiful sit down restaurant, and they're gonna plate it for you. They're not gonna, put it in some can. No, real caviar is plated beautifully. It's decorated nice and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And they're gonna give you good stuff so it tastes good. You want to get caviar from beautiful places, preferably places that have the blue star rating or places that have good.
I don't eat caviar. I'm not fancy. I'll eat Chef Boyardee before I eat fucking caviar.
Well, you should try it. Crackers and sour cream.
Yeah, you could make it work. It's not like some.
Hey, listen.
Why do you say fancy? Because I think it's pretty. Well, I don't know if most of the public eats that either. You think it's for
How
fancy?
expensive it is. They have fancy caviar. They have affordable caviar. You know what you do is you put it on fried chicken. Oh my God. Listen, Patty, you ain't live.
I don't know if I've done that in Texas, brother. I don't know if I put
You
fried
can
chicken.
start a restaurant, clean up. That's a genius idea.
On chicken?
It's surf and turf.
That's disgusting. Surf and
Try it, y'all.
yo.
YouTube it.
On chicken?
I thought the same thing, and I had to do it.
That's a waste of caviar.
No. You took $100 to $200 caviar, put it on chicken?
Let me tell you, you know what the other waste in y'all's modern cuisine is? Let me tell you what the other waste that I find grossly offensive, and that is lobster mac and cheese.
Yeah, that's disgusting too. I don't know.
We don't do it. I'm not doing it. No, that's lobster.
Lobster is so beautiful, and to smother it in fucking cheese and macaroni or whatever.
That's some California shit.
Nasty.
Yeah.
How dare you? The lobster.
I don't do that down here. We don't do that with macaroni and cheese.
You crab mac and
I don't
cheese
do that.
over California.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, No, you're right.
What's lobster and cheese together? Ugh.
No, lobster mac and cheese is a thing.
Ugh. Gross.
It's nasty.
You're putting blue crabs and other stuff in there? Like, that's a waste of stuff if you put it in macaroni and cheese and really cheapens the
Look,
meal.
it's one thing if you're doing like a blue crab dip,
Okay.
some kind, then that should be good.
Not macaroni and cheese. I mean, if we do macaroni and cheese here, we're gonna do sausage, steak, bacon. You know what I'm saying? Add that in. We're gonna add 3 types.
You're doing sausage and mac and cheese. Why can't you just let it be? Let it be.
Because the people complain, they wanted meat in some of the stuff, and they had they don't
You don't have to though.
They complained. They asked the chef. They asked for meat when they didn't want it plain. So the guy comes from the
side of meat, and then the side is the mac and cheese.
No. I know. He plated it like that at first. The people didn't want it. He went back to the kitchen and put it in the macaroni and cheese and cut it up for them and all that. So that's how they want it here in the South. They want 3 types of meat in there. You're gonna have your bacon.
I don't know, the chef put down my opinion.
I mean, come on, he's being paid well. He's being paid well. Come on now. So it's like I'm gonna go back here. They're gonna pay him.
Mac and cheese is mac and cheese. You don't have to embellish it with all this shit.
That's not embellishing.
Like, if you want meat, you have a piece of meat on the side. That's how you do it.
That's incorrect. If you're going to make it hearty, which is what they
my house, my words.
You want a massive.
They're having meat in the macaroni and cheese. That is the correct way. Sausage, right? We're not using cheap sausage. We're using good sausage in there, good steak in there, very rich steak. Brother, bacon. You know what I'm saying? This is not a bad way to go here. Nice chives and things over there.
I understand bacon. I understand that. But like when you start doing too much and you put in sausage and shit like that, keep that shit over there. You're gonna A, ruin the sausage, and B, you're gonna ruin the mac and cheese. So, they don't all have to be together. They can be separate.
I'm a traditional, it's not even stuff that I need my greens separate from my mac and cheese.
Exactly.
I need so I can make it sick myself.
I mean, I'm sure there are people who have had it cooked like what I'm talking about. But yes, generally out here, people will ask for it cooked in that fashion. But you can have it on to the side.
Yeah, we try to, if it's a dish and it's like a Texas special, I will try it.
I'll try it too. I don't want sausage in it though.
Yeah, you can pick if you want sausage or black Angus steak. We don't put no cheap old.
Why you do black Angus steak? And you're putting in the steak in the mac and cheese. Put in the mac and cheese with the steak.
We're not putting it in there. We're wrapping the steak in bacon. That's gonna be off to the side. Your mac and cheese, you'll have to pick your other second meat. So whatever that is, you can pick chicken, whatever. It's up to you. Or you can leave mac and cheese plain.
Heart attack right now. Thinking.
But look, I mean, we're wrapping your steak in bacon, and it's gonna be so good. That's gonna be all the time. You shouldn't have to do that, brother. We're gonna help you out. We're gonna make sure you eat well. You definitely gotta have.
I just feel like the meat, a hamburger, a steak, like the cow's died, okay? Respect the cow. Make the shit the way it's supposed to be made, like a nice medium rare burger on the grill. You don't have to put too much on it or whatever, or have it like,
we don't make it like that. We cut up the meat in there, steak, not just, we don't use no cheap old ground beef. We don't do that. We cut up a piece of the steak.
You know how offensive that is? You're having the animal die twice because of you.
Well, I mean, we got the money to buy here. We're buying a whole cow. We're buying a whole cow.
The animal. Put them on the grill, do the medium rare, take the steak off the grill, a little bit of seasoning, and enjoy the steak by itself, like God had made it.
I mean, you got to split it up. I mean, you just got steak by itself. You gotta make it plated beautifully, man. If you ever seen steak and it's just wrapped in that beautiful bacon, and the same on the grill. We don't use that on the grill. We'll sit there for you to the side. But on the grill, though, we take that ground meat, nice ground meat, but we'll take real pieces of steak. Because ground meat is cheap old meat. The good stuff is that hearty steak, for real, because that's gonna make a beautiful burger. Your burger's gonna taste nice and all that. Ground meat, like I said, is very cheap. Give good quality whole pieces of meat and your burger will be better for it. I'm dead serious. I really am.
Since we talking about abomination, what's the craziest shit y'all have ever seen there in your state?
Fried butter. I saw fried butter.
They fry everything inside.
Oreo. Mine went right there to fried butter. I couldn't believe it when I saw that shit.
It's all fried butter.
They just freeze the butter stick and they dip it in corn dog mix and fry it.
Oh my God, that's my son was trying.
Heart attack, wait, man.
DoorDash been shut in my house with that. That's disgusting.
People eat that nasty old crap. Same thing when they had that fried ice cream down there. A lady ran to the line. I said, how's that gonna work out? She said, watch this. We dropped this big old bowl of ice cream in here. I thought the whole thing was gonna blow over. I've never had fried ice cream in my life. So we're all backed up looking because we've never seen that in our lives. And it worked. And I'm like, what? I've never seen, contraption like that. It worked. And the ice cream it was so nice, y'all. I've never had fried ice cream in my life until I went to that little place. I said, wow, they know how to fry stuff out here. Damn.
Fried that with like mochi, like fried mochi.
That's good. That's good.
But actually, how it was a ball of ice cream? What they roll it? Like corn flakes? What was the outside roll? What's it with?
You could pick different batters, like
Different batters.
it was all kinds of, like, on this menu they had different batters from, like, somebody got Oreos or whatever, and that was fried, you know what I'm saying? Yup. And they had the different flavors of ice cream, over 100 different flavors. Bluebell, shout out to you, boom, baby, man, they delivered. Bluebell was great, and then out there,